once you have all of that information, it should help.
Yo, JJ, did you catch Jem's show? I'm sure you didn't. I'm sure you didn't miss it. Shout out to JJ.
What's up, Kosho? What's up, dude? I was across the room and I thought I heard a Kosho.
Yeah, it might have been JJ speaking. He sounds a lot like me. I'm just kidding. It was me. Hey, oh dude, I was gonna. Oh yeah, that's right. You know, Nate had told me to see this movie called Tenant. It's about this African American gentleman with a beard, and all right, have you guys ever seen that movie? Christopher Nolan was the guy who made it.
That's your description of that movie. Is it's about an African American guy with a beard? That's what you took away from that movie.
Well, to be fair, it kind of looks like a fake beard, to be honest.
Oh man, that's something.
Yeah, I don't know if it could be real, but it's like Elon Musk always says, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
I mean, like, yeah, okay.
Dude, Elon Musk is a crazy dude. You know, he's buying up all these companies. He likes to go to space. He likes people talking on Twitter. He likes Teslas with electric cars, and he's making them all in Austin. Everything's gonna be in Austin now. Great. You guys gotta face it. Elon Musk is kind of like a hero of the generation almost. Like he's our generation's Martin Luther King. I'm sorry, Martin Luther King Jr.
I think it's a weird way to describe the movie. It's about an African or an American dude with a beard. That
It's true,
I mean,
right?
like I don't get on here and say like, have you guys seen Star Wars? It's about a young white kid that leaves home to see his dad. Like, I mean, that's just like technically, yes.
He didn't leave home to see his dad.
Also, no.
What are you talking about, dude? He thought his dad was dead.
Well, okay, yeah, he does think his dad's dead at that point, I suppose. But I mean, that is ultimately what happens.
If you said it's about a white kid who leaves home, that wouldn't be wrong. I bet he's not really a kid,
it's
but
not inaccurate. But it's not. It's if someone were to say, hey, what's that Star Wars movie about? That's not what I'm gonna start with. I'm not gonna say it's about this white guy, this young white man who leaves home. Like that's not whatever. That if that's
Have
how
you
you
seen?
do it,
Have you seen this new?
that's how you can do it. That's fine. It's not.
I mean, it's
Seems a bit strange to me. That's
right to the point. It's the first thing I noticed. It's the last thing I remembered. And also, have you seen a movie called Going Red? Okay, if I told you that it's a movie about an Asian cartoon who turns into a bear when she gets her period, that wouldn't be inaccurate.
I haven't seen it, but like I've read and or heard stuff online, and it seems like what you just described is what it's about. Like, isn't it about a little girl who goes through puberty and turns into some sort of like furry animal when she gets when
Yeah,
that
red
happens
one.
or whatever, something like that?
Yeah, she gets angry. Yeah, she gets angry also. And she's red. Yeah,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
it's like disgusting if you ask me.
Yeah, sounds like my girlfriend.
I'm counting down the days till my girlfriend goes through menopause.
Was that Left Lane?
Yeah.
Left Lane, how do you have a girlfriend if you're never home? If you're just driving across the country all the time forever? Like,
Oh, I'm home.
Never
I'm home 3 days a week.
It's a lot of. It's
Never
a
said
lot of.
just one. Man.
It's just a lot of sexting.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah,
of
when you
lizards in between.
Yeah, when you approach 60 years old, that's really not your primary concern, anymore. Unfortunately.
It'll be my primary concern until way after I'm dead.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the chick on the beach today. She was pretty hot.
Holy hell! What beach you talking about?
Yeah, the one on the that level show.
Oh no shit, dude. When I asked the question, fucking Jem knew, dude. I feel like I lose
Yeah, I
it,
knew
but
when I
yeah,
saw it. I said, yeah, going to be on that.
that's all I was thinking about the entire clip.
Uh,
But in the second clip, she didn't really look all that great. Like after she was talking for a long time, I was like, wait a minute.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I've never heard of this. You guys heard of this British FE woman who's not Rachie? Or the beautiful, great.
Hey,
Yeah.
have you guys seen this movie, Lord of the Rings? It's about a midget friend learning how to melt down jewelry.
Do you mean a little person? That's what fucked up to call a midget. And 2022, that's canceled.
Yeah, okay, all right. They took the there's this video game series called Borderlands that I like a lot, and they had I don't know if they had them in the first one. They might have, but in the second one they had like loot midgets and different midgets and stuff in the game, and then like for the third one they changed it to tanks because I think their reasoning was like because some people don't like the word midget or something like that.
Hey, it's 2022, dude. I don't see height.
Well, that's obvious. You think the world's a globe, so
Yeah.
You don't see height. You don't see.
No, but I always thought that's really funny because like midget, I guess it kind of comes from like an old term where they use like circus, something like it's derogatory. But little person and dwarf seems to be a little bit more derogatory in my opinion.
Yeah, dwarf doesn't make any sense at all. That would be like calling, like a pale person like an elf or something like that, right? Like it seems weird to take like a mystical like fantasy race and then be like, oh yeah, that's the word that we're gonna like associate with, or like calling like black people orcs or something. That just seems like a weird thing to do.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah,
African American people, you mean?
No, I don't.
Yeah, in in outer space, there's something called dwarf planets.
That's like Pluto.
Yeah, Pluto's a dwarf planet, but they don't like to be called dwarf. They have to be called midget planet.
It seems like a fake reason to like be outraged or whatever. They're obviously different than normal, and we need a word to refer to the thing we're talking about. Why do you care, like if it's midget or dwarf or short person? Like they're all. What's the point? Like,
Dude,
like deeply rooted in like small person slavery or something.
no, well, kind of, yes, yeah.
Maybe.
It's kind of like the N word only in America, and Redskins also in America. These terms, they're not just said by people to like make fun of somebody else. They were said in a cruel way to from one side to the other. So that's why they have this different kind of like Redskins. They were actually telling them to scalp these people and give them their red skin, stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
but I mean, I understand. I understand if that extreme is like something that's like, okay, it does have a bad connotation. I can get it, but that's why the N word outside of America is not seen the same way.
Maybe not.
But I think, I mean, that's from what I heard, midget is just something to do with a term that they were given that they were used against them derogatory while they were like basically slave labor.
Hmm.
It's pretty easy to make a dwarf a slave. It's like the easy cap.
I guess physically it probably is, like, because it'd be like almost like forcing a child to be a slave, and that's probably not real difficult.
Kids are harder, dude, because kids don't listen, and midgets like they'll actually pay attention to what you're saying.
If you're
And
forcing them into
next thing you know, you got
slave,
them.
I'm not sure that they would try very hard either, or listen very well, or cooperate. But I don't know, maybe not.
The only kind of slave I'm interested in is sex slaves.
So I'm not sure what to do with that, man.
Well, slavery. I know Eason knows this, but slavery is still legal in the United States, 100%. It was never outlawed. It was only outlawed. The only thing that was outlawed was if you didn't commit a crime, you can't be put into forced labor. But anyone who commits crimes, they can put them in forced labor legally.
Yeah, I think the word slave or the concept of slavery has probably gotten kind of a bad rap over the years.
Think so? Do you think it's just people just talking bad about?
I mean, like
slavery.
In a way, like we still engage in it in a way, like even with the employee-employer relationship, we still engage in a form of it. It's just now we have rules and regulations for how you're allowed to engage it. But I mean, you are essentially the slave of the person that you work for. It's just instead of being paid in things like food and a place to sleep and stuff like that, you're paid in dollars that you spend how you want to.
Yeah, but what you just said is akin to saying that sex is a form of rape.
No, it's the other way around. Rape is a form of sex.
Yeah,
right, exactly. And slavery is a form of work, but work is not a form of slavery.
Yeah, now employment's not a form of slavery, in my opinion.
No, slavery is a form of employment.
Okay, okay. I thought you said the other way around.
No, what I'm saying is slavery would be a form of employment. It's a different form of employment. In that form of employment, it's not necessarily by mutual consent. It's not necessarily paid wages in the form of currency. Instead, it's possibly forced on you, and you get paid. Basically, you get enough food to live, whatever. But it's not like every slave was necessarily treated poorly anyway. They might have been actually treated fairly well, depending on who they were with and stuff like that.
Yeah, there were lots of quote slaves that liked where they were because their owners, in quotation marks, were good to them. They provided them a nice place to live, and
yeah, So it's like
they took care
I
of them. You know, I mean,
understand-
That's all nice, but there's definitely slaves who also didn't get to eat.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah.
is like,
yeah, they're still forced to work.
but
real
see,
quick.
what people would argue today is like there's people today that don't get paid enough to eat, is what they'll say. Like, I mean, people will make that argument. So like it's not
they
that
were,
the slavery
they-
overall was even actually bad in and of itself, because if you had someone who was rich and was basically taking care of everything that you need, but basically you had to work for them, you're not really in that bad of a situation. Okay, now I think that your freedom should be yours. I'm not arguing against that or anything. I'm not saying we should bring slavery as it was back or anything. I'm just saying, like, in a way, our employee-employer relationship is a form of employment in the same way that slavery could be a form of employment. We still engage in a system that is at least somewhat similar. It's just we have rules now about how that can take place. You're not allowed
saying
to do it
there's still coercion.
What's that?
You're saying there's still a system of coercion.
There can be. I think there are systems set up so that people are pushed to take jobs that they don't want but feel that they need. And then I think there are systems that are established in a way to basically keep them in that place rather than them being able to work their way out of it. I do think that those are things that are set up.
Yeah, I've had jobs
feel like-
where you would work 40 hours a week, but they would occasionally say mandatory extra days, like you're forced to be there. And that's
Yeah.
similar. That is
Yeah, I had a
sort
job
of
where
like slavery, where they're
I was on the
saying
clock
you have to
24
work tomorrow or you're fired.
Right.
Yeah, I had a job 24/7, and they didn't pay us for a month before. But however, I wouldn't call that slavery because I volunteered to join the Navy, and also to conflate coercion and slavery is a very dangerous and lazy way of communicating because they're not two things that can be conflated. Slavery is strictly by force against your wills at all. There's no you don't will to be a slave and then
Yeah.
get luckily chose by somebody. You're
I think-
forced into it. So it's a very different thing than coercion.
I think
these
that's
people
where
were
the word
were
got in a bad
swept up from their homelands. These people were swept up from their homeland and packed on a ship for the purpose of serving the white man.
Yeah, see that's where I think that the word got the bad rap, is the way that it was done here in this country, according to our history, was not a good way to do it. And I think that that's where the word slavery gets the bad rap from, because slavery doesn't have to look like that. And it doesn't actually have to be by coercion. It's just that's the meaning that it has taken on now in these days. When looking back at the way it was done, that's how it's used, is to refer to the horrible way it was done then. But it didn't actually
No,
have
I
to
don't-
mean that like all throughout time. That's not necessarily what slave meant before that situation took place.
It always meant against your will. Like right now, could employ you and they could house you and they could feed you and they don't even have to give you money if they they just make that deal with you. That's perfectly legal, and you can legally request that or accept that job offer or something like that. But what we're talking about is strictly people who have no choice in what they're being made to do, and if they get fed and housed, then that's cool, I suppose. But that's not a mandatory thing.
I hear what you're saying. Like, that's not the way it was done, was not necessarily a good way. I agree with that. I don't think that, but I think that I don't think that you can simply like decide that if somebody said, like, made an agreement that I will be your slave for this and this and this, and that will just be our deal, and they both agree to it. I don't think that that's automatically not slavery. I think that can absolutely be slavery. It's just by different terms.
I would say it's
I
not.
think, I think it's like you want slavery to mean the worst possible working arrangement. So back in the 1800s, chattel slavery would have been like the worst possible working situation for a human being. And then today, modern day, you could say modern day slavery is like insert worst possible scenario, like migrant farmer or unpaid intern in the sex industry or something.
But
Like,
to me, the conditions are not at all important. The conditions are not important. You could be you could be a gladiator and being treated like a king, but if you're being forced against your will to work, then that's slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's so
Yeah,
cool about
yeah,
law.
I agree.
Is like law explains it. Like the letter or the word of the law of the 13th Amendment is interesting. It says there shall be no more involuntary servitude. You know, and that's what slavery is.
Well, actually, no.
Involuntary.
For people who haven't committed crimes, though. Yeah, if you've committed a crime, you could still be involuntarily slave.
Well, and that's a different argument, but like I'm not disagreeing with your scenario of if you're being treated well but you're being forced. Like I think that is a case of slavery. I agree with you. I think that basically in every case where you're being forced against your will, it's automatically slavery. I just don't think that if there's an agreement made that it's automatically disqualified from being slavery just because people agreed on something.
Yeah, I'm doing this new thing. Where I have to schedule everything and make these timers so I can stay productive. So I gotta get off for a second.
Okie dokie.
I'm a slave to the clock.
it's funny. If
You
you
know, I was
ever,
in the Navy for 4 years. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, if you ever worked with black people, a lot of black people still describe their condition as slavery. Like they'll be having a hard day at work, and they'll still still use that verbiage. They'll still say like, "Hey, brother, we're still slaves. We still have to do all this bullshit." So, in their mind,
Your
they're still
brother's
like,
black?
I'm using euphemistic language, but in their mind, they're still like, they still experience slavery. Like if they feel like they're still working for a small wage for white people, they feel like they're still in
it's used as a derogatory term, right?
I never thought about that, man. Is that exclusive? Is that exclusive to black people?
That's how blacks still see. Yeah, that's still how they see their experience in the U.S. That's how they perceive it.
That's exclusive to
don't
black
know if
people? A
it's
Chinese
exclusive to
guy would
black
never
people.
say that?
No, white people and Chinese people definitely don't feel that way. They don't say that. They don't say like, "Oh, this
okay.
is slavery."
If you think that they don't feel that way, there's a subreddit on Reddit.
Oh yeah, you're
where
talking
there's
about
a whole lot
our
of people. I haven't seen them in person, but it seems like to me
our
there's
anti.
people that it can't possibly all just be black people.
No, but I'm saying like before all that our anti-work 2020 new kind of stuff going on, that was a common like sentiment among
Okay.
blacks have always felt that kind of
That's the one I
experience
was
living in white society.
You said they would say it like, you said they would say like, hey, brother, would you say it again? I forget what you said.
Like if it's a hard day at work and
Hey,
everybody's
brother,
like
I'm slave still.
like if it's a day of work where everything is like heavy and the workload is heavy, they'll like turn to each other like during lunch break and be like, "Yo, this is a bullshit. We slaves still. Like this is slavery, man. We got 9 more hours of this shit." Like that,
That sounds like Witsit a little bit.
you're breaking up.
Are you doing an impression of Witsit?
No, but that's kind of like how they. But it is funny that like after slavery was ostensibly abolished in the U.S., a lot of blacks still like feel that way, and that also explains why a lot of them are like go on welfare. They check out of society because they feel like it's not worth working or toiling for this system.
Wow. I never really thought about that. I never even met a black person. But I do know that what I said about the prison system and slavery, since it was not made legal for prisoners, and since a lot of black people in prison, there are actually a lot of black people who could validly say that they're being enslaved. And
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the people you're talking about, but
Yeah, they'll talk about the prison system as slavery, but then I've worked with black people who used to be felons and stuff in jail, and even when they're in the real world and they're making like $18 an hour or whatever it might be, they still have that chip on their shoulder.
I think you're making
I gotta be
generalizations,
one,
and it definitely sounds borderline racist what you're saying right now.
There's no such
true.
well, I
Well, I'm
won't
saying
I won't call it
this is a
racist.
sentiment that blacks have that whites don't have.
I'm talking about this ball life guy. Seems
As
to
a
be-
black man myself, I'm a black man, and I've met a lot of black men. I was actually lying. I've worked with black men all the time, and I've heard this thing that you said, and I probably heard it mostly from people who weren't black. I've probably heard it from black people too, but I hear it from lots of different people. I don't think it's exclusive to black people that to say that this is like slavery. Actually, Don was making an argument for it that a couple weeks ago.
The term.
Well,
have you
you might have been around white people who feel like they're gonna bond with you more if they talk like that. So it's just done with it.
No, they weren't trying to bond. They weren't trying to bond with me. Believe it or not, I think they were actually just being what's the word? Hyperbolic. Yeah, so hyperbolic. I think they might have been exaggerating a little.
I've heard and or read the word or the phrase slave wages. That's something that I think people talk about, referring to like their jobs and not being paid, enough to get by in the way that they want to, I guess is really what it is. Because obviously they're getting enough to stay alive. They're there at work, but like the basically, I think it's basically the situation that I was describing before, where it seems like certain systems are in place to have people feel like they don't have other options, and then to keep them in that position so they can't or don't work themselves out of it.
Yeah, but then that's a kind of it's like if somebody's there in that place, how can you feel sorry for somebody who doesn't have the capability of, realizing that they can get out of their position?
I think one of the biggest problems I have with it is the options that are taken away and basically withheld from human beings that shouldn't be withheld in a way that and I don't appreciate that that's been done. And it's not considered like a real option or a viable option anymore today, when it really should be. We have plenty of land in the United States. There should be an option for someone to depart from the town and go out into the wilderness and start living. Okay, have some animals, maybe hunt, collect berries, build a small home. That should be an option. We have plenty of land on this earth for that to take place, but it's not necessarily allowed in the way that it should be. And so basically you're born when it's generally within the system, and then you are encouraged to continue to engage with the system, and there's pressure put on you that you aren't allowed to go do what I just described. And so you feel like you need to engage with the system for you to even have like the glimmer of hope of possibly having part of that dream that people talk about or whatever. And I don't appreciate people being put in that position. And like, I don't know if you've heard the term soft racism, but like it's in a way like what we're talking about is soft slavery. Okay, somebody who doesn't necessarily agree with the job they're doing or want the job that they're doing, but the systems are set up in such a way that they feel like it's a necessity. That basically they're pushed into it against their will in a way.
Yeah, people call that the modern plantation.
And I'm not
Well,
saying
Is
that
it in a way though?
Well, the thing about it that is kind of slavery in my mind to a degree is that you basically have to work to make these dollars with all of their symbolism and Jesuit Freemasonic bullshit on the back of the dollar. So it's like you have to work for their dollar in order to buy food to survive, and in order to pay property taxes. So it's kind of like you can't just live off the land and just hunt food and just hang out. You have to go work for those dollars in today's world.
And it's like slavery with extra steps, right? Like they put the token in there, the money, the token. They said, okay, well, we can't make you work against your will for nothing or just for food or just for a home. So we're going to insert this token kind of in the middle, and you get that for working, but you're not going to necessarily make enough to get out of that situation. You're going to have to keep working for that token because you're never going to get enough tokens, or it's going to be so incredibly hard to get enough tokens that even if you work really hard, you might not get enough. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not forced in the way that like I said, the word slavery seems to have gotten a bad rap, and we use it in a derogatory way to refer to the horrible way it was done back then. But like, it's basically in some scenarios that situation, but with some extra steps added.
Well, the thing is today, I mean, everyone has the option to go off grid and live off the land. The thing is that 99% of the people in today's society are not capable of doing such because it's a very difficult life.
Where can you do that?
You could, I mean, there's lots of people that live off grid up in Oregon and Wyoming and up in the Yukon and Alaska. There's lots of people that live off grid.
Well, I'm not saying off grid, but you're saying that they're not paying property taxes. They're just living off land.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the property taxes part of it, but as far as like, depending on the man and taxes and paying electric bills and being dependent on others to survive, basically, they're independent, living off the land.
Do you know about squatters' rights at all? Because there's squatters' rights here in Canada, and I know there's squatters' rights in the States, but do you know anything about it?
No, I don't. But yeah, I've heard of that.
You stay in the house like 30 days.
Yeah.
I can only speak about Canada here, but in Richmond, British Columbia, there is a section of land that used to be a part of a river used to flow through it. So there used to be all these boat homes. Well, the river dried up and all the boat homes stayed behind. Well, they were abandoned, and then the homeless started living in them and taking over. They've now have this community that is beautifully done, like it's, as you would expect, boat homes, salvaged boat homes, so to speak, with docks and lights. I mean, it's no plumbing, it's as low rent as you can get, but the government can't remove them because they've been living there for over a decade, and apparently they've improved the land. There's a active 50 to 100 members that live there. They've been living there for over, I think, close to 20 years now. But they can't get rid of them because apparently it's called squatters' rights, and this is right on the land. And they just went in and they took it over and by a group of them. And because there's probably a large amount, and that they've developed on the land, they can live there tax-free, safety, and then they get the amenities of the modern world, plus the serenity and the independence of the freedom of not paying taxes, not being burdened by your government rules and regulations.
Yeah, you can live on the river here in a boathouse in Tennessee, and you don't have to pay any property taxes or any of that.
Maybe that would be like a scenario to try and shoot for, is like push for squatters' rights wherever you're at, wherever you want to be, to get those through. And then you just basically go out, pick a plot of land, squat down, and don't leave.
That's not going to work in the U.S. So,
well, we do. I think
the government has eminent domain.
I've read about squatters' rights in at least one place where it's like if they're in the apartment or the building or whatever, they have like certain rights.
30 days.
What's that?
Yeah, 30. They have 30 days until they can forcefully kick you out of the residence. So you can actually stay there legally for 30 days. Yeah, it's a different number of days in different states. This is very different than what I was just talking about.
Limited like that, then that's a lot different.
You remember that? What was that guy's name at the Bundy Ranch a few years ago? It was an eminent domain sort of deal, and they ended up killing the guys.
Wait, what are you talking about? The one where like some people came from around the country to kind of back him up and be like, you don't have the right to do this or whatever. That one.
Yeah, they were trying to, because they were trying to claim their land, and then they were trying to get them on some sort of. I think they were herding cows or something like that.
I
I
thought.
don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, it was basically eminent domain thing. The federal government wanted to.
I thought that, but for whatever reason, if we're talking about the same one, I thought it ended without people getting killed, but maybe not.
Well, no, but it wasn't how you think it would happen. It was what happened was there was a very shady traffic. So there was the two, I forget which two guys. I think the son and somebody else. They got pulled over, and they barely ever left the group. But they left the group. They got pulled over, and then somehow a shootout and ensued.
Huh.
But anyways, regardless, but like I said, comparing that to slavery also, and we live in, you call it a bad thing, but we live in a society where these dudes, some other dudes, by force, laid claim to basically all the land, different people in different lands, and in this land in America, certain people laid claim to them by force, and they've not enslaved us, but they've simply given us the opportunity, invited us to participate with them. And it costs money to do that, yeah. But and you said it's a good deal, a bad deal, but it's not slavery.
I'm not saying that. I'm not complaining about my position. Like I'm fine where I'm at, and I, in general, don't need to worry or panic about my situation. My situation seems, in general, fine. I'm not talking about myself or thinking that like I'm in a bad place or that the United States is, the worst country in the world or anything like that. I think there are some people who are in a situation where they have been made to feel like they don't have other options. And I don't like, it seems to me like there are systems in place to cause that to happen. And I don't like that. I would rather them not feel like that. I don't want those people to feel like they don't have other options and then make basically poor decisions in their life because they feel like they don't have other options. Now, obviously, I can't control everybody. I can't like make them not make bad decisions, but I wish the systems in place that seem to cause that wouldn't be in place and that people could, feel like they had more options.
You remember a couple of weeks ago when you were arguing with that girl who came in here, and she was really arguing for being taught these sort of finance stuff in school, so you can become aware of it. I mean, doesn't that sound like a solution to what you're describing now?
No, because the things that I'm talking about, they don't have to do with like knowing how to do taxes. Okay. In fact, like the tax situation for a lot of people on the lower end isn't necessarily even that big of a deal. Like you can get money instead of having to put money in. If you make, if your income is in the right range, you can actually make a decent amount and still have the government pay you instead of you pay the government. Okay, you can end up with like a net positive on your taxes. So like it's not necessarily the tax situation that I'm talking about, or that would be the biggest effector of that. What I mean is like, so I don't know if it was Left Lane. Somebody brought up like the idea of like people not knowing how to survive out in the wild and stuff. Like a lot of people wouldn't even know how to do that. And I agree. I think a lot of people wouldn't. Okay, but look at the situation that some people have been put in that's not even an option if they wanted to try, or they don't think it's an option. Okay, so the culture and the systems have been set up in a way that you are not held accountable for the people that you sleep with. Okay, you can get somebody pregnant and leave, and you're not held accountable for that necessarily. Okay, now there are certain situations where you can be held accountable. Let's say child support or whatever. But now you're looking at, you got to possibly track the person down, maybe hire a lawyer to get that to happen. There's a whole system in place that could encourage somebody to be a single parent, a single mother. And now we have a system where people are encouraged to leave home around the age of 18 because that's when you're supposed to. Okay. So now you can possibly end up with a situation where you have a single mother who is trying to rent, has a child they're trying to care for, and the only job that they can actually seem to get are the ones that are never going to pay them enough to move out of the situation that they're in, no matter how hard they work. Because it's always going to be a game of keeping up with the things that they can't necessarily even afford on their own with the job that they have. And I would prefer that the systems change in a way that would help pathway them out of that situation to more options, rather than it seems like it's set up to keep them in that situation. Because what does that do? I mean, that creates a perpetual renter for the system who never gets to basically anything better, feels like they can't get anything better because of the situation that they're in and the way the system's been set up.
Well, here's the catch-22 is that when you provide a system for somebody who can gain and benefit from, and if it's really easy, what ends up happening is that individual ends up to collect and produce more interest or desire because they have more money to spend, so they have more interest and desire, and they execute, so they produce more carbon, right? So what do you think the game is to have this overall implementation into the mindset of the human being that they are responsible for the earth and the effects that they have put upon it, right? Their carbon footprint, right? So do you think that they want to retard the system? Because if more people invested their money, more people went out and used the platform where they compartmentalized their earnings into disciplinary fractions, and they go to work, they can get out. I know that. I used to live on the street. So if you work hard, and I used to peddle T-shirts. So I know that if you work hard and you don't have vices, you can pull yourself out. But that's the determination and the will of the individual against the system at play. And not everybody has the same skills. So you're asking for a system to reward somebody who doesn't have necessarily the same skills as somebody who can go and do those things. By that standard, it's an unfair system, but it's a just system, okay? Because it's on the merits of the individual. Now, the problem is the human nature will come into play and say, well, that's very human-based to leave somebody behind because one has skill and one doesn't. So there's this equity interest. Let's give everybody the same equity here. Right? Somebody who's faster, stronger will weigh him down and stop him and let him. And the idea is that person there is dangerous to the environment because it produces more materialism. A person with more money travels more, buys more things, in general, produces more carbon. So if their argument is that we need to stop these individuals from producing carbon, we have to implement this idea of equity, because the person who's becoming wealthy on his own merit produces too much carbon. We can't do that.
So I think you might have misunderstood what I was saying, though. I'm not arguing for equity, and I'm not arguing to reward anybody for a lack of effort or anything like that. What I'm saying, I wasn't even arguing that there's no way out for them. I didn't say that they don't have a way out. What I said was I don't want them to feel like there's not other options. It seems like the system is set up to make people think or make people feel like there's no other options and that they are stuck. And I would like a system that didn't make them think that way.
Stuck in what regards? I mean, not everybody gets their dreams fulfilled. I wanted to be a rock star and travel the world and play Japan and make $1 million, right? That's one of my dreams. That's obviously denied. So what do you mean? Because not everybody is meant to be the prime minister or be a lawyer. So where does the self-determination come into play here? You're talking about a system that's given equal opportunity, but it's really about the self-determination of the individual. So why don't you focus on the individual person and the psychology of that individual person and the merits that they have? Because you can be sensitive and be like, hey, you want to help, but if you reward everybody, then how does somebody get the motivation? Like, that reverse psychology thing, right? Where you can get a reaction that is the intended reaction you're looking for by using psychology against them. It's no different than if somebody eventually learns to get thicker skin, that they might achieve a trophy next time when they participate in something based on merit. You know, so I think the issue is not the system. I think it's what the system is designed to make not the system, but the system is designed to make the person feel. It's the person's individual community, education, surroundings, because the system has equal opportunity. That's how I see the system. And the system isn't inherently evil or bad. It's a system that can be used for good or bad. And that's why it's equal, right?
So the things about
so it's a merit of the individual. It's a merit of the individual. So give me a scenario of a single mom who is trying to raise children. Her rent's really expensive. She can barely afford car insurance. She can
you're saying a lot of stuff. So can I just address a couple of parts of that? One, the thing that I'm describing, what I'm talking about, has nothing to do with reward. So if you're going to insist on using the word reward, you're talking about something entirely different than what I am. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. But the fact that you listed like lawyer as the high end, or the dream job, or the thing that somebody would aspire to, but they don't have the skills, so they don't get that. Like I don't, that would be like counter to what I'm talking about, because I don't think that like everybody should be a lawyer. I don't think everybody should want to be a lawyer. Why would everybody want or desire to be a lawyer? I don't think that's the thing that should take place. I think
it's not the determination to be a lawyer. It's the representation of what determination can result in. It's not like you can become a lawyer because you want to become one. You actually have to achieve to become one through work, and that requires a lot of determination. Out of all the fields that I've looked at, it's one of a harder field to get into because of the amount of work that you have to put into it. So when I use that as a classification of an individual's determination, it's a pretty good reference, in my opinion. It doesn't mean that people who pursue other things aren't determined, but to achieve that particular line of work requires to me, discipline, to read a lot of legislation, stories, and outcomes, and a lot of logical reasoning books. Like, that's a lot of effort, and I don't see the average person being interested in that stuff. So it will be a specific personality trait. So I don't think you can generalize the system as saying that I wish the system wouldn't do that. The system is equal. And that's how I honestly see the system, because I used to be homeless, right? And I got out of homelessness through my own determination.
Do you think that there are stupid people in the world?
Now you're talking about a group of people, which I agree. There are an IQ that's below 80. There's a part of the population has an IQ below 80. Yes.
Why'd you?
I understand. That? What's that?
I don't know why you picked a specific number. I just asked if you think there's stupid people in the world.
Well, the IQ is some sort of a standardization for intelligence, and when I say it's below 80, which is 80 is the average, and it's below 80, well then there's people that have less than average intelligence. Just basically what I'm saying.
Right. There's people who aren't going to be able to succeed at the same level as other people. Okay, that's going to happen. Not because.
Okay, so IQ. Now we're talking about IQ. So it's not the system that's causing. It's not the system that's causing them to feel this way. It's their IQ.
Okay.
Right. The system is equal, dude. The system is there for your use or not. Whether you hate it or like it, it's there. You don't care, it's there. It doesn't work. It's there. You want to go start a business and become a millionaire, it's there. You want to start a band and whatever, make a movie, it's there. You want to open a mechanic shop, it's there. It's all there. So it's not the system, it's the individual, and it's the individual's IQ. It has to be that. It's not the system.
And
I'm sorry.
To a point also, like the system is like has a socialism side to it as well. That's why you can get unemployment or help from the government, right? The system
There's compassion.
Right, it covers all the bases. I mean, like in the old school, the traditional way would have been through charity. That's how you would extend compassion to the rest of society, right? Not through some like governmental capacity of compassion, but just individual compassion. So the government, seeing that people have failed on all fronts, has tried to step up in all the places that it could to allow a means for people to operate it, to, you know, to give charity in a certain way. But, you know, it becomes write-offs and people find, you know what I mean? It's corporatism to another level.
And this is all
But it's available.
corporatism. Everything we're
Well, right.
experiencing is corporatism. It
Right.
is will be the apex, and the
Well, it's
destruction is
only way.
is the perfection of corporatism. When you know it's perfected is when it collapses, ironically,
Well,
because that's what it's designed to do.
Well, I look at it like corporatism is just a means to conduct business between real entities. You know what I mean? So it's like
it's streamlined. It's everything's
like
to
this.
the to the.
It's kind of like your screen name, right? And your email, you know, everything that you did to make this account is the vehicle with which you can speak through. It doesn't define you in the sense that you're all in all flat earth data. That's who you know what I mean? Like it doesn't make you don't think of yourself as limited by that definition. But in order for us to communicate in this platform, the means of communication dictate that you have to have a name so that I can whatever, you know what I mean? And this is corporatism to a certain extent of like the ability to exchange ideas is the exchanging of currency, you know, energy. So like, you know, our system,
The symbiotic nature of survival requires that, right?
And that's
we talk a woman up, we convince a woman to marry us, we convince a woman to have babies with us, and then we convince everything after that point that we're doing a job to, you know, produce children. We're supposed to be inherently moral, balanced, believing God, right? So if we go back to that, well, how do you think the world would change? Do you think it would be as chaotic, or do you think it would improve?
No, you'd still need it is like that already.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I had a phone call. My brother's wife went into labor, I guess. So.
Oh, God bless.
Congratulations, dude. That's pretty cool. Kids are awesome.
They are awesome.
That's cool, man. Yeah, just I think of like the you know, it's just a means, like even if we went back to, like, there's no reason to go back to it. Like it almost already exists. We just you know, it's like you're still going to need a vehicle to exchange money with, or to, like, you know, in this case, like the Discord ID. You're going to need that to log on to exchange your ideas. You know what I mean? And like in the same way to conduct business with the Federal Reserve note, if you're in the States, you would need a citizen to do it with. You know?
Earlier when I was talking, I wasn't arguing against like the capitalism itself or anything. When someone says the system, I'm like, I wasn't referring to capitalism as bad or anything like that. All I was talking about.
Your point was, you know, I was kind of trying to address your point when I jumped in, but I didn't know that you had left the call. Was the idea that our system, in a way, it already kind of associated, like it has like a socialism to it, it has social security. You know what I mean? Our system actually provides in that way. You know what I mean? But, and I was saying how the old school way of that was charity. You know what I mean? Charity from people. Right.
I think that, well, maybe it's a little bit weird. I think that as people, as individuals, we have a responsibility to try to help people, and do what's good for them. Okay. So like, that's pretty broad. I understand that's vague and that's broad, but I think that in general, that is a responsibility that we have.
Jesus said to take care of the orphan and the widow. Yes. But to do that, you must take care of you must take care of yourself. You need to help other people. And the only way to help other people is to be in a position to help.
Right.
Right. You can't help people if you're in the same position as them, so you have to be above that position to help. And the only way to do that is what, like God says, is work 6 days a week and you'll never be poor. That's what God says. If you work 6 days a week, you'll never be poor.
But what I was getting to was the idea that all of the people in a country or in a nation have to pool their money to then be distributed by the government to other people. Like that's not that. I'm not saying like that's not something that could be helpful. I'm just saying like that's not really the same thing as each individual taking responsibility for themselves and then for others to try and help them.
You know what though? I've always looked at it like if you tried to like do a bake sale, right? And you got a bunch of people that out of the goodness of your heart, like, you know, out of the goodness of their heart, they're gonna come help you with the bake sale, right? It's gonna be like problematic, and everyone's like, you know, it's like well, you know, it's happened where, you know, whatever, but it's not gonna be reliable. Like, you know what I mean? Somebody said they would be there at 7, but they're not really gonna be there till 2 in the afternoon because they're, you know, they said they'd come and support, but they're, you know what I mean? But if you like say like, hey, I'm gonna do a bake sale and I'm gonna pay 5 people $10 an hour to do this. Show up at 7 o'clock. People are going to be showing up at 7 o'clock to do the job correctly. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, you know,
Your economics are way off, Issa.
I don't know, but I'm telling you,
Bro,
like,
you better get the market's hot, man. You gotta pay some money to get work now.
Well, you got to pay some more money. I'm not saying you get quality help. It's just a bake sale, dog. $10. You know what I'm saying? But like I'm saying,
That's,
you know,
that's where the real
senior
money's at. Bake
citizens, you know,
sales.
Okay, I got you. All right, justice for bake sale. I got you.
Right, it's just a bake sale, bro, to like, you know, help out flat earthers or something. I'm like, I doubt you're gonna get like a lot of help from flat earthers to come help you with your bake sale. But if you pay $10.99, some ballers are gonna show up with some aggressive attitudes of selling your cookies to help flat earth. Do you know what I mean? Because they're getting paid. They want $11. You know, they want that $10 an hour.
Where you getting this work from? You just gonna hold up a sign? You gonna post an ad on like?
Well, right. Let's say you just put it in the paper. You know, on this day, I'm doing like I'll tell you what. If you did a competition, right, where you put up 2 advertisements, we're gonna do a bake sale for Ball Earth and a bake sale for Flat Earth, right? And the bake sale, check it out. The bake sale for Ball Earth is just out of the goodness of your heart, right? Now the bake sale for Flat Earth is let's say $22 an hour. Okay. You're gonna get people showing up for $22 an hour to fucking sell cookies to support Flat Earth, more so than you're gonna get ballers out of the goodness of their heart to come and explain fucking, you know, how space works or something. Like I'm just saying, like you're gonna get ballers that will come for that $22 and be your best flat earther. You can give them some talking points to say. You can, you know what I'm saying? You can put a sign on them. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna do it for $22 an hour. Good luck trying to get them out of the goodness of their heart.
Man. That's a decent rate. I might have to do that.
That's what I'm saying. 50. You would come to work for me. 22 an hour. Fucking put on a flat earth sign. Walk around and say fucking Mark Sargent is king. You know what I mean? Like fucking.
I mean,
with a bullhorn.
30. 30. I'll do it for 30 an hour.
Whatever it takes, though. Everyone's got a price, right?
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, but that's my point. Is everyone's got a price. It's like, you know, they don't. You know, everyone doesn't have like time to come and help out with your fucking your bake sale.
Fucking.
So
I guess bake sale, man. I want to see that shit.
Fucking well, dude. I always thought like, you know, I was offering like do flat earth surprise birthday parties. So like, you know, surprise your boss with a fucking flat earth birthday party, dog.
What I was basically saying was like, I guess the equivalent of, I wish that our school system did a better job. It's not that I'm arguing that it's all the school system's fault, because it's not. Okay. There's other people who make other decisions in lives. There's people who decide to send their children to public school, and I think that's a bad decision. But I do wish that our public school system was better. It's not necessarily something that I have a solution for or something that I can force to be better or anything. I'm just saying My desire would be, if given the option, I could press a button and suddenly the school system was better. I would love to be able to push that button. That would be great.
Check it out. Do you know why majority of the divorces happen in the 80s and 90s that caused this effect that you see now, where most kids are single? Do you know what what I guess they did a study, right? This is years ago. I'm just really paraphrasing on what the results were verbatim here, but the number one reason for divorce in the 80s and the 90s to perpetuate the system we have now when it comes to marriage and so forth, and the byproduct of children involved in that system, and then obviously the do what your parents do repeat pattern. People were chasing money. So the number one reason why a lot of these divorces happen is because the husband or the wife, or the husband would be working too much and not at home enough for money, and then the wife would end up cheating or divorcing for whatever, no love, whatever, right? That was the pattern. It's just materialism. So the two parents were chasing the materialistic dream, leaving the kid to be homeschooled by what? Or be left home with what? The TV and the education system, right? So it's a parental thing. It's a parental thing, essentially, which, here's the thing. The people that have, people like myself included, I'm not excluded from this, and I'll pass judgment on myself. Before I was into the world, let's say, you don't have room for God if you're pursuing materialistic gain. There's no room for it. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work hand in hand, right?
But that's like the ultimate cause. The ultimate cause is the individual. That's always going to be like the ultimate cause of the situation you're in, is because of what you've done.
No, because listen, there's been a subversion of Christianity in general. There's been attack on Christianity since, let's say, the last 200 years. Okay, and the
Way
subversion
longer
of
than that.
Christianity.
Okay.
Yeah, but generally, if you look at the 1800s, let's say, that's where a lot of Christian scientists helped develop the globe model. Go look at it. Go look at the math. They're all Christian scientists to some degree, or associated with some evangelism.
That's a name they can call themselves, but that doesn't mean that that's what they are.
That's what it is. If you go, so they help build the globe model, the globe system that we have today.
I call myself president right now. It doesn't make
because they had a monopoly on knowledge.
They did. The Jesuits were the foundation of actually most higher learning back 200 years ago. You'd go to a Jesuit institute to learn math, astronomy, physics, and all that stuff. That's where you'd go. You'd be associated with that. And that would be just the common practice anyway. But that's where those theories would come from, right? Was that general process was the Christians actually helped develop the system that we're in now. It's just well known. The subversion is that we can see the results of it now. But if you subvert the marriage, which this is what it's about. I mean, if you know the divorce rate increase, and that was because it was made acceptable by society, as opposing to the 50s, what was frowned upon, that you don't divorce, you stay together for the kids. That was just the narrative in the mainstream. The mainstream changed, the television changed, and when it changed the people, right? And that's really what it was. So it's not necessarily the human individual, because the human individual, we're all susceptible to propaganda and brainwashing, all of us. Whether it's
but the people had to decide to let that take hold. You don't have to let that take hold.
They don't. It's all new. It's all new.
Let it happen.
Well, it has to do with the rate that we get paid in
There's
society.
nothing new under the sun, Data.
You used to be able to support a family with one guy working. You can't do that anymore. You need two people now. So it's a necessity by the income that we're getting paid by corporations in America. They've essentially made it a necessity.
That's the subversion. See, with the system that would facilitate that would be if factories and products were made in the United States and Canada. If we owned our own manufacturing and processing, and we sold it to our own people and exported the goods. If we actually did that again, then you could do that again. But that's the subversion of Christianity and the profiteering of corporatism, and the fact that the people in power, as God has gotten weaned out of our education system, weaned out of our daily lives, then you have people in positions of power that don't have God. They don't think God exists. And just one of the simple fact is you can go look at the WEF's doctor, World Economic Forum doctor. I can't pronounce his name. He's got an Arabic name. It's hard to pronounce or remember anyway. But anyway, he talks about mocking. He goes in an interview, he says, look, we don't believe in some God above the clouds. This is mocking God above. We have created the cloud. And eventually we're going to load all the data up into the cloud, and it's going to be perfect for this digital tyranny. Or we're going to create a new set. He's saying this stuff in public forum in front of Leonardo DiCaprio and Biden on camera. So, you know, they have a plan that doesn't
But there's
involve God.
nothing new under the sun. So no matter what technology they come up with or what schemes they plan, it's always going to come down to the individual to either let it work on them, let it change them, or resist it. It's always on the person themselves. It doesn't matter if they have a new technology that people haven't seen before. There's nothing new under the sun.
What's your thoughts on like the fact, like our money and in the court system, it says in God we trust. What's your thoughts on that?
Can I sue him for that money?
What are you talking about? The one world currency that's already at play, the United States dollar?
Yeah, it says in God we trust on it.
Well, I think it's a signifier for the people involved in the group that went to Jekyll's Island and, basically conspired to create a system where they could print money and out of thin air and, take over the United States and get rid of the gold standard and change the system.
Right, but what do they mean
system.
What do they mean by in God we trust?
Well, if you were to look at these men and their origins of traditions and cults they were a part of, let's say, some of them may have ties to Luciferian religion to some degree, and their god is in mockery to the god of this world.
Could it also be said like a lot of their connections go back to, let's say, Rome or something?
I think Egyptology is their foundation.
So do you think do you think like let's say like John Adams and then said like, our system is made for Christian, people. So like, would you agree that, let's say, when they say in God we trust, it goes back to like a biblical reference to what God is?
Well, that's the mockery, right? It's the duality. It's the all-seeing eye in this particular case, and
right,
the eye of providence is what it's called. So you have two understandings. That's the duality. It's the checkerboard, the two pillars. So what God are we talking about? Yahweh? We're talking about, I don't know, Remphan. There's so many that, I mean, I can't even list the names. There's so many. So what are we talking about?
It's like a secular system, so you could kind of pick which one you wanted in a certain sense, right? But like, they're all disguised under that duality. So there's only apparently there's a monolithic God, and then there's the deities below him. Would their tradition not dictate that it comes from like the original monotheistic, like Abrahamic God, even if it's on its surface? That's
the debate that we're going to. I can't. I'm not educated enough to.
Well, like, how about this? Is the Bible?
That's not educated enough, in theology that way to really give you. Yeah.
Is the Bible a law book?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so like in the story of the Bible, right, the New Testament, right, like the Christ has like paid all the debts. Is that correct?
Yep.
So if you were showing up in a court of law that had "In God We Trust" on it, would it be out of line to bring up that idea that the Christ had settled all your debts?
Well, in court of law, depending on what language you're going to use, I suppose that you could compete and try to go against.
Before you even get there, Dada, this court of law, we said the Bible's a law book. Who was that law given to?
So God has given us life, and man who is in God will uphold those rights that God has given us. So if fundamentally you have man's law and you have God's law, right? And ideally, God put these laws in place because he knew the heart of man. He knew that there would be sinners. That's it. And if
Okay.
if
So
if
you're not
you're
answering
going
my
to have
question.
that system,
Who did God give the law to? Who did he give that law to?
well, if you're
The
looking
law
at the
you're
Ten
referring to.
Commandments, you're looking at the Ten Commandments as
Okay.
something
Yep.
something contextual, sure, but there's evidence in other cultures that haven't been exposed to the Ten Commandments that have an inherent legal system. The Eskimos, for example, inherently have a
Sure.
legal system on fair judgment. There are tribes along the, I can't remember the process of the Eskimos. So inherently, I think the law is written in a man's heart.
So which?
I said inherently, I think the law is written in man's heart.
The Bible
So it becomes subjective, doesn't it, at that point?
The heart can be treacherous and misleading for sure, yeah. But I think generally all the laws of God is created in our heart. We know it, we feel it, we can sense it. We know the difference. I think God's people will know the difference between right and wrong. It's inherently there.
Okay, and I'm not arguing with you on that, but the question originally was, is the Bible a law book? And to which you automatically said yes, and most people would. But to then logically follow on, I would say, well, hang on, okay, so if it's a law book, then you've got those laws. Number one, which laws are you referring to? The Mosaic laws or the Levitical laws, or which one?
The laws that I associate with would be my inherent natural state because I know the difference between not knowing the biblical laws and my natural state of consciousness, awareness between right and wrong. The decisiveness to choose right and wrong based on a feeling, based on understanding, and simplicity. The simplest side of it would be you just inherently know it's wrong because you just don't do it. And I think that's why we have majority of the world is peaceful, is because I think inherently people are good, right? But they struggle with that duality. So that's why you need extra, let's say, reinforcing. And through the Bible, I think the Bible reinforces that inherent written law in our hearts. And I think it's broad. I think it's specific here in the world we live in when you create other systems, like you have the entertainment system, you have the music, and entertainment's entertainment, I suppose. But you know what I mean? You have all these systems that you devise through talent, through progress, through technology. And that means there's inherent property rights that the individual creates. So these create new rules and new laws. So that process has to be taken care of, right? And so who's writing those laws? Somebody who has God in their heart or somebody who doesn't have God in their heart? Because I think there's consequences as we progress as a society, as we might write more laws. I think a famous Roman emperor said it. He says, as you know, the collapse of society increases. It gets crazier with its laws. And I think that's what's happening. We're seeing the collapse of society because of the increase of these crazy laws. And that's a byproduct of corporatism, byproduct of greed, nihilism, product of not knowing the laws inherently, because there's, we've probably produced a society that doesn't think about God regularly.
So when Christ was on the earth, did he keep the law or did he break the law?
I'm not aware of any law that he broke in any. I can't see any context here when you're talking about just. No,
I'm just referring to the laws that, like this generic thing about sin and law that comes back to the Bible. So when
he didn't
they
fuck
brought
around
the woman
with he didn't fuck around with anybody's wife, right?
All right,
didn't kill anybody.
I'm going to give you an example.
Right?
I'm going to give you an example. You just listen. Let me finish. So when they brought to him the woman who was caught in the act of adultery, right? Caught in the act, the law would have dictated what should happen to her.
Okay, so that demonstration there is understanding the one, if you're sinful. I mean, he was teaching a lesson there. In other words, this is a parable to teach a lesson of, don't judge somebody unless you're judged. You're perfect, right? You're sinless, then you can judge, but you're not sinless.
Oh, before we go on, it's not a parable. It's an event. It happened.
So it happened. My apologies. Yeah, my apologies. So, but the point is, it's a lesson of. Well, first of all, is somebody who makes somebody makes an action, that action is a crime in that written tradition. Jesus did come along and he did say that he's coming to rewrite the traditions. So by the practice of this event, he shows you how he rewrites the tradition by teaching the individual repentance, the awareness of sin within the individual before you. It's the same reason why we have in Canada we don't have the death sentence. It's the same principle. Jesus Christ, that lesson that Jesus Christ gave us. That's why we got rid of the death penalty essentially. Is don't cast that stone.
So it is a Christian system.
So, well, that's the idea behind the Western democracy. It's founded in Judeo-Christian values. It's founded in Greek reason and logic, and it's founded in Roman law. So you have Roman law, Greek reason and logic, and you have Judeo-Christian values. That is the Western society.
One sec, though. Yeah, no, each to their own, man. What were you getting on?
Yes, it is. Western society is Roman law, Greek reason and logic.
There's no such thing as Judeo-Christian values.
I'm talking about the guy's name. Each to their own was talking earlier.
Yes, it's a combination of Judea and Christian combining the system that we're in. Yes, it is. Western society is Judeo-Christian values combined.
Right. So if it's Judeo-Christian combined, then like the idea would be that there's like forgiveness involved for those who might.
Compassion, forgiveness, socialism, right? A form of socialism too, right? Yeah. It's just the compassion. It's the humanity side. It's not the show up and get a trophy just because you show up side. That's not the society we're creating. That is Marxism. Equity in that sense? No, all men are created in the equal eyes of God. But when you have a system based on merit, not everybody's going to get a Ferrari. That's sad, but that's based on merit or corruption too. It could be based on greed, lying. That's why we have laws.
Not at all.
What?
It's not sad that not everyone gets a Ferrari. That's not in any way.
Well, what I mean, not everybody's going to fulfill their dreams. The Ferrari is arbitrary. It means dreams. A Ferrari just represents achievement for the person, whoever sets a goal in front of them, whatever they want to achieve. These are just typical bullshit. I don't want a Ferrari. Okay, a house, just a normal average house. Everybody wants a normal average house they own. That's an honest, modest goal to get, but they're even trying to fuck that over for us, right? They want to make renters for the next 20, 30 years for the 2050 shit.
Yeah, but that would actually be a sad thing if people didn't have a home or didn't have the ability to get a home. If everybody in the world was able to get a Ferrari, that's not sad in any way, shape, or form. If there's people who are unable to get a house, that is sad.
It's dreams. Ferrari was just, like I said, Ferrari was arbitrary. It meant dreams. It was just a representation of dreams. Not everybody's going to get it. I can't own a home. I work fucking hard. I worked my ass off for the last 17 years. I still can't buy a home.
You might not be able to own a house, but you can own a home.
Your dream.
I don't own a home. I don't own a house. I rent. I'm a fucking renter.
That's the thing.
No, not what they did to the market where I'm at. Doesn't matter how fucking hard I work, dude. They want $1 million for a condo where I'm at. I'm $1 million for a fucking condo. Are you crazy?
Something very similar to what I was saying. It's like you've flip-flopped over the course of this
because where I'm living right now, I can't afford the let me say, I'm not going to take a mortgage for something that I don't value. So it's not that I probably couldn't do it. It's not something I probably couldn't do it. I'm not interested. Not interested in playing the game. That's the thing. Yeah. So it's a catch-22. I look at these places, they're 600, 700, 800 square feet and they want $1 million. And you want me to take a $2,000, $3,000 a month mortgage for something that's what the fuck? Are you crazy? So I'm not even interested. I'm not even interested. So
that's the only choice. It would be great if they weren't under that impression, wouldn't it? It'd be nice if they were under the impression that there are other options, right?
Well, there is other options. I have to move outside of the city.
And it would be nice if people knew that and understood that, right?
Well, they do, but they don't. They don't take initiative towards it. No, they don't take initiative towards it. So for me, I don't want to move where I'm at just to buy a home. No, I like where I'm at. I'll be a renter for the rest of my life. That's fine. But at the end of the day, good on you if you bought a house 5 years ago here, because it's crazy, dude. One of the houses, they want 40% in a year, dude. from the already outrageous price, and then went
I'm
up
not
another.
sure who you think you're arguing with, but it sure as heck isn't me, because everything you're saying right now lines up basically exactly with what I was saying like 40 minutes ago when you were trying to, for some reason, fight me on this.
No, I'm not trying to fight you on it. I don't have a dream to own a home. But it is sad for somebody who wants to own a home and they can't, for sure. That's what I'm saying with the Ferrari example. You can have a dream to own something, but it doesn't mean you're going to get it. That's the system. That's the way it is. I don't know why that's not unfair to you. I don't think everybody.
I didn't say it was unfair.
Well, you made it sound like it's unfair, right? And
no,
I don't
didn't say it was unfair in any way, shape, or form. What I said was there are some people who don't understand or feel like there aren't other options. But there are other options, and it would be nice if they knew that and understood that, instead of certain systems being in place that seem to be set up to make them think there aren't other options when there are.
Oh, yeah. It comes down to the individual, because I'm a prime example. I know there's other options, and the system tells me there's other options. So maybe they're just dumb. I don't know, dude.
Just because you know there's other options and we're told there are other options doesn't mean everybody got the same message. There could be somebody who was locked in a closet for 7 years and treated horribly that doesn't know that there are other options than what's in the closet, okay? That doesn't mean that those people don't deserve to have the opportunity or have the choice.
That's pretty extreme example. That's what you would call. That's what you would call like extreme sophistry, there, dude, or something. Like,
well, you can call it whatever you want.
Locked in a closet for 7 years. Locked in a closet for 7 years.
There are other options,
and they didn't know there is any options. That's hilarious, actually, if you think about it. I was in a closet for 7 years, man. I fucking had no idea that I had an option to turn that door handle. Nobody said I could turn that door handle and leave this fucking room. What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess
I've been in here for 7 years. I've been in this room for fucking 7 years.
We just had a similar conversation like 40 minutes ago, and you were fighting me on this, and now you've like completely flip-flopped. Like
there's no fighting, and I didn't flip-flop at all. I'm still proving to you that people who don't think there. I'm telling you that people who don't think there's an option are dumb, because I just said to you, I know there's an option. And you said, well, just because you know doesn't mean other people know. Then they must be dumb then. Yeah. So what I said, the system is not biased towards the individual. It's either low IQ, right? The determination of the individual, and we just proved it. It's the determination of the individual and the IQ.
Maybe. I would agree with that.
Well, that's what it was. So that's what I'm saying, is that if somebody doesn't think there's an option, I've been locked in this closet for fucking 7 years, and nobody ever once told me that I could turn that doorknob and walk out this door. You're going to be kind of dumb if you're in a room and you see a doorknob.
Seriously, I don't know if you're dishonest or stupid, but you have really honed in on specifically the closet thing in a way that either only a dishonest or a mentally retarded person would.
Well, check it out. You'd use the example as a person in a room for 7 years. It was your example, right? It was your example. Okay, so closet, even better. So you're saying somebody who's in a closet for 7 years and comes out and goes, I didn't know I had options. First of all, it's a completely asinine example. So I made fun of it. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm in a fucking closet. There's a doorknob, but nobody told me I could torch the doorknob. Then you got to be dumb, because the system, maybe the system takes advantage of dumb, and that's a sign of it right there.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to go with stupid. You're a stupid person. That's got to be what it is, because you are saying things that are different than what you were saying not even a full hour ago when we were having this conversation. And I
haven't said anything different, dude.
Around to the other side and are insisting that you haven't changed anything, and it's absurd.
No, because you said, I wish the system had a way of telling people that there was other choices instead of people thinking there is no choices, right?
I didn't say that at all.
And I said to you, I said it's the self-determination of an individual.
I didn't say that. You're wrong.
Yeah, that was your point, bud. Your point is the system. The education system fails.
You can start on the right foot.
I wish it does a better job, right? I wish it did a better job teaching kids, right?
Yes. Better job.
Yeah. And the fact that these individuals wish they wouldn't be taught to think that they weren't able to have any other opportunities out there. I was never taught opportunities, right? And I said to you, dude, it's either 80 or lower IQ, because if I can get out of that poverty from homelessness by hard work and determination, that I believe other people can, right? And it's either a level of determination or IQ. And so you just proved it. It's IQ. As using me as an example, by telling me that I flip-flopped.
You're like literally
When I
making
didn't flip-flop, I said exactly what I'm saying now as I said 40 minutes ago.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mute you, okay? And I'm going to leave it like that for a good long while, because you seem either dishonest or stupid, and I don't know which one it is. I don't know if you're trying to be dishonest because you're trying to accomplish something, or if you're so dumb that you've actually wrapped yourself around and think and insist that you are saying the same thing you were a while ago in our conversation. I don't know. I'm not going to try and
put
determine
yourself
that.
on.
I'm
Go on
going to
and put
mute you
yourself
now.
on mute, then,
really,
dude.
really
Because
don't want to hear you.
either
You
you've gone full
seem like a
retard,
bad person.
either you've gone full retard, or you just didn't hear what I said correctly the first time. I'm sorry you didn't hear my speech, because I said the exact same thing they said the first time. The system, there's nothing wrong with the system. Equity is bullshit. It's based on the merits of the individual and the IQ. It's unfortunate they are people who are not smart enough to think that they're only limited to such A and B, when there's a whole alphabet out there.
So I kind of came in late. What were you guys arguing about?
Well, I think there's a form of Marxism that's entered into a lot of people's brains, and it's shown itself as an extreme form of socialism, which then in turn maybe has a way of translating itself into society where people get paid to be victims of circumstance created by the system. And I said, well, you can either get out of that circumstance by merit and IQ, or you're going to get your UBI, your universal basic income.
Did you get out of the system?
I cannot, sir. I cannot afford a land. I cannot. You know what? In the future, when my responsibilities are taken care of, I might be able to escape periodically up into the wilderness, up into the Great White North. So possibly, I'm working towards it. But being 6 years into the rabbit hole, and with an agenda at play in society, I think it's a slow process, but eventually it'll happen. There'll be what's called a great, what do they call it? The great, not the Great Divide, but the great. It's when a section of the population will actually leave the system. I can't remember there's a term for it, but it's supposed to happen.
Not reset.
No, it's well, this is different from the reset. This is just when a group of people have to be forced to society for whatever reason. A scenario would be, okay, you couldn't buy and sell without it. I think there would be an exodus of a group of people.
Hey, SC, what all went down yesterday with the fighting the flat Earth guy? I heard parts of that. That was pretty wild.
He just called me a liar and all that stuff. So have at her, buddy. Call me a liar if you want. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you. What's up, SE?
Okay, Gio, what's up, bro?
Hey, no, I was just saying. Yeah, I heard some of that from yesterday. What was going on there? I just I don't know. Wanted to.
You talking about my buddy fight the tight shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something, I think. Yeah, that was weird. Well, one thing that came out of it, we got a new talking point. We have Gio, we have a 2D merry-go-round.
Well, that's a new idea. How does that work?
I don't know, in his brain, somehow in his brain, a merry-go-round is a 2D plane. I don't know how he works that out in his head, but he's messed. We're talking about the Coriolis, and he has no clue whatsoever.
Yeah, every time I've heard him, I mean, I don't ever listen to his channel, but I mean, every time I've heard him kind of do his thing, it's very scripted, It's almost like he's just got these bulletin points. He goes over them every time. He thinks he's kind of pwning people or something, like he thinks he's doing something, and he kind of just sticks with those same things. And he seems to actually have kind of limited understanding of a lot of them, but he just sort of repeats them in a script-like fashion. So if it goes anything past, like if it gets into an actual discussion, anything past his kind of script, he either erupts into insults or tries to deflect or tries to scream about someone talking over him maybe, or there's like a couple things he does to get out of an actual discussion, rather than actually having a real back and forth.
That's a pretty good description of him. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. And as a matter of fact, because I really don't like this guy. So as a matter of fact, I took every opportunity to call him every vile name I could think of that I can get away with without getting booted, that is.
Yeah, I mean, I had seen because they were posting, they were tagging at everyone on that server. So I and then they said, oh, Fight the Flat Earth's coming in. So I thought, what is this? And then I guess, he came in, and then I guess he was doing his 50,000 subscriber episode or whatever. And I didn't know he was going to sort of stay there for that long. So yeah, that was pretty wild because I listened to most of it.
Yeah, I wanted to get a piece of this guy for a long time, and he kept on inviting me on his show, but I don't want to go on his show. First of all, I don't want to give him any publicity, and second, all he does is ridicule people. That's the shtick. That's what they do. Like they go hunting for people on YouTube apparently, and they find your average flat earther, and the whole thing is to ridicule him. That's what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like he kind of wants to find people. He sticks to his script. Like, he wants his 2 or 3 minutes of uninterrupted, to kind of say his script thing. And then after that, yeah, he'll just go into the insults, the ridicule, whatever it takes to turn it into a shit show. I noticed when he does that too, because he has his video on, it's like he'll do that and then he'll say, he'll use whatever insult, and then he'll kind of start giggling and sort of laughing. Like it's sort of obvious that he's not even he's not even really saying the insults like he really wants to. He's just saying it and then laughing, waiting to get some response. It's just it's like literally a real life troll.
For real.
He was just trolling. And he had a secretary there. Every time he'd bring up a topic, his secretary would post stuff. And then B-Ball was there cheerleading for him the whole time. And as soon as Fight the Flat Earth left, they both left.
Yeah.
It was too obvious.
Rakia got a piece of him too yesterday, Gio. Yeah, that was good, Rakia. The guy basically his whole thing is, and he goes, ha, 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 I have 50,000 subscribers. Any one of you people subscribe to this guy, you gotta be really dumb, because just listen to what your leader is saying. A 2D merry-go-round. My God.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, go ahead. No, you were just saying his subscribers. I was just saying that. Yeah, I glanced into his YouTube chat, and oh my gosh, that was one of the most toxic chats I've ever seen. But yeah, no. What were you gonna say about the Mary Grom?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say that I can't believe that he has 50,000 subscribers, and every time he goes live, he has like 500 viewers or something. Like, I can't believe people are. I don't get it. Is this like the gladiator thing? Like, watch people get destroyed, or it's got to be that, right? They're not there for anything else than humiliation.
Yeah. Well, then there's a question: how many of those are even real subs or real viewers? I mean, it's really easy to buy the viewers and stuff. So I mean, that's a question in and of itself. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a good amount. I mean, you know, like in Gem Panda server, they have a good amount of Globers sitting in there. So I mean, I think there's enough Globe Earthers that sort of hate the idea of a flat Earth so intensely that they will, you know, hang around just to watch what they think are people being, you know, beaten down or ridiculed or whatever. So I guess there's some popularity to that, and there's other channels, even some flat Earth channels, that seem to kind of do that same thing too, and kind of the Jerry Springer sort of dumpster fire kind of thing. But yeah, I guess his followers would probably be mostly into that part of it. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like he has like a lot of, you know, it's not like real like content or like, I mean, it's like it's the same kind of scripted stuff, and doesn't seem like there's you know, lots of like new innovative content happening there or anything.
Yeah, and you were right about him not having knowledge of the subject. That's a fact. Because, like, for example, take the Coriolis, right? He won't get into a conversation with you. He'll just say, "Oh, wait a minute, I have this from this." Look, he starts reading. He started reading a whole page. It was taking him like minutes. I was telling him, "Come on, man, are you ever gonna finish?" It's like, if it's written down somewhere, it's law. That's it. There's no questioning it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the conversations we've had even on this server, like, you know, there was that time when we were doing sort of weeks of Coriolis. I mean, there were so many very advanced discussions on multiple levels that were being had. And yeah, he didn't really seem to even, all he could say was the conservation of momentum. He just kept repeating that as if that was the only thing involved in Coriolis, which is really one small part of it, even if you know, with their theory. But he just kept repeating that and claiming that he had all kinds of experience. But yeah, it's a very kind of thin facade every time I watch, you know, every time I've ever heard his channel. Just there's no like real, you know, sort of depth of exchange going on.
Yeah, he just brings up citations, and well, for example, oh, how did the Falcon War? If the Coriolis wasn't there, then the Falcon War, once they got south of the equator, their shots were off. And dude, what are you saying? Like, how can you prove a thing like that? Like, it's like total nonsense. Like scripts. He read it, he heard it somewhere, and he's just repeating it.
Yeah, and there's enough information about a globe Earth out there that you could pretty much do that. That's what a lot of these guys do, just kind of Google stuff and just keep posting stuff and think that that's some kind of evidence or, you know, for their case. So
yeah, they have nothing.
The one thing I thought was a little interesting is when like Don and they were bringing up that idea of, you know, like the circle of light. I think Rakia brought that up too, sort of like the hula hoop, you know, of light and how that can look curved. And I actually thought it seems like the Fight the Flat Earth guy, like he maybe hadn't heard that before because Don had brought it up and then Rakia had brought it up again. And I don't know if I could say that. I mean, I haven't heard that much of Fight the Flat Earth, like much of his shows, but that was probably the closest I've ever heard him concede, at least from what I've heard. Because, you know, at one point he was like, well, he's like, I might actually have to kind of, you know, I see what you might be saying. I mean, he tried to kind of write it off and say, oh, the sun was not in a position to create the circle or something. But at least he somewhat was willing to admit that could be a factor.
He gave up on me when I started in on him. He very hurriedly answered like maybe, I don't know, and then moved on to something else. But Doofus had brought that up. So the picture I just posted in your live chat is the Doofus picture, and he said that's over a curved Earth, the way it looks at altitude, but over a flat plane, it would look very similar, just not as curved. It would still have that curve look, but it would be as curved over a flat plane. I don't know how you know that, but he agreed over a flat plane it would still have a curve.
Yeah, that was good. That was a nice stat.
Yeah, it's interesting these guys, after all these years, are finally conceding that, because that's been brought up before and they usually fight tooth and nail. But, well, you know, like I guess that guy Arma had done some modeling. I think Don Gio was posting that, some of the stuff that he had done, and yeah, it definitely does have that effect. You know,
It
even
took
just
them
on that modeling.
It took them 2 years to concede that the atmosphere can obstruct things bottom up, and B-ball still fights that it can't every day, and they don't correct him.
Yeah.
It's amazing, man.
Yeah, B-ball is really a hard case. He's tripping right now. He's really fighting hard.
He's having a hard time, yeah. I told him to take a break, like, slow down, man. You're trying too hard, But
Yeah, he was in this chat earlier, just spamming all kinds of stuff. Just
yeah,
random stuff.
he's got it bad, bro. But like all the major players admit that you're going to lose that information at the bottom because it's more dense and the atmosphere plays a part. It just gets blurry, it just gets extinguished, right? You don't receive as much information as you do at a different angle or whatever, and that causes what we call obstruction. Bottom up. Not obstruction, actually. It's just you're not receiving the information. You're not obstructed by anything. The information is there. You just can't receive it. It's not getting back to the viewer.
Did Doofus have a calculation for that less curve, Rucky?
No. He just said you would see further and the curve would be less.
I'm surprised he didn't have a calculation for it.
Nah, he's a filler for Kosho and all them. Kosho is on his way out and Doofus is on his way in. So we got to deal with Doofus for a while. That's why I'm going to hit him hard right now.
A change of guard.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it. Doofus used to never talk. Now he's every day. It's too evident, but I'll take care of that.
He's here quite a bit, actually, Doofus.
Yeah, you think? He was here for like 3 days straight, day and night. Who does that? Yeah.
God, that was a wild show yesterday, Rucky, over in with old FTFE.
Well, yeah, it went pretty well at times, and then he got triggered about something, and then from then on, it was terrible. It was a shit show. He's a strange guy.
Yeah, I just saw the last bit of it, and the bit that I saw, yeah, it was a complete cluster. I just got what have I walked into here?
Yeah.
Out of control. Wasn't a good look, which is what he wanted, right? That's what he was looking to do, trying to trigger everyone, and
Yeah.
And he kind of succeeded there.
You can't let him run over you either. But they had a couple of guys in there that were antagonizing him. There's some hate, some hatred there built up. I think people who have dealt with him before, because he humiliates people, and you can't allow it. The way he talked to Shines, I would, we'd have a problem in person. But he wouldn't be able to do that on my show. That's ridiculous. He just has a problem with women, obviously, like most of them do. I mean, George and a couple other ones treat women the same way.
I'm pretty sure initially in his YouTube channel he had Democ listed as one of the main people that he was going to be going up against, and Democ was bloody muted for 95% of it. He said.
Yeah, he let everybody else whatever or wasn't available, but yeah, it was like I said, it was pretty good in the beginning. Had some pretty good discussions back and forth. He answered things politely and pretty much to the point, which were just strictly, verbatim script answers. And then he didn't have much of his own. He always used, the normal suspects for the survey, and he used Jesse, and it's just baloney.
Yeah, he's got his Excel spreadsheet with all his reference points on it to pull up at any one particular time.
If there wasn't Coriolis, how would the English win the Falkland Wars, for crying out loud?
It is interesting that these guys, like, they all cite other globe earthers that are, like, in this discussion, like guys that are, going against,
Right.
like I mean, if it's really this huge mainstream thing that all the scientists, why aren't they citing, experts and professionals? Instead, they're just citing
Right.
their buddies.
It's never this surveyor from this huge firm, right? It's always this YouTube character that says he's a surveyor. Strange. I mean, my surveying crew, that I call them mine, the one I write a check to on a regular basis, we were on a development that I'm doing, and it has a huge lake over it on it, and it's pretty much in the middle, and we're building houses around it, right? And we're surveying, and they're like having to take a shot, and they're saying, okay, we're having to move. So they load up all their stuff, put it in the back of their truck, and move. And I said, look, I don't understand. This is pretty much the same shot, the same distance. Why did we move? And so, well, you can't shoot over that lake like that. It'll distort the reading. I'm like, really? I didn't even think it would, but they would not shoot over a long distance, even, well, we were shooting long distance over that body of water if they had a choice, because they wanted to be accurate, if that'll tell you anything. And this isn't miles, This is
Would they shoot the same distance if the water wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. We were shooting the same distance. We just moved off to the side, so we wouldn't be shooting
the water.
over the, absolutely.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I not only own the equipment and we use them. All my crews know how to use them, but we have to hire surveyors. When I do a development or some of the contractors that I work for, of course they hire surveyors too, and they'll come in behind our work and double check it. They're the original surveying crew that goes out there and sets all the elevations and drainage and stake out the lots and make sure all that's correct. From a previous surveying crew that staked out the development, and then we'll go in there and do our business, and then they'll come back behind us and make sure our elevations are correct before we pour any foundations. I mean, it's double check after double check after double check.
Yeah. And they've got to be accurate, and if they're not going to be accurate over water rock here, and then you go ahead and build the development, and then all of a sudden something goes pear-shaped,
right?
Because the initial surveying wasn't done. Well, there's a massive lawsuit right there. And
they're putting their stamp. Yeah, they got to stamp it. See, I don't have a license, so I don't stamp anything. It's their stamp that's on it. Right. So if when it comes down to it, if there's a mistake made in that, on those plans in that development, then that whoever stamped it, whatever engineering firm stamped it, is who's going to be liable. So of course they want to be accurate.
And then we have a genius called B-Ball, and he shoots over 16 miles of water.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, that's actually laughable. When he said we get triggered when he posts that stuff, I'm like, no, it's like true entertainment when someone posts something like that now.
I've been making fun of him over those pictures for I don't know how long. It's like he's delusional.
It's
16 miles.
Strange. It's strange because his own group has told him not to do it, right? And he still does it like it's...
Yeah.
That's a strange situation.
Yeah, so I was trying to do, because I hate bullies, right? So the reason why I went in there is because I saw him. I go, it can't be him. It's got to be a sock. Go, let me go in and see. And then I hear that soy boy voice. I go, oh, man, this is going to be good. So I did to him what he does to his guests. Every opportunity I had, I made sure to insult him. Yeah, so I enjoyed that for selfish reasons. Yeah. Coach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you catch the Fight the Tight shirt thing yesterday?
Yeah, I
50,000
watched every
subscribers.
one of your shows, man. Yeah, of course, dude. No, I've
What?
never watched more than show.
Sorry, you're. I don't know if it's breaking up for everybody, but that wasn't clear at all, bro.
Probably is, dude. I'm on laptop. But yeah, I don't watch the show.
Okay, fair enough. I don't blame you. I don't either, so that makes us even.
It's weird that he's got a lot of subscribers, but it's kind of a weirdo.
Yeah, I was saying that, bro. He has 50,000 subs and 500 people watch him. A clown like that. I mean, even you, a baller, doesn't like him, right?
He acted
Well, I
strange.
don't hate him, but
No, I don't hate him either, but I think he's weird. So you think maybe he's bought some of the subs, Kosho?
I'm sure he's bought subs fucking every day, dude. He's fat as hell. He's probably trying to get like Jared and just buys nonstop subs. But he's also probably he could have paid for subs. People say that Simon Dan has done that or something, but I wouldn't even know how common that is. So.
Oh, B-Ball is triggered. What's the matter, B-Ball? Your hero was made to look bad?
Are you listening on YouTube, are you, people?
Yes, he is.
Spying.
He's doing overtime.
I wonder if that's something that they do is like hang out on YouTube when we're in here just discussing amongst ourselves, and like if we start to have a good conversation or we start to like pin one person to some logic, if they're like sitting there spying on YouTube to know when to jump in.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, it's exactly.
It's funny.
Yeah, well, I'm already here, so that cuts out the.
Terry is the Aussie spy. They send in Terry for the down under.
Yeah, I'm spying on you guys.
Bev and Dell do that in Gem server.
Who does that? Bev and Dell?
Bev and Dell.
No, I come into Gem server sometimes when I hear something stupid.
Dell doesn't go into Gem server. Hasn't been in there for years.
No, he listens to a YouTube chat and then he'll say something to somebody like Merle or something. But he doesn't actually come in. But what Bev would do is he would actually record. He would watch on YouTube and record it.
I remember one time they were giving Lemon a hard time, really abusing him over at Gems. So I went in and I started abusing them. For a little bit, and then I left.
Hold on, we've got a new fella here. What's his name? Cruv. Hold on, I'll unmute him.
That's the guy. You'll know who he is once you hear him talking. He's had about 400 different names.
Oh, has he? Okay, well then. Cruvum, you're unmuted if you wanna talk.
I would call him by name, but he's had so many names. I don't know what.
Y'all need to shut the fuck up and mind your business.
Oh, it's Sarah. Yeah, you go. Why don't you just keep the same
You need to get your ass out of the wormwood before it's too late. You need to get your ass out of the wormwood before it's too late.
I like this guy
I
already.
would take their word for it. I would take their word for it.
It's crazy. Every single time I see you, my friend, you've got a different name.
I would take their word for it. Trust me.
Yeah.
If you don't listen to them, you're gonna be dead.
Did you ever find out what that guy got that chick he was into?
I don't know, dude. If you brush your teeth, like I'd fucking kill yourself.
Well, I don't brush my teeth, but I will tell you that was
That's
a
really
riddle.
good, dude. That's really good. You shouldn't do that.
Well, the answer, you have to know the answer.
The crew of them would
It'd be a
agree
bad
with
riddle.
me. You know, the crew of them would agree with me.
Am I gonna regret unmuting you?
No, you're cool, Bansal. Why do you think you live on a globe, dude? Tell us why you think you live on a globe, Bansal.
On a globe. Oh, okay.
Why do you
Tell
think?
me.
Are you on the outside of the globe or the inside of the globe?
No, you tell me why do I think that I live on a globe? You
No,
tell
no,
me
no.
why do I think
Is the
this?
sky blue because the light reflects off the inside of the dome?
Oh, wow. Whom would know? Do you have this
Now,
answer?
if they went to the moon, that
Einstein.
means the moon would have to be inside the container, correct?
Well, you know what? The moon looks like it's in front of the stars, doesn't it?
Are the stars in the container or outside the container?
Well, the stars are behind the moon.
Wait. So when there's no light at night, right? When there's no light at night, right? Does the sun, because the sun is outside of our range of view, does that mean that the container becomes transparent and we can see further?
What if the stars are the container and the darkness is actually
No, the stars are the container. The stars are the container.
light?
There's more space beyond the stars.
The light's getting through.
There's more space beyond the stars, dude. That's common sense.
Common sense.
That's
I
common
think
sense,
you don't
dude.
know what
Anybody
common
can see
sense
beyond the
is.
stars. Anybody can see beyond the stars. That's common sense.
You can see beyond them.
So I think at night, right, the light goes further, or our eyes go further. One of the two.
Our eyes go further, or
I think we
light
can see
goes
beyond
further.
the transparency of the opaqueness of the container at night.
Hey, look, I definitely.
But I think that's because we're vampiric creatures.
Vampiric. Okay.
Well, at least I am. I don't know about you.
Well, look, I don't know
I
what
just
your
do what the
teeth
book
look
says.
like. Do not know what your teeth look like, so they could be very vampiric.
Who said I have teeth? No one
well,
claimed teeth. No one claimed teeth, sir.
Well, actually, you said you don't brush your teeth, so maybe you
I never
don't
said
have
that.
teeth because you don't brush them.
It's all recorded, sir. I never said that. You'll have to prove that.
Well, you said you don't brush them with fluoride.
And don't you know that teeth is a necessary antecedent to brushing teeth?
I
Come
just do what the book
Come
says
on.
because I don't want to die.
Actually, no. You did say that you used cloth to wipe your teeth.
Yeah, if God tells me to wipe my teeth off with a piece of cloth, I'll do it.
Okay, then. So now we have just established that you do have teeth. Now, if they are
But it's not
vampiric
brushing unless you use a brush, correct?
type of thing. No, we're just trying to establish if
I
you have
know.
teeth.
What's the definition of
right?
brushing, right?
Well, the definition of having teeth is having teeth.
Do you speak
right?
English?
So we've established that you've got teeth. Now, the brushing.
I don't have a
well,
body.
I know you
Okay,
don't.
okay. Just
I
making
know.
sure you
I know
know
you
that.
don't. Yeah, no. You've told me that you don't have a body.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Do
all
you think you
over
live on a planet?
on a planet.
Is this what
Whoa.
schizophrenia sounds like?
Apparently, he doesn't have a mind either.
Is this the part where we said we were having a decent conversation and then someone comes in and wrecks it?
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, and
I'm
Yeah,
just
this is
asking,
a
do you think you
troll.
live on
Yeah,
a
this is a
planet?
troll.
I do want to say, this has been a humorous, little, back and forth. I have actually been laughing a little bit at the way this has gone. It's so random and basically humorous or comedic. Like it's so not what I expect that it's somehow funny, almost like it's a comedian.
No, but you could take a globe and fill it with earth and the surface will be flat, right?
Sorry, you could take a globe.
If you take a globe and you fill it with earth, right, the majority of the surface will be level, right?
What? So if you filled it all the way to the top?
Yeah, but we can't live next to a vacuum. That wouldn't work.
No. Hold on. Back up your
You'd have to
truck.
be contained.
Back up your truck.
Like,
Have
jump
we
how many
filled this
steps?
globe all the way to the top?
It would be a globe, correct? But if you
Sounds
only
like
filled,
Super Dave
if you
talking.
filled the globe halfway with earth, that means the surface would be level if you shook it a little bit, right?
If you fill a globe, you don't change the surface at all. If you have a globe and you're holding it and you put something inside the globe, the only part of the surface you've changed is the hole you've had to make
Yeah,
to
but the
get to the
earth
inside.
takes the shape of its container, correct?
What? What are you even
When you
saying?
put earth in a pot, does it take the shape of the pot? Yes or no?
Are you talking about Earth as
I'm
in
just
the thing?
asking a question. I mean, I thought this was third grade science. Hello?
I can't. I don't know what you're talking. Are you talking about the
So when
place
you
we
take
live
a glass of water and you, instead of
can't
putting
take
water in it, you put
anywhere.
earth in it, right?
Earth
Does
is
the
too
earth
big.
take
I
the shape
can't
of the
take it
glass?
anywhere.
I mean, this is common sense, right? Of course, the earth takes the shape of the glass.
I think we have very different ideas of what common and or sense mean.
Well, earth
And
has
what
nothing to do
common
with water.
sense
Earth and
mean.
water are completely unrelated.
What is this conversation?
Like, if you think earth and water are related, you're probably delusional.
Oh, I know they're related because they're both made by the same creator.
so I think we were having a conversation before this little sidetrack.
Before this, bizarro dream world suddenly enveloped our voice chat. Like,
I'm just talking about the dome, dude.
So anyway, let's get this back on track.
Because Geo, you're the one that pointed out the dome, right?
What?
Yeah, Geo was in on it. Geo said the dome reflects, but at night it's not right. That's what we were talking about, right?
I have no
Wait,
idea.
Look at the chat.
I
Look at the
don't
chat.
recall him saying that tonight. If you're referring to a different,
Why is it blue? Look at the picture. Why is it blue? What's going on?
Why is what blue? The sky?
Exactly.
Is that what you're asking? Why is the sky blue?
Yeah, but it's the dome. That's what it
Why
says.
are
It says
trees
it's a
green?
dome.
Why are
That's their
roses
claim.
red?
I
Because
don't
they
know
were
why.
made
That's
that
their
way. That's
claim.
why.
All right. Okay, we've got to have a calmer, more rational conversation. We will.
Good luck with this. What?
Wow.
The earth takes the shape of its container, dude. Everybody knows that.
The earth takes its shape of the container.
If there wasn't a container, where would the earth go? Obviously, it would go into space. But that's not happening because there's a container. This is common sense.
If you think space exists, I think you might be on the wrong track.
The real Bob Dole, when you breathe, does the air go into a container?
Oh my gosh.
Do you have lungs, Bob Dole?
As far as I know, I have
So
lungs.
when you breathe in, does air enter a container?
I would tend to say yes.
Okay, that makes complete sense, rational sense, right? Very simple Occam's razor stuff. So when you breathe out, wouldn't it just make complete sense that the air goes into another container?
I would not argue against that.
Okay, that's just common sense. Okay, I'm glad we agree. Thank you for your participation.
I think you don't understand what the word sense means, because that's not common sense. You could say that that's
When I
logic.
breathe, I can feel
It's
it.
not sense.
Like when I breathe, you can feel that, right?
No,
You
no,
can
I
taste
can't.
it. You can
Do you
taste the
understand
air.
how the internet works? I literally cannot feel that,
Yeah, I can feel it.
but I can't.
But see, I've been drinking distilled water for years, and I don't brush my teeth.
Have you been drinking anything else
You
tonight?
got to get the fluoride out of your brain.
Hey, I wouldn't argue with that either. I'm not convinced that
If you take
fluoride
showers in tap
is
water, you're screwed.
good for you. I think it might be harmful, possibly.
Just dance in the rain, dude.
But I haven't drank tap water regularly for years now. I drink bottled water, which
Just
I'm
drink
not sure about. I
distilled.
think the
Distilled's the
plastic
best.
might be pretty bad actually for me. I'm not sure, but that might end up biting me at some point.
But why do you guys worship Lucifer?
Oh, I certainly don't do that.
What?
That's what you said, right?
Who said that?
Oh, I'm just curious. I thought that's what he said. The guy in the chat.
Oh, I'm not looking at. I'm not
He
looking at.
said
The
this is
text
a
chat.
devil worshiping server or something. That's what he
I
said.
don't even know if that text chat is.
Why would he
working.
say that?
I don't know. You'd have to
That's
ask
really
the person.
weird. I don't know why he would say that. See, there's the picture. See, he posted it.
Who is being accused of worshiping Lucifer?
No, he said if you don't fill it, then it's not going to work. That's what he said. But the thing is he's right, because it's not going to be able to be filled. And if it was, it would have to come to a level.
It seems like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a sphere is or what
No, he's
filling
claiming
is.
spin. He's claiming
If you
spin.
fill a sphere, all you have done is put something inside of a ball. You haven't messed with the surface other than to make a hole to put something
Okay,
in.
so that's what they do with a basketball. They put air into it. You're completely correct. I agree with you. But to tell you that you don't fill it with the earth and it's not going to do something different would be a lie. So I'm not going to tell you that.
I don't hear him anymore. He's gone for me. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm gone.
You're not gone.
I'm not gone? Okay.
That reminds me of that song by Eminem and Lil Wayne. I'm gonna pick the world up, drop it on your fucking head, as he says. And at the end he says, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Kosho, how many D is a merry-go-round?
How many D's?
What the
You said how many D's you're gonna find on the merry-go-round, dude? I got news for you, dude. You can just go to the club.
What the heck was that question? Come on, SE.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Maybe that came out wrong. Is a merry-go-round 3D or 2D, Kosho?
It seems to be an object. It's a 3D object.
Thank you, sir. You know who will disagree with you, right?
No, I don't know if anyone will.
SE is going full Jeremy now.
No, his name is Fight the Flat Earth. Sorry.
Hey, SE, I've got a question for you, buddy. That I heard this idea, and I don't know if the idea would work or not. But, I heard it earlier today. Now, these gyro compasses that they have, right? We set them to north, right? And they keep that direction. Doesn't matter if they move this way. Doesn't matter if they move that way. But you can follow that direction due north and get to due north. Yeah, is that right?
Yep.
Yep. So you can do the same. So it doesn't matter if you turn left, if you turn right, or anything like that. It'll tell you if you're deviating off course. So this gyro compass, you should be able to set to go due east or due west as well. If you can set it to go due north, you should be able to set it to go due east or due west. Yeah, would you? agree? Yeah.
Absolutely. They will dispute that. But
Okay.
from what I've seen, the research I've done, well, call it research, whatever I looked into, yes, a gyro compass, a mechanical gyro compass could be made to point to any cardinal direction. Yes.
Okay then. So on a on a on the globe model, right? If you were at the equator, SC, and you were to set it due east, right, and head off in that direction, technically on the globe model, right, if you followed it due east, you would go all the way around the equator and end back in the same spot. Yeah, would you agree?
In their model, yeah, you would have to. Yes.
Yes, yes. But in our model, right, or in our conception of where we are, if you were to do the same thing on the equator, every time you kept on moving forward in that direction, right, you would be moving off the equator line. So you'd be either you'd be depending on which direction you were moving, you would either move you'd keep on moving down below the equator because you're heading off in a straight line following that path. Yes.
Are we talking the pizza pie scenario, where the south is all around ice wall? Is that kind of scenario you're talking about?
Yeah, that kind of scenario, exactly. Yeah, where north is in the center, and then you've got Capricorn and the Cancer lines, and maybe our equator line too there. But if you were to follow that equator on a circular flat Earth model, not that I'm saying that it's circular at all, right? Because I don't know the shape of the whole thing, but the path of where the sun goes over the equator is, well, a circular path. So if you were to follow that path around, if you used a gyro compass, you would keep on continually moving down below that equator line. Yeah.
I'm trying to picture now which. Okay, let's say now the pizza. There's a pizza dough in the middle. That would be the north, right?
Yes.
Now you're heading to a 90 from that. Like you're heading like in one direction. So whichever way you go from there.
No. You start off on the equator line. Like say you start off on the equator. So you don't start
Which
in
would
the
be in the center. Yeah. Okay, I got you now. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So on the globe model, you start on the equator. If you were to follow it in that easterly path that the gyro compass would point on their model, technically speaking, you'd go all the way around and end up in the same spot.
Yes.
If you were to use what we think it is, a planar surface, and do exactly the same thing, set it from that one spot at the equator line, point it due east, okay, then you would head off in that straight path, but you would continually move down below the equator line.
Yes.
Yes. Well, that should be fairly simply done, shouldn't it?
Yep.
That seems like a fairly simple thing to do, actually, because you wouldn't have to travel a great deal of distance, Montreal, at all to do that. You wouldn't have to go all the way around. You'd actually do it over a fairly short distance.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool.
But you know what that means, right? Where you would end up eventually.
Oh
in the
yeah,
pizza.
exactly. Yeah, I know exactly where you would end up if you followed it on a planar surface. You'd end up south eventually.
You'd meet some penguins eventually, right?
Exactly, and a jumper,
Penguins
and a
with guns.
beanie, and a scarf.
Yeah, with guns. Yeah.
There. Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be that way, Bansaw. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think so.
If we live on a pizza pie.
Yes, yeah. And I'm not saying a pizza pie or anything like that, but because you or I don't know the dimensions. SE.
Yeah, because to me, right, a globe is ridiculous, right? But the other model, I don't subscribe to that either because I have no way of knowing, right? So,
No. I've got my thoughts. I've got my own individual thoughts about where I am. But that's just a thought, SE. Right? It's very much an open book to be filled in with the details.
So what I'm hearing is Bandsaw says, if you don't think it's a pizza pie, you ain't nothing.
Yeah. No, I won't subscribe to anything, and I've been like that from the beginning. I've always said, look, I don't know what the shape is. I know it's stationary. That I know for sure. I can fight for that, but I can't fight for a shape. I don't know what the shape is.
How can you fight for it being stationary?
Because it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
The same way you can
not
fight
asking what it
red
is. I'm
ball
asking
being
how can
red.
you fight for it?
Well, because it feels stationary. It's stationary. I mean, the burden is on the person that says we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour now. That's the way
You're
I
not
see it.
So that's a shift on your position, because before you said you could fight for it being stationary. Now you're just saying, well, it's your burden to demonstrate it's not. So you don't have an argument for why it's stationary. You just don't think we have one for it's moving. Is
You
that
don't
correct?
demonstrate that things that aren't. You can't do that. You can't demonstrate something not.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if the position that SE is taking is if he can fight for Earth being stationary, or if he thinks we can't fight for it being moving.
Well, you took my words like literal. I just said, I can fight for that position, but I can do it either way. But the point is that the claim is this extraordinary speed, 1.5 million miles an hour.
You say that, I hear, but I don't hear anybody on the ball side actually say that. I mean, I don't know what the summation of the vectors works out to be, but you're the only one that I hear this 1.5 million mile an hour vector. I'm not sure. How did you come to that number?
Oh, you can. This is the standard cosmological theory. I'm surprised that you guys don't know your own model, like time after time.
Actually, you're talking about one specific velocity. I think he's talking about the velocity towards Andromeda Galaxy, but that's only if you're comparing your speed to that location, that reference frame. So,
have you heard of the great attractor?
The velocity described
left lane. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, bro. Sorry. Left lane. Have you heard of the great attractor?
Yeah, I've heard talk about it. I've heard more flat earthers talk about it than anybody though.
Yeah, it's weird because we have to explain your model to you guys. Like now you sound astonished about this speed. I mean,
we're still
it's
trying
your
to
model.
explain your relative motion, so I don't see that going in that direction.
Wait, why is the great attractor weird?
I didn't say it was weird. I asked Left Lane if he heard about it.
Yeah, I would say some of these things, cosmologically speaking, that there's a lot of theoretic talk, and even the scientists themselves, like we talk about dark matter all the time, and they say, oh, we don't know what that is. It's just there's something doing something, and that's what we call it, and kind of that's what they say, But I don't know. I just kind of feel like that some of this stuff is sort of straw manish, and laying these specific claims down that I don't really hear coming from the globe side.
Yeah, because I'm the one pointing out the holes in your model.
Can I ask
Of
a
course,
question?
you guys don't want. Of course, you're not going to talk about it. Obviously.
What's the hole in the model with the greater?
Can I
There's
just?
no hole. There's no hole. I was talking about dark matter. What he
I
said,
would like
dark
to ask
matter,
a
right?
question of Left Lane.
Yeah.
Which is, even if somebody doesn't say the specific words of that claim, if they go on to talk about a different part of the model as if that claim is true without ever saying it, wouldn't you say that they are then of necessity making that claim by assuming the claim is true without ever speaking the words?
What?
Okay, so let's talk. We'll just take, for example, the Earth moving 1.5 million miles an hour. Let's say you've never heard someone say that before on the globe side. But if people on the globe
Right.
side talk about other things as if that is true, but they never say those words about the miles per hour, they're still making that claim, right? They're assuming that that thing is true and making other arguments based on it being true. Wouldn't you say that's them making the claim without saying the words?
Well, I've kind of heard it broken down somewhat, that like I was talking about the summation of the vectors, like it's going in all these different directions, and then it'll come from our side. Well, it's not that. You don't just talk about all the vectors. It's really a summation of the vector will give you one vector, and that 1.5 million number I've not heard.
Well, I think they say that 1,000 miles an hour the Earth rotates on its axis, 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, 480,000 miles an hour, 448,000 is what they say of the solar system orbiting in the Milky Way, and then I think the 1.4 million is the entire Milky Way going around the Great Attractor. So if you add them all up, it's like over 2 million miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
that's the
add
thing
up.
is that you don't
They
add them
don't. They
up.
don't just
You're
add
not
up.
supposed to add them up. No, you just
Yeah.
you don't describe velocity the way you just described it.
Yeah, you don't sum the magnitude of vectors. Like you sum the vectors themselves. So if you have opposite vectors, for example, and sum them up, you get 0. You don't get the sum of their
0.
magnitude.
If you're
Yeah,
going,
if you have
if you're on a
opposite
ball
vectors.
that's spinning at 1,000, then your local is 1,000. If that entire ball is going 66,000 miles, now you have 1,000 and the 66. If you're on one side of the Earth, you're going 67, and as the Earth spins, now you're going backwards 1,000. You're going 65, 65, 66, 67. As you're going 1,000, because you have to add that 1,000 and remove it as you're going, as the Earth is rotating on its axis.
Yeah, but
And then if
that's all
that
reference
if
frame
that
dependent.
entire thing is going 448,000 miles an hour, then
depends on
as
where
the Earth is orbiting the sun, you have to add that 66,000 to the 448 when you're going on one direction, and then as you're coming back around the sun, you got to remove that 66,000.
Yeah, when you consider all the directions of those vectors and how they accumulate and you know the summation of vectors, and that's like adding them up, but you have to consider what directions are what and all that is complicated than that, I think.
Oh, but
Yeah,
it's all dependent on the reference frame that you're discussing.
Yeah.
You would not describe all of the reference frames for some reason. You would just pick a reference frame and then describe the velocity and add up the vectors from that in that reference frame. Right, whichever one's.
What does that even mean, dude? What does that even mean?
I'll give you an example. Let's talk about going towards let's say in the galaxy. We'll use the galaxy as our reference frame. Okay. Then someone said, "What's our velocity as we're going around the galaxy?" Well, then, yeah, you could describe the any instantaneous speed of the orbit, and then you could also include whichever direction you're actually on in the orbit. Like if you're going with the direction the sun's going, or if you're going the opposite direction, right? So it's like, yeah, in that case, you could describe the different. You could add the vectors together, but ultimately, you're trying to find out the answer in that reference frame only. So every reference frame is going to have a different answer.
What did you not hear what Gio said? Did you not hear how he explained the different speeds? The orbits are not they're not complete circles. and they vary. There's so many different speeds. There's so many different vectors, and all you guys, the only answer I hear from you guys is, "Oh, you don't understand vectors. It calculates into one." You think you can say that and just get away with
That's
it?
not the only
Do
answer.
you
That's
not use
one
any
thing we
critical
added.
thinking, man?
That's not the whole answer. That's just one thing we added.
That's
Yeah, but
The best
ridiculous, bro.
answer. What's
They
ridiculous?
all nullify to zero. 2.4
No
million
one's
miles
saying
an
that.
hour in multiple
No one's
different
saying that.
vectors nullifies
That,
to absolute
that's no
stationary.
one's argument. That's no one's argument.
I just told you
We just said you
they
don't
would
just
be
add them.
different.
Well, if we don't feel it, that has to be the argument, is that they nullify in a way that makes it feel
No,
absolutely stationary.
no, that's a complete straw man. The reason why you don't feel is because linear motion isn't feelable.
It's not linear
They
motion.
can't be
Are you
linear because
kidding?
what was just described. They aren't
Are you
linear.
kidding?
I know, but when you put the acceleration to get how much they're changing, it's very slight. Because the magnitude of like the for example, the rotation of the Earth around the sun. The magnitude of the speed is quite high, but the acceleration isn't. And that's the change in motion. So if the change in motion is small, it doesn't matter if the speeds are high.
What speeds, bro? You just said linear motion. It's not linear. There's nothing linear about it.
Yeah, what
It's
deviates from
absolutely
linear
not
is the
linear.
change in
You just
motion.
addressed that.
What?
Yeah, what deviates from
You
linear?
just addressed that.
What deviates
Address
from
it.
linear
Go
is
ahead.
the change in motion. It's the acceleration. It's what
Acceleration,
it's how you
yes.
quantify how much it's deviating from linear, and that is a small value.
The motions are not
Extremely small.
linear. Are you not listening, bro?
I just addressed
Dude,
that.
Do you not know
did
your
you
own
not listen to what
model,
he just
bro?
said?
Yeah,
He just
he's
described to
talking
you
about,
how you calculate the deviation from linear. So you're
yeah.
saying it's not linear. He says, I know that. He says, here's how you describe the deviation from it. You describe it with acceleration, right? And it's very
Describe it any
small
way you want.
acceleration.
I don't care. It's not linear, right?
Yep, but as the thing isn't linear, we can quantify that, and it's not the same value.
Bro, don't talk gibberish when you talk to me. Is the
I'm
motion
sorry if it sounds
linear
gibberish to you.
or is the motion not linear?
I
A
already
or
said that
B?
it's not
Which one
linear.
is it?
I already
Yeah.
said it's not linear. I don't know how many times
Okay,
I'm gonna
thank you.
have to say that.
Thank you. Okay, good. So, is motion that is not linear, is it constantly felt? Is it in constant acceleration if it's not linear? If it's going around? How is
Yeah,
that described in physics?
acceleration is feelable. Yeah, if that's what you're asking.
Thank
You
you.
can feel
Now,
change in motion.
multiply that by 11 different vectors, all kinds of different speeds, all going crazy in this universe that you talk about. And you're going to tell me you're not going to feel that? It goes to zero? Really?
No one said it goes to zero.
You know, the
Then why
greatest
don't we feel
acceleration
anything?
out of all
Then
those
why don't we feel anything?
out of all those vectors, the greatest acceleration is from the Earth rotating, and
Which
that's
is
barely
measurable.
felt. That's only felt in weight change. Yeah, you can measure it though.
Yeah, yeah.
But all these other accelerations are entirely orders of magnitude from that.
Wow, man, if you choose to believe that, go right ahead.
Well, you don't have to
really,
believe
it's
that.
really
It's really
easy to
easy to
calculate.
calculate.
It's an
It's not a
understanding.
belief. Yeah, I mean, you're arguing for those values, and if you want to argue for those values, then you crunch the numbers
Yeah.
and see what those values actually mean for your argument. And the one that would mean the most is the rotation around the axis of the Earth. And that one, you still shouldn't feel it, but you should measure it. And it is measurable, and it was measured. And you can measure yourself. So I don't think you have an argument.
Yeah, and
This
the
is
thing
too
is,
good,
if
man.
you actually,
This is better than a comedy show. Like, for real, listening to you guys.
mean,
I'm
It's
pretty sure that's how
astonishing.
it sounds to you, but
I agree.
that's quite sad.
I mean, if you
It is
actually
quite
run
sad.
the numbers proper,
You
if you
just
run the numbers
attempted to describe to me how it is that I'm crazy, that I think I'm
I
not
didn't
traveling
say
at
that.
1.5 million miles an hour. It's total comedy for me, man. It's astonishing.
I didn't say
I love
that.
it.
Go on, Howard. Struggling to get
I
into the
was just
conversation.
saying, yeah, if you run the numbers proper according to the math, you come up with a 0 point, a bunch of zeros. and those accelerations are not detectable by the human body. We don't have a mechanism sensitive enough for us to sense it.
Dude, our equilibrium is very sensitive.
Fairly.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. But I'm gonna tell you a couple quick facts, and you tell me which one of them you disagree with. Okay. Here's one fact: is that the amount of acceleration that should be occurring because of that is easily calculable. You just need to know the variables, and you can determine, what you're supposed to feel or how much is supposed to be felt. Okay, that's one. And the other fact is that scientists, not me, other scientists have actually studied the human threshold for sensing acceleration. They've done the maximum, they can put somebody through, and the minimum somebody can observe, somebody could actually register. Okay, and but both those facts are true, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree with me.
How are we to detect periapsis? So when the sun is with the Tropic of Capricorn is closer to the sun in your model, the Earth, right? There's a periapsis. This is a point. Plus, you have a 23-degree tilt, which is a slight wobbling effect when it whips around that periapsis. How do we not detect that?
What are you talking about?
You just said that it's detected. So that's a very different subject, but
I'm asking you, how do we detect that? You're talking about motion, correct?
measure the angular size of the sun.
That you measure so how do you determine if it's from the skies moving and not the Earth when we don't feel motion? There's the periapsis, by the way, right there.
Well done, bro. That's what I was trying to tell him before. Yeah, the orbits are not complete circles.
No,
if you were to measure it, you can observe the angular size of the sun.
No, see, but we don't detect that motion. See, it begs the question: is it the sky that's doing it? The celestial bodies that's doing it?
Let me correct my the conception but it's not that we can't detect it. It's that our bodies alone are not made to detect this. We're clever though. We can make devices that can detect this. We can make observations that detect this. This happens all the time.
Yeah, but to determine if it's the Earth that's doing it versus the sky, that's nearly, I say, quotes, impossible.
It's debatable.
Yeah, well, it might be impossible to counter every single possible ad hoc you might throw at anything. Don't think it's going to be relevant though.
What do you mean? It does beg the question. I mean, we have a periapsis where the actual Earth has to speed up to whip back around, and then it slows back down when it's 3 million miles away from the sun. There's a difference in speed right there, 100%.
Yeah, but the difference in speed, given how much longer it takes, it's actually pretty small.
Compared to us humans in the ocean?
Yeah, it's I think the one you're referring to is like 0.002 meters per second squared, which is like 2 orders of magnitude.
Another magical motion that we can't feel. Got it.
True.
Not magic.
Well, first you were bringing the numbers, saying
difference-
that's ridiculous, and now you're using the same numbers to show that you shouldn't feel it. So I mean, that's not our fault that we are just applying reason to the numbers you brought up.
No, you're just applying double, triple speak. You have no clue what you're saying. Absolutely nothing. You just read something somewhere, and you think you know something.
Says you. Okay, if you say I don't know nothing, then that proves me wrong.
No, you're not using your logic. You read books, right? And you think you know stuff. We
And I
read the
actually don't
same
read
stuff.
books. I didn't
We
read
read the same books, and we found holes in your theory, dude.
No, I didn't read
Don't
any
think
books.
because you just read something and you know how to repeat it that you're smart or something. Don't think that.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask. Go ahead, Bacon. I was only gonna ask him. Okay, so the acceleration you're talking about is 2,000 miles per hour difference over 180 days, right? This is something that's I don't know why you would expect to feel that.
There's many of those motions. Do you not understand? It's not just one motion. There's
Right. And all of them are
dozens and
quantifiable.
dozens and dozens
Well,
of motions.
but if you, but it's if you
Which
pick
are
the
all
one
quantifiable.
that's most influential and most detectable, that's the one you want to look at. And if you can't feel the greatest effect, then how are you going to feel any of those others?
You
Well,
can think that's the greatest effect. It's all in your imagination.
No,
No,
it's in the
Everything.
math.
All this is all in your imagination. You have no clue. You just
That's
think you know
centripetal
this. You
centripetal
read it
acceleration
somewhere
is
and you think you know it, dude.
no,
You have to
centripetal
convince
acceleration is pretty easy to calculate actually.
well, that
Grasshopper.
causes
Grasshopper, you have been convinced that you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour.
right.
Well, I mean, let's see, you're convincing yourself that you should feel things that you shouldn't.
No, I'm not. I don't feel any motion.
That's
I'm
not what he's
using all
saying.
my senses. I'm a sane individual. And you have to convince me of your insanity of this speed, not the other way around.
We're not trying to. You're just trying to make a point that we should feel those numbers because they're big. And we're telling you that the numbers that you should feel is the acceleration. And they're actually pretty small. You just have to apply like basic understanding of what acceleration is, what velocity is, and then you're going to realize those numbers are pretty small, so you don't have an argument. That's all we're trying to tell you. We're not trying to convince you of anything. That's impossible. If that was possible for anyone, it would already have happened.
Like I said, somebody convinced you that you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, all these crazy speeds, crazy vectors all over the place, and you think that you shouldn't be able to feel it because of X, Y, and Z. You have been hypnotized. You
Oh,
have been
and you're
conned.
doing a
You
pretty bad
just
job
don't see it.
demonstrating that.
You just don't
And
see it.
you,
You think because you can do mathematics, you can do a formula, you think that's what it is.
that's
But
not
you
because you
have
can
no
do a
idea,
formula.
bro.
That's not because you can do a formula. That's because you can know what those numbers actually mean. I mean, if you
No, you don't.
don't,
You have no clue.
then you have nothing.
What's the
Because
fastest you went? 500 miles an hour on a plane? Have you ever been on a plane?
how's that relevant? Yeah,
How is it
I've been on
relevant?
planes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Okay,
understand.
now
Like,
try timesing 500 by I don't know how much is it, 1,000 times? How many times is it to get to 1.5 million?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I travel
yeah,
in planes.
exactly.
What do you mean? Yeah, I was gonna say something else. I travel in planes quite often, and I sometimes sleep in the airplane. Sometimes when I wake up, I'm not sure if the airplane is flying or not. In the moment I wake up, it takes a while for me to figure out if the airplane's actually flying. When I just wake up, so yeah, it's not obvious if you're moving or not. You need to like you get that by the pressure of the airplane because it's pressurized when it's and high up. You can feel that. You can feel the like a sort of vibration that in the airplane because of the air resistance. But that's basically it. You don't have a lot else to know if you're moving or not. So motion itself isn't feelable. Which is feelable is the change in motion. And we're trying to explain you that those numbers are very small, and it's not any gymnastics to realize they are small. The formulas are pretty simple. You just have to use them. You're not using them, and you're trying to make an argument without having those numbers. So, like, I don't know what to tell you.
You can start by just accepting that you've been conned, right? Somebody sold you a story, you believed it. Now somebody's trying to talk sense into you, and you're trying to use that story that somebody sold you as a defense. You're not using your brain whatsoever. Zero.
You're the last person to talk sense to some.
Zero.
I'm sorry. Get out of here. I see. You're not talking sense.
I mean, if this story is so flawed, it should be easy for you to present any flaw on the story, right? And none of what you're presenting is any flaw because you're not depicting the
So it
story.
doesn't work like that, bro. No, it doesn't work like you have the fancy
Present
story.
something to counter what he's saying, which you say is unreasonable.
No, you're coming and you're telling me pigs fly. And I'm
I
telling
didn't
you,
come
bro,
here
you're
to
full
tell
of shit.
anything.
Show me
You
a
said
pig that
Earth is
flies.
motionless. I mean, I didn't come here to tell you anything. You come here saying Earth is motionless. I was curious to how can you know that? And all you're saying was those big numbers should be fillable. And then what we're saying is, no, actually, no, it's pretty easy to get what's the acceleration of each one of those. And the biggest one, it's still unfeelable, but it's measurable, and it has been measured. So what point do you have?
My point
Besides
is,
saying
somebody
it's a
told you,
story.
somebody sold you a story.
Yeah,
You
that
think
one
you're
I
spinning
heard.
at a. You
You're
think
just
you're
repeating
You see, you
yourself,
said that as a
Montreal.
fact. You're saying we'll take the smallest number. So right away, you've bought the story that you're spinning at 1,000 miles an
The
hour, and you're
biggest.
not feeling it. Number one, that's the number one
He said
lie
the
you've been
biggest, not the
told. The second lie you've been told is you're traveling at 66,000 miles around the sun. Third lie you've been sold, that the sun is traveling at 666,000 miles, and on and on and on. All these rotations without you feeling them, and you've ended up at 1.5 million miles an hour, sir.
Yeah, if I have
Do you
asked you,
understand? And
how
you're
you would
telling
feel it.
me to explain away this nonsense? No, I can merely tell you I'm sitting on my chair right now and I'm not moving. That's
Yeah,
simple.
just simply describe to us how you would feel it.
if
It's
I have
that
asked
simple,
you,
man. You gotta come up with proof of your fantasy.
You'll definitely.
I don't have to do nothing. Just tell you, no, I'm not moving,
No,
man.
listen, you're sitting here telling us you should feel something, and how would you even know that what you feel that you should be feeling it when you don't even know what you would be feeling? I'm
At the
asking you
periapsis.
how would you feel this?
Equilibrium.
What in your body would you feel?
Your equilibrium
prove your
is the most
point.
sensitive thing in your body.
that was already addressed.
Your equilibrium is the most sensitive part of your body. So when the Earth goes around the sun at the periapsis, the highest velocity, you should be able to detect that.
Well, how do you get to that conclusion?
Yeah, you got numbers for that.
It's your own model.
Hmm?
It's your own model. It's right there in the diagram. Do you want me
Okay, how does the model say you should feel that? What exactly about the model says you should feel that?
Yeah, you're adding on this.
Yeah,
No,
screw
let
your
him
model.
elaborate. Let him elaborate because I'm curious with
Screw your
his
fantasy.
evidence.
I can feel when I'm not moving.
Your equilibrium is the most sensitive
Mm-hmm.
in your body. You will
It also tells you when you're not moving.
Yeah, telling me it's the most sensitive. It's not telling me how sensitive it is, which I think it's a bit relevant if you want to say this is showing that the Earth
Have you
is
guys
being
not been on a
accelerated, right?
plane where it's like very smooth and you don't feel anything?
No, Don's talking about acceleration, so I think that's a different. That would be.
You could
I
be
wouldn't
in
address it.
motion and feel motion. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but what he's referring to now is Earth speeding up in its orbit. So that is no longer like linear motion. So if that's fast enough, you should be able to feel. And don't think he has a case on that. So and his argument so far has been it's the most sensitive thing we have in our body. But it's not telling us how sensitive it is. Because if it's less sensitive than what you're trying to measure, of course you're not gonna feel it. If it's more sensitive than the thing you're trying to measure, then you should feel it. So how much is it sensitive? So we can know if it's more or less than it should be.
Unbelievable, dude.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
that's a question I think he should be able to answer
You're
if that's his
delusional,
case.
man. It's
That's a
funny
different answer
listening to you,
question,
bro.
because
I
this
was
is
asking for a
delusional.
clarification. I mean, delusional for asking for a clarification on his own argument. All right.
That's his real.
But for those who I'm sure everybody's caught up with these numbers, okay? But I just want to put this in simple perspective, okay? Because you can feel, I think, 0.0, I think you can feel 0.1 or 0.2 meters per second squared or whatever. But we're talking about, let's see here, what would be the difference between 800 meters per second over the course of 15 million seconds, okay? So let's do some quick maths here. Divide 800 divided by 15 million, and then tell me how many meters per second squared that is.
You live in math, bro. Your whole world consists of formula.
You'll have to use
It's
Oh, that's
incredible.
You
fantastic.
solve math problems, yeah.
Okay, so that's
Completely
fantastic.
hand waving the.
That's fantastic. So why don't you utilize that when the tropic of when it's summer in the tropic of Capricorn, and see if you could detect more
How would you,
motion. See if you detect.
how could you utilize that? I'm telling you that's a very small number. It's literally 5 to
You guys,
percent to negative 7.
Negligible.
You got your Cavendish, which is super sensitive. If you take one down in the Tropic of Capricorn, how gravity supposedly affects certain apparatuses, and plus your folklore, I call it the folklore pendulum because it's folklore, it's all like made up, and take that down there at that given year, right? 6 months, right? And see if you can detect a difference.
Yeah,
Well,
they
if the acceleration was
can.
at
There's a
least
gyroscope and
horizontal.
no, they use a ring laser in Germany, and they can measure the orbit around the sun,
That's
the difference in speeds and
above the
rotation.
equator. I'm trying to below the equator.
Well, no, it was in New Zealand.
That's where the periapsis happens, is when the summertime for Australia.
But that's not the tropic
doesn't
of
matter.
Capricorn getting
It does
faster.
matter.
It's the whole Earth getting faster, Dawn. I mean,
The whole
that's
Earth is going fast.
Elliptical orbit.
yeah. It's the what's changing, the speed that is changing because the sun is getting closer to the sun is the speed of the entire Earth. It's not the speed of a particular hemisphere. Like the
It's
Earth
the Earth.
moves as a whole, right?
That's the Earth. It does whip. It does whip around. Better look into the periapsis.
And second of all, there's a very key thing you're missing there, right? That's that acceleration. It's the acceleration from the gravitational influence of the sun, which is applied to everything on Earth together.
That's
So if one
fantastic. Why
thing,
can't we
I wasn't
detect the
finished.
difference?
I
Why can't we
wasn't
detect the
finished.
difference?
I was actually answering exact that question. If you didn't interrupt me, you get your answer. So the thing you're missing is that the centripetal acceleration of the Earth's orbit is the gravity of the sun, which applies to the whole Earth as a whole, right? So if everything is under the same acceleration.
What?
If everything is under the same acceleration, you wouldn't be able to measure that.
Did you say the centripetal force is equal to the sun? Well, what did you say there exactly?
Yeah,
you think
centripetal
we
force
missed that or something?
The centripetal force of Earth's orbit is the gravitational influence of the sun.
My God. Okay.
Well, wasn't that like obvious? Like, isn't that like class one heliocentrism? Things go around the sun because it's gravity.
Yes.
Like
Of
that
course.
should be the most obvious thing on heliocentrism.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
meant
not sure
the
why you're
actual
surprised.
spinning of the Earth. My apologies.
That's fantastic.
Oh.
So why can't we detect the difference?
I just answered that question then.
No. You're just telling me what the effect
Oh.
or whatever you will. You're not telling. See, there's no.
Didn't listen.
I'm telling you, it can.
Show me an app. See, there's a
can be
fallacy
detected.
on here, man. These are fallacies. It's begging the question. Okay, so
of course.
you're showing me 100% because what detects the difference from the periapsis versus the average speed that the Earth goes around the sun? You have what nobody goes down there in the Tropic of Cancer and does this. I've
That
never heard.
happens everywhere. It doesn't happen only in like the movement of the sun in the sky changes for everyone, not just for the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, the sun is also getting slower in the sky because the Earth is orbiting the sun faster. It's not something about the southern hemisphere. This is something about the whole Earth. Everyone experienced that same thing.
So you're saying the sun gets lower?
No, the speed of the sun gets lower when it's close. The Earth is closer.
How do we detect
speed-
that?
Oh, you can just pick an almanac, for example. If you don't have precise tools.
That's fantastic. A book. So what apparatus?
I said that's an example. If you don't have any apparatus, you can use.
Yeah, the numbers are recording.
Yeah. If you want to use an apparatus, you could use
What
a
device?
theodolite, for example. You just have to add some
The
filters.
theodolite will detect motion.
No, the theodolite is going to detect what's the azimuth and altitude of the sun, and you can use that to know its right ascension and declination.
And it'll tell you how fast we're moving.
Yeah, you can tell how fast it's moving in the celestial sphere, which is exactly what I'm talking about.
Based on assumed distances.
So it begs the question: either it's the sky that's rotating around us, or the Earth. How do you tell the difference?
I'm not trying to tell any difference. I'm explaining why
Oh,
this
you're
is
explaining your
predictable.
how it's working.
Yeah,
How
exactly. I don't know how it works in your model. I know how it works in mine.
Yeah, but yours
That's
is
all
a
I'm trying to explain to you.
question.
How do you determine it, Don? How do you determine it, Don?
I'm not making a claim. I already told you. It begs the
Is
question.
it something?
From
But
it's
is
either
it
from the
something you
sky.
created?
I just said it's either from the sky or the ground. How would you
Yeah,
determine the difference?
yeah. I would use an array of
Use
observations.
some device that gyroscope, accelerometer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to answer the question. The same way I don't know how to answer like how do you know it's not invisible unicorn is doing it? Like
Okay, wait. You said the gyroscope. How do you know the gyroscope is not picking up the sky, not the Earth? How do you know that?
Just because you got the first before you use the gyroscope, you have to understand why you're using the gyroscope, and it's because it doesn't do that. It doesn't do what you're saying it would do. So it keeps it in space, which would tell you if you were indeed a
Yeah, there's no mechanism on the gyroscope that would look at the stars and be influenced by movement of the star.
Well, what is the Earth moving to relative to what? Relative to the sun, moon, stars.
That's a great question, man, because that's exactly what I was trying to tell SE is unless you're asking that question, you're not talking about movement. All movement is has to first be describing some reference frame or some reference point.
It's
And so
another thing they
you can
conned
describe
you
it any
into
way you want.
believing.
It's actually one of the first principles in physics.
It's another thing they conned you into believing that you're not moving unless it's a reference to something else. That's
oh,
another thing they
that's not the
conned you
claim.
into
That's
believing.
not the claim. The claim isn't you're not moving. The claim is that motion itself has a meaning only when described in a reference frame. It's not
You
that
see?
it's not that
You
there's
see?
no
You
motion.
just said it. You
Yeah,
just said it.
yeah, just explain why the claim is wrong.
Bro,
So it's
you've
not that
been
there's no
conned,
motion.
bro. You have all the signs of a Stockholm person.
Oh, if you
You've been
don't feel like
Stockholm.
if you don't feel like
You
addressing
gotta
my
accept it, bro. You've been Stockholmed.
if you don't feel like addressing none of what I'm saying, I mean,
Yeah,
feel free. But
not even
you're
an
making
answer.
the conversation uninteresting for everyone else.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
stay quiet
just
then.
an ad hoc.
You go ahead, keep blabbering on.
You're Stockholm, so you don't make any sense. That's an ad hoc by definition.
Yeah, I'm guilty. It's an at home.
Well, it's a fallacy.
No, it's just an ad hom. It's not a fallacy.
Okay, well, ad hom is a ad hom fallacy. It doesn't matter, but
Look,
who
you
cares
guys are
about that?
preaching the gospel of
No, but
science, of
SE,
the
just
current model, right?
Yeah, you got me.
no
You got
rhetoric.
me. I'll
There's
agree
no
to it.
rhetoric. Just a quick point, SE. What Megan was just saying, what you were just denying, I could get you to accept it immediately because I've gotten you to do this before. But if a person is describing the path of a baseball from their reference frame on a ship or a truck or anything, it's going to be a different description than somebody who's not in that reference frame observing the same event. That's because the movement is completely describing the movement itself it's tied to the reference frame. It has no meaning if you don't tie it to a reference frame.
Ad hom is
Sasha,
only
can
a
I ask you a
fallacy.
question? Just a quick question relevant to that, so I can try and understand it. So, in the so-called universe, if you could do a Thanos click your fingers and everything in the universe disappeared except the Earth, and we were still traveling at 500,000 miles an hour, but there was literally nothing else in the universe, would we still be moving?
Nice, bro.
That's
What a
a great question.
question.
That's a great question.
Oh
And
man, the
that's
question
exactly
of
the
the
point.
night.
Because in that situation, the whatever description of your speed before your velocity before is now irrelevant. So yeah, to describe your velocity in the same way as you did before, it would be a meaningless.
Wow.
So there would be nothing that you were traveling at that speed in reference to.
So our forward motion, propulsion, whatever you want to call it, you would no longer classify that as movement.
If there's nothing in the universe that is that you're moving in reference to, then that doesn't make any sense. There's no
You don't think
way
you're
to make sense
Stockholm.
of that.
and you don't think
I'm
you're Stockholm,
flabbergasted.
what you just said.
Yo, could somebody unmute Glory? He messaged me, says somebody unmute him.
That was an awesome question, bro. You mind if I use that sometime?
100%. Yeah, F, go for it, man.
You have to accept the answer.
No copyright on anything I ever say. Most of it doesn't make sense anyway.
That was a question.
Brilliant.
You have to.
That was I agree. That was a good question. That's why I told you. But you have
You
to
have
hear
to
the question
accept
again.
the answer.
Accept the answer.
Yeah, you have
What's
to.
the
right?
what's the question?
Yeah, you have to.
He asked if the entire universe disappeared, like the Earth's moving, whatever speed's moving. If everything on Earth.
Is Kosho cutting out for everybody?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, he is, mate.
Yeah, my internet's bad. Sorry.
What happened there?
I don't know. I thought maybe Kosho was going to continue.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think we're all still here.
I was. No, I don't know where the last thing you guys heard was, but yeah, yes, that's right. Effie was. He had asked the question if everything else in the universe did. Would our velocity that we had before be consistent? And as I said before, that the velocity you had before is now rendered irrelevant. There's no way to make sense of it. So before, your velocity was only, it can only be described if you're referencing something. So we have a different velocity around the sun than we do around the galaxy, than we do, just think about the rotation of the Earth. And so if those other things don't exist, other than the rotation, if you're going in rotation, that's different. But if you're
But hang on.
if you're
If we're talking miles per hour, 500,000 miles per hour, whatever the number is, I don't know. But then that's not relevant to around the sun or around the great attractor or anything else. That's just linear miles in an infinite vacuum. A linear mile is the same as it is, in the Sahara Desert. So, and velocity wasn't the term I used. We were talking about motion or movement has got to be relevant to a reference frame. So my question was, do we cease to be moving or in motion? That's what about velocities per se?
if it's not what's it called, rotational velocity, like if the velocity is not rotational, then there's no mechanism to feel it. I mean, there's no mechanism to experience it. I mean, there'd be no way that even though that we know that we had those velocities when other things existed, if those other things don't exist anymore, there's literally no experience of it.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about feeling it. We were just talking about the reality of movement or motion. So, yeah,
Well,
it's not
motion
about
being
feeling it or not.
relative.
I don't feel rotation now. So feeling it doesn't really make any difference. It's that.
I know. I corrected myself. I changed it to. I said it's an experience
Moving.
because it's not about feeling.
It would still be moving. There would just be no way to measure the movement.
That's a good one. That makes sense.
So movement is not subject to a reference frame. Then movement, we can all agree, movement is movement, whether you've got a reference frame or not.
That's mighty convenient.
That's what we're arguing. That's what we're arguing. Yeah.
I would say that's true. The question is, what are you measuring your motion relative to?
Sure, yeah, it's a different question. Absolutely, I agree.
That's mighty convenient. You can't feel it or measure it.
To not moving, maybe.
It's not
You could never
happening.
know you were moving
It's-
if there's nothing to relate it to. You would never measure it in the first place. Man, y'all overthink things.
No, it's not even that you wouldn't know it. It's not even happening.
Yeah.
It's not even happening. You're not
It's
even
not
moving.
happening. Yeah. Exactly. So you wouldn't measure it.
Kosho,
There's
you're
no way
fucking
to make sense
awesome.
of that.
Yeah, there's no way to make sense of you moving.
That's if there's no reference frame, there's no you describing yourself as going 500 miles per hour doesn't even make sense. There's no way to make sense of that.
What's the reference?
That's what I'm saying. This is like the first principle in physics.
Kosho, when they say the Earth is rotating at 1,030 miles an hour, what's the reference frame to that?
The center of the Earth.
I've already described rotation. Rotation is different than linear velocity. Rotation, you don't need a outside reference.
You guys are
Earth is
fucked.
rotating relative to its axis.
This is one of the first principles in physics, man.
It's just simple principles of physics. That's it. I mean, that's what it is.
So
The
what's the
crazy
reference
stuff
frame?
that you
though?
guys
That's
have
what
to
I'm
say.
asking. Sorry, Essie, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Well, it's okay, bro. Go ahead.
no, I was curious what the reference frame is to the 1,030 mile an hour rotation. That's all I was curious about.
Left lane said the center of the Earth.
Well, not really the center of the Earth, but right, the axis.
Yeah,
rotation.
the axis of rotation. Yeah.
So what's the axis of rotation rotating at what kind of speed?
And of course, that's all determined by your radius, right?
I guess so, if you say so.
Closer to the middle is a lesser velocity than further away from the middle.
You know what I find funny is you guys like to what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. You guys like to try to say, well, it's only once per 24 hours. But if you threw a plane up in the air and it was going to keep up with that kind of rotation, 1,030 miles an hour, that plane would be going pretty fucking fast, even though it would theoretically only go around the Earth once in 24 hours on the equator. You guys somehow or another try to make it sound like it's no big deal because it only happens once in every 24 hours. That's what's funny to me.
This is the great disconnect. This is the great disconnect because in my paradigm, in my paradigm, I can understand that motion is completely dictating what reference frame you're talking about. So it's gonna only make sense in whatever reference frame you're talking about. The reference frame you're describing is not experienced by most people for any it doesn't come across people's purview for a reason.
How about this comment, Kosho? You are greatly disconnected.
It's only 1,000 miles an hour, bro. Come on.
Kosho is greatly disconnected.
That's a good one.
Oh fuck, you guys are funny.
Probably 10 or 20 times. I'll share it with you guys again.
Why don't you
Probably won't
share
read
me?
this very
Why don't you share me how
but
many
this is
saw
one of the
blades you
first
have?
principles. This is one of the first principles in physics, and it's important to understand. So I'm
Osho, how
sharing that.
fast is the speed of sound?
And what
Sound
material?
doesn't have a speed.
Hey, Kosho?
really depends on
When
how
did
you
we play
define
the
it.
sound earlier? At what speed?
Yeah, and what material?
The ether, Kosho.
Let's say
The
close to
ether.
the ground. Close to the ground. What speed would it be?
What? That doesn't.
In the air, it's a 757 or whatever.
Oh, it doesn't matter what you're fucking. What if you're on a fucking? What if you're on the salt flats in a fucking car?
I mean, it's going to depend on the pressure of the air. That's why I asked you what medium you're in.
That's why I told you, near the ground in a plane. Around 800 miles an hour, let's say, give or take, right? Could we agree on that?
Yeah, the speed of sound
said
is
what?
just medium dependent. I don't understand.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, did you guys know? I mean, I'm sure some of you do know, but do you all know that sound travels faster in ice?
That's cool.
That sounds cool, but I just want to go through this here now with the plane for a second, and then that sounds interesting. Grim.
If that's true, what he says,
What?
if what Grim says is true, does that mean like the speed of sound doesn't really have a speed? Like it has a speed, but it doesn't exactly have a speed.
Yeah, it's vibration. It's medium dependent, you know. So the rigid material is gonna, it's not gonna absorb as much of the sound. It's gonna be a lot faster.
It's okay. I see. They'll get back to you in a minute, man.
So it's like
Sorry. I got
it's
excited
almost
there.
like it doesn't
Somebody
have a
was interested.
speed.
It's like they go off into the wilderness.
It's almost
Yeah,
like
and
there is no
that's
speed to sound.
Don't forget, Gods is here now, eh? So anything could happen.
God is fucking. God's gonna say lots of stupid shit right now. But it's almost like the speed of sound doesn't have an actual speed.
Yeah, it does. You're describing the speed that the sound is disturbances in the medium. There's a disturbance in the medium. That's all it is. And there's vibrations that you're sensing, right? And that disturbance has a speed that is propagating.
So it's like how long it takes a wave to hit the shoreline. But does that exactly
like
give
that.
the wave a speed? Or is it just really like, I know you like to say, well, distance over time and that's the speed, but I don't know.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
imagine
it.
that wave coming at you and slapping you in the face at 800 miles an hour, Gods.
Mm-hmm.
Whack. That's what we're talking about here. Now put another 200 or so, 250 miles an hour, and that's the speed they claim we cannot feel.
I don't know.
Dude, you're talking about the speed of a propagating wave, right?
No, I'm talking about the rotation of your mythical sphere at the equator, which
Alright, I
you
guess.
say you cannot feel in any way, shape, or form.
You understand that it doesn't matter what the speed of the propagation of the wave would be, what material would be. If it's reaching the sensor, it's going to eventually reach the sensor and do it regardless, right? So I don't know what your
When
point
did I
is about
say
its
anything about
speed,
a
the
sensor?
speed being
But
higher.
it's just the
But
disturbance,
that's the sensor.
Kosho, though. It's not the sound. It's just the sound is like right there. The disturbance. You're to me it feels like, when I listen to all this shit, it feels like there's a conflation between a disturbance and sound. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Maybe that's too deep for you.
No, it's vibration, right?
Look, we know sound needs a medium to travel through. There's no dispute in that because we see a vacuum, right? So when you have a vacuum, you can't hear. We've all seen the clock thing, right? So we know at least that. And we also know when an object travels in the atmosphere at a certain speed, they call it the sound barrier. There's like it's like you're passing through a wall. You've all seen the plane with the the halo around it.
But doesn't
Right?
that change based on altitude, SC?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, so what the fuck?
Well, it has to do with the thickness of the atmosphere, but that doesn't matter. The point is, it happens.
But wait a second. What about the Concorde, right? The reason why they canceled the Concorde is because of the sonic boom.
Is that
That was
data?
You guys
Yeah, it would
understand that
break windows and
way
stuff.
before,
Well, see, they
before that
they were
happens,
doing.
even when
You know they banned it in '77. The Concorde, they banned it in '77 due to the fact that what was the sonic boom was what they were doing to the towns, right? But then they reintroduced. They were talking about reintroducing it. Remember, a few years back, maybe 2016, they had some. There was reports apparently on the news of these loud booms. Do you remember that 2016?
Isn't the Concorde a high altitude plane?
Well, that's my point. That's what I'm saying, right?
Like
Once
how
it
would
reaches once it
the
reaches Mach
sonic
1,
boom? Yeah, but how would the sonic boom affect people on the ground if it's high altitude?
well, that's what
You
that's
can
what I'm
feel the
saying.
sonic when a rocket re-enters the atmosphere. It doesn't
Well,
matter. It doesn't
fuck
matter
off,
that
bro. So
you're
we know
not right next to
rockets don't re-enter the atmosphere. Fuck off with your
it. But
fucking
I felt the sonic
aircraft
boom when the
bullshit.
rocket re-entered the
Go
atmosphere.
count your fucking saw blades already. Come on,
Talk
man.
it over, man.
Regardless, you don't need sonic booms to realize that you're moving. Okay, you can be going at walking speed, and you can feel the effects of of walking through the atmosphere. You don't need to break the
So we
sonic.
should be able to feel the
You're not talking about the atmosphere.
So
You're
we
not talking
should
about
be
the
able to
atmosphere, though. You're
feel
talking
the
about
effects
feeling
of a
motion.
fucking Earth rotating at 1,030 miles an hour. Is what you're saying, Koso?
No, of only motion, not the
Oh,
effects
just
of
when you're
motion.
walking.
Just
Oh, I
motion
get it.
itself.
I get it. Just when you're walking. Okay.
No, I'm telling you that what you're describing with the sonic boom is irrelevant because what you're describing is experiencing moving through the atmosphere, which is not the same thing as just experiencing movement. Okay, you can experience moving through the atmosphere by just walking.
Wow, that's deep.
Now you have to find a scenario where you can experience only movement, not some side effect of movement, moving through an atmosphere.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, he's fucking deep today.
I mean, it's not that deep. I'm just letting you know that what you're trying to find a example of doesn't exist.
Let me reiterate what you just said. All you need to do to experience movement is walk. But the I know you didn't say this, but I'm going to throw this part in. The Earth is spinning at 1,030 miles an hour at the equator, but you can't feel that shit. Just go out and walk, though, and you'll experience movement. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
See, Kosho, if you had more saw blades, maybe I'd give you some like legitimacy and believe what you said.
Oh man, but I've lost interest in you guys from Canada. You guys have a stubborn relationship with discovering the truth. I'm not sure how important it is to you.
You think it's a Canadian thing, do you,
He's gonna
Kosho?
pick on Canadians now, God. Oh man.
I hope. I would know.
Oh,
When you
fuck,
have no
Kosho.
argument, blame the Canadians. Didn't they make a movie about that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Bomb
I'd buy you.
Canada.
I've already tried the
We
argument.
can't reach
I just tried
Iraq.
the
Bomb
argument.
Canada. It's
And
closer.
what happened was God scalpel. I don't know. He's just like wasn't listening at all, so decided to not
I'd buy you a beer, Kosho. So if you were up in Canada, I'd take you out for a beer.
I would accept it, depending on what kind of beer it was, though.
It'll
I'd
be
probably accept it
Canadian beer,
regardless,
so
yeah.
you'd be drunk off one or two.
I drink every single day, and I get drunk like 3 days out of the year.
You drink every single day, and you get drunk 3 times out of the year.
About 3 times on air.
I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Sounds like a waste of time to me.
Everybody drinks to get drunk, though, man.
Yeah, I've drank many beers over my lifetime without getting drunk.
Like I said, sounds like a waste of time. Beer is a waste of time, generally speaking, I think, because you get bloated anyhow, and it's just not worth it.
I just like beer. I just like the taste of it. Have a good cold
Really?
beer after mowing the yard or hauling hay or yeah, that's I mean that's the best thing you can do after hauling hay is have a cold beer.
But the thing is, once you drink that beer, can you tell that you're traveling at 1,030 miles an hour at the equator?
I do experience a little motion that I'm not actually doing sometimes.
Yeah, that's after 6 beer though, and all you gotta do is lay on the bed and put your foot on the floor, and it stops the room from spinning. Like, come on, man, that's not what we're talking about.
That's interesting. Talking about sensations that aren't there. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, what about the sensations that should be there? Like, we should be talking about those sensations, shouldn't we?
Ah, nice one, God.
Thank you. I'm standing on my feet right now, so I'm quick, like
We
Muhammad
try, but
Ali.
it doesn't seem to go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. It doesn't seem like we're going anywhere. 100% could agree with you on that comment. It does not seem like we're going fucking nowhere. That's weird, huh?
Person that fell. What did you say?
Kosho, can I ask you a serious question?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Well, I'm just curious. What does it feel like to be gay?
I don't know. That's a good question, man.
Why don't you bend
I
over?
was
We'll
right.
both find
I was
out.
right. I answered your first question correctly. You asked me, could you ask a serious question? I seriously doubt it.
There you go. That was a serious question.
It's a great question, though, man.
I don't know. Why are you still here, Kosho? That's a serious question. Why are you still on fucking Discord talking to people about what you perceive or not is the shape of the earth? That's a good question.
That's good. That's a great question too, man. I was about to ask you the same thing, but you asked me first, so it's a great question. Man.
Yeah. So do you have an answer for that?
It might be the same as yours. It might be different. I don't know.
Why don't you give your answer? Well, maybe we can find out. We'll
I
experiment, explore
gotta
together.
ponder that, man. I gotta think about it, and I
Well,
gotta.
fuck, man, you've been on here for 6 years. You must have pondered it by now.
Yeah, but I'm looking around. There's 22 people, or no, there's 17 people in here. So I
Okay.
wonder if it's bizarre that I'm in here, or maybe it's bizarre all of us are in here, or maybe it's just bizarre that.
But listen,
half of us, I don't know.
I could ask the question 17 times. Fair enough, but I start it with you. Do you have an answer for your own personal reasoning?
I do, but I don't really. I don't know why. I just don't really feel like sharing it with you right now. But I do have an answer. I probably told you before, perhaps, but I'm a bit busy, and I don't feel like doing this ring around the rosy with
Come
you.
on, Kosho. You're not fucking busy, dude. Like, come on, man. Why are you lying?
Believe it or not, I'm very busy.
No, I don't believe you. You're pretty funny though right now. No, seriously, Kosho. Why are you here every day?
I wasn't here yesterday.
Congratulations, you took a day off. Good job.
Well, I don't know how to answer that question then, buddy.
Why are you here the other 364 days of the year?
I suppose to talk to you, God Scalpel.
No,
but I
hold
gotta stop
on.
answering these
That's
questions
not
now.
true
I gotta
because I
stop
take
answering these
months.
questions, dude.
I
I'll be back.
take months off, dude. So that's obviously not true. No, seriously. Like, let's get real. Seriously, Kosho. Why do you come here today? And there's sometimes you're here for 36, 48 hours at a time. Why is that?
Because it's fun,
Listen,
right?
why are you giving Kosho a hard time?
I'm not giving him a hard time. I'm simply asking a simple question. How is
You're not
asking
giving me a hard
simple
time.
question a hard time?
You're not giving me a hard time, but you're being kind of persistent when I've already answered you.
Actually,
and I've answered you by telling you I don't have an answer for you, and I'm busy, and I don't have the energy or time to put into these conversations with you right now. So please stop asking me for the sake of everybody else in here. It's not bothering me.
Fair
It's
enough.
probably gonna bother
Fair
everybody in here if I don't answer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, ask me the question. All right, I'm willing.
I
Let's
don't
go.
fucking give a fuck why you are here.
God damn.
Well,
man.
listen, it's Kosho's birthday.
It's gonna be rude like that. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's cool. Birthday today?
Yeah, it's Kosho's birthday
No,
today,
I'm not
so
rude.
go a little easy on him.
Just really.
Actually, it was
Sorry,
5
I
days ago.
wasn't trying to be rude. I legit give a fuck why you're here. That's all.
Damn.
Appreciate it, man. But no, my birthday was 5 days ago, man. So for sure.
Is it you guys breaking up or me? I don't
It's
know. I need to
you.
know though.
For being a dickhead, yeah.
Happy birthday. How old are you? Happy birthday, Kosho. How old are
12,600
you,
days. 33 years.
12,000.
33 years, eh? Congratulations. 33. That's a good number.
You're like what? That's like 40. No, wait. It's like 40.
What's your fucking name, dude? The guy that thinks I'm being rude to him because I don't know who the fuck you are.
No, I don't think you're. No, I was just making a joke because Kosho says every day is his birthday.
No, this other guy said
Don't worry about it.
rude, though. No, this other guy. What's his name?
It's not
I'm
a big deal.
looking at
Don't
my
worry about it.
phone. No. It's cool. What's your name?
Arma.
No, not you. The other guy. Sorry, man. The other guy. Is his name Arma?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
So, Arma, you're always in Gem Pandas, aren't you? You're in Gem Pandas quite a bit?
No.
No?
Like literally like once a week maybe just to like see what's going on, but I'm like not even there.
That's weird because I go there maybe once a month, and every time I go there, I hear your voice.
What? I don't even go there that often. What the heck?
You frequent the not safe for work part of the Gem Panda server, or what's the story with that shit?
No. Well,
No.
no. I mean, I don't know how you would. Well, I mean, maybe, but I mean, you wouldn't know that,
Maybe.
though. I don't know how you would know that.
I wouldn't know. That's why I asked, because I wouldn't know. But now you're saying maybe and getting all nervous, so it makes it sound like you do frequent that area.
You don't need to know about that.
Oh, okay. So you like boys that look like girls? Then you're alright with that? kind of shit?
No.
Oh, you're not. Okay. So you don't frequent that area then?
Well, not recently, no.
Oh, not recently. Oh, okay. But you have frequented that area.
Well, I go there from time to time, because I have hope. That it'll
you have
change.
hope?
Yeah, that
Oh, great.
I'll have different content there.
You have hope that you'll change and stop liking that stuff in
No.
that area? What's the hope here?
No, the hope is that they'll change it up a bit. It'll be something different there.
So you just keep going back and then look at the little boys to still hope that it changes to something else someday. I get it.
No, look, don't worry
I
about
get
it.
it. It's cool. You don't have to explain.
No, there were
I
some
get it.
titties in there recently, so shut up, all right?
Oh, right? Were they on a boy or a girl?
Actually, you know what? I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. I see.
I haven't actually.
It sounds like kind of a nervous laugh you got going on there, but that's cool.
It's
So
fine.
you wanted to bring up you wanted me to ask you some questions, so I'm asking you some questions. So why do you come here and every day?
Because it's fun. That's
Oh,
why.
what's fun about it?
Debating. I like debating. I like arguing.
Oh, you like debating? What do you debate? Because to be honest, I've never seen a debate in these platforms yet. To be real honest,
I mean, I know this specific server isn't really a debate server, but some people still kind of do it anyway here. Like it's technically not supposed to be.
Gem Pandas is a debate server?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's not a whole lot that goes on there. I mean, sometimes, yeah, but like whenever I'm there, usually there's nothing going on debate wise. So so it's a little weird. I do frequent, however, this Dawn's new server, the Asylum, and Flat Earth Debate Science versus Science.
So when you do,
yeah, you're cutting out.
Oh, the Asylum, right? So when you debate, what server would you say you go to have a great debate of 2022?
This one, not so much Flat Earth.
But
Debate
you've already said that this server isn't really a debate.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, it's not. I know that's not the whole. That's not the point of the server. I know that, but I still come here to debate anyway because it's people do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, surprisingly, there are good debates here though.
Would you consider yourself a master at this point?
I mean, maybe at my
Masturbator?
topic.
Don't
No.
say it.
A masturbator. Kosho knew where I was going.
Damn, I
Congratulations, Kosho.
fell for that shit. Can't believe it.
Huh.
Oh fuck! I can't believe it. Oh,
You have
anyway.
to remember, dude, he cannot ask a serious question.
Yeah. Seems that.
I can ask a serious. I've been asking serious questions, but I don't get any answers. It's kind of weird.
Kosho doesn't seem to be busy anymore. Maybe you can ask him again.
Yeah, busy. Yeah, good
I'm very
idea,
busy.
Rikia. Thank you, Rikia. Kosho, are you not busy now? Is that
I'm,
the idea?
I'm very busy, yeah.
What are you busy doing, Kosho, exactly?
3 different things. One of them is not explaining them to you.
What's that, Kosho? I missed you. Sorry, I had to reset.
And this is what I'm saying. It's becoming too much energy to talk with you.
Oh, so you're actually not busy. You're just scared to have a conversation with me at this point in time.
No, I'm doing 3 different things, and I do not have the energy to describe them to you right now.
Sure. Can you name 2 of the 3 different things you're doing?
One of them is
Yes,
your mama.
helping clean, and also writing code. Okay.
Helping clean. So how does that exactly happen? Helping clean
I'm
while
done talking
writing
to you,
code.
God Sample. This
Right.
is why it's too much effort.
Right. Because everything you say makes 0 sense. You can't fucking write code while you're cleaning. I think most average people would agree with that comment. You cannot write code while cleaning.
Well, it depends because I mean, like with
Shut
coding,
the
you have.
fuck up, dude.
Well, hold on. I mean, because like with
Hey,
coding.
no, man, no. Let's lower the aggression a little bit.
I'm dude. I'm not aggressive. I'm just having a little bit of fun. Relax.
Well, it
Come
sounds
on.
aggressive.
It's not aggression. Trust me. I don't fucking care.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I mean, I don't know because with coding, there's a lot of problem solving. So it could be that every time he's stuck with the problem, he just kind of goes to the cleaning part, where he's just kind of cleaning around. And
Congratulations. I'm glad you came up with a solution for his silly comment. Good job.
Arma's a clever guy.
Yeah,
Arma's a friend of mine. So I'll tell you,
Arma.
Arma. I'm actually coding a program based on I'm very disorganized with my time. And so I've noticed that having timers will actually I'm able to do a lot more things and a lot more constructively. And I have timers for short amount of minutes for each task.
Oh.
And so you hit it on the head, Arma. That's exactly right. I'm building an app involving coding in which I'm able to multitask. That's the whole purpose of the app. And it's also what I'm doing while I'm doing.
What are you building an app for, Kosho, by chance?
Just rewind the tape.
What tape? What are you talking about, tape? What
That's literally
tape
what I
are
just
we
described,
rewinding?
dude. I literally just that's the only thing I described just now.
What tape are we rewinding? That sounds like 80s material.
Anyway.
Right. Anyhow, so what are you coding, Kosho?
But he said it.
What is it? Then tell me, then, dude.
I think it was a time management thing he was talking about. He's coding.
So
that.
he's coding a time management thing that has
I think.
a timer on it.
At least that's what I got from that.
Hasn't like Apple and every phone
right,
already
Arma.
developed a fucking timer?
Or a smartwatch.
There you go. So you're doing what's already done. Congratulations.
It's not already done. There's plenty of apps out there that do similar things, but I'm doing something specific.
Okay. Fair enough. So what makes Kosho, what makes your
I'm not doing this with you.
No, I'm just curious. What makes your app stand out from the rest? That's all. Like, could you not describe that right quick?
Doesn't stand out for the rest, just works for me, man. That's it.
Okay,
TimeandDate.com have a decent timer that they allow you to use this, and I like the timer on their website, and I want to use the same timer format on my watch. I'm using their API.
Oh, okay. So you're just doing a program for yourself then?
Yes, it's for myself.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't know that. I thought you were like developing something to put into an app for everybody to use.
If somebody else wanted to use it, they could, but I don't know how they would get it. This is what I'm saying. There's too much. There's too much. Hold on.
Too much what?
Answering
Sorry?
very, very monotonous questions.
No, dude. I thought that you were working on something that was gonna like eventually someday be in the App Store. I didn't know you were just doing it for yourself. That's cool, man. If you're just doing it for yourself, I get it.
I mean, Date.com's a great resource.
Is it Kosho that's breaking up or me? Maybe I need to reset.
It could be me. I'm better.
I don't know if it's you or me. Someone else will have to tell us.
He's kind of cutting out. Yeah, Kosho's cutting
Oh,
out.
okay. Okay, I didn't know if it was him or me. Kosho, we can't hear what you're saying because you're cutting out. Kosho is pretty funny. I hope he can hear me. I'd like to see all his saw blades.
Actually, I was using one of them today.
Oh, is that right? Which one were you using?
Actually, it wasn't mine. It was a friend of mine's, but I'm making a bow staff.
You made a what, sir?
A bow staff. It's actually another one of the tasks.
Okay. So what? How did you use a saw blade to make a bow staff? What saw blade did you use?
I'm not gonna get into it, man. Okay, it's a very simple hand saw. That's it.
Oh, just like
I had to cut the wood to size, man.
just a manual hand saw, you mean?
It's one of those cheaper ones that like have you can switch out the blades. It's like a small one.
Right on. You mean like a jigsaw or something? I don't know what you mean. What kind of saw was it? I'm curious.
Well, you can you can switch out the blades. I mean the blades for like the many different sizes. So I don't know what they call them, but it's just the one. It's like hand sized, smaller than
a reciprocating saw. I might have said that
could
wrong
be. I
right
don't know.
now.
I told you the last time we talked about saws. I told you specifically I don't know the names of any of them.
But you knew you had more than me.
Yeah, well, no, I was kidding with you. I knew I didn't have more.
Yeah, I
But
know.
I know.
I'm
I
just
have.
giving you a hard time. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I have a few, but I know that someone like you or Bandsaw is gonna have many more.
Do you think Bandsaw has more saws than you? Do you think he actually
Yeah.
owns a bandsaw?
Yeah.
Do you think he owns multiple bandsaws? Is that why his name's Bandsaw?
I don't know. I know he has a little shop.
Is he on here right now, Bandsaw?
No.
Bandsaw, are you on here? I think he's on here. Oh no, that's Left Lane. I think I get Left Lane and Bandsaw mixed up. Don't they sound the same?
Bandsaw is a woodworker though, so he's definitely got saws, lots of saws.
No, I know, but I wanted to see what he had. I was curious. But doesn't Left Lane doesn't Left Lane and Bandsaw, don't they sound similar, or am I wrong on that? I could be wrong, I don't know.
I think there's probably similarities, but
not even close.
They sound similar the same way lemon and gin sound similar.
That's not very similar, Kosho. I thought, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I get Bandsaw and Left Lane mixed up, but maybe not. Is Left Lane a flat earther or a globe earther?
Well, he's in here now, so.
Left Lane? What side of the fence do you fall on? I feel like sometimes he sticks up.
Got a bad.
Huh?
I've got a bad signal. Everybody's roboting for me right now.
Oh,
that's Left Lane. Yeah, Left Lane's he's a glober. I mean, he even says it in his thingy.
I didn't look. I'm not looking.
Oh.
I'm too busy. I'm like Kosho. I'm way too busy for that to look around. Good to hear your voice, by the way, Gio.
Yeah, you as well.
I probably shouldn't be on
Don't
Discord
lie,
right
Gio.
now. Yeah, he's not lying. You like me, Kosho. Come on.
Hey, you're good. You're a good guy. That's a lie. That's
He's
that's
such
bullshit.
a, I was
But
gonna say Kosho's such
I
a
bet,
liar.
I bet you. I do lie. I wouldn't if I wasn't in this conversation with you now.
Yeah.
Right. I
Yeah.
would say I was fond of you. Yeah, I would if I was thinking like about God's Scalpel. Yeah, I'm fond of God's Scalpel. Sure. It's just
Kosho,
if I
you
was in a conversation with you, I probably wouldn't say that. But if I was thinking about you when I wasn't talking to you, then
that sounds complicated. You wouldn't talk to me for a year, Kosho. At least a year you wouldn't talk to me.
oh yeah, I forgot. Well, that's what I'm saying though, but because you're persistently a how do you say it?
Asshole?
No, just trying to think of the right adjective because it's very specific.
I
It's
won't be insulted. Use whatever.
agitating. Agitating is a good close
Fair
to.
enough. You know what I
Yeah, you
think
like
it is,
purposely
Kosho? You know what I think it is, honestly? I think I just, this is both in the real world and Discord. I think I have a very low tolerance for bullshit. And I think when I feel, regardless, I could be wrong, whatever, but regardless if I'm right or wrong, whenever I feel like someone's bullshitting, I go crazy inside my mind and I just can't deal with it. I have to call it out. I think that's what the problem is for most people with me.
But I probably would say that's not healthy, and maybe you should raise your the threshold for bullshit you have, because it could be
Do you
that
think?
it's not actually bullshit.
So you think I should accept what I feel like is bullshit? Just like kind of
No,
let
I
it
think you should
go.
exercise so you can strengthen and change where that threshold is, because like if you, when you and SC were talking about like we were talking about reference frames and movement, if your threshold of bullshit is that is there, then I think it's a little bit too low.
No. I wouldn't like. I could deal with that sort of stuff. It's when the real thick bullshit comes in that I feel like, honestly, I probably start trolling more than anything when I hear the bullshit. Right? Like I don't really truly care, especially on Discord, a whole lot. But when I hear bullshit, I just think like, whatever. It's just fucking bullshit. Why would I give this person a whole bunch of my energy?
Exactly. Now now you're starting to understand where I'm at, fam.
Is that where you're at, Coach?
That's exactly what I was expressing 5 minutes ago.
Is that right? So, like, I know it was kind of unjust a little bit, but like when you were bullshitting to me about how much you knew about tools and stuff like that, how do you explain that one?
We were shooting the shit. I was having. I think somebody in that conversation was taking it way more seriously than we were. But I knew that you were messing around. I was messing around. I was messing around
For sure. I
and
was
talking
just
to it.
playing around, for sure.
Yeah, there's no way I had more. I mean, I could maybe Jeremy, but he's a family man, maybe. But
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't.
wait a
I've only
minute. You're
recently gotten
saying
into woodworking.
but are you saying a family man can't have tools? Like, why would you say?
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that it might be the reason why he might have more saws. Okay, but I bought a bunch of different shit because I got into woodwork. So I bought a bunch of different shit. I don't really have that many, maybe a dozen, something like that.
But if we're to be honest, Kosher, you're not really exactly in the woodworking, though, right? Like, if we're truly to be honest with each other.
Well, I mean, I was just blatantly honest with you a second ago. I said I just got into woodwork last year.
Okay.
So I was honest. Just
maybe that was kind of harsh of me to say that. I take that back.
but it's not harsh. It just was almost as if you're not paying attention, because I just said, hey, I just got into it last year. I'm making a bow staff right now.
What are you going to do with your bow staff, by the way?
That's a good question, man. probably defend myself and wander
Defend
this.
yourself against who? Who's coming after you, Kosho? Is
I
it
mean,
the flat earthers? They're hunting you down, or what?
No, just generally, dude. Did you watch Jim Panda's show today, dude?
Did I
He showed
watch who?
Jim Panda. He does a Sunday roast every Sunday.
No, I don't fucking watch Gem Panda ever.
Well, he had these militant flat earthers. There's like these flat earthers in England, and they're training.
Was it?
for mil-
Well, wait a minute, Kosho. Was it Gem? Who was it? You might know this. Who was it that said some flat earthers were attacking them, and I can't remember the exact story, but something about they jumped up on the car and kicked the window in, or
You're
some
talking
shit.
about the Globers that attacked Ranty.
Is that what it
Well,
was? What a fucking
yeah.
ridiculous story.
And he said his license plate said Globe 1.
Yeah. I mean, this shit's just crazy, don't you think?
Yes. That's yes. We were made fun of it for a long time. But
But
no,
now
also
Gem
fight the flat
Panda's
Earth
on
though.
the other end of that then? So Gem Panda's using the same type of story that Ranty was using? Is
No.
that what you're telling me?
Not at all, dude. Jim
Well,
Panda.
the same
if you
type.
watch
I'm
his-
not saying the exact
No,
same
not even
story,
close.
but
Not
the same
even in the
type of
same
story.
conversation, because what Jim Panda does, he shows videos of other people. So he's showing flat earthers mostly, and so he had a video clip where there's flat earthers training in England.
But
militant.
what do you mean training to do what? Kosho, come on. Flat earthers are crazy, right?
Wait, what are they training for? Actually, like, what is this? Like,
Yeah, like what the fuck are you talking about, Kosho?
That's. I mean, they said things about what they said. He said, "Oh, we would never do this, but you've seen groups of people like us have to break through like a group of police officers or a
police
and then some girl,
officer.
yeah, and then some lady said, she said, who we should target the vaccine centers or something."
Wait a second, Kosho. So what you're telling me, if I understand you correctly, is there's a group of, in quotation marks, flat earthers that broke through a group of, in quotation marks, police officers to get Gem Panda.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is when I decide to myself, I don't
You
have the
want
energy
me to fucking believe
be in
this
this
shit?
discussion. Yeah, I no, I don't want you to believe that what you just said, but I don't have the energy to correct it, man.
so the only reason why I'm laughing is because I'm picturing like some martial arts, like like you said, bow
Some
step,
ninjas.
like,
Some flat earth ninjas
like
are
training.
after Gem Panda. Going through the police fucking blockade attacking Gem Panda.
I'm sure you're
This
telling the
is
truth.
fucking ridiculous shit.
It's just the picture that I have in my head is funny as hell. Though.
Yeah, me too, dude. Like, it's a fucking crazy story. It's as crazy as fucking Ranty's story. Like, come on, man. Who fucking cares about Gem Panda, Kosho? Do you really think there's a group of people out there that give a fuck about Gem Panda? Kosho?
I don't know how to respond to the things that you're saying because they're so irrelevant to what I said.
Exactly. Nobody
It's
fucking
a completely
cares
different
about Gem
conversation.
Panda.
I don't know how to respond to it.
There's not a group of flat Earth ninjas that are trying to get after Gem Panda, Kosho. Come on, dude. Not even the Globe Earthers believe that story.
I 100% agree with that, dude.
The ninja part, anyway.
But it is a funny
The problem
thought.
is you're confusing other people at this point too. But you're completely confused from what I said.
Fair
man.
enough. Who am I? Sorry. Fair enough. Who am I? What am I confused about? Because it seems like there's other people laughing about the story. But go ahead.
They're laughing
Set
at what you're
straight.
saying, and what you're saying is actually funny. It's not at all related to what I said.
Well, I am a funny guy sometimes, so no.
Well, it's funny because you're
Seriously,
so
Cole.
confused, and we only just described. I just described it to you.
Okay, it's fair enough.
Nobody was
Seriously.
chasing Japan.
Seriously. Well, did you not say that the Gem Panda was attacked or some shit?
Not at all.
Did you not say? I could be mishearing. I thought that's basically what you said. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
We'll post this video and then figure it out.
Where's the video? Live stream? No, but is that what you said though, Coach? Like seriously, if I'm mistaken, fair enough. What exactly did you say? What happened to Gem Panda? Did he get attacked? I don't see any video, by the way. Live stream 1, is that where you're posting it?
Yeah, I'll post it. When I post it in live stream 1, that's when you know I've posted it, okay? I'm not gonna be talking for a bit.
Holy fuck, Coach. Relax, dude. My God.
I'm
you're getting
relaxed,
tense.
man. I don't have the energy right.
But seriously, Coach, was like, who's the other guy that was laughing? What's his name?
That's Arma.
Arma. Did you not hear the same thing I heard? Did he not say that Gem Panda was attacked basically by Flat Earth? I know I'm putting this in there a little bit, but like Flat Earth ninjas.
So,
Did he not say that? Like, I know he didn't say Flat Earth ninjas, but did he not say that he was attacked by like Flat Earth crowd or some shit?
Maybe I don't even know
I
anymore.
don't even want to say. You're so loyal to the fucking globe side. Like, dude, just say, yeah, that's what he fucking said. It's crazy shit.
Because I'm hung up on the on the training part.
It's fucking crazy shit. You only hear this shit on fucking Discord. You don't hear shit like this in the real world. It's just on Discord. You know, it's just people like Kosho and Gem Panda and all these fucking people. You don't hear this kind of talk in the real world. It's just funny as fuck. Okay, Kosho, we're still waiting. Can you fucking quickly code us up a video or what?
I'm not posting it anymore.
You're not posting it now. Like, what the fuck, Kosho? You gotta post it. It's your story.
Just to spite you.
Well, it doesn't fucking work for me because I don't
bring
care.
me a slight little bit of joy. So.
You're not gonna find the inquiring minds want to know. They want to see the video, dude. It's not just me. Come on, man. Don't be a poor sport.
I don't have the energy. I'm not going to go search for his videos and do that. But if you watch Gem Sunday Roast, he had people this week.
Okay, well, Sunday is today, Kosho. If there's a video that you want to show, I mean, how far back could it possibly be? Come on, post your video. Let's see what you're talking about. I'll take a look at it. I'm not scared. By the way, Gio, if you're listening and I'm being kind of too much, just let me know and I can mute or whatever.
Yeah, I was responding to you, Godscamp, but I'm eating ribs right now, so I can't push the talk button.
You're eating ribs? What kind of ribs are you eating, Kosho?
Human.
That's pretty funny. So funny, I forgot to laugh.
Are they flat earthers ribs, Kosha?
Sure tastes like it.
Come on, Kosho. Come on, post the video. Let's see it. I'll look at it if you post it.
I'm not going to, man. It's not. I can't. He takes it down on YouTube and he puts it on BitChute. Okay.
Okay.
I don't have. I'm not gonna go looking for it right now.
Oh. So it's just a fictitious story that's not true then.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I know how you guys like to use your imagination. It's fine. I don't think there's a problem with using your imagination, actually. I think it's good. Imaginations are good.
What is the actual story? I had to transition from my computer to my phone, so I
You
might
want,
have missed it.
you want me to give you my version, Geo, or you want his version?
I heard something about ninjas attacking.
Yeah, Flat Earth ninjas. This is my version, by the way, Geo. Flat Earth ninjas have gone after Gem Panda to take him out. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh fuck. God love you, Kosho. God bless your heart. That's what my grandmother used to say. God bless your heart.
Jim Panda did go. Remember years ago, he went to some meetup thing, and everybody took pictures of him and all that because he went and showed up. I don't know who was that with Roxanne and some people. He showed up and tried getting into it with him.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures of him over the years. I don't know if it was from that particular meetup, but I've seen definitely some pictures. I mean, I think I don't know. It seems like Gem Panda's server has been taken over by people that like to talk about I'm just gonna not say. But yeah, whatever. I don't feel like it's the best place to be. Who's that other guy that was talking? Is that Irma? Is that what your name is, Irma?
Yeah.
Arma's just waiting for a heated discussion to break out so he can whip out his debate skills.
Well, I'd
Yeah,
like
so
to
it's-
hear his
but I'm
debate
trained with it.
skills. Geo always talks about debating. I'd love to hear his debate skills.
We should set up an official debate. Arma versus who do you want to debate, Arma? Who's your number one person you want to take on one-on-one?
Oh damn. Let me see. I don't know. That's a tough one. You know, a lot of you guys
Take
are
on-
pretty challenging.
You should take on Geo Arma.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you want to
But
debate
also, I don't
something
know.
right now, Arma? I'll debate you. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really too knowledgeable on a lot of things. Like my main thing, I've said this before, but my main thing is sort of kind of poking holes in arguments. So that applies to both sides. If I see a hole in globe Earth argument, I'll poke a hole in that. Like hey, there's there's an issue with this. And obviously on the flat
At
Earth
this
side,
point, you should be a globe skeptic at least. Then
Well, I don't. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't see too many holes. So
is that right? What's your strongest? What's your strongest thought about shit?
like, what do you mean? Like, what?
Well, you said you don't see too many holes. So when you're looking for holes? I mean, I said at very least I thought you'd be a globe skeptic by now, and you said no. So what's your strongest, like, what have you heard that's your strongest argument that would stop you from being a globe skeptic?
Let me see. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I'm like thinking about it right now. I got like
Well, just one. If there's a lot, one should be easy.
The top one. The top
Mm-hmm.
one. Pick your best.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be your best. Just pick one. Fuck, I don't care if it's your best or not.
Well, you should probably start with your best because it's probably your worst.
It doesn't even have to be his best. I'm just curious what his one would be. I mean, he's the one that's saying he looks for holes in arguments. So I just thought at the very least that I didn't even say, he should be a flat earther or anything. I just thought a globe skeptic would be.
I mean, I want to say like I don't know, maybe like being on the surface of Earth and then like the horizon and shit, stuff related to that, like how much something should sink and shit like that,
This is your piss.
Like what when you say the horizon and shit, like you really didn't say a whole lot in that sentence. What exactly are you trying to relay here?
I don't know, just like everything related to just being on the surface and then how much curve we should be experiencing, like that whole topic in general. So I know it's a little vague, but like in terms of experiencing the curve, like I feel like that whole topic I'm pretty like I know like what we should and shouldn't see in terms of what the math says. And so in terms of poking holes in that, I really can't, because I agree with almost all of it.
Okay, so what are you trying to say here?
I don't know. I mean,
you don't really know. So maybe you should be a globe skeptic. I don't know.
You're sounding a bit wishy-washy there.
I know. He doesn't sound like he's talking about, I'm this great debater and stuff, but he doesn't.
What's some of your finest points? Oh, well, the surface of Earth. That's one of my finest.
Well, like in terms, I don't know. I mean, like, because your guys are telling me to like choose, like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, I said pick anything, right? You chose the surface of Earth. Okay, so let's go with that. What about the surface of Earth that leads you to believe what you believe?
I don't know, like the left to right curve that we should or shouldn't see. Forward to back curve.
Okay, hold on. Let's slow it down a bit. So, because my brain's only going at 50% right now at best. What do you mean? What?
Nothing.
So I'm only operating at 50% at best. But what do you mean by left and right curve? What does that mean?
Like, Globers will say, we expect this much.
No. Hold on. Slow down. Let's not say Globers. These are comments that you're making. You're responsible for, not Globers. So what do you mean, you, not Globers, what do you mean by left and right curve?
Like if you go up high, obviously you would see.
How high?
Well, obviously that would be very, like, that would be a gradient effect,
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't just be like.
No. When I said how high, I was looking for.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't want to like actually debate this, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to sneak me into the debate.
I'm just trying to have a conversation. That's all. You were talking about all these debates and how awesome you were and stuff, and you could poke holes in people's conversations and whatnot. And now you're bringing up left and right curve, which is fair. Whatever, that's fine if that's where you want to go. But I'm asking you personally, between me and you, because never mind what anybody else says, because now you and I are having a conversation, right? So it doesn't matter, like, I have to accept what you say, not what someone else says, right, on your behalf.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking for yourself at this point. What do you mean by left and right curve?
Okay, so what I mean by left to right curve is, if you're on a ball,
if
you're on a ball, if you expect a certain amount of left to right curve depending on your altitude. Obviously, if you're really high up, or not even really high up, but if you're really far away from it.
What's considered, in your opinion, to be really high up?
I guess at least in the tens of miles at the very least, maybe hundreds of miles.
Hundreds of miles. Which is it, tens or hundreds? Because to be honest, it's a factor of 10, the difference between tens and hundreds, right? So what are you talking about?
So I guess tens, hundreds.
No.
Which would start it? Tens would start it. Yeah, tens would start it.
So when you say tens, you mean 10 or 20 miles up?
Yeah.
Okay. So what travels at 10 or 20 miles up?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Okay, so what are you thinking when you say left and right curve? You know, what are you thinking about? Like what's showing you this left and right curve? Like what's going tens or hundreds of miles up that convinces you?
Well, okay. First, let's real fast. Remember what you were talking about. So you were saying basically how far.
No, this is what you're talking about, not what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm just
don't put this back on me, shit, because I don't accept that.
No, because the original question was, what do you consider like far or high or whatever on the Earth?
Sure, but this is your answers, not mine.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm saying you could potentially maybe even see the curve lower than this high, like 10, 20 miles.
Well, wait a second. You haven't actually. When you say you could potentially see a curve lower, you haven't given an actual number where you think you could potentially see a curve lower.
All right. Okay. So I guess we should, address that then. So.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because I haven't quite figured out 100% the math on how much curve you should see, but I have a like a basic idea of how much you should see, using some really rough, numbers or whatever. But, if you're like, airplane height, maybe
okay,
with
wait,
your own
wait,
eyes.
slow down. When you say airplane height, what kind of airplane height are we talking here? Like commercial airplane height?
Yeah. I guess
so we're
commercial
talking 50,000 feet?
How much you say? What was that?
50,000 feet ish?
Yeah, 50,000. Yeah, 50,000.
How many miles is that? 50,000 feet.
That's like rough, close to 10. Close to 10.
Okay, so we're talking about 10 miles. Okay. So what kind of curvature do we see at 10 miles?
So it's not going to be a whole lot. Like you might not be able to pick it up with your eye. Depends if you have a keen eye for that kind of thing. Like if your eye is really like, really, but other than that, the average person probably isn't going to pick that up.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I just need to slow it down a little bit because I'm a slow guy. So you're saying at 10 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
That most likely you're not going to pick it up with the human eye.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's technically there. The fact is, technically,
Oh, it's technical. So is it like the situation where we don't see it, but we can assume it's there? Kind of like gravity, like it's not a force, but we can assume it's a force type idea?
Not quite, because I do
Okay.
believe you can have like, I'm sure you could measure it some other way, like whether it be.
Okay, well, hold on. You just said you do believe we could measure it some other way. So when you say that, what do you believe? What's the process that you believe, this is your belief, that you could measure it some other way? What is the some other way that you believe it could be measured?
Okay, so the way I would do it, or the way I believe you would do it, is well, for one, you would have to find, you would have to see whether the horizon you're looking at is, deviating from like a straight line. And so
hold on. I'm looking for the process.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was giving you,
Oh, sorry,
like
I'm
the,
slow. Go ahead.
So I
didn't mean to
guess
interrupt.
So I guess what you could do is, maybe like take a snapshot of the horizon with, as long as the lens wasn't, really like warped or whatever, which is kind of hard because all lenses have some sort of distortion. But assuming the lens didn't have much distortion, you can kind of, account for the distortion. You could, essentially, maybe digitally, draw like a straight line, see if the horizon deviates from that.
Maybe digitally draw a straight line.
Yeah, maybe. That's just one example.
So basically,
we're
going on beliefs and maybe so far. Okay, go on.
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm saying maybe is because once again you have to account for the lens distortion. And so if you don't account for that, then you might be getting an inaccurate measurement at that point. But
measurement. Hold on. How do you get a measurement out of a picture?
I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends on how you define measurement, but that's not. Maybe I misused the word. The point is.
Okay,
the
fair
word I'm
enough.
getting at.
Fair enough. How do you define measurement?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really that good with words. I mean, I kind of just
Oh,
use them.
fair enough. Fair enough, dude. I'm just asking questions. You're the one that looks for, what did you call it?
What?
Holes in people's arguments?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, wait. So what's the point of me going through all this, though? I mean, there's no what.
I don't know. What's your point? So far, I don't feel like you made any point yet.
Well, yeah, because I'm not poking any holes right now. I'm just giving you.
Yeah, because you're supposed to be telling me what's the strongest argument that you've heard.
Oh,
and
okay.
so far, all I've heard is maybes, possiblies, and
Okay.
who knows what else.
Well, I guess let's just kind of. I'll kind of sum it up real fast. So anyway, there's a gradient for. At least I'm describing it as a gradient. For how much curve you would see, depending on.
Whoa, slow down. You gotta be. No, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what do you mean by gradient for how much curvature? What does that mean? I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive me. I'm a little bit slow. I'm not sure what that means.
So, like a gradient is, like at least in terms of, at least on, if you're using like a drawing program, a gradient would be where you have one color fade.
Hold on
to
a
another,
second. You're using a drawing program? I thought.
Okay,
we
let
were
me just fucking pull up the actual
operating
definition of gradient. All right, so I don't have to give you analogies. All right, hold on. Gradient.
Okay, do you want to Google some shit right quick? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay,
wait.
so gradient. Okay, so it says what? Let me see. Hold on. Okay, so this explains it pretty well. So a gradient is an increase or a decrease in the magnitude of a property. So, for example, temperature, pressure.
Wait a second, though. Wait a second. You were talking about a gradient in a drawing, a program.
Because I was going to use that as an analogy, but don't worry about that. That's irrelevant.
Okay, so just so you know, with me, I like to operate in reality.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fair, right? That's pretty fair.
All right,
okay.
so ignore the whole drawing program.
When you talk about gradients in programs and drawings and shit,
ignore that. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's reality for sure, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Just ignore that.
Okay. And just so you know, I've like flown across the world. Like I live in North America, and I've actually gone and spent time in Africa and places like that. And I would say that I have and this is true. I could show you pictures if you want of pictures I've taken out of the window of the airplane well before I came across this debate, if you want to call it.
Yeah.
And all the pictures I have, the horizon, there is no whatever, I don't know what you mean for sure, from left to right curvature. But what I do know is the pictures that I took out of airplanes, I've literally taken a ruler and put them across the pictures that I've taken out of the airplanes personally, myself, my own pictures, like actual, photography, like I took them to Walmart and they printed out the pictures for me. And I've taken like rulers and put them across the pictures, and, everything that I can see, the horizon is 100% bang on with the curvature. Now, I'll admit that maybe that doesn't prove or disprove the shape of the Earth based on, in quotation marks, altitude. But that being said, I would say everything that you have said so far means bullshit when it comes to the shape of the Earth, when it comes to curve, so far. Now, if you have something more significant you'd like to say, I'm all ears. I'm waiting to hear.
All right. Well, I guess just forget that whole thing, because there's no real.
Okay, I thought this was one of your most convincing arguments. So,
well, because like I said, it's not my argument per se. Rather, it's arguments that I hear a lot, and when the flat earther goes against that with their own argument, I poke holes in it because I'm like, no, that's
fair enough. Do you want to see? Would you like me to send you some of my pictures that I've taken from airplanes going from one continent to the other, and you can analyze them for yourself?
Yeah,
You'd like that? Okay, I can do that. I can't do it right this very second because I actually happened to be standing in my garage, and the pictures in my house. But I'll have to take pictures of pictures to send you. But I think even Neil deGrasse Tyson would agree with me that anything you see on a plane, it's going to be as flat as fuck. Like, I don't know if you really need my pictures. Your priests would agree with me on that one.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I kind of like hear a lot in these arguments, and I'm like, okay, that's irrelevant. Like, yeah, Neil does say, oh,
It's
that's
irrelevant.
flat.
Well, I don't know if it's irrelevant. Like, we're talking about a guy that has a PhD in what does he have a PhD in anyhow? Bullshit. No, it's astrophysics. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, with the education that he supposedly has, all in quotation marks that you can't see, air quotes. But I mean, at the very least, I mean, honestly, I believe, like, you think he's wrong when he says that when you're in an airplane that looks flat as fuck? Like, do you really believe he's wrong? Do you think that, well, if I gave you, like, it was $3,500 for me to get a two-way ticket to Africa. I actually spent weeks in Tanzania in Africa. Do you think that if I gave you that flight, that somehow or another you would see curvature in that flight? Like, I'm just curious. Like, do you honestly believe you would see curvature? Because regardless of the shape of the Earth, I don't think you'll see curvature. I really don't. I think you won't. I know actually you won't, unless you're just straight up seeing things.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm killing this chat here. Everyone's kind of just. I don't want to kill the chat.
Oh, it's fair. Like, I have some experience in life. I've been around a little bit. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Go right ahead. And look, I'm actually interested. Like Neil deGrasse, he's got a PhD. Like, he knows what he's talking about. Like, this guy,
and that's what he says.
He's at the top of his game. Right? He's
Yeah.
a lot of study.
Like, yeah, and
I
know.
And you're gonna poo-poo a PhD armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically gonna say he's full of shit. Like, here's what I can tell you for sure. I can tell you that if you get on Ethiopian Airlines and you get in the business class of Ethiopian Airlines, that there's only 2 seats in the business class, and they're basically like recliners. I can tell you that much. I know that much. Is that enough for you to believe that I've been in those situations and seen, the Earth from those heights, to go from one continent to another that's supposedly on the other side of the world? Like what would it take for you to understand that you're just not going to see? Once again, I'm not saying it honestly. I'll be straight up with you. I don't think it's a good argument on one side or the other. I honestly don't. I don't think it's a good flat Earth argument, and I don't think it's a good ball Earth argument. To say that, basically a commercial flight's going to show you one thing or the other. I don't think it's a good argument, period, on either side. But I'll tell you right now, regardless if it's a fucking ball or not, it looks flat as fuck on a commercial flight to go across the fucking Earth.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I was gonna explain, but yeah.
Yeah, but see, I don't know. I don't know you. I don't know if. Are you Canadian, by the way? I think you are, aren't you?
No, I'm not Canadian.
Oh, you're American?
Yeah.
But you're American?
Yeah, I'm American, yeah.
Fair enough. Have you left North America?
No.
On a flight?
No.
Okay.
Well, in fairness, if he was going to explain, maybe he should have a chance to at least, explain why.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I said way earlier, problem with bullshit, and I just know my personal life experiences, and it's real hard for someone to tell me that if you're going to get on a fucking plane and go from one continent to the other, you're going to see curvature. Because I have fucking pictures.
I don't disagree, Scalpel, at all. But you know, if he thinks that he's got a good explanation and all that sort of stuff, well, maybe we should give him a crack.
Fair
Give
enough.
him a
Fair enough.
give him a crack at the title.
Yeah, fair enough. I can go on
Yeah.
mute and I'll just let him talk.
Yeah, no, we'll give. So here's your opportunity to shine, Armor.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, yeah, I of course, if you're in an airplane and looking out at the horizon, of course, yeah, it's gonna look pretty much flat. That doesn't automatically mean it is. It really depends on your definitions. Like, if it's close enough to being flat, and that's for it to be flat, then fair enough. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to be like really strict with your definitions, like, oh, there's some kind of curvature to it, even if it's like super subtle, like 0.01% curve in there, then at that point, yeah, with that definition, that would be a curved thing, right? So at like an airplane height, that curve is gonna be really subtle. For most people, yeah, it's gonna look flat. In fact, even for me, it'll look flat. I might, depending on the person, you might have a keen eye and you can maybe like look at it and be like, I can kind of see that. Maybe that's just a placebo effect. Maybe you're just tricking yourself. In any case, I do believe it is still there and can be measured, just not with your eyes. Obviously, the higher you go, the more obvious this curve will be. And once again, when Neil says that stuff is flat, like for most of his claims, he for most of this the shit he said, he's about right. Like, yeah, it's gonna look flat, 10 miles up, 20 miles up, maybe, but then I think one of the claims, I don't know if that's true or not, but I think he said even on the ISS, if he said on the ISS, I have to call bullshit on that, because like none of the math support that claim. So on the ISS thing, I have to call bullshit on that. But on the lower altitudes, I'll give him that. It more or less looks flat, so yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, like, oh yeah, I'll call him out even if he does have a PhD, because if he's wrong, he's wrong. Doesn't matter if he has a PhD or not.
So let me get this right. So there's this guy on the internet that's going to call a fucking PhD in astrophysics out and call him bullshit. But if a flat earth calls out NASA to be bullshit, they're fucking crazy out of their mind. But you're saying and you are in the right.
Well, you need like evidence. So for well, I mean, I'm not saying you guys don't have.
What's fucking evidence?
Yeah, so
dude?
yeah.
Like, no, hold on. I've listened to your bullshit. I went on mute. I did not interrupt you at all. Yeah, but hold on. I went on mute. I didn't interrupt you. I let you say whatever you say. Now, what I would say, you said that even though if you can't see it with your eye, that the curvature's there and it's measurable or whatever you said something along those lines, correct?
Something like that, yeah, sure.
Yeah, something like that, sure. So, how do you measure this curvature that you're talking about? It's not visible by the naked eye.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. There's a few ways you could probably do it, but one of the ways that I know to do, because I'm a simple person, it would be to probably take a picture of it, and then obviously you would have to once again account for the lens distortion, whatever, and or at least you'd want to try that, but anyway, you would draw like a straight line and then see how much it deviates from that. Obviously, the greater the resolution of your camera, the more accurate your result will get. I can't even talk around. The more accurate your result will be, right? If you have like a lower resolution camera, then yeah, it'll be harder to detect that curve because you have less pixels to deal with, less resolution. So if you have like really good like 4K camera, wherever the fuck, actually 4K is probably even like it's probably a little bit for that. But anyway, point is, if you have like a really good camera, with really good resolution, and you would maybe draw a line, and kind of match the horizon to that line, you might see that, it's deviating from that straight line.
You might.
But,
oh my god, you have so much faith that curvature's got to be there at an airplane height, eh?
I mean, I don't know. I've seen some evidence from the globe side. I don't know if it's like been debunked.
You've seen fair enough. What evidence have you seen from airplane height from the globe side?
I don't know. There's some pictures where they'll just like
You
draw a
don't
line.
know.
No, that's just how I talk. Don't like everything I say. Don't what I'm saying? Like I just talk weird. But anyway, I've seen some pictures where they'll draw a line and it's deviates. I don't know. It's not a big deal. The point is
Listen, dude. Once again, I'll be straight up honest with you. I don't believe that pictures from an airplane are gonna fucking make this argument one way or the other. I know for sure, for me, there's no way anybody in this world that can convince me you'll see curvature from a commercial plane. I've been on enough commercial planes and have enough pictures that I took well before this fucking debate ever occurred to me that it would be impossible to convince me that pictures from a commercial plane are going to make or break this fucking conversation.
Fair enough. And I wasn't really saying that the argument would do that either. I was just saying in terms of, people poking holes in that argument. I'll not poking holes, but flat earthers debating against that. I'll poke holes in their arguments against it. I'm not saying.
So what's the flat earth argument that you're poking holes in when it comes to airplane?
So flat earthers, for one, will say Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that stuff is flat, whatever. And
okay, so what's the hole in that? Because I truly believe Neil deGrasse Tyson's being honest at that point.
Well, the hole is, he's saying it's flat and all that, but on the lower stuff, he's not half wrong. Like it more or less looks flat. That doesn't mean it is.
No, it's not more or less. It is 100%. You can take a fucking ruler, dude, and put it across your picture, and you're not going to see anything but a straight fucking line across the picture.
But it really depends on your definition of straight. Like I said.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, okay, fair enough. What's your fucking definition of straight?
All right. So, I mean, it depends. I mean, well, okay. So
no. It doesn't fucking depend on shit. What's your definition of straight?
So my definition of straight obviously would be, just like something that I guess I would describe it like that's kind of hard to define, like straight. Because I mean, like
it's hard to define.
Well,
Listen, let me just fucking tell you straight up. Instead of letting you
How about
beat around
saying
the
the
bush,
shortest distance between 2 points?
Okay, that works.
Yeah,
That's a good
yeah.
definition.
Instead of letting you beat around the bush for another fucking 20 minutes and fucking awe us about your bullshit, listen. For all intents purposes, any fucking picture you take out of a commercial flight, the fucking horizon is going to be 100% straight. Now, once again, I'll admit I don't think it's a great argument from either side. I really don't think it proves or disproves the shape of the Earth. I'll give you that. So, like, to sit here and adamantly kind of disagree with me and stuff kind of doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to me, because I'm not even saying it's a good argument from either side.
Well, I disagree on the 100% straight thing, because I personally don't think anything's truly 100% straight. I mean, that's
really wow.
I mean, you could say your table is like like flat, or maybe like straight, depending on how you look at it. But like,
listen, dude, I used to fucking work in the manufacturing for the Boeing 777, and I've seen levels that they use. They're called master levels on tables and stuff, and literally a piece of paper will throw them out a level. So I personally believe that we can get pretty fucking close to what's level and straight.
Yeah, but at that point, it's not straight, though. That's what I'm trying to say. There's such thing as perfectly straight. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, there is. I'm saying a piece of paper throws this fucking level out of level. If it shows level, as far as I'm concerned, that fucking table is level.
Godscapel, there's an image in chat from 120,000 feet with reference lines on it. You could take a look at that and tell me what you think.
Let me look here. Hold on a second. In voice chat 1?
Yeah.
Looks like it's been taken underwater, Howard.
Also, Liflane, if you want, you can take over, because not that I don't want to debate. It's just that I normally kind of join.
No, I'm not trying to debate. Yeah, I straight up said I don't think it's a good argument for either side. That's my personal opinion. So, like, I don't feel like it needs to be debated.
Have you
That's
got a better
that's
one?
my position. I don't feel like there's a debate there. That's my personal position.
Have you got a better one, Armor, than the left to right curvature?
So left lane, you're a globe earther, right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll wait for this first.
Okay, so what's this picture I'm looking at? I see
That's
eye level, and then I see 90 degrees. You say eye level 63 degrees. I'm gonna be honest with you, left lane. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at.
Well, that that is an image from Mage 2 that Mr. Sensible put up a balloon with cameras on it. And then that is the image that's got the grid lines laid over it and the straight reference lines that
Okay,
were
so this. Sorry, left lane. I didn't mean to cut you off, but this is a high altitude balloon. Is that what you're telling me?
yeah.
Okay. So before I talk about this, I just want to. Hopefully, you'll admit that a high altitude balloon is not a commercial air flight, because that's
No.
initially what we were talking about.
Right. Now this is
Okay,
taken
fair
from
enough.
120,000 feet. Like
Okay.
20 miles, a little more than 20 miles up.
Yeah,
So that's in the tens. That's in the tens.
tens of miles.
Yeah, well, that's what Armor said. From tens of miles up, you can start to see.
So 100. Okay, forgive me because I'm Canadian and like when I grew up, I learned a little bit about feet and miles, but I mostly know kilometers and meters. So yeah, so 100. You're saying how many miles up is this?
That's
20 miles. And what does a commercial flight fly at? In miles?
Like close to
Not
10.
that high. Not that
Right.
high.
Okay. So, listen, left lane. So far, okay, I'm not scared about this information, but what I would say is that initially we were talking about commercial flights, right? And you want to bring in this information, okay, fair enough. It's something a little bit different. That's fine. But initially he brought up commercial flights, and you want to kind of bring it up a level or whatever.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that conversation was kind of stagnant.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well,
So-
in Armor's defense, though, he did say tens of
Is that
miles
wrong?
up to
Tens?
100.
Is that wrong though? I mean, how would you say it? Like it's hundreds, thousands, it's tens, right?
Okay,
Like,
left lane, I'm not going to argue this, but what I would say is that he was talking about commercial flights, but said tens of miles. So we kind of got he was conflating two different things. So now you want to bring up the balloon thing, so fair enough. Now we're outside of the realm of commercial flights, and now we're into the realm of balloon footage.
I feel like my point in presenting that, we were talking about, would you see the curve or would you not? I would say without grid lines and straight lines as references, I don't know that I would distinguish what they're showing as the horizon to be curved without the references. So that's like a tool we've imposed on that image as a reference, so we can determine if the horizon is curved or not curved. And you can
Right.
see on the corners of each one that there's gap between the straight line on each side, on each end of that straight line. So it's like, is that horizon curved? I see curvature there, but
I'm
it
sure
might
you
be
do. Yeah, I get it. I'm sure you do. My argument would be you have a couple of different things working against you. One of them would be the camera itself, the lens, and every lens distance it starts to curve on the sides. Secondly, what I would point out is that you have this kind of, in the picture, you have this kind of, what's the word I would use? Like, I don't know how to say it, but basically there's this kind of fog, right? Like, I think you would agree with that too, I would hope. Because I think you're pretty honest, left lane, to be honest. There's this like fog, right, that kind of overtakes the
horizon, as well as your camera
kinda
lenses.
hazy.
Yeah, it's hazy or whatever. Yeah, like, and listen, it's not my argument that I want to be like clear. It's not my argument that these high altitude pictures prove or disprove some kind of, in quotation marks, shape of the Earth. So, I mean, ultimately, my position is that they're to some degree they're useless, for lack of a better word, right?
Yeah, it
I
gets beat around,
appreciate,
but
huh?
yeah,
Sorry.
about I mean, it gets the argument on the horizon, left to right curvature. It gets kicked around and kicked down the road and back and forth, and I don't think there's ever been any definitive, win or lose position
Yeah,
taken on it.
I feel like, yeah, and honestly, Left Lane, like, if I'm gonna be just straight up super honest, like, I'm not sure these pictures are a good argument for either side, to be honest. Like, between, the atmosphere and the lenses and everything else, like, I don't know, maybe they are. Huh?
Interpretation, refraction,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
There's
like,
too many variables to be talking about a photo.
yeah. Like, honestly, I'm all about, like, I don't, I know that Bev gets a bad name, and I appreciate that. Like, whatever, I'm all right with that, whatever. But I personally have talked to probably at least a dozen surveyors in my area that have nothing to do with YouTube, nothing to do with Flat Earth, nothing to do with Discord. Some of the recordings, some of the conversations are recorded. Some of the recordings are out there. I've also talked to manufacturers of water levels. For instance, I've talked to, in the United States, I've talked to an engineer on water levels. I've also talked to salespeople on what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time right now, but surveying equipment. And to be honest, I've had people, like, I've said to some salespeople on surveying equipment, like I understand, there's this idea that if you spend more on surveying equipment, like if you have a $20,000 piece of equipment, that somehow or another, that $20,000 piece of equipment is somehow or another better than that $1,000 piece of equipment. And I've had people that sell the product literally scoff and laugh at that idea, that, like, basically it's like the difference between a Ferrari and a fucking Lada. Like, they both still get you from point A to point B. Sure, one of them is nicer and fancier and more precise, like, not more precise in the traveling point of the area, but, like, they're fancier or whatever. But ultimately, they still get the job done. They still get you from point A to point B. And these people have explained to me that when it comes to surveying equipment, yes, for sure, there is equipment that is more expensive. There's no fucking argument about that. None at all. But at the end of the day, how much for your money that you spend on a more expensive piece of equipment to a lesser expensive piece of equipment, how much precision for the money that you spend, the ratio, it's basically like laughable. It's like, basically, you're just bragging because you have a Ferrari compared to a Lada, but they both still get you from point A to point B.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree.
Oh,
with
you
that.
can disagree, but I'm telling
And
you
I'll tell you why.
conversations that I've had.
Yeah, no, but yeah, but a person that's going to be using some surveying equipment, maybe to survey a normal house building, arguments.
Oh, you hold
Right,
on. I'm not talking
right.
about that. I'm talking about like the difference between a $10,000 fucking total station and a $1,000
Yeah,
total station.
yeah, no, exactly right. So you can use total stations to build homes and stuff like that. You can use them
Mhm.
for all these sorts
But
of things.
usually they'd use an auto
Uh,
level or whatever, right?
But yeah, well, yeah, but if you're gonna be in charge of a job that has much tighter tolerances and things like this, you are going to use the best possible equipment that you can get your hands on.
Yeah, I
No,
would
no,
tend to
no, no,
agree.
no, no two
I
ways about it.
I would
I
tend
agree.
to I would
Yeah,
tend to agree with you, except
yeah,
that once you realize, like like I said, I've talked to more than a dozen fucking surveyors. Like I literally went on the internet and I fucking put in some areas where I live, like not the area where I live, but surrounding areas, some cities and stuff. And I've literally talking to over a dozen fucking surveyors, and to be honest, dude, like an auto level can, when it comes to creating a horizontal plane of reference, an auto level does the exact same job as a total station does, basically.
yeah, yeah. But like I said, it depends what sort of tolerances you're after and what distances you're shooting over and all these sorts of things as
Yeah, but
well.
that's the thing. Every survey, like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but every surveyor I've talked to, every single one of them said that when using an auto level or a total state, like, it doesn't matter when they're surveying, like if they're using, like if they're doing a technique like differential leveling, for instance, 50 to 75 meters, 75 max, they're like 75's pushing it. But most of them say 50, but some of them will say 75. I'm being honest, right? Some of them will say 75. Most of them are on the 50. Some of, like, if I question them about it, they'll say 75 max. When it comes to differential leveling, that's what it is. Like, they don't, like, I know there's people on Discord and I know there's people on YouTube that say, oh, fuck, we use it looking at hundreds of miles away and blah, 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 blah. But every fucking person that I talk to says that's not the fucking case. And I've gone as far to say that, basically I've told them, listen, I want to create a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point C, with a point B being in the middle and point C being a mile apart. So you have point A, point C half a mile, and point B, point A, then B being half a mile, and point C being a full mile. And when it comes to using an auto level, now I'll revert back in a minute. But when it comes to using an auto level, every fucking surveyor I talked to said that they would use the process of differential leveling, and most every surveyor I talked to said that they'd do 50 meters at a time. Some people would say at the max 75 meters, but 50 meters is best. But some people would go as far to say 75 meters. Now,
I would agree. I would agree, Scalpel, that to be extremely accurate, the shorter distance that you use these things over, the better.
listen, here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing.
Let Bandy finish. Come on.
You're breaking up a little bit, Howard.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You
Go
amended
ahead.
it.
No. Yeah, you're better now. Go, Howard.
I was gonna say, here's the thing. Oh, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
Go, Howard. Go, Howard.
No, I was wanting you to finish, Bandy.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead, Benson.
no. Yeah, I was just saying that I would agree that over, to use any of these tools that you're sighting something through, the shorter the distance you use them over, the more accuracy you're gonna get. But I would also too say that between the cheaper ones and the more expensive ones, generally you got better lenses in them, so you can get away with shooting slightly longer distances. Now, I'm not going to say to use these things over a mile or 2 miles or 70 miles scalp.
Not even
Right?
over 1 mile, dude. That-
No, I'm not. I'm not saying this, but like I said, it's also to the job that you're doing, right? And the
Well,
requirements of that contract you are doing, and what sort of
yeah.
tolerances that you have to work within. Now, if you've got tolerances that you can work within, and you know that you can get within those tolerances by pushing your machine, say, to 100 meters or even 150 meters, right? You know, because
Nah,
some of the
that's not what they do though, dude. Can
right.
I please tell you, dude? Can I tell you what my experience was? Because I'll tell you straight up, right off the hop, when I talked to these people, I brought up a project, and it involved creating a horizontal plane of reference over a mile. And I'll tell you that at least half of the surveyors I talked to, right off the hop, they're like, "We'll do it with GPS." Now, the reason why.
I've used these tools all my life, guys.
Okay.
All,
Okay.
all my life. Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying and with what a surveyor is saying.
Well, I haven't said what I was done saying, but go ahead.
Right. Well, you have kind of said it a couple of times. What you're referring to.
Not exactly, but go ahead.
Okay, then. Well, no, say exactly what you're going to say then. Sorry.
Well, I would say that when I was talking to at least half of them said, let's just do it with GPS. And the reason why they wanted to do it with GPS is because they thought that, they thought that I was a company and I was about doing the job as efficiently and quickly as possible, and that GPS would do that efficiently and as quickly as possible to save on costs. Now, would you agree with that?
Using GPS.
Yeah.
It is quicker, definitely.
Right. So, but when I bring up, let's do it with the auto level, and they would say, like, why do you want to do it with the auto level? Because GPS, they could come in and with a couple hours, fucking shoot off what I needed with the GPS within a couple hours. But to do it with an auto level, it's to do a mile's worth to create a horizontal plane of reference is going to take at least a day. Most of them said they could do it within a day.
It's
okay.
tedious.
Right. So they're like, what? Like, because they're thinking, for me, they're thinking, the average person, the average company wants to do it, fairly accurate, but as quickly and as efficiently as possible to save money. And I get that, right? But when I told them that, no, I want to use the auto level, and as the auto level is it as good as doing the GPS, every single surveyor that I asked that question to said that they could do it more accurately than the GPS, actually, to a better standard, but it would take longer. It would be literally all day rather than a couple hours. And when I said, well, I don't care, but I actually want to learn how to use the level along the way, there was actually surveyors that told me that, you know what, dude, if that's all you want to do, come by the shop. I'll talk to you for an hour or so. I'll send you out in your fucking way with the fucking auto level. It's not a big deal, and you'll be just as accurate than a GPS. But it's going to fucking take you all day, because to do a mile, you're talking about 12 different fucking starts and stops and whatever, right? Where the GPS, you could just go and shoot your shot. Okay. So the idea that, so what I got from all this is that GPS, to start with, is not more accurate, just straight off the hop. And secondly, the idea of foresight backsight does not fucking throw off your measurement over a mile like some people would suggest in Discord. You're gonna get the same fucking measurement. Not only that, but it's gonna be more accurate at the end of the day if you know what you're doing than what GPS is gonna give you at the end of the day. It's gonna be more precise, I should say.
You're still going to have an error, though, regardless, whatever method you use.
You know what, dude? Fuck, I don't fucking care. If that's what you want to say, fine. So what?
Well, you will.
Who fucking cares, dude? The surveyors I talked to said you're going to be more precise at the end of the day than GPS. So to sit there and say there's going to be error, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't really give a fuck, to be honest with you, dude. What I do know is,
There's going to be huge
what I
error for starters.
fuck, I don't fucking care, dude. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It's gonna be.
If you're talking about precision,
Huh?
You're talking about precision. You're talking about precision.
You're right.
There's
And what
error
I'm telling
involved.
you is that foresight backsight is more precise at the end of the day than GPS. That's what I'm talking about. You can sit there and try to take away from what I'm saying. That's fine. But if there's error, there's less error with foresight backsight on an auto level than there is on GPS. The only reason that these surveyors, they made it clear to me that they would suggest using GPS is because it would cost me significantly less at the end of the day as a company to go that way because of the pace in which they can do the GPS. GPS, they could be done by the end of the morning. Foresight backsight, it's going to be a full day. That's the only reason why they suggest GPS. Now, if you want to argue with that, I'd be glad to hear it.
I don't think anybody's argued that point.
Okay, great. I'm glad you agree. So we can agree right off the hop that foresight backsight will give you the same results as GPS, that's supposedly fucking global positioning system, but at a more fucking precise fucking measurement at the end of the day. Error or not, you can fucking go on about error.
Would have to test
Huh?
it. Have to test it.
You have to fuck off, dude. You're just fucking trolling at this point.
I'm not
You
trolling,
tell me.
I
No,
don't
no,
know.
yeah, you are.
I don't
Because I'll
know.
tell you why. I'll tell you why you are. I'll tell you why you are,
You've
dude.
rambled on.
Let me
You've rambled
explain
on.
myself, though.
You've
Let
rambled
me
on.
explain
have a
myself.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
let me
engaged.
explain why I said that.
Engaging.
Is because you said that you do this shit. You also agreed that foresight backsight is more precise than GPS. But you want to focus that there's going to be some kind of error. See what I'm saying?
You said it's
You're
more
take,
accurate
you're
than-
trying to
than-
take away.
No, hold on.
Okay.
You said it's
Okay,
more
go ahead.
accurate than GPS. That's what you said.
Yeah, it is.
Right? I
That's
said I don't
no,
know.
that's
You
not what I
said-
said.
You did
That's
tell
what
me
the
that.
surveyor. Hold on. That's what the surveyors that I
So you're
talked to
telling
said.
you
I
so
don't.
you're telling me something else that someone else told you. But you told me it as
Right.
as though it was fact. Right? And
Yeah,
I
so-
said I don't know. I would have to test it. They were my
Right.
words.
So
Right?
let
I've
me
got no
reiterate.
idea.
Let me reiterate. I've talked to and have a lot of them recorded. I've talked to more than a dozen fucking surveyors that I just pulled off, like literally never talked to them about flat earth or any of this shit. Just talk to them about a project that I want to do, right? And ask them questions. Talk to them, most of them at least 15 minutes or half an hour. And they've all said basically the same thing. And they're saying exactly what I'm telling you.
What's it all mean?
What it means is that foresight backsight is more than precise enough to create a horizontal plane of reference over a mile. And even if you
Yeah.
want to, I would say that most of the, here's what it means. Most of the surveyors do. Hold on. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll
But
tell you
wait,
what it
I got
means.
a question. I got a
Well, you
question
asked a
for you.
question. Let me
Do you-
answer.
Do you
I'll answer your
understand that?
second question. I'll
Do
answer
you
your
understand?
second question. Let me answer your
You gotta
first.
you gotta settle down. You gotta let him ask a
Dude,
question.
no, trust me, I'm settled. Let me just answer your first question,
you
and
not.
I promise you I'll answer your second question. Your first question is, what does it mean? And I would say that based on the surveyors I talked to, that at the very, 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 very least, foresight, backsight is every single bit, and I would suggest more, but at the very least, every single bit is accurate as GPS.
Okay. Do you realize that each time you reset the instrument, you're reestablishing a different
I love you, dude. I fucking love you. I'm glad you brought that up.
I knew that's where we were going.
Yeah, I knew that's where you want to go. But you seem to forget everything I just said answering your first question. And I know why you didn't want me to answer your first question. Because you have this second question that tries to take away from the, what's the word I'm looking for?
The thing is, a set of
The-
foresight or backsights does not establish one single horizontal plane. It
It
does
does,
not.
obviously. Okay, if that's your claim, I'm totally fine with that if that's your claim. Okay? The problem you have, if that's your claim, is that GPS is equally inaccurate. So you fucking decide which side of the fence you fall on, dude. It doesn't matter to me. I give a fuck. Because I'll tell you what right now, as far as I'm concerned, I know for 100% for sure, and I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not. I know for 100% for sure. I've talked to over a dozen fucking surveyors, so I give a fuck what you say. I really do. That's the problem with me, with you talking to me about this shit, is you're not gonna fucking ever convince me otherwise. Because I know the conversation.
We're actually trying to have a conversation, and
No, dude. I don't mind
in a
having a Hold on. I don't mind having a conversation with you, but you're not gonna fucking sit here and fucking fill me full of fucking bullshit. That's the difference.
when have I tried to fool you full of bullshit, Scalpel? When?
When you try to tell me, I'll tell you. If you let me answer, I'll tell you.
Just
When
answer
you
the
try
question. Don't tell me what to do. Just answer the
Hey,
bloody
hold
question.
on, dude. You don't need to fucking get upset about this shit. I don't fucking care. When you try to tell me that somehow or another fucking foresight and backsight doesn't fucking work, that's when you're trying to fill me full of bullshit.
When did I say that?
Okay, what are you saying? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Go back in the
Fair
stream.
enough.
Clip it where I said.
No.
anything
Fair
that
enough.
it was a-
What are you saying about foresight and backsight?
because you're getting your answer all in
Dude,
a knicker. Right?
I
It's something
said
you
fair
think that
enough.
I said.
Dude, relax. You're the one that's getting upset. Relax. I said fair enough. What are you telling me about foresight and backsight?
I'm not telling you anything about it. I
Yeah,
didn't tell you
Bandy
anything about it.
I did.
So, do you think foresight and backsight is accurate then?
Depends on what you're doing.
Do you think you can transfer a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B a mile down the road with foresight and backsight?
No.
Then that's where the bullshit comes in. Because every fucking surveyor I talked to said not a fucking problem. So that makes me question what you fucking know. Because I've gone as far to say, and it's funny because some of my conversations are out there that are recorded, and it's funny as fuck because I went as far to say Jesse Kozlowski said that obviously the surveyor didn't know who the fuck I was talking about, but I said Jesse Kozlowski says that once we get to point B a mile down the road, that we should look back at point A and for the whole mile confirm that it's. And the fucking surveyors laughed at me and said, "No, that's not the way we do it." So what are you trying to tell me then, Bandsaw? Or not Bandsaw? Sorry, what's your name?
Left lane. They didn't
Left lane.
understand
So,
what you were actually doing.
oh, they fucking understood exactly. You don't even fucking know, dude.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I don't know, man. It's kind of a difficult conversation.
Yeah, it's not that fucking difficult, actually.
It is.
That's funny as fuck. You know what? That's the funniest thing you said tonight. That's a difficult conversation. You know what I told him? You want me to tell you exactly what I told him? You want me to tell you exactly what I told him? See what you say about this then. What would you say if I called him up and said, "Hey, mister. Hey, sir. Hey, Mr. fucking surveyor. What I want to do is I want to put 3 posts in the ground. I want to put post A, then post B, a half a mile away from post A, and post C, a half a mile away, so that post A from post C is a mile, and I want to transfer a horizontal plane of reference from post A all the way through post B into post C." What would you say?
You'd have to do it in one site.
No. Every single like I said, I straight up asked. You're so funny. Honestly, dude, the fact that you just said that makes me believe that you don't have a fucking clue about surveying. I swear to God, dude. I've straight up, I haven't recorded. I straight up asked surveyors in my area. I said, one time I said Jesse Kozlowski. The other time I said George. And I said, they told me that once we get to post C, that we should turn around the auto and look back to post A and confirm that the measurements are correct. And they said, not a chance. It's not the way you do it. You, sir, don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about if that's what you think. You should do it in one shot. There's not one surveyor out of the 12 I talked to that said that's the way you should do it. That is the funniest thing I fucking heard this month. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, dude, but I'm fucking telling you, I've talked to enough surveyors to know that's not true. So I don't know who you are or what you do, but I do know who I've talked to. And I do know that what you just said is 110% not true. So who are you, dude? What do you know? What do you do for a living? I don't fucking know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't know anything. You're right.
No, I didn't say that. I said, who are you and what do you do for a living? I didn't accuse you of anything. I said it's funny as fuck what you said, but I'm asking you, who are you and what do you do for a living?
I'm going to attempt to explain the difference. If planet Earth were flat, you could
No, dude. Dude, I don't fucking talk to them about shape of the Earth. I ask them about their job.
You won't let me talk.
Who are you? Who are you?
It doesn't matter who I am or
what do you do?
What I do.
What do you do for a living?
I've done
what do you do for a living?
Motherfucker. I tell you what.
What do you, yeah. What you tell me? What do you do for a living, motherfucker?
Well, hold on, guys. Just let him speak, man.
Yeah. Go, Howard.
Go ahead, Howard. I want to hear what you're saying too.
Thank you. It's just that on the flat Earth, you could make multiple sites, and your fence posts that you were referring to would be on the same plane. But if it's spherical, if you're on a spherical surface, each time you reset your instrument, you're establishing a new horizontal plane. And you could set the post at equal elevations, but if you drew a line from post to post to post, that line would be curved, and you could shoot from the first to the last. The center post will be high, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Gio, why are you allowing this?
That's geometry. That's simple geometry.
Gio,
It ain't got nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Am I gonna get fucking? Hold on, dude. Am I gonna get fucking booted right off the server tonight, Geo? Why the fuck are you allowing this bullshit?
Calm down.
What?
I'm calm, dude. I'm totally calm.
What do you mean by what? What do you mean by bullshit?
Everything that he's saying is not true according to fucking surveyors. And yet he fucking sits here and talks like he's somebody that fucking knows shit, Gio. Why do you allow this shit? Gio,
I don't know what you mean.
No,
Howard
no.
is his own person. And
Gio.
he's sharing his
Yeah,
viewpoints.
no,
on it.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine that he's his own person, Gio. Why do you allow the bullshit that he's spewing? Gio, I challenge you today, whatever time it is when morning comes for you on Monday, to start calling fucking surveyors and start asking them these questions and see what they say.
Dude, it's like this, man. I disagree
Gio,
with.
did you hear what I said, Gio? I'm not talking to you right now, motherfucker, because you're full of fucking shit.
Hey,
Don't
let me do
abuse
it.
people, Scalpel. Please.
Let me.
Don't abuse
You're
people.
full of fucking shit, dude.
Except
Gio,
Scalpel,
I
just calm
challenge
down
you to
and-
talk to
Scalpel, just
Well, why
calm
don't-
down and please stop with the abuse. Go, Joe. Sorry.
Well, why don't well, Godscout, instead of like trying to attack him or whatever, like what?
I'm not attacking him. I'm telling you
what
to
did
talk
he
to
say that you?
surveyors.
What did he say that you disagree with or that's different? Maybe just clarify that.
Okay, all right, I'll clarify that. Sure. He's trying to say that somehow or foresight backside doesn't work. But every surveyor I've talked to, when I tell them about the project that I want to do, they automatically, like I've already said, and I'll fucking repeat it for another fucking time, they almost all of them automatically say, why don't we just use GPS? And I tell them, wait a minute, can we do it with foresight and backside? They say, absolutely yes. And I say, what's the difference in accuracy? And they actually, about probably 9 out of 12 surveyors that I talk to, say that foresight and backside is more precise than GPS. But the big deal is that to do a mile, they can go on there with GPS and do it within a couple hours. But to do foresight backside with an auto level is most likely going to be an entire day. So when they're talking to you, they're thinking that you're with a company or whatever. You don't care that much about precision because the precision isn't hugely different, and that you want to save money. So therefore, that you would prefer to do it through GPS than foresight backside. But if you push them on the issue, they'll tell you that foresight backside can be more accurate. But the problem is it'll take a full day compared to doing it with GPS, which will take a couple hours.
It's not even addressing what I said.
I'm not fucking talking to you right now. I'm talking to Gio.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm talking to
Gio,
you.
I don't
This is
give
an
a
open
fuck
server.
what you're talking to right now. I'm talking to
Everyone
Gio.
has equal opportunity
I'm
to say what
done with you, motherfucker. You're full of shit. Now, Gio, what I would do is challenge you to talk.
Now, I don't know. Now you're going to have to listen. We all have the same opportunity to talk, and we don't call each other motherfuckers unless we get really mad. And I try not to do that. But I'm interested in what you've got to say. But you're going to have to demonstrate a little respect for other people in the server.
To you, so you don't fucking care what I say. Come on, dude. Anyhow, Gio, what I would challenge you to do, Gio, is talk to surveyors in your area. And so for some reason, this guy doesn't want me to get out what I have to say. What I would challenge you to do, Gio, is just to fucking go on the internet, talk to surveyors in your area, tell them you'd like to transfer a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B, point A being a mile apart from point B, and ask them if they can do it through foresight backside. They're going to want to recommend GPS, and that's because of the cost factor. But ask them if it's just, is accurate to do it foresight backside.
Yeah, that's
Gio,
fine. Yeah,
are you there?
I don't disagree with that. Yeah,
Okay,
sounds fine.
so I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. He's already said that foresight backsight, because of the shape of the Earth, isn't as accurate or doesn't work. Whatever the fuck.
No, I don't
he's
think he
trying to
said either
say.
of those things. I
Yeah,
think
he
what he
did
was talking
actually
about is if
say
you had
that.
three posts, what he was saying is that if you had three posts on a
It doesn't
planar Earth,
matter.
those should all be level, and on a spherical Earth, the middle one should be higher than the other two.
Doesn't matter, Geo. You're missing the point. You can tell them. You can tell the surveyors you have three posts. That's exactly what I did actually. They don't have a problem with it, dude. Geo, just ask them. Call some fucking surveyors in your area. Get off fucking Discord. Get off YouTube, Geo. Call some fucking surveyors in your area. Talk to them. Tell them that's what you want to do. See what they say. See if I'm full of shit. And if I am, I'll fucking leave. I have at least a dozen fucking calls recorded anyhow. I don't fucking care. I know what I'm talking about. I know what they're going to tell you.
Well, I don't think anyone's really contesting anything that you've said, ironically.
Well, it seems like fucking Left Lane has. That it's not going to work because of the fucking curvature of the Earth.
Well, hold on. Then Howard, why don't you, or Left Lane, why don't you just clarify what you said? Because that's not what I remember you saying.
I was just illustrating that the difference in the two models and what you run into in the conversation. If it's this, you'll get that, and if it's this, you'll get that. And on a spherical Earth, each time you reset that instrument, it's establishing a new horizontal reference that
See,
is not
Geo?
parallel to the original. That's on a sphere. That's geometry.
Except that the fucking surveyors will tell you that foresight backsight done correctly will actually be more precise than fucking GPS.
That's fine. Now you can say that if you'd
that's
like. I'm not
fine.
contesting it. I'm just saying
Well, the fucking GPS, the global positioning system.
from a geometric standpoint, that's the difference in the two models.
Mm-hmm. They don't fucking care about models if you don't bring it up, dude. They say that there's no. They say there's no fucking problem using foresight, backsight, creating a horizontal planar reference. So obviously, they believe that the fucking planar reference is continued on from point A to point B, a mile down the fucking road. Like, what the fuck? You're full of shit, dude. Like, Geo, I'm sorry, dude. If you can't see this, I don't tell you, man.
I don't understand why I'm full of shit just describing the two different models.
Because you basically outright just fucking told me that foresight backsight doesn't fucking work on a fucking globe. If you don't bring up globe / flat earth to the fucking surveyor, they don't fucking care, dude. They'll straight up tell you right off the hop, yeah, no problem. We can fucking transfer that fucking horizontal planar reference from point A to point B a mile down the road. They don't say, oh, well, it fucking depends if we're on a globe earth or a fucking flat earth.
Hey, Howard, I've got a question for you, mate.
Yeah, bro.
Right? Would it make a difference, right, if I wanted to create a straight horizontal line?
Oh my fucking god!
Not a curved horizontal line. Would it make a difference?
Well, see, your horizontal plane of reference is not curved. That's a plane of reference that's established at your point of your instrument. You know where it gets the vertical, and that reference is a horizontal plane that on the curved surface would extend out into space. It would gain altitude as it moved away from the point of origin.
Well, on a curved surface, Howard, right, I can start my GPS at point A, right, and everywhere then along that line, right, I'm resetting, and I'm resetting my perpendicular, all right, straight up
see, I
and
don't
down.
know.
Right?
Yeah, I
So
don't.
you know where I'm going there. So because then at point B and point C, D, E, and F, right? It's going to be resetting its it's perpendicular, just like an auto level or just like a total station. You are going to be resetting your perpendicular. So on a curved surface, if I was to not have a reference point back to that point A, right, and just continue that line all the way along, right, not do a foresight backside type of thing. Went from point A to point B and then reset it at point B with my perpendicular shooting to point C and all the way along there, right? In theory, right, that should follow the curvature of the Earth in your model because the perpendicular is always going to be different at every single point, right? And unless you set the GPS, right, to have its perpendicular reference at point A, okay, then the GPS is going to do exactly the same thing all the way around, right? So you need a reference point, that first reference point, to create your horizontal from that reference point, so then you can continue it all the way through, so it's perfectly straight and horizontal.
You guys do realize when you do foresight backside, you're maintaining a coplanar point, right? You're maintaining one fucking line, straight line, not fucking curved line. When you do foresight backside, whenever you move forward, you're maintaining the same line of reference.
Yeah,
That's
you're creating coplanar points. Yeah, you're creating a series of coplanar points.
Right,
I
Gio.
agree.
So the idea that fucking left lane here is telling you, oh, it depends if you're on a fucking globe Earth compared to if you're on a flat Earth. No, the coplanar points don't fucking matter what's going on underneath them. It could be a fucking 10-foot drop, a 20-foot drop, whatever. It could be 100. The fucking coplanar points don't care. This idea that the coplanar points somehow or another care about the shape of the Earth, they fucking don't.
No, but right, well, they do actually, right? because you set up your station at every single particular point, right?
But you're maintaining coplanar points, dude.
Hold on. You start at point A, scalpel, right? You set up your auto level, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's plumb, right? So now it's on a horizontal plane, right?
Mhm.
That very first site, and you shoot that through to point B now, and point C. But now you move your auto level to point B. Now you have to re-establish plumb, right? So you
Yeah,
can
but
get
you're.
that. You
But
gotta
you're involving your initial point. Okay, listen, dude.
just hear me out. Just hear me out,
Okay.
right?
All right.
Okay, just hear me out. So at point B, right, you're setting up your station again, which is
Mhm.
perfectly plumb, perfectly perpendicular, right? And now it's on a horizontal plane, right? So it doesn't matter which way you point it, right? East, west, north, south, right? In any direction, it's horizontal. Now you can now reshoot back to point A. Okay, then, right, and establish that mark because if it's not horizontal, right, it is now going to be pointing up in the air. You see what I'm saying? It won't be.
I don't know
It
what the
won't be
fuck you're
horizontal.
saying, dude. Honestly,
On a globe. This is
it
what I'm
has.
saying.
Yeah, your model afflicted, dude. They don't. The fucking
I'm
auto
not
level
model
doesn't.
afflicted. I'm saying
Hold
this
on.
is what would happen on a
Hold
globe.
on. The fucking auto level doesn't care about what's going on underneath it. It's maintaining a horizontal reference, a horizontal plane of reference.
The station cares about plumb. It doesn't matter where you put it. You establish plumb so you can set it up horizontal.
But it's got coplanar points, dude.
You've got to set
Do you
them
know
up.
what coplanar points means?
Do you know how you set these things up?
Do you know what coplanar? Do you agree that you can create coplanar points with an auto level? Yes or no?
Do you know how to set them up?
First of all, do you know? Yeah, I do actually. But listen,
Okay, then.
do you know
So what's
what
the process?
coplanar points are? Do you know? Do you know what coplanar points are?
You know the process of setting them up.
Oh
And
my
every
fucking
single
god.
time you set them up, you've got to set them up plumb, right? So you can establish a horizontal.
Do you know what
Right?
coplanar
So
points
that,
are?
so they're on a horizontal
I'm just
plane.
gonna assume you don't then
Right?
if you won't
You
answer.
can assume whatever you want.
Well, do you know? Will you answer it or yes or no? It's a simple
I'll answer
question.
for him. Benzo definitely knows what coplanar points are.
Okay. Well, why is he fucking skirting the question? I don't understand this, Gio. I'm seriously confused, dude. Like, I seriously don't understand why they're fighting this fucking simple fucking shit.
No, I don't think they're
I'm-
fighting it. I think what part. Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, you agree
Does-
it would be different than
No.
what we actually measure. So partly, I think what they're talking about is just, let's just say theoretically, if it were a globe, and then what you're saying makes sense. The coplanar points, and that's part of
okay.
what's in contention, and what they're claiming doesn't exist, and so it's kind of at the crux of the discussion of it.
Fair enough, Gio. But my question was to him if he knows what coplanar points is. You're saying yes, he knows. If the answer is yes, fine. My next question would be, does he think the auto level will create coplanar points regardless of the ground it's standing on? It's a simple fucking...
Of course they will.
Okay.
Right?
Then if you agree with that, it doesn't fucking care about the fucking shape of the Earth. The fucking fact of the matter is that the auto level is designed to use coplanar points to extend a fucking plane of reference.
Well,
It's simple.
Actually, Scalpel,
Here
it
we go.
does care about the shape of the Earth to set up coplanar points.
Well,
is
it's
where I was
fun.
trying-
That's funny that you say that because the average fucking surveyor believes they're on a ball Earth, but they also believe that the auto level creates coplanar points. So explain that one to me.
It's the way you set them up. Right?
Alrighty then. The auto level has no choice but to be fucking... That's the fucking point. That's the word in the auto level. They actually call it a fucking optical level in Canada, but I don't know what they call it in the States.
I hope this isn't live, is it? On YouTube?
Yeah, it's live.
It's a bit of a mockery from Scalpel.
Is it a mockery? How's it a mockery?
Well,
Go
come
ahead.
on, mate.
Come on, go
Well,
ahead.
please,
explain.
of course, you can get coplanar points from one setup. You've got Plum.
No,
you
no,
can get as
no,
many
not
points
one
as you
setup.
fucking want.
How about 12 setups?
You can't move the setup once without having a new Plum, and then each
Okay, well, because
each set
every
of coplanar
fucking
points
surveyor I
will
talk to
not
would
be on the
disagree
same
with you,
plane.
dude. Every surveyor I talk to
show,
would disagree with
how
you.
about you go away and get the evidence of these surveyors, and
Sure,
then
I got
come to
about
the table with their evidence.
I got about a dozen recordings, some of which are actually
Excellent.
on YouTube.
Did they verify their ID or what? Is it just a vocal?
You know
What
what?
is it?
I'll tell you what, dude. Why don't you fucking get off your ass, get on the phone tomorrow morning, and fucking call a bunch of surveyors?
You've
and
apparently
ask-
done it. You've got
I
recordings you can
I already
provide.
have. Why don't you do it?
Excellent. Serve them up.
Right. So you know what? You know
Exactly.
what's funny is I've been going on for a year about all these fucking surveyors that I talk to, and I haven't come across one person yet that'll get off their fucking ass and actually call some surveyors. When I say, "Hey, go call some surveyors," don't fucking listen to me. Go call some surveyors for yourself. Why is that? Why will nobody... You know what? I've gone into Gem Pandas and said that, and some people have said, "Hey, I got fucking surveyors on fucking speed dial." And I said, "Oh yeah, who's that?" And they fucking talk about Jesse Kozlowski and the fucking main surveyor. And I said, "Hey, how about you fucking call some people in your fucking area? Don't talk about the shape of the Earth. Ask them if they have the ability using front sight, back sight with a fucking auto level to create a fucking horizontal plane of reference over a mile." See what they say. And not fucking nobody yet, not one person yet has taken me up on that. Not one. On either side of the fucking debate. Why is that? Like, what's the fucking big fucking scary idea about fucking talking to a surveyor and say, "Hey man, can you use an auto level to fucking create a horizontal plane of reference a mile from point A to point B? And what kind of accuracy is that? And how is that fucking GPS? And what's the price difference? And blah, blah, blah. Talk to them like it's a fucking job.
Or maybe some of
Yeah?
us don't
No?
think there's any need to.
Yeah, right. That's right. Because you already got all the fucking... I get it.
Whoa.
No problem, man. No problem. Big deal. Just go fucking talk to Jesse Kozlowski. He'll tell you.
Why? Why would I talk to Jesse?
I don't know. It seems like that's what you guys want to fucking do. The main surveyor and Jesse Kozlowski. Don't
Really?
fucking call anybody in your area.
I haven't spoken to Jesse or the main surveyor ever once. Why would
Okay,
I guess
so
the
do
main
you
question
think
is it a coplanar over a ball or over a flat surface?
it doesn't fucking matter? They believe they're on a ball and they know 100% that they can create a fucking coplanar surface over a mile.
Who thinks this?
Because you could get a
fucking
coplanar
surveyor
square
I
over a
talk to,
ball.
dude.
At
Every
least
fucking
theoretically.
surveyor I talk to.
Because you could, I guess, potentially anyway, theoretically, get a coplanar square or something
You know
like
what's
that over a
funny? You know what's
globe.
fucking hilarious about this fucking Discord bullshit? Is not one fucking person will take me up on the offer. Not fucking one yet. It's been a fucking year since I made my phone call.
Well, maybe some of us don't feel the need to do that.
Yeah, maybe. You already fucking got all the answers. Good enough for you.
I guess the
Congratulations.
question is it a coplanar square over a flat surface or over a ball? Because you could still
It
get
doesn't
something
fucking
coplanar.
matter. They fucking think they're on a ball, and they know 100% that foresight backside will give them a coplanar surface over a mile.
What answers do you think I have, Scalpel?
I don't know what fucking answers you have. I know what answers I have. I've talked to surveyors. I've talked to fucking a guy in the States. It's an engineer that creates fucking water levels for 50 meters. And I asked him what he thinks about fucking extending it to a mile. Have you done that? I'm guessing not. Yeah, no, I guess not. No.
Well, why would
Okay.
I, though?
Well, yeah, why would you? Maybe to get to the fucking bottom of it. Maybe to see if these engineers, these surveyors, give you a fucking different answer than what you hear on Discord. You ever think about that?
The contention when it comes to the shape of the Earth, coplanar points within a small area really are not definitive. So you need something more than that.
Yeah, but
This
geo-
is why they have the difference between planar surveying and geodetic, and
No,
that's
no.
where there's more complexity. So that's
Geo,
like
over a mile, they have no problem creating a coplanar surface. There's supposed to be an 8-inch drop in a mile. They won't fucking talk about that when you talk to them. They can be within fucking millimeters in a mile, dude.
yeah. Well, then why do they believe the Earth's a globe?
Fuck if I know, but this idea.
Well, so I mean, so
that these
like
fu-
you're attacking, like
Hold on.
you're going off, but it's like
No,
these
no.
people that you're
I'm
saying
telling
you've
you
talked
why.
to, they themselves are, I'm assuming, globe
That's
earthers, right?
That's right. But this is what I'm
so
telling
yeah,
you
you
right
really
now,
need to
Gio.
answer that before coming with so much aggression.
I'll fucking answer you if you let me. These fucking people in here, Gio, are telling you that if it's a fucking ball Earth, that this foresight backside doesn't fucking work on a ball Earth, Gio. Are you not listening to these
Is anyone
guys?
in this room saying that?
Yes, he fucking did.
I don't think
Bandsaw
Leftman
or
said that
whatever his
either.
name. Not Bandsaw, but the other dude. I always get him mixed up with
Left
Bandsaw.
lane, did you say that foresight
lane.
backside doesn't work to make coplanar points? I don't think he said that either.
He did on it. He said if it was a globe Earth, it would.
Well, he
Go
did. He
ahead.
didn't really say about foresight backside, but he did say that on a globe Earth, yeah, the three
Okay.
equal.
Let's let him
points,
answer,
like,
Gio.
the one in the middle
Let's
would be
let-
higher.
Let's let him answer. Left lane. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So which is it? Does foresight backside work on a globe Earth to create a horizontal plane of reference or not?
No.
There you go,
Okay,
Gio.
so he did say that. Okay,
Not-
all right.
Yeah,
I
there you
stand
go.
corrected.
not on-
I've been in and out a little bit when I was driving.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
gonna-
it's
I don't
fair
know.
enough.
I'm gonna blame
Gio.
it on something else that I must.
Let me
have
tell
missed
you,
No,
Gio. Let me tell you something. Gio.
listen,
There's
let me finish
nobody
what-
that listens.
Let-
There's nobody
let-
that listens as close as to what I do. What people fucking say, dude.
Hold on. Let Howard clarify what he said just quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
It was I mean, on a sphere, if it was spherical, begging the question, if it was spherical, each time you move that instrument, you're establishing a different horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good enough for you, Gio?
Yeah, but Howard, are you saying that that is what actually happens in real life? That when you do foresight, backsight, when you actually create coplanar points, are you saying that those are all not in a straight level line, but in fact are curving?
No, I've never done it. It's like I said, it's begging the question.
Okay, so there you go. He's admitting that it's just theoretical, begging the question.
Okay,
Kind of.
fair enough, Gio. But he told me earlier on that he basically does surveying. So, left lane, do you want to explain? Oh no, I'm giving you a chance. Do you want to explain what you do with
I never
surveying?
said I was a surveyor. I never
That
said
was
I was.
Bandsaw said he's worked with the tools before.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry.
You getting
I'm sorry. Okay, so Bandsaw, you don't believe that foresight, backsight does a coplanar points either? Then?
No, when did I say that?
No, I'm asking you.
No, of course they do.
Are you a flat earther?
What do you think?
I don't fucking know. That's why I asked you, dude.
I believe it's a planar surface. Yep, definitely.
Okay. Okay, so left lane. Did you not say earlier that you did surveying or something like you know about it or some shit?
No, I'm just talking about geometry.
Okay, what about geometry then?
I've already explained it.
So you don't survey or have any experience with surveying or auto
No,
levels or anything?
I own an instrument. I do own an instrument. I have shot grade and set terraces in fields, for water flow and things like that. But no, I am not in any way certified, registered, or anything else as a surveyor.
Okay, so what kind of instrument do you own? An auto level or
No,
something else?
it's just an old level, an old telescope with a bubble on it, basically.
Anyhow, I honestly, guys, I don't really care. But I challenge anybody that chooses to take up the challenge. It's not really a big challenge. Just fucking call surveyors in your local area that aren't on YouTube, that aren't on fucking Discord, that don't care about the shape of the earth. Ask them if they're able to transfer a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B a mile down the road with an auto through foresight, backsight. See what they say. It's that simple.
Why don't you? Here's an idea, right? Because you've said you've done it a dozen times.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, dude, is don't listen to me.
Hold on. All right. You said you've done it a dozen times to these different people, and you have the recordings. Okay? Why not make a little video clip of these recordings?
There is a video clip out there. Bev chopped them up and did a video clip of it.
I'm not asking for.
I'm not a YouTuber, dude. That's the reason why. I'm not a YouTuber. I gave every fucking conversation that I had recorded, I gave to Bev to do what he wanted with, and he chopped some of them up and put them on a video. It's probably about a year old now-ish. I don't know the name of the video. I could maybe talk to him and get it for you if you want, but ultimately, I'm saying, don't fucking trust me. Like, you could sit here and say, how do I know they're fucking surveyors that Godscalp will talk to? And you know what? That's a fair enough question. I don't mind that question. That being said, go fucking in your fucking Google search a fucking town or city or whatever the fuck you want in your area. Talk to some
You should have
surveyors.
asked them a better question, mate.
I don't have to. No.
Yeah, I know you don't have to, because you already know.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I know
fair.
what I know.
Yeah.
Through my practical experience, I know what I know. I don't need
Fair enough.
to ring people to confirm what I already know.
So Godscalp, you
Okay.
actually didn't address so these surveyors that you've talked to that say all this, do they believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't ask them that question, Gio. I would assume that that's what they think.
Okay, well then,
But,
how could
here's
they
what I
know
do.
that and also think the Earth's a globe? How does that work?
Here's what I do, Gio. I call them up and I say, listen, I got a project that I want to do. And they're like, okay, what's your project? And I said, I want to create a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point C, with point B being in the middle. And I want it to be a mile long. And I've even gone as far to tell them, hey, listen, I want to create a mile long water level and see how it compares to the to your guys' measurement. Because if it compares, maybe a guy could use a water level to start doing some surveying within, it's a simple man's way of doing surveying. So I tell them about what I want to do. And every single one of them, when I say, can we do it with water level, I say, fucking problem, Gio. Most of them want it initially.
And they've never checked it.
Okay, I was talking to Gio. But anyhow, most of them, Gio, initially want to do it with a GPS. And the reason that they straight up tell me, because they'll say GPS, and I'll say, that's fine, but why GPS? And they'll say, well, just because, they think I'm calling them for a job, and they can do GPS in literally a couple of hours. Whereas if I
Sure. Yeah, you've said all this.
Yeah.
You've said
I'm
all
talking
this
to
bit.
Gio. I'm talking to Gio. If he
Jimmy's
doesn't
heard
want
it.
to hear it, he'll let me know. He'll let me know if he doesn't want.
But
Gio.
you all kind of monologuing, bro. Like you saying
Yeah,
the
I
same
know, but
point.
maybe Gio didn't hear it. I don't know. Because you guys won't shut the fuck up. If Gio already heard it, he
What do
can
you
let
mean
me
won't
know.
shut the fuck up? You've been talking for 5 minutes
Yeah,
straight. What's
I
Gio
don't
heard
know.
you?
In
Gio asked me a
circles about a
question.
stupid question you asked.
Gio
Yeah,
asked me a
like
question.
you just
I
stop.
was answering him, and he
I'm
still
sure
has
Gio's not
said
even listening
otherwise.
anymore. I'm
Gio,
sure
you
Gio's
want
gone.
me to shut up or what?
Well, no, I mean, I did hear what you said. Yeah.
Okay, well then you already know. Good.
And we
I've also talked to an engineer in the United
Oh my
States that
God.
builds water levels.
why don't we have a change of topic? Let's try and
Yeah,
change.
sure. I don't care. I can go on mute. I don't need to
No, I
talk.
mean, yeah,
Gio
just let
asked me a
someone else
question.
talk. Like if Goss Capitals could just mute, let someone else talk.
Yeah, I can go on mute. I don't mind. I'll go on mute now.
Thank you, man.
Go,
All right, Ben, so floor's yours, man.
Oh,
Go ahead, Ben.
mine. Now you put me on the spot. I've got nothing to say, Nate.
Oh wow.
Well, but just to finish what we were saying, God Scalpel, I mean, what Whitesword just said, I mean, so like ultimately, in a way, summarizing what you were saying about those guys and why they still could say the Earth's a globe, is it because they haven't checked it? Like they haven't done enough coplanar points over a long enough distance with the actual intention of measuring the Earth to see that it doesn't do that? That it doesn't curve the way that they are just taught? So, I mean, that they're just believing that. Meanwhile, they're measuring planar surfaces?
Hey, so Gio, I don't know if these guys are going to let me answer you with interrupting me, but
Well, I did kind of take it back to that, but I just wanted to kind of complete. I mean,
yeah,
unless
I
we
know.
can
Well,
move on as well. I'm not saying we have to go all back into it, but I just wanted to.
Well, I did go on mute until you asked me a question, but I'll try to answer it as quickly and efficiently as possible. To be quite honest, I never asked them what they think the shape of the Earth is. I just asked them if they were able to do what I'm talking about.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if they were able, sorry to interrupt you, Gio, and if they were able to do it through foresight, backsight, as well as I also asked them, once we got to the end of the mile, would it be a good idea to look back to point A and confirm that the measurements were correct? And they ultimately, all of them told me that was a ridiculous idea.
Why? Because the distance is too far?
Yeah. The industry standard, Geo, is 50 meters on foresight, backsight. Some of them said 75. To be fair, some of them said 75 meters max.
Okay, so you're suggesting that some of these guys, perhaps or possibly, that Jesse Kozlowski and whatnot, when they claim that they're doing those longer shots, and they're going, from point A to B and then back from B to A, that's
Yeah, I think they're full of shit. Everybody I talk to, I've straight up asked them, Gio, when we get a mile down the road, should we look back at point A and confirm our measurements? I
Right. But
straight
the
up
only
asked.
thing is that no, I hear you. But the thing is, those guys are obviously not experts in measuring Earth curvature. Meaning that they may be experts in doing planar surveying in different ways, but they're not. It's not their specialty to do the actual measurement of the larger curvature. So I guess in a sense they're not really. I mean, they may be qualified for that, but they're not necessarily experts in that, and they haven't done it definitively.
Well, they say that there's 8 inches curvature in a mile, and they can be accurate. They can create a horizontal plane of reference through foresight, backsight within millimeters. So I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then how could anyone think the Earth's a globe then, if that's the
Well,
case?
that's what I'm trying to say. Basically, they don't. You listen. What I'm saying is regardless of the shape of the Earth, these fucking guys don't care. I mean, sure, they assume in the back of their head that it's a globe, but when you start talking to them about creating a planar, a planar horizontal planar reference over, it's not an issue. They don't bring it up.
No, they're not thinking about it, Scalpel, at all.
Right. But they can be within a millimeter fucking accurate with foresight backsight. But yet there's supposed to be 8 inches of fucking curvature in a mile.
Yeah,
Right.
the only people that are going to think about it would be geodetic surveyors, but your normal
But they
surveyor.
calculate that into it. They don't measure it.
No, I agree, Scalpel. I agree that they.
That's all I'm saying, dude. They have, when I asked them, can you create a horizontal, the big thing is, just like fucking Bansar, someone said on here, is it depends on whether or not the Earth is curved or a planar surface to create a horizontal planar reference using the auto level with the fucking technique of foresight backsight. These fucking surveyors don't bring up any of that conversation. I simply ask them, is it possible to create a horizontal planar reference for a mile using the fucking foresight backsight? They 100% say yes, not a fucking problem, but GPS would be more efficient if you want to be faster. And I say, and I've said, well, I'd like to actually learn the auto level and be there with you. And they say, yeah, no problem, we can do it, but it's gonna fucking take all day. And I say, I don't fucking care how long it takes. And they're like, yeah, sure. And then I'll ask them, what is the difference in accuracy? And everybody I talked to said that you can actually get more accurate, more like precise, I should say, with the auto level than they can with GPS. Not that either one of them are inaccurate. It's just there's a higher precision with the auto level.
What I said, Scalpel, which you kind of cut me off with, that you can create coplanar points, right? With these things. Now on a globe model, right? If you move your station from point A to point B, right, and re-establish your plumb, and then try and do your foresight backsight, it is not going to be on the same plane, right? It's not going to be it's not going to be parallel.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I
to that
get
same
yeah.
plane. Like,
I
that's what
get your argument. I get your argument, and I know what you visualize when you say that. The only problem is it's boring as fuck because and I'll tell you why, is because every fucking surveyor I talk to says that, basically within a millimeter, it's going to be PS over a mile.
To you, mate, it may be boring. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right, that the tools themselves, right, you'd have to set them up other than plumb. You couldn't set them up plumb every time you move them. It'd be impossible.
Okay, so which is it then? Is GPS fucking planar fucking coordinate system then? Is that what you're telling me? Because it matches. No, but I am, because foresight backsight matches up with GPS within fucking millimeters. But you're sitting here telling me if the Earth was fucking curved, well then foresight backsight ain't gonna fucking work.
No, it wouldn't work.
Daniel Spell said foresight backsight is only good for 50 meters. What the fuck do you think the discrepancy is going to be with Earth curvature at 50 meters? It's fucking negligible. There's your problem.
Is that my problem?
I don't think we're
Yeah, you've asked the wrong question.
Is that right? Okay, so if a surveyor fucking does a horizontal plane of reference for a mile or two or whatever using foresight backsight, and they realize there's a difference from point A to point B at a mile down the road, is that fucking curvature or is that elevation? Which is it?
Well, that's up to their mathematics that they do to calculate for all of their fucking error margin. Because each
Well, I can
50 would have an error margin.
I can tell you
So-
right now, based on my conversations, it's not going to be curvature. It's going to be elevation different.
Well, not if you're talking water level, is it? So
Pardon me?
it's going to be optical variance. That's all it's going to be. It's going to be error margin in the equipment and optical variance as you
Is
dip down
that
50
right?
meters.
So what's the error margin for GPS then? How accurate do you think GPS is?
Well, it would match water level, wouldn't it? Because water is level, isn't it? Whether we're on a ball
I never
or a
brought
plane.
up water level at all, actually, so I don't know why you're
But
bringing that.
well, you did because there's water level.
No,
for
actually,
over a
I
mile.
didn't. Water level fucking never fucking crossed these lips tonight.
Well, fair enough. Maybe someone else brought up that mile-long water level to
I
compare
don't
it
think
to.
anybody
It needs
did,
to be
actually, to
compared.
be honest with you.
No, someone did. I said, have they compared it? No, you did. You asked the surveyor, actually. You can go back through your conversation. It
Oh,
did pass your
I
lips,
said,
mate.
yeah, I wanted to compare it to a water level,
Yeah.
yeah.
There you
But that's
go.
not my
Right. And I
argument.
asked you, did the surveyor actually
Oh, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
check?
fair enough. Fair enough. But that's not my argument.
I asked you, did the surveyor check against the water level, or did he just assume it?
No. I
And
told
you
him
just
that I
went on
want.
some fucking
Hold
monologue.
on. I told him I wanted to create a project, and I needed for him to first create a horizontal plane of reference so I could compare the water
Yeah,
level
we
to
heard that.
horizontal
We
plane of
heard that.
reference. Okay, so are you fucking suggesting that you already said that a water level is going to match? So you're telling me that a water level will create a horizontal plane of reference over a mile? Is that your fucking argument here?
Fuck yeah. It's been used to do that for a very long time.
There you go. What's the problem?
Oh, your attitude coming in here asking random questions, stupid backwards questions. That's the
So
problem.
water is 100 fucking % level over a mile. There you go.
Fucking hell, welcome to Flat Earth, mate. Shit.
I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, well, planar Earth. Welcome to planar Earth.
Anyhow, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you know, there's actually two different fucking surveyors I talked to. One surveyor I talked to, when I told him what I wanted to do,
12 down to 2.
he said that
Stop.
no, I'm just saying there's two that stand out. One surveyor said he was so interested in what I wanted to do that he'd come out and do the surveying for a case of beer because he wanted to see how it worked out in the end. And the other surveyor I talked to that was interested, he said, yeah, we've used water, like he said, I used to work in the construction industry and we used to use water level to level out trailers and to do siding and shit like that because you can go around corners with water level, this shit. And he also said that, yeah, that's pretty fucking interesting what you want to do. I never thought about doing it that long. I also talked to a fucking engineer in the United States that had a hand to play in a 50-meter long water level he sold, but they're sold out right now. And when I started fucking talking to him about doing a mile-long water level, he was kind of fucking interested too. So, yeah, I don't know. It's
How can
created some
someone be
interest.
sold out of a 50-meter water level? It's fucking hose. You just go and buy some hose, mate.
No, but you can buy it though. You get the hose and a reservoir that hooks up to the hose and all this shit.
Fair enough.
I know a guy. There's a guy on here, Buster, fucking bought it. He does construction. He uses it in construction.
Hey, if you need a special hose, mate, I've got a special hose I can sell you.
It's not a special hose. It's just you can make your
Oh.
own fucking water level with any hose, really. You can use a fucking garden hose
Sweet.
if you want.
I've heard about your special hose,
Yeah.
Interesting.
But this guy Buster, he started using it in his. He says it's fucking bang on, man. It's most level shit he's ever built was using a fucking water. Not only that, but there's water levels out there that are good for 200 meters that are precise to 0.001 of a fucking inch.
How the fuck did they even measure that to know?
Well, because I'll tell you how they
Mathematics.
use a micrometer with cups of water, so that when the cup touches, like when the water level in the cup touches the micrometer, they measure it through the micrometer, the water level.
What, to the
They use
other
it.
end of just
They
200 meters?
use it. Yeah, up to 200 meters within 0.000, I believe it is, 3 zeros. They use it to level out machine fucking tables and shit. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you,
I bet they
there's
do.
shit that you guys probably haven't heard about that they use water levels for. It's pretty fucking crazy. And the precision is
Oh, they
fucking
use it
crazy.
for mirrors, mate. They use it for glass when they want flat glass for microscope slides.
Yeah, I've heard that
So
before.
they definitely have to have a flat plane for that.
Yeah.
Can't do that on a curved surface.
Yeah, but this is too.
A
Oh, sorry.
surveying. There's actually a surveying company. I'm pretty sure it's the States. It may be Canada, but anyway, it's somewhere over there. They specialize in surveying with water levels, and they guarantee that it'll be more accurate and quicker than normal surveying.
I've seen videos on YouTube where they compare water levels, laser levels, construction setting. Nothing at all to do with flat Earth or any of that shit. And the water levels are more consistent than the fucking laser levels.
Yeah, of course, light bends.
So here's the thing, like, I don't know, like, fuck, I don't know. It seems like water levels are pretty. If you can use fucking micrometers to fucking measure the water level of 200 meters in cups, and that is what they use to fucking build precise machinery tables and shit. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Like, fuck me.
Well, it depends on who's using them and how they can construct them too. Actually,
Well, there's a company out there that's selling them, and they fucking say that they're within, I believe it's 0.00030 zeros and a 1 of an inch accurate over 200 meters. So that's pretty fucking accurate.
maybe that's what Sly Sparkane should have done in credit instead of trying to make his own that had more leaks in it than your average bloody dike.
Maybe the leaks were on purpose, man. Who knows?
Who knows?
A leaky dike.
Yeah.
I talked to one
Yeah,
girl.
good
It was a
night.
girl. She sells fucking surveying equipment at a warehouse, and I was talking to her, and I was asking her about water level, or not water levels, but optical levels. We call them optical levels here, or auto levels. And I was asking her, like, what's the big deal about oh shoot, what are those ones that can measure angles? I can't remember.
Theodolite?
Yeah, theodolites or whatever. Yeah, and I said, when it comes to measuring, like, I asked her, like, I was just talking to her, and I said, well, when it comes to, like, what's the big difference? And she's like, they can just measure angles. And I said, well, I know some guys kind of brag about having a $10,000 theodolite. And I said, if you're just using an auto level, doing front foresight and backside or whatever, I said, is there a big difference or whatever? And she literally fucking scoffed and laughed. Like, she's like, no, you can do just as much fucking, unless you're looking to measure the angle of something, you can do just as much fucking, just be just as accurate with a fucking auto level that costs a couple $100 compared to $10,000. Yeah, she's like, basically, it's fucking, like, if I remember right, I'd have to go back to the recording. If I remember right, she said something like, it's just basically boys and their toys, right? Like, it's really not that much of a big deal to fucking spend $10,000 theodolite compared to
No, it's a different purpose,
$500.
mate. You need the accuracy for angles. It's a different purpose. If you don't need the angles, you don't need to spend the
But
money. If you need the
even a
angles,
$500 or $1,000 theodolite is basically, at the end of the day, it's pretty much just as good as a $10,000 one. Like she just
or look,
literally.
possibly, I would expect it would come down to increments, like the definition of adjustment. But I might be wrong. Maybe there is no difference. You might be right. But I would expect there to be some form of difference between the 1,000 and 10,000.
Yeah, except that you're convinced that a surveyor goes out there and measures a fucking mile angle with a theodolite, but every fucking all the surveyors I talk to, they don't operate in those distances, man.
No, but you missed the point. So you want to get an angle from, like, you got a corner point,
Well,
for
I got your
example, you're doing
point.
foundation work, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I
it
got
might only be fucking 20 meters, 30 meters. You've got to get the right angle. Other devices won't do that accurately.
I got your point, but I think you missed my point. Like these
azimuth as well.
surveyors, the surveyors don't go out and try to fucking measure 100 fucking mile long angle. That's what I'm saying. You know, that's
they
where
don't.
it really matters, right?
We know that.
Because if you're just
Why?
out just a fucking hair at 100 miles, it's going to make a big difference, right? But if you're out a hair at fucking 50 meters, it's going to be negligible, right?
Well, on a plane with a theodolite, you could do it for 200 miles because each time you set up, it would reset, which would be the same plumb. You could go on forever. But if it's curved, yes, you'd have these issues.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's a great argument, though. And that's not the way surveyors operate.
I think that's just because of practical reasons. They're never asked to do any projects that big. It's just not. It's not something like railway people. Yeah, you know, they might have an issue, you know, across Australia, for example, putting a rail line in. But it's probably in such small segments that they still don't even really need to consider it.
It always
apparently
interests me
railways
why-
are already bent.
It always interests me why people won't talk to surveyors and not bring the shape of the earth. Just talk to them about their techniques and their tools and the way they do shit. It interests me.
Because none of their stuff applies because it's all, as you said, on smaller increments for accuracy. They've never
I know,
ever
but-
even had to think of things over larger distances.
I know, but you got people on YouTube and Discord saying that they should be, you know, doing a site over a mile with a fucking.
Let them say
Uh,
that. Though. Let them say it.
Yeah, I know, but
What if
it's
you-
kind
what
of
if you-
bullshit,
what if-
right?
What if you talk to a surveyor, like a geodetic surveyor that surveyed whole countries? Would you say that they're full of shit when they say that there's spherical axis and shit like that?
No, because they're just working from already predetermined points.
I don't feel
Well,
like.
they would say no.
Okay, tell me who I should talk to. I'll talk to them.
I don't know. Maybe you can send a ordnance surveyor email. Isn't that what Bev did? And they said that the earth is curving, and that's why all their maps are off.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think all surveyors that I've talked to, like I haven't. To be fair, there's not one surveyor that I talked to that I asked them, "Hey, do you think fucking Earth is a globe or do you think it's flat?" I never asked that question. I'll be honest, straight up.
Oh, that's
So I'm
fucking weak.
assuming that all of the ones I talked to thought they were living on a globe, right? But that being said, they have no fucking problem creating a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B using foresight backside at 50 meters a pop.
Sure, but if
So,
if they
can I
use
ask
it,
you-
but hold on.
really quick, let me ask. Can I ask you a question really quick?
Go, people. Go.
So to the gentleman that's talking about surveying, have you ever looked in any of the surveying manuals?
Like I said, I don't have a doubt in my mind that they think it's a globe. I don't feel like I need to even ask them that question. Matter of fact, I believe if I ask them that question, they're gonna think I'm fucking retarded.
No. I'm not saying like what you've asked them. I mean, since you're on the topic of surveying, have you ever looked at any of the surveying manuals?
I don't have to. I talk to surveyors, man. They're the professionals. So why do I have to fucking go after
Yeah,
them? And
I mean, why
The
not look?
answer would just be no. No. No, I
yeah,
haven't.
Why not?
no, I haven't.
Um,
No, I haven't. How about that? No, I haven't.
well, if you look
Yeah.
at any of the manuals, there's literally a section in there that tells them how to, how to account for curvature and refraction.
When they foresight and backsight for a mile, they don't count for curvature.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between geodetic and planar surveying, but I'm
But
saying
there's an 8. But
in
you
the
would
manual.
agree. You would agree. There's an 8-inch, supposed 8-inch fucking curvature drop over a mile, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So
There's
when a
a thing.
surveyor,
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. But the thing is, there's also things called errors, right? So there's different types of errors in surveying, and one of those errors is not accounting for curvature.
so when I ask them, what's the accuracy you can transfer this horizontal plane of reference, and they say within millimeter.
So
do they? You think
so-
they're considering inches error when they tell me they can do it within millimeters?
Well, the problem is if they continue to do that, if you continue to do that mile after mile after mile, you're going to get an error, and that's going to be an error due to curvature.
Right, that's what you say, and I understand that's what you say. But when I talk to a surveyor,
That's what any geodetic surveyor would tell you.
okay,
So
so
the question
when
is probably
if a surveyor finds a difference in measurement over a mile of 4 inches, what does that surveyor call that? 4
why are
inches.
we just doing a mile? That's
Well, we got to
let's
start
do 3 or
someplace,
4.
right?
Why not 3 or 4 or 5 miles?
We
'Cause, I
can, but
mean,
we got to let's start someplace in a mile, right? Like, why is this question so? Why can't you just answer it? If they find a 4-inch difference over a mile, what are they going to call it?
it could. Well, most likely it's probably going to be either Earth curvature or it's going to be refraction, and they're going to be able to account for that.
Okay, so you think that if they find a 4-inch difference over a mile, they're going to call it refraction or Earth curvature?
Possibly,
I'll tell
yes.
you what they're. Oh, possibly. Well, I'll tell you most definitely what they're going to call it is
What are they gonna?
elevation change.
Yeah, of
There'll be a
course.
4-inch. There'll be a 4-inch difference
That's the
over a
difference.
mile in elevation.
Yeah, that's the now they can account for elevation change. That's no problem. But
No,
now,
that's what they'll
now if
measure, though, dude. They're
now
not
hold on.
accounting for it. This is what they're measuring.
Now hold on 1 second. Now, if we're at sea level, right, and
Oh
I'm looking at a bunch of different posts at sea level, right? If I have a whole bunch of different posts at sea level and they're all 5 feet, and I sight down my own level or theodolite or whatever, and for some reason the farther ones are starting to drop away from the horizontal, that's not elevation change. That's curvature.
And we're floating in space in Darnia, and we pull out our auto level, and we notice a difference as we're floating. Which is we're gonna call that Narnia curvature too. Like, why do you gotta fucking change everything that I said? You can take a fucking surveyor, put him in the middle of a field, and in a mile, if he measures 4 inches difference, he's gonna call it fucking elevation change. Period.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Done. Good. Done. That's it. It doesn't
No,
matter if he's in the middle of a field, on a
put it-
beach, or whatever. If he measures that 4 inches, it's gonna be elevation.
But it's not always elevation, though. That's the
Oh
thing.
my god. Yeah, of course
It's not
not.
always
Yeah.
elevation.
It's never, I'll tell you one thing for sure. It's never gonna be fucking, what did you say? What did you say? What were the two things you said it could be? Earth curve, and what was the other one?
Curvature and refraction.
Refraction. It's never gonna be
I think
refraction.
a surveyor would be able to tell the difference between elevation and curvature. You don't think so?
Yeah, and sure. I'll tell you right now, if they measure a 4-inch difference over a mile, they're gonna never call it curvature. They're gonna always call it elevation change.
How much do you think they'd be able to measure in about, let's say, 5 miles?
I give a fuck. They're supposed to be 8 inches in a mile, and they can tell me. They tell me they're within millimeters accuracy, and they don't
You don't
measure an
think
8-inch fucking difference.
you don't think there'd be a thing called an error due to curvature in 5 miles that they would account for?
Why don't we start at 1 mile?
Well, you'd have to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, 1
Well, not
mile is a great start.
1 mile, yeah. We'll
People, what do
1
you want
mile is
to?
a
What do
great
you want to
start.
stretch it to
And then
5?
the further on you go, you're going to continue to get.
Honestly,
What's your
I
reason
believe.
for going to 5 miles?
Wait a
Stick with
second.
1 mile.
Honest,
You're going to continue to get that error. It's going to get wider and
honestly,
wider.
I believe they can do fucking 5 miles in millimeters too. So it doesn't matter. But
Don't let him drag you.
No,
He's
he
dragging you
doesn't
out
have to.
for 5 miles for a reason. Stick with 1 mile. Let him answer that.
Yeah, it's
bigger
dude.
fuck,
I know.
The bigger the distance, the bigger the margin for error.
For distance, you're going to get more. You're going to be able to see it more.
Okay,
see more
listen,
of the
hold up,
issue.
dude. The guy that wants to talk about 5 miles, do you believe that a surveyor with an auto level can be within millimeter accuracy at a mile?
Right. So,
well, hold
within-
on.
within a
It's
mile?
just a simple yes or no answer. Do you believe
Probably.
a surveyor can be accurate within a millimeter
Well,
over a mile?
it depends on the width. It depends on the width of the crosshairs.
Oh my fucking god.
When
Do you believe a fucking surveyor can be accurate within a millimeter over a mile? Yes or no?
Over a mile, probably not a millimeter. I'd say probably within a half a foot.
A half a foot? Clearly, you've never talked to a surveyor about this situation.
No, but let me ask you another question. If I'm looking at let's say I'm looking at something that's, I don't know, let's say 10 miles away. And I know
Let's stick to this
hold
mile
on.
thing.
Hold
A
on.
half a foot is ridiculous.
Hold on. I'm looking at something 10 miles away, right? And I know my elevation. I know my elevation, right? And I'm looking at something that I know is taller than me, yet for some reason that thing that's taller than me is falling below the crosshairs.
Do you think that's the way a surveyor 10 miles at a
don't-
time? Pardon me?
No, answer the question. Is it
Wait a
elevation?
second.
Is it
Wait a
elevation
second.
change?
Do you think a surveyor surveys 10
I
miles
asked
at a
the
time?
question. I asked the question first.
Yeah, but we're talking about surveyors and their techniques, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think a surveyor
I'm
surveys
not
10
going to
miles at a time?
until you answer mine.
I'll answer your question, but do you think a surveyor surveys 10 miles at a time?
I asked my question first.
So you don't want to answer my question.
I will, but I asked my question first.
What's your question?
I have an auto level. I'm at the
Okay.
beach.
Sure.
My elevation is 11 feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
I'm looking at a building that I know is
Okay.
taller than 11 feet.
Okay.
But the crosshairs are hitting the top of the building.
Okay.
Is that an elevation? Is that an elevation change?
So I'll ask you once again, do you think that's the proper way to use an auto level? Do you think there's any surveyor out there?
That's the way I used it. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Do you think there's any professional surveyor out there that uses an auto level? Hold on.
If I'm trying to be
Are you a professional
millimeter accurate,
surveyor?
if I'm trying to be millimeter accurate, then no, I would
you-
not use it. Absolutely.
Are you a professional surveyor?
No, I'm not. If I'm
Okay,
trying to be
cool.
millimeter accurate, then I wouldn't use it at that distance, right?
That's great. Cool. So
I
do
wouldn't use it
you
at that distance. But
do
since
you
I'm
know?
wait,
Yeah, hold
since
on,
I'm
hold on,
since
hold
I
on,
can
hold
since
on.
I can
Do you
see
know of
so
any
much of an
professional
error,
surveyor that would look through an auto level to
I'm
figure
not a
out
professional
elevation
surveyor.
change
I'm not,
over
I'm not,
11 miles?
I'm not a professional surveyor. No, none of them would. But
Okay,
what
so
I'm trying to
why
do,
are we talking about this?
but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find out why this building I'm looking at is falling below my eye level. If it's not a different, if it's not at a lower elevation.
Hey, listen. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, still make a noise?
I don't think that's a relevant question.
Exactly. You're right. It's not. And same with your question. It's fucking not relevant at all.
Think about it. But can you just
Yeah, I
think about
thought
it?
about it. Okay, think about this.
Why?
Do you think
All right, I'm
if a
gonna show
tree
you.
falls in the forest
I'm gonna
and
show you
there's
a
nobody
picture.
there to hear it, does
Are
it
you able
still
to look
make a
at the
noise?
chat? Are you able to look at the chat? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Left lane just posted it.
Do you think that the tree makes a noise if nobody's there to hear?
I'm not answering the question. Look at the chat real quick.
Well,
I'm gonna
then
show
I'm
you a
not
picture.
answering your question.
Okay, just look
Because
at the chat.
they're equally as relevant. Dude, if you miss it, hey, if you want to use a screwdriver for a hammer, that's totally fine. You can do that. But
Are
that
you
doesn't
scared?
mean that's what a
Are
screwdriver
you
is for.
afraid to look at the picture in the chat?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so look in the chat. Left lane just
Are
posted
you
it.
afraid? Are you afraid to know how a professional surveyor uses an?
I know. Yeah. That's great. Now look in the chat really quick because this is
Oh,
something that
okay.
I do.
Well, the professional doesn't fucking matter.
If you're a professional, I'd like to hear that.
All right.
I'm not a professional, but I've talked to lots of professionals.
But have you ever used an auto level?
Not so interesting.
Pardon me?
Do you own an auto level? Have you ever used one?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any observations with an auto level?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you post some of them?
I would never use an auto level. Fucking
Okay. So
10 miles.
okay, great. Well, I have an auto level and I used it to see whether or not
Congratulations.
I used it to see whether or
I got a
not I
fucking
can.
rifle with a $2,000 scope. I wouldn't
That's
use that scope over 10 miles either.
That's great. Well, it's just collecting dust doing nothing. So I took mine out and I wanted to
You
see
don't fucking know.
I wanted to see whether or not there was drop from the horizontal. So when I took my auto level out there, I see that for some reason this 15-story building is dropping below my eye level. And I know the building is not at a lower elevation, right?
Okay, let me ask you this. How would a professional surveyor use that auto level that you?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let's just fucking use this fucking screwdriver as a hammer. It doesn't fucking matter.
Does your auto level manufacturer give you any specifications as to how far it's accurate to?
I don't care about that. I really don't care about that. But this is the way I used it.
Fuck, why should I care about your question?
Well,
then?
then, if you used it like that. Okay.
Why is it? I don't know why this triggers. I don't know why this. For some reason, these images that I went out and did, for some reason, they trigger.
B-ball. Let
Go ahead,
FP get his point in, please. Thank you.
People, just take a breath, bro. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just asking a question. Does the manufacturer of your auto level in the manual, does it give any indication as to this device is accurate up to a certain distance or temperature range or anything like that? Like at your 10 mile, is it within specification or is it just shooting out into somewhere that it can't even be relied upon?
Am I trying to be millimeter accurate? No.
No, that's not
I'm
my
not.
question. That's not my question.
All I'm trying to
Answer the
do
question.
is see whether or not things that are taller than me are dropping below eye level.
Or don't answer
That's
the
it.
question because that's not suspicious at all when you don't answer the question.
I don't care if you guys claim that I'm not using it correctly. I don't care.
Well, why? Listen,
You
dude.
claim that's a
Why
claim
do you
that you
not
guys
care?
make because for some reason you guys look at these pictures and you're like, holy shit. Let's just claim that he's not using it correctly.
Dude, why do you not care about a tool that's made to measure elevation not
Yeah.
being used?
It's made to
correctly?
create a horizontal plane, right? Is it not?
And why
That's what
you
it does.
strawman me with that accusation that I never made? I didn't say you weren't using it correctly. I just asked
Is
a
an
question
auto
about
level
the device.
I'm saying he's not using it correctly. You don't use
don't
it at
care.
10 miles in one shot. You don't even use it at 1 mile in one shot.
I've got a question for you, people. Right?
So is an auto level not used to create a horizontal plane?
B-ball, I've got a question for you. Right?
Go ahead, Bantam.
So at what distances is that auto level supposed to be creating a horizontal plane?
I can
The
answer that.
specific distance? I don't know.
No, I'm asking people.
100, 200 meters?
100, 200 meters. So do you think do you think a horizontal plane has been established over 15 mile or is a mile?
Yes, I do. You know why? Because the only reason why they say you can't use it after a certain distance is because the width of the crosshairs. After a certain distance, you're not going to be able to really read the measuring rod. Which I really don't care because I can just
So
use
it's
the building
made
as
to
a
use.
measuring rod.
So it's made to read measuring rod. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Okay. So what kind of measuring rod can it read at a 10-mile distance?
Yeah, I can use the building because I know how tall the building is.
So
I think this sounds a little bit like if I said that that gun is accurate to within 400 meters, doesn't mean the bullet's going to hit the middle of a bullseye at 400 meters and not exist at 401 meters, right? So if somebody says a theodolite or a auto level is accurate to within a certain distance, surely there's going to be a kind of trailing off of that, right? It's not that like beyond this you are banned from using it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've
No,
talked to surveyors, and I've
going from 200 meters to 15 mile. Yeah, nah. You
I've
come
talked to
into
surveyors. They won't
a
use it.
gunfight with a water pistol. Really?
Yeah, they won't use it like
don't
that
think it'll
over
still
even a
show-
mile.
No, I don't, Riding.
So what
Not
it-
at
so-
all. And if you think that it does or it will, right? You need to check your argument.
Right.
Really.
So what happens to it then once it gets to beyond 200 meters? What's going on?
Who knows what happens to it, right?
200 meters. Fuck
Who
that. Most
knows
surveyors won't
what
use
is
it over
happening to
50
it,
to 75 meters.
Yeah, I know, Scalpel. I know. All right? Anyone worth their soul.
Right,
won't-
but
won't do it.
I'm not saying it. I'm not giving any indication of where I think it's accurate to. I'm just saying once it gets to that point, what happens?
I guess that's what happens.
Light
when
bends, mate.
fucking
Light
kids-
bends. Remember?
That's what happens when you give kids mad rules.
If you think riding, it is creating a horizontal plane over 15 mile, you are kidding yourself.
That's not what I'm saying, though. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're responding. You're talking to somebody else right now, Bandy. I didn't ask that question. I didn't make that statement.
Why don't the surveyors do that then? Why do they only use it 50?
Restate your
If we pick an
your
arbitrary
blockchain rating.
distance, if we pick an arbitrary distance at what an auto level is no longer, the manufacturer no longer says this is accurate, whatever that be, 200 meters.
If the manufacturer doesn't do that, though.
Hold
dude.
on. Let him go. Let him go.
What does it do at 1 meter past that?
The manufacturer doesn't do that, though. Show me where the manufacturer says 200 meters.
But let's say that what I would
like my
suggest
question
is
is
that
quite clear.
Well, why are we
201 meters?
Can someone answer his question?
Wait a second. Show me where the manufacturer says you can use this
Yes,
shit
the
at 10
margin of
miles.
error
Can
increases
somebody
to
answer
the point
his
where it's not
question?
accurate.
I'll
I'm
answer
about
it.
to.
I'll
I'm
answer
about to. Okay, go, Fe. You answer.
it. All right, just quickly, Benny, and if you think I'm wrong, step in, mate. At
Yeah,
201 meters, theoretically, it might be slightly less accurate than at 200 meters. At 400 meters, it'll be even more inaccurate. At a kilometer, it'll be even more inaccurate. At 5 miles, it'll probably be quite inaccurate. And at 10 miles, it'll probably be very inaccurate. That's my
What causes the inaccuracy? That's
Wait a
his
second.
question.
Wait a
Further out
second.
you
The
go.
the
Why
one
does it
guy
start
brought up.
getting
Hold on.
inaccurate?
The one guy brought up that's trying to make the point manufacturers. Can anybody show me a manufacturer where it
No,
says they
no,
can
no
be
more
used?
questions till someone answers Eggshell's question.
You're just doing a weird red herring with that. I'm not saying that is the case.
That's
I'm
not a
just saying
weird
if-
red herring. You're the one that brought up manufacturer specs. That's hardly a red herring when you brought it up.
So what is the substance of my question then? If you think it's crucial,
You brought up manufacturer specs. Can you please show me a manufacturer spec that says you could use this over 10 miles?
Okay, well,
I never said that was the case. I'm not suggesting it is the case now.
Well, you
I've
said
repeatedly
200
said
miles.
It's not the case. You just what are you doing? Which windmill are you tilting at now?
Well, what are you tilting at? What's the manufacturing specs you want to
Yo,
talk about?
why not let Bandsaw answer his question? Why not let Bandsaw answer
Strange
Eggshell's
individual.
question? Because you don't know what the question
Not
was,
able
God
or
Scout.
willing to, so let Bansal talk.
Riding, you did say if, right? A manufacturer says this, and then what happens at 201 meters type of thing. I don't care about what happens, obviously, over 201 meters, right? Because, like FE said, look, it's going to be probably next to nothing, right?
Dude,
When you're
why are you
talking,
even entertaining this?
God Scalper, shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You shut the fuck up.
but when you're talking over 15 miles, right, light bends
Sure.
too. All right, so that's why you wouldn't use it, right? And this happens over short distances too.
Yeah, but you guys may as well be
my guess
talking about
would be
Narnia.
it
The
is
manufacturers don't make these claims.
nobody's saying they do.
It's
You
a
fucking
So then
weirdo.
why
hypothetical.
bring it up?
Just
There's
Why say
shut your
150
mouth.
states.
hold
You're not
on.
following the
What's your
conversation.
fucking point to say, what if the manufacturer
Okay.
says? That's not what they fucking say.
I didn't say it was, you fucking weirdo.
So what's your fucking point then by saying what if?
Girls, settle down.
No. This is good. What's your fucking point to say what if?
I didn't even say what if.
Every tool has a
Tolerance.
verified accuracy, and it will be in the manufacturer's book. It'll be optimally at a certain humidity and a certain condition like temperature, and anything out of that will be considered margin of error.
The
Not
industry
optimal.
standard is 50 to 75 meters max. Most people will say 50.
Right. As per manufacturer.
So why are we talking about 200 meters and fucking 15 miles? It
Benefit
doesn't make
of the
sense.
doubt on fantastic clear day with no humidity, you know, like the best of the best day, you might be able to stretch it out to 200.
Yeah.
75
Big Shells is
meters.
asking why 201? What happens after that?
I haven't
It's just
talked to a
more and more
professional
inaccurate.
surveyor.
The
I
point is
haven't
simply
talked.
that I imagine that there is even within any specs on anything, it'll be like my suspicion would be accuracy is actually degrading from like a millimeter in front of the lens, but it is
Of
degrading at
course.
such a small point that there is a point which they get to where they go, we're happy confirming or promising that this device will give you accuracy within X tolerance to Y distance. Right beyond that, same as tires. You know, I rode through France on some tires that said absolutely do not
No
run these
tangents.
at over 200 meters an hour. That doesn't mean they're going to explode at 200, right?
Yeah,
So it gets to the question which I think FER answered or Bandy answered, which is yeah, it'll get a little bit out and then a little bit further, it'll get a little more out, a little bit further, it'll get a little more out. So it doesn't mean you have to stop using a tool at a certain point.
No.
So I just posted
when
this
you're talking
one.
about-
But just
Sorry,
real quick, I just real quick, I just want to say I just posted this one. Ruhif actually posted this one day. I actually don't have a further source from what actually it's from, but I think he said it was from some manual, but it's just a Ruhif post and I don't have more information on it. But it says right here, without the interference of refraction, the line of sight on a leveling instrument runs straight along a continuous horizontal plane. However, because the Earth is round, the ground curves away from the horizontal plane and the gap between the two increases. This is known as curvature, and the results in the staff reading being too high. As this error is also magnified over longer distances, it's another reason to avoid taking level readings at distances greater than 100 meters. Calculations for refraction and curvature error are usually combined.
Except, yeah, every surveyor you talk to is like 50 meters is what most of them go by.
Right. This one's saying 100, but yeah, 50 to 100. I mean, but definitely not the distances people are. I mean, what was the one that Ranty was going to do? Like 30 miles? Remember that
This
Ruhif
guy,
and Ranty?
this one guy said 10 miles in here, or 15, 10 or 15. Like, it's crazy. I don't even know why we talk about this shit. An average surveyor
You know
won't
the
even
funny part?
entertain these ideas.
They're probably verified definitively at 50 meters for the fucking water level.
And when you're talking about inaccuracies, writing, right? That you know, if I can say it's rated at 200 meters, right? But at 201, you know, what's it going to be? Well, it's going to be a 15th of a bee stick, right? That's going to be the difference, right?
It's gonna be what?
15th of a bee
15th
stick.
of a bee stick. All right. But over 15 miles, these inaccuracies will explode. To use your words, they'll explode.
Yeah,
right? Due to all sorts of things, the bending of light, right, refraction, you name it, this and that.
Possibly curvature?
fast, everything, right?
Curvature? Yeah, Benson. What about curvature?
Yeah, curvature,
Oh,
sure.
It could be whale farts, but it couldn't be curvature.
Even that,
Curvature would affect the refraction index.
Hold on.
even at 100 meters, that's twice as
No,
far.
because the example was
No.
posted. You know, the example was posted by B-Ball himself, establishing a horizontal line, right? That he was comparing something to. What's curvature got to do with it? Nothing. He's establishing a horizontal line.
I thought you were just enumerating the many things that will cause a deviation at greater distance, and I thought if it could be whale farts, then curvature could be one to throw in, maybe.
No, they don't work on curvature. These things, they don't.
But I mean, as you go further out, wouldn't curvature be one of the reasons you get a deviation, Benson?
That'd be impossible.
Why would that be impossible?
Well, I think to be fair to these guys, I could be a man of concessions and say if the Earth was a globe, it's possible that would happen.
We can only have one man of concessions in the chat at any one time. We can't have two.
Wow.
That ain't possible. That ain't possible. Is that
Maybe if we both can see, then we both win.
Right?
Is that quote he snipped from a Wikipedia page or something?
Put some of it in direct. Put some of it in direct quote marks in Google, and it'll tell you where you got it from.
Oh, the one Ruhif, the one I posted that was from Ruhif.
I don't think you can actually.
What?
It's a picture.
No, I mean, you type it out. You
Type it out. My thumbs aren't fast enough writing.
Yeah, writing. Can you do that? You're fast enough.
Come on, writing.
Always make me do your fucking.
My one
research for
thumb.
you.
Let me get my peoples onto it. Come on, writing.
Jeremy, get your people onto it.
Carry out level operations. Yeah, found it. DTWD, Western Australian Department of whatever. Government. DTWD is the Department of Training and Workforce Development in Western Australian Government. It's from this doc.
I actually got I downloaded a surveying manual, and when it comes to all the leveling mistakes, guess what it doesn't mention? Have a guess what it doesn't. Guess what it doesn't mention.
Curvature. It doesn't mention curvature.
Whale fart. Whale fart.
Farts. Exactly right.
Well, for jeez.
Nothing about curvature whatsoever.
I'm guessing they're not doing. They weren't talking about measurements over distances long enough where curvature would be a factor.
Well, I don't know.
Negligible.
Like 200 meters. You know, you would have deviations. But would you worry about curvature over such a distance?
Well, it was funny because B-Ball did make the claim that in surveying manuals, right, one of the errors that you have to account for, Nate, was the curvature of the Earth. Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, B-Ball's got to stand by that. Then B-Ball, where you at, man?
Yeah, you need to send him a DM and get the story straight, Nate. Right? So, come on.
Yeah.
The interesting
B-Ball's
test
sounding
would
like
be if you found out the tolerances with the auto level. I'm kind of basing this one on the question left lane's asked over 100 feet of apparent drop, which is of their tolerances, I would expect them to be linear, right? So it'll be out by this much by this distance, and then twice as much by twice as far a distance, 3 times as much by 3 times as far a distance. That's just my guess. But then to go, well, does that comport? Because on a curved Earth, it should be not. It should be logarithmic.
Well,
trigonometric.
They have an accuracy. They have an accuracy over about 100 meters of 1 to 4,000. 1 in 4,000.
1 to 4,000, as in, what does a 1 to 4,000 mean?
Is that like a ratio or what?
Yeah, a
Is there an
ratio.
asterisk?
Yeah. No,
Oh,
it's
so
a
What a
if
ratio.
ratio.
if you've shot 4,000 meters, you're going to be out by a
No,
meter.
well, no. I'm presuming that if whatever you are measuring in, it's going to be 4,000 of that measurement. Well, yeah.
I'm having a fucking
Over
an
over
epiphany of an idea.
over 100 meters. Over 100 meters.
Just be interesting to know if it is like
Well,
yeah. Do any of them say
you
that
know
like
what?
using it over greater distances? Here's what you can do because I wouldn't
You
be
know what?
surprised if there are some applications that do. They go, we just have to be that far away, and here's how you correct for that.
Let's what was B-Ball's thing in? Was it miles or kilometers?
14.4 miles.
Miles. Okay, let's go at 15 miles. Oh, you're not even going to get it.
What are you guys figuring? Miles on the auto level?
It's retarded. I know, Scalpel.
But why entertain this shit? Like, there's not a fucking
Well,
professional surveyor out there that'll even do a mile. Never mind.
We're not trying to do professional surveying, though, are we?
Yeah, but
I'm just trying to answer a question that I'm curious about. But it seems like you want to sit there and shit the bed.
No, I don't want to shit the bed, but I mean, these are professional tools. Well, like, why do you not care about how the professionals use them? That's what I'm curious about.
I would absolutely listen to a professional surveyor talk on this topic. To get berated by you who isn't one, no, thank you. I'm fine.
I'm not berating anybody. I'm just saying it doesn't make
You're a bit
sense.
of an asshole, though, aren't you?
I might be an asshole, but I'm not berating.
Sure. I'm disinterested in
We
So
all
what's your
have
point?
our times, eggshells.
I
Come
don't
on.
mind being a fucking asshole about shit. I'm still not berating though. And what I'm
You don't
saying
get to decide that, do you,
isn't
right?
false just because I'm an asshole about it.
Nobody's saying it's false, though. That's the thing you
But that's what's
still not
weird
getting.
though. That's what's really weird to me is why do you not care how a professional uses the tools?
I do. I would happily hear it if it was coming from a professional. If it was coming from an ornery
Well, then
Canadian,
fucking
no,
call
thank
one
you.
up. Oh, Canadian. Ooh, no, you're fucking attacking my nationality. Ooh.
Okay, then.
You're pretty funny.
The bench rest. Oh, hold on. Here we go. I'm looking up the best auto level and how far it can shoot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's like something where they say, because an interesting thing that came with my sextant was this thing being like, by the way, you can use this as I forget the name of the device, but basically a device you use for measuring angles horizontally, and it gives you this sort of way of doing it where you can go, we'll get that mountain and that mountain from like this point to that point and this point to that point, and you can use that to map essentially, like know how far away these mountain ranges are from you and do some mapping. Definitely not the device for the job, but I'm just wondering if there is a similar kind of thing where people go, oh, here's how you can use them at longer ranges. No, they're specifically spec'd for those the distances that they're spec'd for, because the whole purpose of it is that the tool has to verify that it's creating the horizontal plane within the level of accuracy, and then that is what the tool is then certified to be used for. Now, it is possible, in theory, that a tool could do something that it isn't certified to do, but so that is that is possible, but that would then have to be verified, and that hasn't been done that I've seen.
Honestly,
nothing's been
Geo.
verified to Flat Earth. Nothing's been verified, so I don't know.
Honestly, Geo, people use a screwdriver as a hammer probably every single day someplace in the world.
Right.
Like,
I regularly use my shifting spanner as a hammer.
there you go, dude.
Back end of the screw.
That's why you want to use the sextant at a fucking or the auto level at 10 miles. That makes total sense now.
I haven't even offered an opinion on it either way. You're just
have
tilting at
used.
windmills still.
I've even used my hammer as a screwdriver.
Yes, yeah, the back,
You know,
end of
guys,
back end of a claw hammer will do okay at it. It's kind of awkward, but
The number of
you know,
times I've
God,
used a
you
flathead
just
screwdriver
argued
for a
against.
Phillips head screw.
Oh
Yeah, God, you
yes.
just
Yeah.
argued against.
yeah,
Or what about a
You
steak
just argued
knife?
against
Come on.
yourself.
It's like having
Sorry, I
sex
got
with a
Effie.
spacesuit on.
Effie's trying to say
Yeah,
something. Go
I
for it,
kind of
Effie.
talked over you, Effie. Go ahead. But your mic is super just like
Yeah,
quiet.
no,
here.
it's all, I just need a permanent apology for my mic. God, you just argued yourself because you could. People use a shifting spanner as a hammer, and it works. You know, like it's not the best tool for the job, but it works. I don't think that actually helps your argument here.
Yeah.
Well, except that an auto level is a precise instrument used to make precise measurements. Other than that, yeah, I guess.
And if you want an imprecise measurement, right? If you're happy for your measurement to be like, if we're seeing 15-story building, what would you call that? Like 100 meters.
Sure, if you want to be 15 stories
feet,
out.
and
cool.
if you say, but that's just asserting your finding. To me, if it said this is going to be 100 feet out by that distance, then throw out the measurement. But if they go, once you go out to very long distance, this is very inaccurate, not really the right tool for the job, but it'll still give you an accuracy to within, 10 feet or 50 feet, and you go, well, we've got a measurement showing double that. Then it does bring the measurement back into the realm of something that might be usable or meaningful.
Okay, here's the problem. I'll tell you right now with your idea. Let's say you look out 10 miles, right? You think you see curvature or whatever you see something drop over 10 miles, right? The surveyor was going to create a horizontal plane of reference over that 10 miles. The way the surveyor would professionally do that with an auto level would be foresight, backsight at 50-meter increments. Not look over 10 miles. So if you're talking about,
are you unclear on what I'm saying?
No,
Does
I'm
it
very
sound
clear.
to you like I'm talking about a
Seems to
professional
me
surveyor trying
you're
to lay some
unclear about what I'm
foundations?
saying. It seems to me you're unclear about what I'm saying. If someone was going to confirm or deny your accuracy over 10 miles with an auto level, the way they would do it is by 50-meter increments over that mile, over that 10 miles. You see what it seems to me you're missing what I'm saying.
It sounds like what you're saying is professionals wouldn't use it at this range, therefore don't use it at this range. Is that close to what you're saying?
I'm saying you can use it at that range and make whatever type of fucking measurements you want to make. But I'm telling you, in order to, if a surveyor was going to confirm or deny what you thought the drop was in 10 miles, they would do it in 50-meter increments over that 10 miles. Actually 100, but 50 meters front sight and 50 meters back sight, but totaling 100 each fucking station.
It just doesn't seem to change. The substance of what I said still stands.
Yeah, you're totally missing everything I'm telling you.
What's the tolerance? How far is it out by 14.4 miles?
Okay, listen. Let me try to explain it better. If you looked at a building over 10 miles, right, with an auto level, and you thought to yourself, oh man, that building drops 13 stories, right? Okay, are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, the way the professional surveyor would confirm or deny whether or not that building drops 13 fucking stories in 10 miles is by taking the auto level and at 50-meter increments, 50 meters front sight, 50 meters back sight, 100 meters total, each fucking movement over that 10 miles, which might take them literally 10 days. That's the way that surveyor would confirm or deny if there's a fucking 13-story difference from point A to point B 10 fucking miles down the road.
And do they confirm or deny it?
Well, every surveyor I talk to, fucking at least over a mile, they don't have a problem creating a horizontal plane of reference.
say 10 miles, do they confirm a drop?
Well, so you stretch it over 10 miles. If they can do a horizontal plane of reference in a mile, why can't they do it in 10 miles?
So you've not got that far yet.
I didn't have a need to go 10 miles.
Well, there you go. But still not proved by surveyors that you think say what you want.
Well, one thing I know for sure is the surveyor is not going to stand 10 miles away and confirm or deny it. I know for a fact, every surveyor I talk to, they do 50-meter increments on front sight and back sight.
That seems great, but if they add them together, eventually they'll confirm
So,
that there's a curve
how do
there,
you
won't
think they're going to confirm his 10-mile observation? They're going to do it in 50, well,
Yeah.
100 in total meter increments.
And eventually they'll calculate that together and decide, yes, it must be curved, like they all say.
No, there'll be no calculation. They can maintain
No
a
calculation.
horizontal plane of reference
Well.
over 10 miles to determine fucking elevation change.
You've got to calculate the 15 meter
Oh, you want
section
to
together,
calculate?
don't
You want to add stuff in that isn't there?
you? No, you want to add your short measurements together to get some long truth.
No, that's not. What the fuck did you just say? You want to add some short measurements?
Totally logical. If your surveyor can only measure 50 meters, but you want to know what happens over 10 miles, you calculate them together afterwards.
Yeah, you just maintain a horizontal plane of reference for 10 miles, dude, and then you
goes
cut
out into space.
whatever the elevation change is. That's what it is. No big deal.
Horizontals go out into space. We've found this over
That's
500
correct.
years.
That's correct. Horizontals on your fucking globe model would go out to space. You are 100% correct.
In reality, we've found they do.
Pardon me?
In reality, we've found that our horizontals do go off into space.
Maybe they do,
One of the
maybe they
ways we
don't.
know it's a globe, not flat.
Sure, whatever you think. But what I do know is that a surveyor has no problems continuing a horizontal plane of reference with an auto level. It's coplanar points, dude, all the way along for the 10 miles, for 20 miles, for however many miles you want to go.
Well, it sounds like what you're suggesting is that surveyors know it's flat. And what I'm suggesting is, not by your explanation, they don't.
I'm not suggesting anything. I think that the average surveyor, I'm sure, in the back of his mind thinks that it's fucking globe. But also, talking to surveyors, they have no problem creating a horizontal plane of reference in a mile. If they can do that, they can continue it on the same fucking method.
Have they though? Have you talked to any who've had to create a horizontal
Yes.
line for more than a mile?
Yes.
Right.
They have no problem. Like, I'm telling you, dude, call up a surveyor. Ask them if they can create a horizontal plane of reference for a mile with an auto level. They will not fucking hesitate and say yes.
Yeah, that
they will.
But you keep picking weird things that are like, here's this thing, like the sky's blue, therefore the Earth's flat. I don't think anybody here would suggest that. That a
Fuck, did I say the Earth was flat? Well, hold on.
Whose job it is? Let me finish. I don't think anybody here is suggesting a surveyor whose job it is to survey and start with a plane to survey.
Yeah, that's great. You're fucking straw manning me. Did I say the Earth was flat?
Whether it shows what you think it says, but each time you go to prove your point, you prove this silly little thing inside your point that we all agree on.
Was there some fucking point that I made? Did I say the Earth was flat?
No, you haven't made many good points.
Okay, so why did you say I said that then, dude? Matter of fact, I said most surveyors, I'm sure, think that the Earth is a ball.
I forgot you're a Bevite.
No, I'm not anything, dude. I have my own fucking thought.
You didn't say I'm a flat earther. I think the Earth's flat, but I know that you are and that you do. That's why.
No, hold up. I said straight up, I'm sure every surveyor or most surveyors or whatever think that the Earth is a fucking globe.
But that's
I straight up said that.
That's extra evidence against your flat Earth theory.
Sure, I don't. What's my flat Earth theory? Tell me,
Your
please.
flat Earth theory is that all water is horizontal across the Earth.
You've heard me say that?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
I'd like to know when and where you've heard me fucking say that, and I'd love to see it.
There's time before that, and the time before that, and other times I've heard you speak when I wasn't speaking to you.
No, I've never ever fucking said that the water's fucking horizontal across the entire.
So, do you think oceans could be curved then on the surface?
I've never said that either.
Well, what do you think?
Doesn't matter what I think. What I do know is that a fucking surveyor has no problem continuing a horizontal plane of reference using front sight and back sight. If that's a complication for you, that's something to take up with a surveyor, not
But
me.
to you, is that an argument against the globe?
I would just simply say that a surveyor has no problem creating a horizontal plane of reference with an auto level through the use of front sight, back
But
sight
you've,
at 50
you've
meter
repeated
increments.
it, and I already got that. What
Yeah,
I'm
what's-
asking
what
what
is
I'm
this?
asking
What is the
do you think?
significance of
Do you
that?
think this is an argument against globe or for flat Earth?
I just think it's hilarious that you guys want to argue that. That you guys want to fucking say that the auto level can do things it can't do. I think that's funny. I think it's funny that you guys want to talk about your model and how that doesn't create a horizontal plane of reference because of what you believe your model is and all this other shit. I think it's funny.
So you're just laughing at us?
I didn't say that. I said I think it's funny.
Well, less toxicity, please.
Huh?
Less toxicity and laughing, please.
I still didn't hear you say. You're kind of buzzy or something.
Can we just have less trolling in general, please?
I'm not trolling, dude.
Yeah, you all coming off as a troll.
Not at all. I don't
I feel
understand. Here's what I don't understand. Why you guys would sit here and say, let's use an auto level for 10 fucking miles, look through it, and then sit here and tell people that you don't care how a professional would use it. I think that's fucking trolling.
Oh, which person here said they don't care how professionals use it?
I don't know. Someone
B-ball.
said it recently.
B-ball. Yeah, B-ball
Yeah.
did say that.
Yeah, someone
But
said
it's
it.
because he wasn't. But it's because he wasn't trying to do what the professionals are doing. He was just trying to do a very simple observation, and that's to see if there's a drop off from line of sight over a set distance, and there was.
Right, but the way the professional would use it is at, like I said, 50 meters front sight, back sight for that 10 fucking
Yes,
miles.
but
They
he wasn't trying to do any surveying. He
I know,
wasn't
but-
trying to construct
but
or
that's-
set his level. None of that.
Sure. But
He
he's
was just
trying
trying
to
to see over distance is there drop off from line of sight.
fine.
Uh-huh.
But he's trying to make a surveyor claim by not making any survey. You see what's
What is
happening?
the surveyor claim he's making? What's
Well,
the surveyor claim?
you're saying, and he's saying, both you guys are saying that there's a drop off over 10 miles. Well, a surveyor, is it not a surveyor's job to fucking figure out elevation over 10
You
miles?
already agreed they're all globers. You already agreed this.
Yeah, a surveyor would also agree that over 10 miles there's this drop off. Maybe they wouldn't do the same thing B-ball did to confirm that. But if you ask the surveyor over 10 miles, is it going to be drop off from line of sight? They'll say yes, won't they?
I don't
So,
know.
I don't see what.
Listen, here's what I can tell you.
They won't
I've
ban some.
hold up. I've straight up asked a survey, straight out, multiple actually surveyors. I've straight up asked them, okay, after you've figured out your elevation change over a mile using the technique of front sight and back sight, okay, I've straight up asked them, once you get to the end of that mile, is it a good idea to then turn your fucking auto level back to point A from point B and confirm your measurements? And every single surveyor that I've asked said, no, that's not the way it works.
It would depend what sort of surveyor you asked.
Right. Sure it would.
What do you mean, Vince?
Well, if you're going to ask a geodetic surveyor, is there going to be a drop off? They would probably say yes.
Oh, so you're telling me a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor?
I'm trying to
will
talk to Badsell, bro. No one's even talking to you right now, God Scout.
I'm not
trying to
talking
talk to
to you,
Badsell,
dude.
please.
Relax.
Who are you talking to, though? Me and Badsell are literally having a conversation. Badsell's responding to my question.
Hey, stop rumpusing me, dude. You're saying that a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor would have a different answer
Now he's
over
gonna
using
argue
the
with you,
auto level
Badsell.
to
Like,
look back
you
over
know how
a mile?
ridiculous this is?
Scalpel, just you've had a pretty good shot. You got to let some other people jump in. All right.
I've stood muted for quite a while right now. I'm just asking a simple
That's not
question.
even true. You've been talking. Yeah, you've been talking more than anyone else for the last 2 hours.
No,
What the
because the
fuck? I've been on mute for the last half hour, dude.
yeah,
That's what?
No, you haven't.
I've been here for half an hour. That hasn't been any of my experience for the last half hour.
Okay, well, I'll tell you
What
what. I was
feedback are you
talking.
getting it?
Hold on. I was talking. I was
But-
texting Geo in the background at 17 after. Right now it's 38 after, and I was muted when I was talking to Geo in
Of
the
the
background.
discussions we do want
So
to
at
have, this
minimum,
is
that's
not one
20
of them.
minutes. At minimum,
Yeah.
that's 20 minutes.
It's not any of our experience.
You guys are full of shit.
Yeah. Can you let Bandsaw respond to me though, please? Bandsaw, you were saying.
I said you would probably get a different answer between the two of them because a geodetic surveyor, right, is there for a particular reason, right? Thinking that they've already got the globe in their mind, right? Because this is their job. Okay, so I think you would get two completely different answers depending on what sort of surveyor you would talk to.
Why don't you call some then? Talk to them.
No, I'm not calling
So a
any of
normal.
them. I gave you my answer from my personal opinion. All right.
Oh, sure. Your opinion's
Okay,
fine.
then. You know what? Have you called a geodetic surveyor and asked them this question, Godscalp?
Yeah, dude,
Have
I've
you done
talked to lots of surveyors,
You
dude,
talk to
man.
surveyors. Did you talk to a geodetic surveyor?
Yeah, I have, man.
Okay, there, and a geodetic surveyor gave you all exactly the same answers as what a normal surveyor gave you. Did they?
Yes, dude. Yes.
I would find that.
You don't believe me? That's fine. Do your own research.
No, I'm not going to.
My phone, there's a good majority of my phone calls that are out there, dude. I
Well,
don't know what else to tell you.
as you've stated 24 times.
Well, there you go. Call. Like, what is it? Are you fucking allergic to call these people and talk to them then? You just want to have your own fucking opinion without actually talking to them? Like, I don't mind people having their opinions, but when they don't fucking relate to reality, it's kind of weird.
Why? Why, when I've used these tools, why would I have to go ask someone how they would use them?
Because clearly you haven't talked to any professionals about it.
But Bandsaw is the professional. He's used these tools. He just said it. Come on, man.
All right. Right on. You guys are funny as fuck.
Like, why do you fight with everybody? Like,
I'm not fighting, dude. I just think it's funny that someone says, well, this is my opinion, but really they have no basis to have that opinion. I think it's hilarious.
You got to think, Lise, how easy that would have been to debunk you. By rather than fighting with the
Right.
suggestion that you're fighting, just go, oh, that's a good point, actually. And then be like, oh, wow, I debunked him. It's totally smashed Lisa's point out of the water by not arguing with it. And Lisa goes, why are you arguing? He goes, I'm not arguing.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not.
argue every time I get on Discord. What are you talking about?
I just think it's funny. You got okay, so you're telling me it's not funny that someone has a personal opinion about something without talking to the professionals about it.
I don't think that's funny at all because I think a lot of people tend to do that. Even you, Godscalper, you have opinions on things you've never spoken to professionals about. You know,
Like
it's
what?
it's a
Go ahead
normal
and tell
human
me
thing.
what is it?
Well, because you've
I've heard you say
I've
yeah.
Every human.
Yeah, I've heard you
many
say
opinions on many
things
topics.
about the moon landing, and I'm sure you've never spoken to an astronaut or someone from NASA, have you?
I haven't talked about the moon landing, dude.
Oh, I've heard you, man. I've heard
Oh, is
you
that
talk
right?
about every flat Earth topic under the sun. You know,
Is that right?
And it's been a joy
That
every time.
is right.
That's
I
what you were
don't
going to
think
follow
so.
with.
I don't
And
think
my
so.
and my personal opinion is based on some practical experience too.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Now, I have a personal opinion about what geodetic surveyors do, which is completely different to what normal surveyors do. And with that in mind, I think the answers may be slightly different. Now, I
Okay.
could be wrong, right?
Sure. So what's the big difference between a geodetic survey? Like what, practically speaking, okay? When I ask this question, I'm talking about practically speaking. What's the difference? How does a geodetic surveyor go about their day that's different than a planar surveyor?
Well, firstly, they're shooting over bigger distances, trying to establish, right, the shape of the Earth.
Is that right? We're using
No,
what
not
tool?
really. Not really. They kind of that's kind of the pigeonhole they're put in now. But they are
Right.
surveying greater distances, right?
Okay, so
Using similar tech or using the same techniques as what planar, what normal surveyors do. right? But when it comes to establishing the shape of the Earth, well, this is all done with calculations, right? When they punch it into their Excel spreadsheets.
So you're saying that they use the same, like if I understand you right, they're using the same techniques of planar surveyors, but they're using calculations afterwards to establish the shape of the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Close enough. And like I said, Skel, I think if you were to ask a normal building surveyor the question and a geodetic surveyor the same question, I think you may get a slightly different answer. I'm just being honest with my opinion. Like I haven't asked.
Oh, that's fair.
I think you might get a slightly different answer because of what they've got in their mind. All right.
No,
And
it's fair, dude. Fair. You don't think it's kind of contradictory or funny that you straight up said that they use the same techniques of planar surveyors, but yet calculate a different result?
Well, they calculate a result based on curvature, based on a larger distance. Yeah. Isn't that absurd? Like they literally just use the same planar surveying and then they just calculate the curvature and then people actually use that as a claim that they've measured the curve of the Earth.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Gio. I'm glad you said the words because they would have attacked me for it to say that that's an absurd idea.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah. They use the same techniques, but somehow or another come up with a different result based
they
on the
use the same
calculations.
techniques. The only difference is after the fact, they make calculations to allow for the curvature.
Right.
They calculate it.
That's not all true, guys. That's not true.
Fit that
Yeah,
into
as far as I know,
into the to the government issued WGS 84 coordinate system.
Yeah, spherical calculate. Spherical excess.
That's right. They do calculate it.
They basically plug it in. They just take planar readings and then plug it into a Google Earth simulation.
Yeah.
No.
I'm glad they can admit that, though, Gio. That's good that at least some of them admit it.
Yeah. And then there's that button on the computer keyboard that says plus curve. Boom.
Best trolling, please, guys. We need to
So
roll this out.
All right. That's what they do.
Why, when you
Don't they
ask
use GPS satellites?
No, real quickly,
Right.
why when you ask them after going that mile-long distance and going every 100 meters or what have you, if they could just look back to confirm their result, why did they say no?
Because I'm assuming because that's not the industry standard and that's not the way the tools are designed to figure it out. I don't know. I never, to be honest, percentage, I never asked that question. I just simply asked the question, can you do it? And I've been outright told, no, that's not the way it's done.
The new measurement back the other way.
But hey, percentage, feel free to call a surveyor and ask that same, get to that point, ask that same question, and then afterwards ask them, why is that? I mean, I think that's a fair question.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would say if in practice they've shown it's reliable to do that, then it would show that they don't need to do it, the 50 meters at a time style. That just doing it with a long distance, front to back, would be, enough.
Right.
They shouldn't
do
it in the smaller segments. So that's why I don't think it would be feasible. Like it makes sense that they wouldn't do that, that they wouldn't rely on it because they find that it's inaccurate or unreliable.
Right. Yeah. I'm assuming percentage that in order to have the precision that they're talking about, which is millimeters, you would not be able to get that precision on a reading over a mile for multiple reasons, and that's why they keep it to 50 meters front sight and back sight at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring in then the example that you brought up, like the 13 stories of the building disappearing. If they did it, let's say they did it in like over 26 segments to keep it simple. Did they notice that for each segment, half of a floor was disappearing?
Yeah, I don't know, but what I do know is I think it's 14 segments per mile. So at 10 miles, we're talking about 140 segments.
Okay, so it gets to be like so kind of minimal. That
Yeah,
you
like
can't
if
even tell
if you
how
want to
much of the floor is.
maintain millimeter accuracy, you're looking at 100. Like literally, every surveyor I talked to said to do a mile with an auto level, it'd pretty much take a day. Pretty much every surveyor I talked to. So to do 10 miles, you're literally looking at probably 10 days.
Well, let's say time isn't the concern. Is it in terms of precision? Is it even possible to do that over such
Yeah.
a long distance? Can
Yeah.
you see the precision, like the differences between the segments?
Yeah, because you're sharing you're sharing coplanar points. By doing front sight, back sight, you maintain coplanar points the entire way, which means you maintain the horizontal planar reference, and that's why they can determine the elevation change.
Okay, but if you're maintaining the same horizontal, then
Mhm.
what about curvature?
Exactly. They don't count, like, that's the thing. If a surveyor notices a 4-inch difference over a mile, they call it an elevation change.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's plus or minus, it's going to be an elevation
Can
change.
I
It doesn't
talk
matter.
now? Can I talk now? God Scarborough, what you need to talk to geodetic surveyors
I know I do.
who are not concerned with the detail of the ground being
I've talked to geodetic
flat with
surveyors.
elevation because they're not building a building. So
I
they
know
don't
you.
care,
You've
they don't care about
assumed that I
inches of
haven't talked to
elevation. What they
geodetic
care about,
surveyors.
hang on, dude, I'm talking. What they care about is confirming Earth's shape.
Yeah, but when you
Most
said
of
you
them
need to talk
confirm
to geodetic
curve.
surveyors, that's where I needed to interrupt you because you're assuming I haven't.
Okay, but then you keep mentioning what surveyors say on short distances. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to prove Earth or know about Earth, you're going to have to go to the longer distances. What Mansour mentioned, geodetic surveying.
Sure. Do you think a geodetic surveyor uses an auto level different than a planar surveyor?
Yes, a bit.
Well, you're wrong.
Also, geodetic surveyors. That was something interesting that IB Hunter told me. That geodetic surveyors sometimes even use theodolites. Forgot the term, astronomy theodolites or something like that. They'll sometimes even use stars to determine fixed points on the Earth. Whole thing of that between that and GPS and a bunch of other things.
They're using tools differently, God Scalpel, a little bit in general, because they're using them for longer distances and different signs.
Well, a surveyor with an auto level can be more accurate than GPS in a mile. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
Sure. That's also why they do GPS. They have GPS. I forget the name of them, but the stations. Kosho's been talking about them, and IB Hunter needs to know about them from his work. But it's essentially you have these a fixed point, like a datum that is also a GPS receiver, and that will help even out. He said the GPS signals sometimes slow down or speed up, which for most people, it's only going to be a 10 centimeter accuracy issue. For somebody driving their car, it's not a big deal, but for surveyors, they do need to know that. So they use bases of known datum so that you can then cancel out that error with the GPS. They'll use stellar observation, so basically something very similar to a sextant to do it. As it sounds like they do it in a bunch of different ways from what he was describing.
Oh, so it sounds like you agree with me. GPS isn't as accurate as a auto level.
I believe GPS can get pretty accurate. I mean, I guess it depends over what distance. My understanding is GPS's inaccuracy is not additive. It is fixed. So GPS, if you've got a GPS that's accurate to within 10 centimeters, let's say, it is accurate to within 10 centimeters wherever you switch it on. Whereas most of my understanding of auto levels and stuff like that is that the errors are additive. The more times you do it, you are adding new errors to old errors.
It's interesting that you think that because according to surveyors, the people that do it for a living, they've told me that auto levels are more accurate, at least over a mile, than a GPS is.
Right.
So,
Yeah, what did I just say?
That GPSs aren't accurate. I said earlier, so you agree with me.
No, that's wrong. That's not what I just said.
Oh, okay.
It's
What
not
did
I
you
said at
just say?
all. This
What did you
is one
think you
thing that
said?
makes me doubt when somebody goes, I talk to other people and here's what they say. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't just say to me back to me what I said.
Yeah,
5
you
seconds
said.
ago.
I know what you
So
said.
why
You
were
s-
you?
you
Why should I
think
have faith in your ability
you
to recall
think.
conversations with other people? And other people?
Yeah, I know you think that
Sort of cast a bit of doubt on your
that
whole
auto
ability to be
levels.
saying.
Let him try rephrasing.
You
what
think
he said.
that auto levels get less accurate over distance, but that's not what they say.
No, that's also not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you said, actually.
It's not what I'm saying.
That is,
Okay.
you said that auto levels
It
are
did-
additive, whereas
Yeah, that's what he said.
with
Yes,
GPS
they're
it's
additive.
fixed.
Yeah.
So
Which
with auto
means they
levels, the
get
more
less
distance,
accurate
the
over
more
distance.
error. But GPS, regardless of the distance, it's going to be the same amount of error.
Yeah.
Right, but there's going to be multiple errors with
Oh,
an auto
I'm
level.
glad what I said was right.
What'd you say percent? I didn't hear what you said. Can you just
He's basically
repeat what you
saying
said?
that regardless of the distance with GPS, you're going to have like a flat amount of error. And
Mhm.
with auto levels, the more distance, the more error. You're just adding
Mhm.
on to the possible error margin.
Except that
as you
the
increase
surveyor will tell you the opposite. So I don't know where he gets his
Well,
information
but I mean,
from.
that's because you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. If you take a foresight backside, is the error in that going to be 0?
I don't know. Is
No,
it?
it won't.
No.
It's never going to be
it'll
zero.
right?
error.
So if you've got an error in that, and then you do another foresight backside, is your second one also possibly going to have an error that might increase?
What do you
or
call
might
error?
happen to?
Wait a second. What are you calling error? Are you talking like if you do a front sight, back sight, and you're in between 2 millimeter markings, and you have to decide, am I going for the upper one or the lower one? Is that what you're calling error?
Any
My
error.
understanding.
No, hold on. Let him explain here.
Any measurement has error margins. For a measurement to be meaningful, it needs to have error margins.
Okay,
Any error
so
you could be. Oh fuck, man.
I don't know how much you know about the auto levels and doing the measurements and whatnot, but if it's
Probably
done
similar to you.
proper, pardon
Not
me.
much. Probably about
Well,
similar
hold
to
on.
you,
Let me
not-
say
not
this
a whole lot.
before
Well,
God
I
scalpel.
actually know a
Before,
little
let me
bit.
just say this: if you're going over and under each time,
Yeah, that's exactly where
over
I was
or under,
going with.
over
Yeah.
or under, over or under.
Then
It's
it
like
be-
flipping heads or tails.
It zeroes out.
You're gonna, it zeroes out. So
It's
I
actually, yeah, it does
Yeah.
actually. It's
Why
more
wouldn't it?
accurate
I don't think
than
it is.
GPS.
I think it's. I think you're
You're
going to
either
hope
you're
that
either
if
judging it
you're
a little
going
bit too
high
much or
or
a little
low-
too a little.
Right, but it's not definitely going to get back to 0 the second time you do it, is it?
No, but
Yeah,
chances
actually,
are
they say it's
probability
within-
is 50-50 that it'll be more or less back to 0.
They say they can be within a couple of mils over a mile, and
Right,
it's
you are
more
never
accurate
going
than
to have. You are
GPS.
never going to have 0 error.
Of course, it's not 0 error. Each segment
I
you're gonna
didn't-
have some
nobody
error.
said
But the
it was
point is,
0 error.
when you put them all together, it's gonna be a wash.
Yeah.
But no, but it's not, because otherwise, if it was definitely going to be a wash, you wouldn't need to do this method to cancel
that's
out
what-
errors.
The
That's
only
what you
difference.
say.
Canceling out errors if you had a method for never getting them.
Well,
That's
the
what
only
you say, but
caveat-
Any
the
measurement,
surveyor
what
will
Ben
tell
Shaw
you.
just said is important. Any measurement has a margin of error. Otherwise, it isn't a fucking measurement. It's a farce.
Yeah,
I
but the
would say there's
surveyor
a
will tell
caveat
you
to
they're
this.
within a
If there's
couple of
like a
millimeters
pressure-
over a mile.
I would say there's a caveat. If there's a pressure differential, like let's say there's wind, like going forward constantly as you're moving forward with each segment, then you would think that there would be like more of a refractive effect or something like that in the front 50 relative to the backside 50. So that might skew it over the long term.
You've got both tool error, right, and you got human error. Right,
Yeah.
both of those. So
There's-
it's never going to be a
The,
wash.
the
right?
tools,
Error.
the tools are calibrated to start with, and
It
the
doesn't
human
matter if
error.
they're
If you
calibrated,
go
right?
over under, then
Scalp-
it
They
does.
are calibrated, right, and within that calibration there is an error.
Yeah, we're talking about millimeter accuracy over a mile, dude. Come on, you guys. Fuck's sakes.
I'm with you,
there's an
Scott
8-inch
Scalpel. I do think it'll
curvature,
be a wash.
pardon me.
I said I agree with you. I do think it'll be a wash.
Yeah, of course it is.
Because you really don't
zero.
retain anything except the value that may be a little bit over, a little bit under from one segment to the next.
The surveyors
can I
don't
go
have a
back to the
problem
question I was
giving you
gonna
an
ask, because we
accuracy
sort of
over a mile.
went off on this before I really got to the substance of what I was asking.
Go
If
ahead.
we're going to accept that there is any error in it, let's call it a millimeter at a mile, right? Then all you need to do is increase the number of miles, and you'll very quickly get to a point where it is less accurate than GPS.
No,
Right?
that's
Because
not true.
GPS is
That's
I
not
don't
true.
agree with that writing. That's
Yeah.
that's a little bit short-sighted
So
because
explain-
each
explain your
segment.
working.
Okay, so let's say it's a millimeter accuracy error, you know, for each segment, right?
How did they get that millimeter error?
What do you mean? How did they get error? They get error by doing the process. Like, you know, there's error involved. It's not zero.
What's the error? How do they get that error? What's the error they're making to cause that? Because I don't understand.
I'm saying, like, hypothetically, let's say it's 2 millimeters, okay, within this 100-meter like site.
It doesn't
front 50, back
compound
50.
per
let
mile.
me clarify. The question is not what is the error. It is how did they get the error. Bandy just said you could have problems with the device, and there could be problems with the human. What kind of error?
But it's not
where does this
compounded, dude.
2 mil comes from? How do
But
you
the
know
both of those combine to total margin of error, though. Doesn't matter if it's a human source or a tool source. It's still a margin. Like the source of error is different than the margin of error.
Okay.
And
So
it's
let's say
not
the-
compounded though.
Not yeah.
Yeah. So let's say the margin of error is,
I'm not saying it's
you know, 2
compound. I'm saying
millimeters.
it's additive. It's not multiplicative.
Yeah,
I don't
let
think.
me-
But
let me-
that
let me
it's
address
additive, I
this.
think is quite probable.
I don't think it is, and I'll tell you why.
No, it's not.
So you have the margin of error, right? Say it's 2 millimeters for a 100-meter site, front 50, back 50. Okay, that's plus or minus. Don't forget, margin of error is always plus or minus. You go to the next segment, it's another plus or minus 2, right? Next segment, and it's another plus or minus 2. Each of these, it doesn't like go plus or minus 2, then 4, then 6, then 8. No, each one is calculated, you know, because you're doing the same kind of test or
Hang on.
observation multiple times.
So
You're
you've
not
had
just
one
taking.
error on the first mile. You've had one error that gives you 2 mil too high. Now you do
That's
another
not the way.
mile.
Yeah, that's not the way it works. though. When they measure,
Well,
when
hang
they're
on.
when
If
they're
it's 2 mil plus or minus, then 2
Okay,
mil plus is a possible result, isn't it?
no, it's
It
when
is
they
a
make
possible
their
result.
measurement.
Yes, from if you're just doing one segment and the margin of error is
So
plus
let's
or
stick
minus
with-
2, it could be like, you know,
to
the
anywhere from 2 low to
1%
2
chance or whatever would be 2. Sure.
Okay, excellent. So we've got 2 high to 2 low. Now, from what I understand about error is we don't know that it's there. We don't know we're 2 mil high. This is the best measurement we've got. We just know that that measurement could be anywhere between those 4 mils, right? From 2 high to 2 low.
Sure.
So there's no way you know that you're cancelling that out down or you're needing to cancel that out up, is there? Because
You
error
guys-
and it's the best
But there's no
measurement
way.
we've got.
There's no reason to assume it's always going to be 2 up, for instance.
Right. I'm not.
If
No,
your
I'm not
if your
saying
tool
it
is
is. It
calibrated,
could be the case. It could be the case that you take your first one, you're 2 mil high, and you take your second one, you just happen to be 2 mil low. But there is no way to know that, is there?
But that's not the
yeah,
way.
there's no
That's
way
not
to
the
know
way
that's
the
going to be
measurements
2
are
mil high.
made. Though.
That's why you have a margin of
Exactly.
error.
Exactly. This is my point. This
Ah,
is exactly
you
my
guys
point.
are so
you
wrong.
could add them together, but find out that -2 and +2 equals 0. Great. That's possible. But what I'm suggesting is also possible is that you get 2 mil high and then you get another 2 mil high.
No.
Absolutely,
Have you
it's
ever used an
possible.
auto
You're
level
gonna
But what's
before?
probable?
guarantee- It's
Hold
not,
on. Have you ever used an auto level before?
interested in talking to you.
Yeah, I've never used one, so if we're off
Okay,
base,
so listen.
Scalpel, then go
Here's the
ahead.
deal. Here's the deal. When you're looking through the auto level at the crosshairs, 90% of the time, you're not going to be bang on a fucking mark, right? And what you do is you measure. So if you're generally in between the marks or whatever, if you're closer to the top mark, then you'll measure that. If you're closer to the bottom mark, you measure that. If you're in between, this time you measure up, next time you measure down. And all those fucking adjustments as you go along, they ultimately do zero out.
How do you know that they zero out? How could you know that they zero out? If it's an error, how do you
Because
know which way you're
I'll tell you
correcting for
why.
such that it
Because
zeroes
the instrument is fucking what's the
Calibrate.
word I'm looking for? The instrument is
Fucking is the word you're looking for. That's the one you use.
no. The instrument is what's that word? It's
Calibrate.
It's yeah, calibrate. That's the word I was looking for.
If you can, I mean, unless I'm something drastic here that I'm missing, if you could cancel it out deliberately, then it's not an error.
That's why the surveyor will give you millimeter accuracy over a mile without a problem. And more accurate than a fucking if done correctly, more accurate than GPS. It's not a big deal. It doesn't listen, by me saying this, I'm not trying to make an argument that the earth is flat or curved or whatever. This is just what surveyors say. They obviously think
in their minds that the Earth is curved, and they have no problem saying that they can be more accurate than a GPS with a fucking auto level. I don't know why you guys are fighting.
How about this?
It's
I think you
weird.
guys technically speaking, I think you guys are both right. I think if it's not calibrated properly and it's the source of error is the device, then I think it could be like skewed to one way, and the more measurements you do for a specific like sighting, like the more segments, the more your value will be off. And then
Listen,
if
percentage,
it's a
you
source
can
of error, hold on, let me just say if it's human error, like how you're kind of reading the thing and, you know, being a little bit off, you're going to be a little bit off more or less equally both ways. So I think that one would be a wash.
Percentage, you can say, like, let's assume that the fucking instrument isn't calibrated correctly, but we're talking about
I didn't say
professionals.
let's assume, I said if it is.
Use it. No, I know, but listen, we're talking about professionals that have been trained professionally to use a professional piece of equipment that's professionally calibrated. Like, I'm not sure why you guys are fucking fighting this so bad. It's really weird to me.
You know, I'm reconciling your guys' stances. I would say riding is right if the tool isn't calibrated, like, you know, accurately.
Sure, if you got a fucking numpty in the field with a fucking tool that he fucking beat off the back of the truck before he got there, yeah, sure, maybe he's going to be out a couple inches over a mile. Yeah, great. But
why
ultimately,
would that only be calibration? Why would that not also be human error?
I wouldn't apply it to human error because there's no reason to think that
'Cause he's
someone would just
a
like read
numpty.
the scale.
Hold on 2 seconds. If you said you got some numpty using it over a mile, they'll be at a couple of inches, right? And I've heard you use this phrase, a millimeter accurate. So what sort of accuracy, right, is a professional going to get over a mile? 'Cause you've spoken
millimeters.
to- What's millimeters? Is it 1 millimeter? Is it
I
5?
think it was
Is
like
it
a
10?
couple, like
Is
a
it
half dozen.
half a dozen? So a half. So what? That's half an inch over
Yeah.
a mile.
Yeah.
They're gonna guarantee. I call bullshit on that every day.
Okay, well, listen, man, I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is, hey, man, call up some surveyors and talk to them, and you're going to say no.
No, I don't think any surveyor is going to give an accurate
Yeah.
12 millimeters.
It's fucking awesome. It's so fucking weird, man. It's like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone.
It's weird that I've actually worked with them, right, and use these tools myself, right, and yeah, no one's going to give you an accuracy. I'll guarantee.
Well, I got
an
fucking
accuracy
phone calls, but you could say that I wasn't talking to
12
surveyors. So I don't
millimeter.
know.
We'll get it within 12 millimeters over a mile. Show me that phone call where they've said this.
They're out there, man. Look on Bev's channel.
Citation, please.
Look on Bev's channel.
Citation.
That company that uses water levels. I bet you they can do it.
Yeah, I bet you they probably could. Why?
Anyhow, so whatever. Let's say it's 12 millimeters over a mile. Like, I don't need to argue about fucking 6 like a couple of millimeters between friends. No big deal. Let's call it 12 millimeters over a mile. Sure. Like, I don't even care if you think I'm fucking lying. If you think 12 millimeters is good, let's go with that. That's totally fine by me.
I think it's good actually. But anyway.
Sure. Okay, so 12 millimeter accuracy over a mile.
They may give maybe a couple of inches, maybe.
Oh, okay. So now you want to move the goalpost a little bit more and put it to inches now? You did say that I was full of shit at 6 millimeters.
Okay,
That's
no.
more like 12, but now you want to change it to inches.
Well, that's 50 mil.
Like, well, fuck, dude.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know
know.
those
Make
things are
up your
interchangeable,
mind.
right?
Make up your fucking mind. Let me know your
This
story.
guy just objects to everything, doesn't he?
Who,
I said a
me?
couple of inches.
I just finished saying I'd fucking agree to him at 12 millimeters, and then he changed it somehow or another. I'm the one that objects to everything.
Yes.
I'm just
Like,
just
fuck.
saying that they're not going to
Riley, quit trying to cause problems. man.
guarantee.
This
of
guy's a
that
dickhead.
accuracy.
That's fucking awesome. It's like I'm not even in the same conversation, the shit that you guys are saying.
No, Riley's just being a shit.
I try to fucking agree, and then it's like, yeah, he just objects to everything. Fuck. My God.
He actually said half a dozen. So it's fucking less. It's even more accurate. He's claiming even more accuracy.
I said half a
Quarter
dozen.
of
He said a dozen. I said, yeah, sure, let's go with a dozen. That's twice as many as what I said, and I still agreed with it. But somehow or another, I'm the disagreeable one. Fuck you guys.
Surely we are not the first people to suggest that you're disagreeable.
Well, somehow or another, I'm the
It's not
fucking
like
troll, right? Somehow
got
or
to this
another, I'm the
stage in your life
troll. When
and
I
we've
say, okay,
blindsided you with
let's
that
go with
feedback.
what
We're
you
the first
guys
people
say.
ever.
Yeah, fuck you. Somehow I'm the troll when I say, okay, let's go with what you guys say, and then you guys say I'm
think you're a troll.
disagreeable.
I don't think you're trying. I don't
Fuck
think you're
off.
misrepresenting your views.
Fuck
Too
off.
objectionable to be not really caring about it.
You're a fucking idiot. Like, seriously, man. I try to be agreeable, but I'm
God's
still
counsel, don't
disagreeable.
take it personally.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots.
Riding's being a
Anyhow,
little bit of a troll.
so now we're 12
He's an
millimeters
idiot.
accuracy. Now we're 12 meters
But he's
accurate
one of
over
those
a
people
mile.
that's like,
Riding.
nor do I want to change.
So if we're 12 millimeters accurate over a mile, we can be 12 millimeters accurate over 10 miles.
Right.
So what's the problem?
So
The problem is that logic. The problem is that logic doesn't add up.
Really? So if I'm 12 meters over a mile, 12 millimeters accurate over a mile, and I start a new mile and go that new mile, can I not still be 12 millimeters over that new mile accuracy?
But
That's
it's
faulty.
not.
That's faulty logic.
So the logic is when you have or whatever. Let's just say frickin' 12 or whatever the fuck you said.
Sure,
So
let's
12.
go with. What do you want to go
so
with? 12 inches, 12,
12
millimeters? I give a
12
fuck. Really.
millimeters. Okay, 12
Okay.
millimeters over the first one. Okay, fine.
So you start a
Then-
new datum at the end
Yeah.
of your first mile. You start a new datum and continue on with a new mile.
Okay, and now you're
Okay.
12 millimeters accuracy with the next one. That doesn't
Sure.
mean you're 12 over the 2. That means you're 24 over the 2.
No,
at
you're
the
still
very
12.
least.
This is exactly what I was saying, Gummy Bear. If you don't know whether you're high or low, then you could be adding those two together. That these errors are additive.
That's
whereas
basic
doing the ones
logic,
like
yeah.
zeroed out with like the GPS ones.
So you're going to assume that you're plus
Was
12.
I guess it's okay. You go.
No,
you go,
no,
God's
no. Hold on.
No,
We're
no,
not
no.
assuming
Percentage is
anything.
pretty clear.
You're,
Percentage
when
is
you
pretty
say
clear.
when you say that they just that the or whatever the value just stays, that's you assuming that they're not additive, that they're not the same sign. We're saying they could be, they might not be, but the problem is because they could be, our accuracy it has been added together, or rather, it's been detracted. If you
Oh, we're talking about 120 millimeters over 10 miles. What is 120 millimeters in inches, anyhow? Anybody know?
I don't know. I don't work in shitty units.
It's going to be about 3 inches, 3-4 inches.
Okay. So even if it is accumulative and additive or all these fancy words over 10 miles at 12 millimeters over a mile, we're talking about
Almost
3
5
inches over 10 miles. 5 inches over 10 miles. So what's the curvature over 10 miles, supposedly? Is it not 66 feet?
I think we
Is
need
that
to
what it is?
Sort this issue to be clear on it. That we're
Or
happy now
60.
that if you have an error bar that's high or low, it is possible, while maybe not always probable, that those errors are additive. Are we on the same
Yes.
page, all of us now? On that?
Sure, I want to look at the worst case scenario. So one of you guys, Glover, said that he works with fucking surveyors and it's 12 millimeters over a mile. So we're going with that. I said 6 millimeters, and I said, sure, let's agree to double it at 12 millimeters. 12 times 10 miles is 120 millimeters. I don't know what it is. Someone said 6 inches or something, whatever. I don't care. So 6 inches error over 10 miles. Okay. What's the curvature supposed to be over 10 miles?
A larger value than that?
It's roughly 66 feet.
You're right.
Okay.
Okay, so what's 6 inches compared to 66 feet when we're talking about a
So-
horizontal plane of reference over 10 miles
Okay.
that's out by
Hold on.
6 inches?
Now here's where another problem rises.
Okay.
We never said that you've established one horizontal plane over those 10 miles.
Right.
We're
What did you
simply saying
establish?
that we've established 10 horizontal planes over each 1 mile over 10 miles total.
10 horizontal. So how did you come up with 10
horizontal planes over 10 miles exactly?
Because that's what we measured. Because
Who's
every
we?
new mile.
You got the crabs or
Come
what?
on, get it
So
right, guys.
every
We
time.
didn't do anything. This is his
Okay.
hypothetical made-up thing.
It's not my hypothetical. It's someone else's. I didn't bring up
So
10 miles. I wanted to keep it to a
so
mile.
every time, as you said, every new mile you establish a new datum and you establish horizontal. That means you've
Well, you don't
established a
have
new
to.
horizontal. Of course you
Oh,
have to.
no. You don't after every mile. Are you crazy? What are
Okay,
you
so what do you want
talking
to?
about? I just did that to try to zero out the error, but you guys didn't want to, so I said okay. I once again was trying to be agreeable and said okay, let's times at the very worst the error by 10 miles, which is 120 millimeters.
So you have two options here. Now, either you establish a new datum every mile, which means you'll have 10 horizontal planes.
No, you don't have to.
And the cumulative error over all those 10 horizontal planes would be 120 whatever. Now, if you instead want to do one horizontal plane with no establishing datums, you can't now just say, oh, that'll also be 120. No, because now you're using a totally different method that's going to fail completely.
So you're saying the
Only if
method
it's actually
that
a ball.
professional surveyors use fails completely.
Over 10
Yeah, exactly.
miles, over 10 miles without establishing new datums. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Oh, so
No,
you think a professional
daisy chain.
surveyor establishes new datums every mile? Is that your claim?
Leapfrog, mate.
Because the only reason we went from 1 mile to 10 miles in this fucking shit is because I've been trying to stick to a mile, but other people have trying to push it to 10 miles. So I don't know how you came up with the idea that a professional surveyor creates a new datum every mile over 10 miles. I think that was just honestly pulled right out of your ass.
You suggested, Godscalp.
Pardon me?
But you suggested that we have to keep stopping and doing another horizontal.
No, you maintain the horizontal plane. If you can, if you can maintain the horizontal plane over a mile, you can maintain the horizontal plane over 10 miles. Like it's just continues on. It's
okay. Why do they stop
planar
then?
points.
Why do the guys you spoke to
Daisy
stop
chain.
every mile?
They have
Pardon
to
me?
daisy chain and leapfrog. A, B, C, then B, C, D, then C,
Wait, what
D,
did Don
D.
say? What did Don say?
Aren't you claiming that the guys you spoke to say they have to stop each mile to do 10 miles?
No, actually, that's not what I claimed. That's what Gummy Bear, whoever it is, has claimed, not me. I've been trying to keep it. Listen, for the sake of simplicity, I've been trying to keep it at a mile, but someone, I don't know who it was, but someone kept on trying to push it for 10 miles and percentage got in about error and all this
What
other
happened?
shit. So I
What
just
happened?
rolled
Okay.
with it.
What
So
happened,
what we want
Godscalp,
you-
is you argued that auto levels are more accurate, but you didn't describe what they're
Never
more
brought
accurate
up water
at.
levels
We had
at
a big
all,
long
actually.
conversation about accuracy for no reason.
Never brought up water levels and the accuracy.
He said
actually.
auto level.
Auto levels. You said they're more accurate than GPS, so we discussed accuracy.
That's what the
without
surveyors
knowing
told me,
what you
yes.
meant about accuracy.
The
That
surveyors
was why I was
did
trying
tell
to
me.
say. That's what exactly what I was trying to say. More accurate at what? Because I can easily be even more accurate from a very specifically known datum to a short distance. But as you add them together, the additive things at a certain point will cross past the 10 centimeter accuracy or 1 centimeter accuracy you can get from GPS.
I
don't
promise
believe
you,
really
if
know
you
what you're
ask a
talking about there, but-
surveyor,
Okay, if I ask a surveyor what?
Ask a
No, I've got the same
surveyor.
qualifications you have. I've talked
Well, let's
to
see what
somebody who knows
Gummy
GPS.
Bear or whatever says at this point.
Ask a surveyor if they can make a horizontal plane of reference over 10 miles and ask them what accuracy they can do that in if they say yes.
Okay,
I already
so-
doubt they would say yes, but if they say yes, what level of accuracy?
Okay, so I've asked them over a mile, and they can do it to better accuracy than GPS. So,
Yeah,
what
so
makes you
1
think?
mile.
What
1
makes you
mile.
think they can't continue past that?
That's your problem.
That's the whole point.
That's
we've been
your
discussing for
problem.
half an hour because the errors are additive, and you haven't demonstrated any way in which they couldn't be additive.
I've already given you the worst case of additive error, and I said
but
fine, so be it.
With the worst case of additive error is with us establishing new datums every 1 mile. We're not talking about 10 continuous miles. We're talking about 10 individual miles.
No, it'd still
That's
be
why
a
you need.
coplanar points.
No, that's not how that
Yes, it would.
works.
You don't
Ask a
understand surveying,
surveyor.
clearly.
Ask a surveyor. You're wrong.
No, actually, I'm not.
No, you're wrong. No, you're
No, I'm
wrong.
not wrong.
He specifically asked to continue a horizontal reference from point A. He asked the surveyor that specifically. So therefore, they have to carry it on. It's not
You
with
guys-
new plumb points.
You guys think it falls apart after a mile? All of a sudden, the surveying techniques don't work. It just fucking crumbles.
No.
The only reason,
No one said
listen,
that.
the only reason I
You're
talk about a
straw
mile.
manning like shit again.
Well, that's what you're fucking saying. What? Okay,
No.
let me ask you this then. What do you, in your fucking humble opinion, what do you think the error would be over 10 miles then?
If you want to establish one horizontal plane over 10 miles, I think the accuracy would be maybe within like a few hundred meters.
A few?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. You're crazy.
Definitely.
A single horizontal plane over 10 miles, and you're not allowed to establish any new datums or anything like that, then sure, yeah.
Well,
I don't
technically,
think
every
you'll be
time you
accurate.
move your fucking stand, you're establishing a new data, really.
Oh, exactly.
Or don't you think?
Oh shit! You sound like you're
Wait,
proving
so,
Tommy's point now.
so you're saying that if
Making
you
his
can't
point.
move your auto level, a few
You move it
hundred
every-
meters of accuracy is actually kind of nice of me to say.
What are you talking? You think they can only get a few hundred meters accurate with an auto level over 10 miles?
If they're
You're
not
gonna
allowed
fucking
to
cause me
move
to
their
start
auto
call-
level.
You're gonna start me. You're gonna cause
do
me to
move
start
it, that's the
calling
thing.
You're
fucking
laughing
I know.
under your smug smile.
But
You've
the
got
thing
it
is, the
backwards,
fact that
mate. Stop
the fact
laughing.
that they do move the auto level, the fact that
You
they
make it
do
sound like
establish new
surveyors can't
datums.
survey for 10 miles.
Hold
with
on,
an
Carl.
Of
auto
course
level.
they
That's
can.
fucking funny as fuck.
Of course they can.
Without
But not
being
in the
metered
way,
out.
but not in the way that you think they do.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
problem.
Please
Not
tell
the way
me
that
the
you think
technique
they do.
over 10 miles. Yeah. Go ahead. Tell us.
I've told you, if they want to establish 10 individual horizontal planes over 10 miles,
That's not what
then
he was
of
trying to do.
course.
No worries.
Exactly, but that's what you think they can do.
What do
Or,
you
sorry,
think?
what
How do
they
you
don't
think
do.
their technique is over 10 miles? Please
course they
explain it
can.
to me.
That's what I said.
You think they do 1 mile at a time?
Well, something
God,
similar,
no.
yeah. They did definitely divide it into chunks, because if they
So
try
do
to
they
do
do?
a singular 10-mile, like,
He
do you
never
really
once said they
think?
do a singular 10 miles. Grump. I
Okay,
think
wait
he's
a
coming
second.
in kind of half.
So you telling me they do front sight, foresight for the whole mile? Is that what they're doing? By how many? What's the stretch that they do?
Not a chance.
They probably do it within, like, they don't do one singular measurement for 1 mile. No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what do they do?
That would be. Well, there's multiple methods. What is this?
Okay,
Is
sure.
this
Tell me
surveying
one.
class?
No, just pick a method. Tell me about it, please.
They might do some differential leveling.
Okay, so what's differential leveling mean then?
Like, is this really freaking?
Yo,
Do
Gummy
you
Bear, at
not
this
know?
point,
I
would bow
don't
out and
think
say,
you have
I
a
don't know
fucking
enough about the
clue what
subject.
you're talking about at this point.
Yeah. And let's keep it at water level,
Front
Gummy.
sight, back sight, foresight, back sight. I thought it was cancelling out the errors between the front sight and the back sight.
Yeah,
What error?
differential leveling is just what you would do if you're like trying to find elevation. You're not measuring curvature doing differential leveling.
No.
They don't do curvature when they're doing any of that with an auto
no.
level.
Of course not. Of course not.
They
We're
create a
talking
horizontal plane of reference,
We're
and they
talking about,
fucking figure out the elevation change based on the horizontal plane of reference
Yeah,
that they've created.
that's what planar surveyors do. They're not measuring for curvature, of course.
How do geodetic
Okay,
surveyors
so tell
actually
me how
measure for the
geodetic
curve?
surveyors do it different then.
They use reciprocal zenith angles
Is that
over
right?
long distance. Yes.
That's how they figure out curvature. So
Yeah,
how
and
do
deny optical drop.
geodetic surveyors figure out elevation?
Do they? They probably use the same methods that planar surveyors use, but they use more. Then they use the
More.
reciprocal zenith
What does
angle.
that mean? They use more. I don't think you guys really know. It seems like.
No, they have extra mathematics that they just whack in there afterwards. That's all.
How does a geodetic surveyor figure out elevation? Can anybody
But
explain that one?
the same way a planar surveyor would use, right? But they also measure reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, so wait a
But
second.
why?
So you're
But
saying
why
that
is
a
it that
geodetic
you're?
surveyor, hold on, you're saying a geodetic surveyor figures out elevation the same way a planar
Yes, they use a
surveyor.
benchmark. Yes, they find a benchmark where they already know the elevation.
Okay, so how do they figure out if they know the elevation at point A?
I
How do they figure out the
just told you.
elevation?
They find a benchmark.
I didn't
They find a
finish my
benchmark.
question yet. I didn't
Go ahead,
finish
go
my
ahead,
question
go
yet. So they're at the benchmark.
Awesome.
Wait a second. They're at the benchmark at point A, and they want to know the elevation change a mile down the road at point B. How do they
Yeah,
do
they're
that?
at another benchmark which they already know the elevation.
No,
Right?
there's
So
no
then
benchmark
they just
at
find
point
that
B. There's
they
only a
find
benchmark. There's not a benchmark every mile. Come on, man.
they find the difference. So there's a method that you use. You just find a difference between the angles. And that's how they find out the elevation.
No,
Find the
there's no
difference in
other
elevation.
benchmark at a mile down the road, dude.
Yes. Do you not know where benchmark is? You know those little round things they find in
You
the ground?
believe there's a datum every mile in the world?
No, but there's
Every
benchmarks
single
everywhere.
square
I
mile.
found them myself. I've found benchmarks
on.
myself. You know the little round
Every
discs you
corner
find.
of every
Those are
mile in the
called
world, you
benchmarks.
think there's a fucking benchmark?
No. But there's a lot of them. They're everywhere. There's probably millions of them.
Back
There's
to my
millions of
question.
them.
I don't think so, but back to my question.
Yeah, there
You're
is.
at
There
point
actually
A.
is.
Sure, whatever you say. Back to my question. You're at point A, right? You have your
Mhm.
datum. You
Yes.
want to know the elevation change at point B, where there is
Yes.
no datum. How do you go about
So you're gonna shoot to the other point, right, and just find the difference.
So
There's a
just a
difference.
straight shot over a mile?
Yeah, so you're holding you're holding the elevation
No.
rod, right? So you read where
No.
where is
Wrong.
the crosses are hitting.
Wrong.
Okay, so tell me. So go ahead, you tell me. Since you're
differential?
I'm not a surveyor, right? But I have researched how they do it. So you go ahead and tell me how you.
They don't do a measurement over a mile. There's no surveyor that you're going to talk to that's going to tell you an elevation change over a mile from one site.
Okay, so since you know so much about surveying, then please tell me.
They split up into segments.
Hold on, for a second, please. Please tell me why do they have to account for curvature after a specific distance? Please tell me that.
I don't think they do.
Well, why is it in the manual?
Calculate. They don't account for it. They calculate it.
But why? Why would they have to?
You said this before, people. What manual?
I know, but no one ever wants to answer this question.
Who says they have to?
You said that you said it's in the surveying manuals, right? And I've
Yeah.
actually looked at it. And since you've been since you've been away, I actually had a look at a couple of surveying manuals online, right, from a couple of different sources, right? And one thing that they don't mention in them is anything to do with curvature.
I just posted one.
I just posted a thing from the Department of something and skills and trading that has, I mean, Earth is Life has posted it. That one is from a West Australian thing teaching surveying.
Maybe so.
That explains curvature.
So, right? But
is that a manual though?
No. But B-Ball made this broad brush statement that in surveying manuals, right? And you are not the first person because Geo actually has already posted this same thing. Geo already posted this exact same thing at least an hour and a half ago, right? But then my point is, it's not in all surveying manuals. So you've found one.
All manuals.
Right?
No, there's several.
It would have to be in all actual manuals if this is something that's
But
absolutely necessary.
it would have to be specifically geodetic surveying manual. not a planar
I
surveying
don't
manual.
think I don't think you're going to find it in planar surveying.
Okay,
But I mean,
then. So
I
now
think
we've got the caveat. Now we've got the caveat that it's not in surveying manuals. It's only in geodetic surveying.
Yes, because there's a
In every
difference.
geodetic surveying
We all know
manual?
because we all know the difference between planar and geodetic surveying, don't we?
Do we? What's the difference? Tell us. Wait a second.
Oh no, he fell
The
for it.
difference is okay. So he wants to ask you. So the difference is that in planar surveying, you're not accounting for any curvature. In
Oh,
geodetic
so what's
surveying,
the
you are.
technique differences
Over
though?
It's just
over.
I explained that
mathematics.
to you earlier.
When
Dave.
they
Only
figure out
difference.
elevation, when they figure out elevation changes, what's the practical difference in the way they perform their work?
Loads of practical differences. They're
It's pretty
different
much the
jobs.
same.
Completely different
Go ahead.
jobs.
Zenith angles from
I
plumb,
also,
pretty
I
much.
also am I
So
wrong in
why?
thinking this? I thought geodetic surveyors aren't actually like they're not usually there to build a building, but to create the datums
No.
that planar surveyors use. Is that
Yes, exactly. Yes,
similar to
pretty
that?
much. Yes.
Actually, planar surveyors have been making datums before they even had fucking
No,
anything besides an auto level.
planar surveyors just like they set up small plots where they were where you can build things like buildings and stuff like that. They're not
Okay, so
accounting
what's
for
the
curvature in
limitation
small
of a
or
areas.
planar
rely
surveyor?
on
But over
the
large
geodetic surveying.
over large areas, right?
What's a
You
large
have to
area?
account for curvature.
What's a large
Over
area?
100 square miles,
Like
I
an
believe.
airport.
You have to account for curvature.
100 square miles?
Fucking
That's the large area?
Amazon facility.
No, wait a second. He's saying over a large area. You're saying 100
Yes,
square
large
miles?
areas. Yes, large areas.
So,
Yes.
so
You have to
a
account for
planar
curvature.
surveyor can operate within 100 square miles.
That's not what that implies.
Well, he just said
Because-
yes. I don't know why you're answering for him.
Sure. I mean, is that
So
what
it
you
is
mean to say?
exactly what it implies because he outright said yes.
Okay, so all right, so
we'll
here's
I don't think they're happy with your answer.
in this
dude.
manual right here, geodetic surveying, right? You see that red line down there? Could you read that for me, please?
Actually, I can't. It's too small.
Jesus, that comes in
You can-
small. Oh yeah, if you
I know
open it
it's-
up in the browser. Geodetic surveys of large areas are affected by and must take into account the curvature of the Earth, location on the Earth's surface, and elevation above sea level.
So what's a large area though? I want to know numbers.
So do you
He said
disagree
100
with this?
square miles.
So do you disagree with this?
Well, I don't know. What do you call a large area? I think it's worthy of defining.
A large area, more than a mile, right? I think
Well, I don't know. It
the
doesn't.
actual I think if I'm correct or incorrect, it's 100 square miles. I could be wrong though.
What's the curvature in 100 square miles?
You can look that up if you want
Isn't
to.
it 6,666?
Length up to 12 kilometers is treated as plane surveying. Length more than 12 kilometers is treated as geodetic surveying.
Okay, so for 12 miles, planar surveying is good. So back to our
Kilometers,
10-mile
dude.
fucking
Kilometers, not
example.
Yeah. I mean, I like your method. I'm coming around to your method, God Scalpel, of like call up surveyors and see what they say. It just seems that at 19 minutes past the Earth is Life posted a video of somebody doing that. Maybe it's you. And the surveyor just flat tells them to their face that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, see, that's one question I've never asked a surveyor.
Was that not you in the video?
No. I've never asked a surveyor what the shape of the Earth is.
I thought you were saying you asked dozens of surveyors. Weren't you saying that earlier?
I've talked to dozens of surveyors. That is correct.
So hang on. So explain to me, how do you have a conversation with them about determining the shape of the Earth if you don't discuss the shape of the Earth? How did that conversation
Well,
happen? The role player,
see, the
I'll be
problem-
surveyor, you broach the conversation.
Sure.
Let's start
The
with
problem
ring,
is, yeah.
Harry
The
Keys
problem
ring.
is,
fucking
are you going to let me
jumps at
talk? You asked
roleplay.
the question. Are you going to let me answer it,
You
or
and
are
your
you just going
missus
to keep
must have fun,
fucking
mate.
talking? Are you going to let me say the answer to your question now, or what?
Sure, yeah.
So
how do you
the
want
answer would be is I never fucking claimed that a surveyor told me the shape of the Earth. I never said that I
That's not the
asked the
question- that's not
surveyor
the
the shape
question
of the
I
Earth.
asked. That's not the question I
Yeah,
asked.
it
So
is.
if you're ready to answer the question is how do you have a conversation about the shape of the Earth
I
without
didn't
asking
have
the
a
shape of the Earth?
conversation about the shape of the
You had
Earth.
that.
How many different ways do you want me to say it?
So you haven't
Three.
actually asked
Three
anybody the meaningful meat and potatoes question. Why talk to surveyors then if you're not going to ask them
Well,
about the shape of the Earth?
I've talked about the exact stuff that I talked to a surveyor about. The stuff that you're arguing with me about is the stuff that I've talked to surveyors about.
But
No,
don't
you
you think
kind of like to beat around the
it's like
bush.
talking? It's like it sounds like talking to an oncologist
No,
but not
it's
wanting to get your cancer treated. It's like, oh, how generally does one treat cancer? It's like
I've called up.
it's a weird way to go
I've
about it.
called up surveyors, and I said, with an auto level, is it possible to create a horizontal plane of reference for a mile for a project I want to do? And they said yes, not a problem, but
Yeah, but that
it
doesn't
would
seem.
be
I don't think
cheaper.
anybody is anybody
This
on the
is
ball claiming that surveys don't survey.
There's lots of people on the ball that say that that the way that they do it doesn't work because it's a ball. Yeah, you guys have even said
Hang
it
on,
tonight,
they say,
based
hang
on
on,
it being
hang
a
on.
ball, that it doesn't work.
That surveyors can't create a plane from a point that lasts for a mile. Who said that tonight?
There's people here tonight that
Who?
said that I don't know their names, but I'll tell you what they
Is
said,
anybody
and
here?
if they're
I just
still
don't
here.
remember anybody saying anything similar.
Okay, you gonna
Maybe
keep
I haven't
fucking
joined in.
talking over me, or you gonna let me answer your fucking questions, dude?
Sorry,
What
I didn't
is
know
it?
you were bothered by people over talking you.
Well, no. In all fairness, you weren't here for the whole conversation.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Has somebody claimed that? Because it just sounds like it just sounds
Well,
like
if you let me fucking
asking
talk,
a
I'll tell you what they
surveyor a
fucking
question,
claim, but you just keep fucking yapping your mouth.
deliberately not asking the question that actually means something.
Yeah, that's your fucking piece of shit. Shut up.
Oh, come on.
Well, fuck, man. I
Oh,
trying to
no,
answer
it's
his
understandable.
question,
He's
and
a
he
bit
keeps
upset.
fucking going on.
Yeah, I know. I know the energy in the room is quite high. I can feel.
No, I'm cool. It's just like if you want to ask me a question, though, at least allow me some fucking airtime to answer it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Hey, Bandsaw, remember? Hey, Bandsaw, remember the conversation we had this morning?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, we were having such a good conversation. I was like, well, as soon as someone brings up a specific topic, it's gonna go all to shit.
Well, it's not the topic. It's the getting fucking asked questions and then being talked over every time I go to answer it with some kind of fucking arrogance, like I'm not going to answer it.
Sure. So what did you ask about curvature? Or why didn't you ask about curvature?
There's no need to ask about curvature. Everything that I've been saying for the last fucking 3 hours tonight, which I'm just going to end up repeating myself for everybody that's been here for any length of time, is that a surveyor has no problems using an auto level, using the technique of front sight, back sight to create a horizontal plane over a mile. Do you have a problem with that?
No, that's my problem with
Okay.
that is that nobody here
fine.
appears to have a problem with that. It's like saying
There
water is
was
wet,
people
therefore the
that
Earth's
had
flat.
a problem with it. Maybe before you were here, I don't know, and I don't know if you're still here.
You understand? We agree with that now, and we don't think it's an argument against the globe or for flat Earth at all.
Yeah.
What do you?
Okay. Did I say? Did anybody at any time hear me say? Therefore, that proves the Earth is flat.
No, but because I know you're a flat
Okay,
earther,
good.
and I know you
You
try
don't
and
know
make
what I am.
arguments secretly. That's what I think you're doing.
Yeah, well, you can think what you want, but you don't know what I am.
What do you reckon? Writing if you were to go to whether it's a geodetic surveyor or a normal planar surveyor, right? And you and Scalpel asked the questions that he asked, right? Which establishes the answers that he's given. And then you, at the very end, you're going to ask them, well, what do you reckon the shape of the Earth is? What do you reckon? What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Maybe 100% of them would.
And
would
I've
say?
already said that every surveyor I talk to, I'm sure they think the Earth is a ball.
Exactly. So it's
Yeah, I've already said that.
It's not. But that's not the question. No, it's not, Bandy. But you're misrepresenting it. Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying just ask them, is the Earth a ball? It's to dig into what's
what of what they do is going to make the difference? What from what they do will or won't tell you this? Because nobody. This is the point I'm making about this. Well, they say they can create a plane over a mile. If nobody here is suggesting the opposite, then it's not showing anything, right? It's like going, hey, do you wear yellow when you go out? Therefore, it's like it doesn't split the difference. What you need to find is the question that splits the difference, and that would be the perfect question to ask a geodetic surveyor. What are the measurements or results you get that comport with curved?
But you know what?
Don't?
You know what,
What are the
dude?
basis? What's the
There's
difference that makes
nothing
the
at all in
difference?
the world stopping you from calling a surveyor and asking them whatever questions you want to ask them.
No,
And
but
maybe
I'm fascinated by the psychology of calling somebody to know a specific thing, but then deliberately avoiding answering them anything that would give you that information.
That's crazy.
What are you talking about? I have lots of people that argue I've already heard it here tonight multiple times, and probably since you've been here, that foresight backside is not an accurate way because the Earth is curved. I mean, Gummy Bear was one of those that was trying to make the same argument.
And
I
maybe
didn't get that impression, but
maybe writing maybe a geodetic surveyor might have the answers to your questions, but I would probably say that a normal surveyor, normal building surveyor, probably wouldn't have those answers.
Hold on,
I
guys.
would certainly think it might be like theoretical for a planar surveyor, whereas like the meat and potatoes of what you do as a geodetic surveyor. But I mean, just to me, like if I wanted to know the difference between something, I want to know like what is the one question that's going to split the difference between these two things.
I don't think you really understand what's being said, because if a if a surveyor, regardless of what you want to label him as, whether he's a geodetic or a planar surveyor, if the technique is to create a horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B over a mile, and the difference from point A to point B is the change of elevation, right?
No.
Well, I think a
Oh,
geodetic
no?
surveyor.
Okay.
I think a
That's
geodetic
not how the
See,
surveyor
elevation
here
is
you go, riding
defined.
on eggshells.
Well,
Here they go.
I think a geodetic surveyor is also too working in angles, not just
Is
elevation
that right?
changes. Yeah,
Well, how does he figure out
pretty
the
sure.
elevation change though? What's it based on?
I could be incorrect, but I think they're working.
Oh, it's a simple question.
Oh,
Do you think does a geodetic surveyor use a different, if you give both a geodetic surveyor, okay, check this out. If you give a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor both an auto level and tell them to figure out the elevation change from point A to point B over a mile, tell me the ways they're going to do it differently based on their title, geodetic and planar.
Hold on. Well, then let me answer the question.
With
I
an
don't
auto
think
level,
Sure.
no difference.
I don't think geodetic surveyors are using auto levels. I think they're using theodolites, and I think they are shooting over much longer ranges to develop that angle that they then calculate.
So once again, if you give a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor the same tool and ask them to go out and figure out the elevation change over a mile, how are they going to, what is the process that they're going to do that's different?
Probably gonna do the same thing with the point elevation. It's kind of a simple thing.
I agree. They have to do it the same way, to be quite honest. Even if they had a theodolite, they're going to do it the same way.
But a planar surveyor doesn't care about the curvature.
Okay. Once again, sure. You know what? I'll be 100% agreeable with you. Whatever, man. Say what you want. Okay. Let's say what you say is true. We still give them both the same tool. Tell me the difference then on how they're going to, because you're telling me that a geodetic surveyor cares about.
They're not
Hold on.
They're not working at curvature over elevation changes. They're working it over angles. That's how
Hold
they're
on.
doing with spherical excess. That's how they do it.
Yes,
Scalpel.
spherical excess.
Hold on. A geodetic surveyor and a fucking planar surveyor both get an auto level. How do they figure out the elevation change? Because the geodetic surveyor, according to you guys, the geodetic surveyor cares about the curvature of the Earth, and the planar surveyor does not care about the curvature of the Earth. You give them both
a fucking so one cares about
Got the
curvature,
answer
the
for
other
it.
doesn't. You give them both the same tool.
They do it the same, dude. They do it the same
Only
because they're only
elevation,
looking for
whatever you
elevation
say,
Fucking
in
right
your
to do it the
example.
same. Fucking right to
exactly
do
the
it the
same.
same.
Round and in circles.
Yeah, very much so.
They're looking for the same thing, Godskull.
Well,
they do it the same
exactly.
way.
So why do you guys
wait,
keep?
wait. If they're looking for curve, they do it a different way because that's a different thing to look for. You get it?
Okay, but how? Okay, sure. Let's go with that. If they're looking for curve, they do it differently. Great. Let's go with that. Sure. If they're looking for elevation change,
They're
how
gonna do
do
the
they
same
do
thing.
it?
We just answered that.
Yeah.
They do the same
I
thing.
know. I get it. They do it the same way. What is the process, and how do they figure out the elevation change over that mile? What do they do?
It's not curve.
We
It's
just said
elevation
it, dude.
change. Different thing.
Yeah. You said they do the same thing. What is the same thing practically that each of those guys does to figure out the elevation change over that mile? What practically do they
It's
do?
like drop from horizontal, basically, from a set point, or rise.
But
For
if you're
elevation change.
if you're at 5 feet and the other person's at 5 feet and you see a drop, then that's not an elevation change.
Oh, what is
Well,
it?
no, you're at the same elevation.
Yeah, but if you're looking, if you got two theodolites or auto levels looking at each other, they're both at 5 feet above sea level, but you're looking at one and one is lower than the other, then that's not elevation change. That's something
Is
else.
that the way you think they do elevate? Is that the way you
No,
think they
that's
use
not.
those
But that's
tools?
no,
So why would
that's
you
not.
bring
But that's
that
how
up
you
then?
could, because that's how you could do it if you wanted to be real simple about it.
Okay, we're talking about professionals, and we're talking about the way they do it.
Specifically elevation change. That's done with, of course, with the measuring rod, and then you do some math and you figure out the difference in elevation.
Okay, so how did they figure? Like, what practically? How do they do it? Does anybody have the answer or no? It's all right if you don't.
If you have the answer, go ahead and tell us. You
I
seem to
do
know a
have
lot
the
of
answer,
it.
but
Go
I'm
ahead.
wondering if
Oh, go ahead.
anybody that I'm talking to has a
Go
fucking
ahead.
clue.
Go ahead. We'll go on mute. We'll go on mute. Yeah, we'll go on mute and you tell us. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I know how, but
They establish a horizontal by using backsight foresight. Then they
Right.
measure the angular change from horizontal to the target, and they see. And
Not
they
an
use
angular change.
No.
No.
Okay, so then clearly
Drop.
you used a different method. Okay,
It's
you
not
know
an
better.
angular
There
change.
we go.
You can only see when you're doing front sight, back sight. There's no angular change. You can
The
only
front-
see
no.
straight ahead and straight back.
Hold
There's no
on.
angle in which to look.
No, hold on. Front sight, back sight is merely to establish horizontal. When you then want to measure elevation change, you measure from that horizontal to the target, and you get an angle, and then you know the
No.
distance and you know the angle, and you calculate the elevation change. That is how they do it.
It's not based on angles. It's just based on the differential measurements. There's no angles involved.
They're not using angles over short distances.
Yeah, no, it's the differential.
could, but
It's
they
the
don't.
differential of the. Pardon me. Someone want to?
You could. Yeah, sorry, you could use the angles, but they don't for planar.
Because there is no angles to be used, and what they could or couldn't do is besides the point of what they do as professionals. That's what I'm asking you. How do these people operate as professionals? You guys keep fucking going into fairyland about what someone could do and dream about.
Yeah, but you're saying we're going into fairyland, but then there's a whole part of surveying that you're kind of either denying or you're saying
No,
doesn't exist.
I said you have two surveyors, a planar surveyor and a fucking geodetic surveyor. How does each one of them figure out elevation change over a mile? And everybody resoundingly said they do the same thing.
Yeah, to do the same thing. Yeah.
Perfect. And then I said,
we're-
how
but
does
we're
that
not-
practically look? And then it was
But
silence.
we don't. But we're not
It
talking
wasn't
about elevation.
silence. It was
We're
drop
talking
from fucking
about
horizontal. Fuck.
No,
we're talking about measuring curvature, are we
there was
not?
some wrong answers, and then there was some, well, they could.
Cut down on this type of trolling, Scalpel.
Are we
I'm not
not
trolling.
talking
I'm
about
making you
trying to
guys
measure
look like
curvature?
fucking don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Are we not talking
got your
about
answer
trying to
from Pat
find
Elton as
curvature?
well now, and you've ignored it.
No, we're talking about my exact question: elevation change over a mile, and how do you
Make your
practically
point.
do
Now we've
that?
all answered it. Make your point.
Well, the point is, it's
He doesn't
just the
have a point.
differential between the fucking measurements from
Right.
point A to point B.
What we all
So
agreed
you
with.
think? So,
That simple.
hold on. So
Based
you
on a
think if
horizontal.
hold on one
differential,
second,
mate.
1 second. So you think if they're not so when geodetic surveyors measure curvature, you don't think it's curvature. You think they're actually measuring an elevation change?
Well, I don't know. You guys have already told me that a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor over a mile would use the exact same method.
Yes.
Are you saying something
Just
different now or no?
no, but I'm
Okay.
asking you. Do you
Okay.
think that?
No,
Do you
okay.
think? Hold on.
So
Do
when a
you think that they're when they're measuring something a little higher than it should be? Do you think that's an elevation change?
higher, I think it's all elevation change, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's
So you
break down a
think if
scenario
something's
here.
higher, it's curvature? You think if something's higher, it's curvature? Is that your
let's break
fucking?
down let's break down a situation here. So me and a buddy of mine, right? We're both standing on the coastline, right? I have a measuring rod, and he has a measuring rod. We both have auto levels, right? My auto level is set at 5 feet, right? I measured it with the measuring rod. It's at 5 feet above the water. He sets his measuring rod and his auto level 5 feet above the water. Now I shoot my auto level over to his. My crosshairs are hitting at 8 feet on his measuring rod. Is that an elevation change?
I don't know. You haven't been exactly clear on your fucking example.
If we're both looking at each other, we have two
Okay.
auto levels, right?
Okay.
They're both at 5 feet above the water. We've measured above the water. They're both at 5 feet, right?
Okay.
Now, if the surface is not curved, then when I shoot my auto level over to his, it should hit 5 feet on his measuring rod, right?
What's his auto level saying to yours?
Oh, 5 feet.
His is saying
They're
5 feet,
both
but
at
yours
5
is
feet.
saying 8 feet. Oh, they're both at 5
No,
feet.
hold on. I'm trying to build this here.
Build it.
If the surface is not curved, then when I shoot my auto level, I look through the crosshairs, and my crosshair should hit at 5 feet on his measuring rod, right?
I don't know.
Because
You're still not explaining your example very good. How far apart are you? Let's say.
I don't know, 3 miles, right? I'm not worried about the distance. I'm trying to build this scenario for you. I'm trying to ask you, like, why am I seeing higher on his?
You're not building it very well.
Yeah, no, you're
Okay,
doing a real shitty job, dude.
I have 2 auto levels.
Fast enough.
Well,
right?
B-ball, if it did hit at a different point, that if you're trying to claim this because of the curvature of the Earth, then you would have to have a specific example and specific readings and measurements, because that isn't what happens when you use an auto level correctly. You create coplanar points.
And that's not how they're working out spherical
Yeah,
area.
and they
we
and
do
they
have
don't look
examples.
They are not
Well, there
working
is
it
an
out. People,
there
they
is
are
an
not
example.
They are not working
No.
it out through elevation changes, all right? That's not how they
Well,
work the curvature of the Earth at all.
yeah, I know. But listen, there is an example out there. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen Jesse's example.
Well, he's
right?
not even. Who knows if he's even a surveyor?
He's got 2. Yeah, he's a surveyor. He's got 2
he
auto
said that
levels.
Bilu.
One is
Hold
pointing
on.
at the other
He
one.
said that Bilu told him to look out for the tilt of the Earth. Bilu's an alien. You're gonna go with Jesse Kozlowski? That's who you're going
What
with?
are you talking about? What are you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know
No
about
idea
that? You don't know about Jesse Kozlowski telling them that Bilu
Are
told
you
him
saying okay? Well, let's change the subject now. So, are you saying that Jesse Kozlowski is not a licensed geodetic surveyor? And
I don't know if he is or not, but what I do know is he said that an alien, Bilu, told him to try and measure the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah, I can't verify that that's exactly what he said.
Well,
I don't
it's
think.
recorded. It's actually I can't right
Yeah.
this minute, but
He was probably joking. So
no, I don't think he was.
yeah, he probably was joking. I don't think he could say something
No,
like that.
he actually told the story about how it
And
came to be.
what relevance does that have to anything?
Well, I don't know. You're referencing a guy that talks about
Well,
aliens that told him to fucking
You're talking
figure
about
out the depth of
anyway.
the earth.
Anyway, so let me try and explain this to you again.
You're talking about
I
that.
got two
Hold on, real quick. You're
I
talking
got
about that Convex Earth documentary.
No, Jesse Kozlowski. I believe at the time he was talking to Soundly, and he was telling Soundly, if I'm correct about who he was talking to, he was telling Soundly how Bilu,
All right,
which
well, you
is an
sure he
alien.
wasn't joking? Because at the time, years ago, a documentary came out called Convex Earth, and it's like from South America, and that was the basis of that documentary. Is that basically the guy who created it? You know, like there was like this alien Bilu that was in the woods or whatever, and like whispered to him, like whispered that the Earth is convex, is what it whispered to him, and then he
He wasn't. Yeah, but he wasn't talking.
Right.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
But I
He
think if
wasn't
Jesse
talking about.
Kozlowski was saying that, he must have just been joking about that documentary.
I don't know. So a couple of things, Gio. He never did laugh about it. He was very serious, and he wasn't talking about a convex Earth. Actually, he was talking about measuring the tilt of the Earth.
Well,
and
that's what Bilu is
Bilu.
from, though. Bilu is from that documentary. Did you see that one?
From
what's it
measuring
called?
the tilt of the Earth.
No, in the Bilu thing, he didn't
Yeah.
say necessarily tilt of the Earth.
Well,
He
that's.
said that the
I'm
Earth
telling
was,
you that. Right.
Yeah, he
So
was
I'm
probably
telling you
joking
that
when he
Jesse
said that.
Kozlowski was talking about the tilt of the Earth, and Bilu told him
Yeah,
how
he
to
was
measure.
probably joking.
It sounds like he was
That
using
could
the
be.
Bilu kind of meme thing, because that was hilarious when that all came out. Like that
Yeah, I don't know.
documentary tried to pass that off as real, and everybody was joking about it for a while.
They didn't even crack a smile about it, but who knows? I don't know. Either way, I don't know. I don't
No,
know
it
Jesse
sounds like he was just
Kozlowski.
doing.
Go for it.
Listen,
Sounds
what
like
I
he
do
was
know.
doing a skit based on that documentary.
Yeah, could be. I don't know. What I do know is I talk to a lot of surveyors that I trust, and I don't really know Jesse from a hole in the ground, so I don't know.
No, it's cool.
Are
I
these
just wanted to.
surveys that you trust globers or flat earthers?
I'm just
What?
saying, as far as I know, Jesse Kozlowski is not the source of that Bilu thing. That's that documentary.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. I just know what he said, and they didn't say, we're just kidding or whatever. I don't know. It could be a big joke, whatever.
All good, all good. So what was?
But this guy's
what were you
example
saying?
is completely. This guy's example is completely crazy. Like surveyors don't go set up on the beach and get 3 miles apart and look at each other with auto levels. Like it's just not heard of. They won't even look at like a mile. Like the industry standards between 75 and 50 meters. And I don't know why everybody in here keeps wanting to go
Okay.
to 2, 3, 10,
So,
fucking
you
15
said you
miles and
own-
saying, oh, well, you could do it. It's all right. I think you could.
So
but
what
no
type?
surveyor
So what type
agrees.
of test? If you were trying to find the curvature, what type of test would you set up then to do it?
Not that one. That is for sure.
What would be a good one?
If you were trying to figure out elevation change,
if there was drop, no, not elevation change. If you were trying to find out if there was drop from horizontal,
right?
what kind of test would you set up?
I'd use an auto level. And what would you call that drop from horizontal, actually, now that we're on to that finally again?
No, go ahead and tell me how you would set that test up.
I
if
just
were
told you
trying-
I'd
if you were to
use
do
an
it.
auto level.
You said you would use an auto level, but how?
Oh, front sight, back
What
sight.
method would you use?
50 meter increments on front sight, 50
How much?
meter
Yeah, but
increments
you're
on the
not.
back.
Yeah, but you're not really gonna get much of a difference. Why not do it over try and do it over something longer distance?
Because that's the way the professionals do it, and I trust them over some guy on the internet that's telling me crazy shit.
How much?
Is that
how
a
much
good enough? Is
deviation
that a good enough
you think-
answer
How
for
much
you?
deviation? How much deviation you think you would get, and how far did you say?
Front sight, back
50
sight.
meters?
The industry
50 meters?
standards about 50 meters each way, so 100 meters total.
Yeah,
You're in the middle.
exactly. How much drop do you think you're gonna get in 50 meters?
None.
Exactly. You probably wouldn't even be able to measure it. So why would you do
I
something?
don't think you
small?
understand surveying, though, dude.
Why would you do something so small? Why not use a longer distance where you can get
Well, I just told you
You
because
can
that's what the
you can
industry
really see
standard
it.
is. I just
Yeah,
told
but
you, dude.
sometimes
I can't be any more. I
you have to
just
go
keep repeating
outside.
myself.
Sometimes you have to go outside the industry standard to see
Oh.
to actually see what you're looking for.
Oh,
Okay,
okay. So
you're
the
not gonna
professionals are
you're not
doing
gonna
it
be
wrong,
able
is
to
what you're
measure.
telling me?
You're not gonna be able to measure anything within 50
Right.
meters.
So the professionals are doing it wrong then. So over a mile,
Yeah,
they're
that's
doing it
yeah.
wrong.
50 meters would be planar surveying, and that's not what we're looking for here, or is it?
Well, I thought I asked earlier what the difference between if a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor were to figure out elevation change over a mile. I thought everybody
We
agreed
don't care
that they'd
about
do it the
elevation
same.
change. I'm not concerned with elevation change, right? Because if I'm
Okay,
looking
so
out
so
5
the
miles, hold on.
deviation.
If I'm oh wait, let
Okay,
me finish my
no,
statement because I
you
gotta
hold
go.
on here for a second.
If
So
I'm
the
looking out 5
deviation,
miles, if
the
hold on, if
deviation
I'm
over a
looking,
mile.
Okay.
Never mind
yeah,
your
go ahead,
5 mile
man, because
bullshit.
I gotta go.
Let
Go ahead.
people finish people.
Fuck.
Because
All
if
right.
I'm looking out,
Go and see some stupid
5
shit.
miles, and I'm at 11, I'm at I don't know 10 feet, then whatever I'm looking at should be 10 feet as well,
Sure,
right?
whatever you
Over a
say, dude.
flat surface.
But over a mile,
Is that not
over a
true?
mile. What do you call the deviation from the horizontal plane of reference? Do you call it elevation change or do you call it earth curvature?
If I'm at a specific elevation above the water, then and I'm looking at something else, then it can't be an elevation change if I'm looking at something that's taller than me but below the horizontal.
So
It can't
over a
be.
mile, if a surveyor finds an 8-inch drop over a mile, it's curvature, not elevation change.
It depends on what he if what he hold on if what he's looking at is at the same exact elevation, but for some reason his crosshairs are hitting above that, then yes, I probably would call that elevation. I mean, I'm not elevation. I would
Based,
call that curvature.
sure, based on the professional method that you already agreed that both the planar surveyor and the geodetic surveyor would use over a mile, they make a horizontal plane of reference based on foresight, backsight at 100 meters or 50 meters at a time, however you want to understand it. And there's an 8-inch drop over that mile. You're calling it curvature?
But
If they're both at the same, if both points are at the same exact elevation, and I'm
What do you
looking
mean by
8
both
inches
points?
above, hold on, if I'm looking 8 inches above my target, then yes, that is
Dude,
curvature.
you don't understand surveying at all. You shouldn't even be in this conversation. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to
I'm
be
the one.
rude.
You're saying I'm the one
Honestly,
that doesn't understand. I don't
yeah,
understand surveying,
you
right?
don't, dude.
But you're the one that you deny an entire section of surveying. What are you talking about?
No. Listen, I'm not trying to be rude, but you don't even understand how to survey a mile. Never mind
Are
going
you
into 5
are you a
or 10
surveyor?
miles.
Are you a surveyor?
No, not at all. No.
what about
Okay,
the
then
correction?
I don't think either one of us know much about surveying.
No,
You
actually,
claim
I
you know a lot,
understand
but
surveying
you
pretty good.
deny an entire
guys.
section of surveying.
Can
Go
I
ahead. I'm
speak,
sorry.
guys?
Dude,
I gotta go,
listen,
fellas.
yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, but you shouldn't be in this conversation.
God Scalpel. This
What?
is a 5-hour disgusting troll, and
I'm
shame
not
on you.
trolling.
Shame on you. You need to grow up.
Come on, Don. I'm not trolling, dude.
Yeah, you've misunderstood surveying on purpose to keep your flat Earth dream alive for 5 hours,
really?
even though
How
people
have
on
I
your own
misunderstood?
side have told you you're getting it wrong.
Really?
This
So
is
you
toxic
think that
trolling.
two
You need to
surveyors
calm
at
it
3
down. You need to
miles
calm it
should
down and
look
get
at
some
each
sleep.
other, Don? Is that what you think? 2 surveyors at 3 miles apart should take an auto level and
I'm
look
not
at each
going
other?
through it with you again. Surveyors know it's a globe. If you speak to them honestly as a man, they will tell you it's a globe. Stop faffing about. That's what they'll all tell you.
Well,
I have already said,
Except maybe
Don,
two builders who think Earth's flat.
it's great that you call
They're
me
the
that
only
I'm
people that will
trolling, but
agree
I've
with you on
already
Earth.
said that I'm sure the surveyors I talk to believe it's a globe. Like, you're not saying anything I didn't already say, dude. So I don't know what your problem is or why you think I'm trolling, but I'm not.
What's the correction they use? What's the correction they're going to use? They're going to use
For what?
what sort of percentage? They're going to use a 3%, or they're going to use
For what?
Well, they have to allow for correction, don't they? Because
For
every
what?
measurement, huh?
For what?
No, what you're talking about when they measure 10 foot
What are
up
you
one side?
talking about correction?
Sorry, apologies. So when we do measurements and stuff like that, we don't add any correction to it. Is that correct?
What do you mean we do measurements? Who's we? Like, what do you, like, I don't know what you mean, dude. Measurements about what? Correction about what?
What have we just been talking about? You guys been talking about this for 5 minutes, and then I
Okay,
come in and ask
when
a
a
question. And you go,
surveyor, okay, so when a surveyor does front sight, back sight, there's no correction that they put into it.
oh, okay. So okay, and on the visual thing, so is that physical measurements or just using optics like theodolite?
It's using an auto level at 50-meter increments, 50 meters front sight, 50 meters back sight, 100 meters total. And then you move. Then you move ahead 50 meters, 50 meters
Okay.
front sight, 50 meters back sight. So you have coplanar points the entire way. You're maintaining the horizontal plane of reference. That's how they can measure elevation difference. Based on the horizontal plane of reference that they build. Over however long they want to fucking go. I like to keep it at a mile, just keep things simple, because everybody gets crazy about these crazy ideas that surveyors just simply don't do.
Theodolite apparently can measure up to 1,500 meters, so it'll measure just short of a mile. Bit of shit that really, because you know a lot of things are sort of like calculated relevance-wise to a mile, but yet a theodolite is just short of a mile.
Okay, so let's say, so basically you're saying in quotation marks, a geodetic surveyor will use a theodolite over a mile, and a planar surveyor will use an auto level over a mile, right? Is that what you're saying?
To be honest with you, if I don't know what the correct answer is, to be honest with you.
No, it's
But
fair. I appreciate the honesty.
if one person wants to measure its flat, they're going to use 2 levels, whatever. Elevation, yeah, it's a bit sort of, you're kind of relying on pressures or something like that till some other indications to tell you what your elevation is. It might not necessarily be a physical elevation.
Listen, is it possible to find an elevation change without knowing your actual elevation in which you started?
That is, I think it's a 50-50 question, because
It's not a 50-50 question. It's actually a yes or no question, and I got the answer.
Well, I guess I could be working here, where I could be living where I am, and I'm at 0. Go to another area, I'm 75 meters above, but yet the pressure is, or my readings are only telling me that the pressure difference is only like 35 or something.
Pressure doesn't matter.
Temperature,
pressure doesn't affect elevation change.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know what your elevation is, would you?
Well, with a auto level, you can figure it out, and you don't need to know what your starting elevation is. You can just create your own datum point and say the difference of elevation from point A to point B.
Yeah, correct.
Right.
But how would I measure what my height is? If I'm at 1,000
Well, you
meters,
start at whatever height you want. Let's say I put you in a field, right? And I put a post in the middle of the field, and I put another post a mile away, right? And I mark a line on post A at 4 feet off the ground. When you get to post B, can you tell me the elevation difference between the mark 4 feet off the ground on post A to when you get to post B based on the horizontal plane of reference?
Yeah, you know what? I would agree with you, because I'm a bit of a neutral. I'm a neutral guy. So if we measure that blatantly, the elevation is increased by 2, and we say on a planar surface, the globers will turn around and say, no, you still got to account for curvature, which is a flattening of 1 out of 334, whatever they use. So they're always going to come back and say, yeah, we might have got a flat measurement, but we still need to account for curvature. It doesn't make sense.
Right. They say crazy shit because they're model afflicted. But look, like, for anybody that's listening in this room right now, like, man, I can, like I said, go in a field, put 2 posts a mile apart, mark on wherever I want, 3 feet, 2 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, whatever I want, on the first post, and you can do front sight, back sight for a mile to the post B, and I can get an elevation difference based on the same mark on that post.
Well, you can get
And it's
elevation
all based on a
difference,
horizontal
but you
plane of
can't.
reference.
You can get elevation differences, sure, but you cannot measure the actual elevation.
Sure, I'm not claiming that you are measuring actual elevation.
Okay,
That's not
good.
my point. But you know how you get the elevation difference is based on the horizontal plane of reference. So let's say in between post A and post B, there's an 8-inch decline from post A to post B. Is that Earth curvature or is that elevation change based on the horizontal plane of reference?
Well, it's an like even Earth curve is an elevation change from the
No,
horizontal
you're
plane of
wrong
reference.
according to your model. What you just said is 100% wrong according to your model.
No, from the
Yes, it is.
horizontal plane of reference, yes, it is an elevation change. It is not.
Oh, so you're trying to say Earth curve is both elevation change and Earth curve. So what if it's an increase
No,
of
hold
3
on.
inches from post
You're
A to post B?
misusing my words.
No, I'm not. I know what you're doing. Trust me, I'm listening very carefully.
So when I say the elevation on Earth or the elevation change from horizontal, you do get that I'm using different reference points for elevation.
You do understand that the way a surveyor figures out elevation change is based on the difference from the horizontal plane of reference.
Over a short distance, a planar surveyor might do that.
Oh, here we go. So what's the difference over a mile? How would the planar surveyor figure out elevation compared to a geodetic surveyor? Like, I'll just keep repeating myself and then being told that I'm trolling. Meanwhile, you guys are the ones that are fucking gaslighting this shit.
I did say that the way to do it is by measuring angle changes, but no, like you didn't want to hear that answer, so.
But that's not the way they do it, though, dude.
It is. That is how you measure. Okay.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that then. So explain to me over a mile how angle differences, how you're going to do it through angle differences. Go ahead. How do the surveyors do it based on angle differences over a mile? How do they figure out the elevation change over a mile? What's the practical way that they do it?
The practical way is that they measure angles between the points.
What
and they
points? How
measure
far apart are these points?
whatever 2 points you want, if they're line of sight.
So
are we talking about points that are line of sight
okay, wait
or
a minute.
not line of sight?
So we're talking about 2 posts that are a mile apart. So are you trying to tell me that the geodetic surveyor will measure the angle from post A to post B, and that's how he's going to figure out elevation change over the mile in one shot?
There's
Is
one
that
way
your
of doing
claim?
it.
No, it's not the way they do it. Sorry. I can't help that. It's not my fault.
All right. Like, the thing is, you're just denying it.
No, I'm not.
For
I'm
no
just
apparent
telling you, I
reason,
know that's
because
not.
you don't want it to be.
No, it's actually not true. I know that's not the way they do it.
Have you heard of reciprocal trigonometric leveling? You probably haven't.
I just said I did.
Okay, so you realize they use angles,
Yeah.
yeah, to measure height differences, elevation changes. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good enough. Great. Perfect. So we have post A on the field and we make a mark at 4 feet on the post. And then we have post B a mile down the road. So tell me practically how they figure out the elevation change.
It involves trigonometry, which I don't think I can explain to you right now.
Why?
Trigonometry involves, your posts are straight up, involving right angles and stuff. But if there's curvature, then it's not trigonometry, is it? It's not
Well,
Pythagoras.
I'd love to hear how you practically do it. I mean, to say trigonometry, that's a wow, that's pretty impressive, but it doesn't.
So Earth is Alive posted one picture that shows a lot about it, like different calculations and stuff. So go ahead, look at it. You're not gonna understand it, but go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is if you've got two straight lines, is the word adjacent to each other the correct thing? So they're both vertical, then you're doing Pythagoras, right? But obviously, to allow for the curvature, one of them is going to be tilted slightly, is it not?
Sure.
So then you start to use things like pi, your cosine and tangent. Pi is used in those calculations. So if pi is not correct, then that's not correct. But still, you're allowing for a given radius. You're allowing for all these things, numbers that we've assumed, hypothesized and stuff like that. So if you take all those numbers away that are hypothetical, then you're left with a square, a triangle. But in this case here, it's not a square, it's a rhombus because one side is tilted. So you can't use basic. If I've got a mountain that I don't know how high it is, how do I work out how high it is? And I still have to account for the curvature of the Earth, do I not?
Yeah, you can use trigonometry to do this.
No, but you don't. Yeah, but your trigonometry is based on a pi value, which is.
Okay. If you want to fundamentally deny the value of pi, I don't know how to talk to you.
No, okay, all right. But anyway.
I don't think that's what he said, though. Like, I don't understand the straw.
Pretty much.
If you've got a mountain that you don't know how high the mountain is, how do you work out how high the mountain is? You can't drill a hole down the center of it and work out exactly how high it is from its base. So how do you work out the elevation of this mountain?
You measure the elevation angle from two different positions, and then you do some trigonometry.
And Jay Tolan, I mean, I'm an any earther. I don't stick to any particular model. But Jay Tolan was asserting that when he measured the elevation of a particular mountain range in his distance, he said that he reckoned it was different to what they tell us. So if there's a difference there, then it means that that difference is not being accounted for, or I don't know. I mean, he was using trigonometry.
Or Jay Tolan did it wrong.
Yeah,
there is always that possibility too.
Well, he is a flat earther, so he really wants Earth to be flat. So he is willing to do anything.
Exactly.
You must have got it wrong.
He reckons he's on 200 grand a year, so you kind of think that the guy might know how to do his job properly. It's kind of.
Well, hold on. His job is to be entertaining for flat earthers. His job isn't to be correct. There's a difference. If you're talking about a surveyor, their job is to be correct, because if they're not correct, the stuff they survey and then stuff built will have problems. But for someone like him, he can post misinformation every day and nothing happens, because his job isn't to be correct; it's to be entertaining and to have flat earthers view it.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's true, and it sounds like he's a surveyor that earns 200 grand a year. So he's deliberately.
It's not so bad.
I guess I don't know, really.
So anyhow, how are you going to practically do this measurement for a mile based on your angles and your observation?
You measure angles, and then you do some trigonometry.
Okay, so practically, how are you going to do it? You're not really answering my question. You just keep going around the bush and say trigonometry.
So you
measure
go
angles.
So you go to point A, you measure the angle to point B, you measure your zenith angle, or an angle to plumb, or whatever you want to use as a reference.
Hang on, you forgot one step. You forgot one step. You go to point A, you measure to point B, the angle, you assume it's accurate, and what you're visibly seeing is actually accurate, and then you run with it.
Oh, so you think corrections are not a thing?
Wait, hold on a second.
Well,
so
you can assume what needs to be corrected, sure.
Is this Gummy Bear? I get it mixed up with the other.
Sure,
guy
yeah.
sometimes.
Right now, this is Gummy Bear.
Is it? Or are you lying to me?
I mean, sometimes I go by bacon, but right now I'm gummy
Yeah,
bear.
bacon. Okay, no bacon. So bacon. All right. Let's say we
I'm
go
messing
about.
with you. I am gummy bear.
Oh, okay. So gummy bear. Let's say we go with whatever you say. Like, you know, I don't need to argue about this shit a whole bunch,
Yeah.
to be honest. So let's say we go with your angles and trigonometry. We'll just fucking blanket that shit right over.
Yeah, perfect.
Are you gonna get a different measurement than the guy that's doing it through differential leveling?
Oh yeah.
Or are you gonna get the same?
Of course, you're gonna get different. You're measuring different things.
So
One.
he's gonna get a different. I want elevation change. That's what we're talking about.
Okay,
here.
so the difference.
So is he gonna
is,
get a different
is
elevation
he's-
change number?
Yeah, so he's gonna try and measure the elevation change from horizontal, while with the angles you're gonna be trying to measure the elevation change in the elevation on Earth. They're using different reference points, and therefore they will get different values.
So if the elevation change over the mile is, let's say, 3 feet, right? Doesn't matter if it's plus or minus. I just pulled 3 feet out of my ass, right? So the planar surveyor, what's he gonna say the elevation change is? Like it's actually 3 feet difference. So what's the planar surveyor gonna tell me?
He might tell you that it's a 2.95.
Okay. So what's the geodetic surveyor with all this angle business? What's he gonna tell me?
Well, I thought you said that he got it to be 3. I might have misunderstood your.
No, I'm
scenario.
saying that the actual difference
so
in
the
elevation
actual
from
difference
point
is
A
3.
to point B is 3 feet. What's the planar surveyor gonna tell me it is?
So the planar surveyor might tell you, oh, it's 2.9.
Okay.
Or
What's the
2.95 difference from his data.
So what's the okay? So
Yeah.
what's the geodetic surveyor gonna tell me?
He's gonna say that it's around something around 3. Maybe he'll say like 2.99 with a point.
Sure.
With like a 2 arcsecond accuracy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So either way, the elevation change is the same.
No.
Oh, it's not.
One got the actual elevation within an accuracy level, and the other one got elevation change from horizontal within an accuracy level.
What did you say the first one got the elevation change from?
So the planar surveyor gets the elevation change from horizontal.
Sure. Okay.
And the geodetic surveyor gets the elevation change from Earth.
From Earth.
They're using different reference points. There's a difference between elevation on Earth and elevation from a horizontal. These are 2 different references. Yeah.
That's an important point.
This is interesting. Very interesting.
Because I can say, oh, I'm 3 feet elevation on Earth. Or I can say I'm 3 feet elevation from this horizontal point or this horizontal plane. These are 2 different, even though I'm saying the 2 words, I'm saying 3 feet and I'm saying elevation, I'm still talking about 2 different things.
So you think the geodetic surveyor and the planar surveyor, when they say elevation, they're talking about 2 different things?
Well, they're concerned with 2 different questions, aren't they?
This is great. I didn't know that geodetic surveyors and planar surveyors understood elevation as something different. So that's cool. It's very interesting.
Well,
And
it's
what's
kind
also
of it's
interesting is
kind of in the name where, a planar surveyor cares about elevation from the plane, while a geodetic surveyor cares about the elevation from the geoid. It's almost like it's in their name, in their job title.
How is it that they could come up with the same answer, though? Like when the planar survey, in quotation marks, over a mile comes up with a 3 feet difference from the horizontal plane of reference, that's elevation. And somehow or another, you want to make some kind of difference based on the geodetic surveyor. You do realize, like, if the planar surveyor is figuring out elevation based on a horizontal plane of reference,
Yeah.
they have to assume that the plane below that horizontal plane of reference is also a horizontal plane.
No.
Otherwise, well, not a horizontal plane, of course, because there's elevation change, but they're not concerned about a curvature. Otherwise, it would have to be calculated into their elevation difference.
Correct.
But they
That's
don't
why.
do that.
That's
Okay.
why you
I'm
don't
glad we.
have. Yeah, that's why you don't have planar surveyors over like tens of miles. They don't do that shit.
Well, how is it that a planar surveyor can be with millimeter accuracy even over a mile when there's supposed to be a 6-inch curvature over a mile or 8-inch or
Because
whatever it is?
so the accuracy isn't for elevation change. Their
Oh, that's
accuracy
what it is.
their accuracy is within the horizontal plane.
No, when they see a difference, they call it elevation. That's exactly what it is.
Yes, but once again from before, when they say elevation, they're not talking about Earth elevation, they're talking about horizontal plane elevation. They're measuring their
They're talking
horizontal
about the
plane.
elevation of the ground.
They're talking about their horizontal plane of reference and the change from that. That is what
Yeah,
they
but
do. That is why they're
you
a
do
planar
understand that
surveyor.
it's a horizontal plane of reference. They're measuring the difference from point A to point B based on a horizontal plane of reference.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's fair. Good.
Well, each one of your points
There's not
is
much
just
more I can
repeating
say.
what you've just been taught.
Yeah. I
You
just finished
repeat
saying
it
if
as
he
a
agrees
point.
with that,
But
there's not much
basically,
more
it's
I can
just you
say.
learning. Dishonesty,
Yeah,
you're
that's
slowly
right.
learning.
Yeah, I'm just learning your batch. Yeah. Fair enough. So Don, if I'm just learning over the mile and the 3-inch difference in elevation, when does the planar surveyor take into account the 6 inches of curvature that's there, or 8 inches of curvature, whatever it is?
I don't consider this a real question.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Because the horizontal plane of reference, would it care if there was curvature there or not? Or does it maintain its horizontal plane of reference regardless?
So
Yeah.
why so whether the ground is curved or a triangle or whatever, they're still
Yeah,
just
it could be
concerned with the elevation change from the
Right. Yeah, it
horizontal
could be a
plane.
fucking
Yeah.
unicorn underneath the land, right?
Exactly.
Once you create that horizontal plane of reference, there could be midway a canyon that's 300 fucking feet down, right?
Exactly. And they will
Right.
will measure that from their plane of reference. Yeah.
Right. And the horizontal plane does not care about that canyon. It's still a horizontal plane, right?
Oh yeah. Once it's
Yeah, I
established,
agree.
it's in horizontal
Yeah.
plane. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. So when exactly does the planar surveyor take into consideration 8 inches or 6 inches or whatever curvature over that mile to correct for that horizontal plane to figure out the elevation?
When they become a geodetic surveyor.
Oh, okay. Right. So if the planar surveyor sees a difference of 3 feet over that mile, the planar surveyor will call that 3 feet elevation, but the geodetic surveyor might call it 9 feet of elevation.
Yeah, if the other 6 are
Yeah.
due to curvature, sure.
Okay, so just to be clear then, you clearly disagree when I asked that question if they're going to do it the same way. You clearly disagree with everybody else when they said, yeah, they'll do it the same way. You clearly think they'll get a different answer.
If they do what their job title is asking of them.
Sure.
If they're surveying from a plane, if they're both surveying of the plane, they get the same answer. If they're both surveying of the geoid, which of course one of them isn't trained to do. But if they do it, they'll get the same answer.
Yes, yeah, of course.
But if you ask them to do what their respective job title is, of course they'll get different answers because they're concerned with different kinds of things.
Of course, yeah. Right on.
I
Okay.
mean, I
Cool.
don't see what the
So
problem
you clearly this is good. This is awesome. You clearly disagree with everybody else that I asked the question before, so it's good. Cool.
I mean, I'm not sure I do, but okay.
Well, they said that they'd get the same answer, but you're saying that there'd be a 6-inch difference between one and the other, so it seems to be a difference.
Well, yeah, in your hypothetical, where one is measuring from the plane and the other is measuring geodetic.
We were trying to help you simplify it, Godscale, but because you've
I
dug
get
in
it.
deeper
Yeah,
over and over again on a loop,
yeah.
Gummy Bear is now telling you the more specific details. Of
Yeah,
each
yeah,
job.
yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, for sure. Right on. Thanks, Don.
I mean, I just don't see what the problem is when it's right there in their name: planar surveyor, geodetic surveyor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's quite simple.
It's funny because, besides talking, it's what's kind of cool is besides talking to surveyors, I know you guys don't like the idea that I say that all the time, but I've also talked to the manufacturers of both auto levels and theodolites, and I've asked them what the big difference is, and basically, I've been told that a theodolite is just basically an auto level that can turn up and down, right, instead of side to side as well. And
of course,
really,
yeah.
there's
There's no
that you
difference.
would,
They're the same tool.
yeah, and that you would still figure out your elevation difference in that mile the same way. But yeah, I guess you probably know better than them. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
And you're right, Don. I probably have learned. So
Oh,
I won't
I
bother
know
with
much better
professionals.
than all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, fuck. Why would I call surveyors and people that build the shit? I'll just come on Discord and talk to people.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes sense to me now.
I've never touched a
Holy
theodolite, but I know more than people who create it. I promise.
Yeah, I bet you think you do. You probably do. Yeah. Maybe you do.
What was the
Right.
reason you called surveyors in the first place?
It was actually to either confirm or debunk some of the stuff that Bev was saying. To be honest, that's what I wanted to know, if what he was saying had any truth to it.
And what did you find out?
Yeah, what he says is true.
Bev says it's correct. Did you just say?
Yeah. Well, some stuff. I'm not saying everything
no.
he says is correct or
There's
not.
the problem.
But when
That's
it
your
comes to
problem.
surveying,
Dude, that's the problem there. We've just identified it.
oh yeah. Go ahead.
If anyone thinks Bev is correct, whether they're on the flat Earth or the globe Earth side, I think they're a bit
Yeah.
lost.
Right, you're probably right. They're probably fucking idiots.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Bev contradicts himself like 2 sentences apart.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But
And I mean,
what I do know is if I talk to him about surveying and how it works, especially with the auto level and shit, he sounds a lot more like the surveyors that I talk to than most of the people that I talk to and hear about surveying. So I don't know what to tell you. He's probably full of shit, though.
Can you not tell that he lies though when you listen to him?
Oh, fuck, he lies all the time, right?
But you think he's correct still?
Oh, he's fucking just a big fat liar, really.
Like me with the globe. I think they're liars, but they're still correct on this.
Listen, dude, I know what he's said about surveying, and I know the things that I wanted to check out about it, and I know the conversations that I've had with surveyors. And I'm not saying that he's
call up a surveyor right now together.
Oh, it's 3:00 in the morning right now. So I don't
I
think
can
I'll
call
be
up
calling anybody.
an English surveyor.
I knew it.
Go ahead.
That's what I said. Get some sleep. Now
Listen, man,
now you've
everybody
admitted
I
it's 3
talk
a.m.
to, yeah, Bacon, everybody, or fucking Gummy Bear or whatever, everybody I talk to, I tell them, hey, man, just fucking call up some of your own surveyors and talk to them or whatever. And I still have anybody to take me up on that and actually do it. It's weird
Well,
to
okay,
me.
so I'd be fine. I'd be fine doing it. But the question is,
Okay.
what questions should I ask?
Well,
What
whatever
do you
you
think
want,
would?
man. It's your phone conversation. I can tell you what I said if you want, but I mean, you can say whatever you want, right?
Well, because if
You can call them
so
up
if
and
I
say,
ask
"Hey,
them,
do you think the Earth is fucking flat or a globe?" And if they say a globe, you could say, "Hey, why do you think that?" That's not the route I took. But if you want to go that route, by all means, have at her, man. That's up to you.
if I ask them, I ask them, are you a planar survey or a geodetic survey? And then they say, oh, they're a geodetic survey. And then I ask, so do you take the curvature of Earth into account? And then they say yes. Is the Earth a
Okay,
globe now?
sure.
Did this change anything whatsoever?
You can do what you want, dude. That's not.
But
It's
so the
about
reason,
you.
my
It's
scope
about
of my
you.
conversation.
Gold
was.
Scalpel,
It's all about you.
the reason why no one's taking you up on the offer to call a surveyor is because it would change nothing whatsoever whether we call
Okay,
them up or
if
not.
you say so. But I hear lots of fucking misunderstandings and misnomers about fucking what surveyors do and how they do it. So I mean,
Well,
that's
okay,
when I
if
say
you
call them. That's what I'm talking about.
when
If you want to
you
call them up
hear
and ask them about shape of the Earth, by all means, go ahead and do that
when
too.
you hear a misconception, how to differentiate between it's a misconception on our part or on your part? Have you ever thought that it is possible for it to be either?
I understand fucking using an auto level just fine.
Okay, so you're
When
100% right. You can never be wrong. So anytime someone says something that you don't agree with, they are wrong. Is that your
Yes, that's
position in life?
exactly what I said. That's 100% what I said. I can't believe how bang on you re-quoted exactly what I
Yeah.
said.
You didn't answer the
Congratulations.
question.
Good job.
That's the problem. He asked, "Can you be wrong?" You said, "Well, I know exactly how a theodolite works and how
Yeah.
surveying is done."
No, I
So
actually I
can
don't.
you be wrong?
I didn't say a theodolite. I'm
Yeah,
talking
auto
about an
level.
auto level.
Auto level,
See,
yeah.
that's
So
the
can you
thing.
be wrong?
You guys can't listen enough to even fucking
A
re-quote
little
half
bit
of what I
ago,
fucking said. So why? I
you
don't
said
even
the
know why
auto
I'm
levels
bothered.
and theodolites are the same tool. That's what you said earlier. So
No, I didn't
should it
actually.
matter?
I said
you
they're
talked.
basically the same. The only difference is that the theodolite can measure angles up and down as well as side to side.
Okay.
That's what I said. Good try though. Like that's what I mean. Why do I bother?
So can you
guys
answer the
to
question?
fucking
Can
miss-
you be wrong? Can you be wrong?
Of
It's a yes or no
course,
question.
anybody can be wrong. Of course.
Okay. Yeah. It wasn't so hard,
Congratulations.
right?
No, I
So you
wasn't.
didn't have to answer.
When I was getting strawmanned about it, it was I wanted to address that rather than the question. Big deal. You got a problem with that, Don?
Now you answer. No, I will answer the same way. Just not answer the question. I'm just gonna say, well, yeah, well,
I
no,
didn't
yeah,
ask
no.
you. I don't care if you think you can be wrong or not.
I think if I ask Bev why can't I use a theodolite for 2 kilometers, he has a different answer than an actual surveyor.
What are you talking about? They
Like
don't. It's not the industry standard to do the shit that you guys talk about on here. I don't know how else to say it. I've said it 100 times. Like I've straight up asked multiple surveyors actually. I've straight up asked them. I said, what is the process you would do? How would you practically figure out the change in elevation from point A to point B with an auto level over a mile? And they straight up told me differential leveling, right? And
yeah, and it works on a globe.
So
There's no
okay,
problem.
but hold on. And then I said, I straight up asked them this question: when you get to point B, which is a mile away from point A, would it be fair to say to turn your auto level around and look over to point B and make that measurement to confirm your elevation change? And everybody I asked said, no, you would never do that. So
yes, because it's
okay,
curving.
so
Yeah.
then now all of a sudden you guys start saying, well, we want to use it over 3 miles and look back at each other over 3 miles and 5 miles and what about 10 miles and all this crazy shit. When I already know a surveyor wouldn't do it over 1 mile, never mind 3, 5, and 10. And you guys think I'm just fucking trolling.
No, I'm saying that the reason why the surveyor wouldn't do it because parallel verticals aren't parallel, so you can't use it like that when you're trying to figure out elevations. Yes, obviously no. But if you want to see
So then why do you
the
guys
verticals are
fucking
parallel,
continue
then
to
you
try
can do
and
it.
bring that shit up?
Bring what up?
Oh, so should I ask him, hey, would you do it to figure out the shape of the Earth? Is that what you want me to
I'm
call
asking
them up and ask them?
No. You asked the question. What
are you
am I bringing
suggesting
up?
then?
No, what
Well,
am I? You
okay.
said, why
Why
do I
are
bring it
people
up?
saying? Yeah. I'll explain. Why are people saying to take, for instance, B-ball was in here earlier saying take 2 auto levels and 2 people, put them 3 miles apart, and set them up at 5 feet height off the ground and look at each other. Like that's a fucking surveyor would laugh at that idea.
The surveyor would laugh at it if you were trying to find out elevations that way. Obviously, because why would you do that?
Right. So what are you trying to figure out then by doing that?
That
Earth
if
curvature?
verticals are parallel or not.
Oh, okay. So do you think
Or
if I
horizontals are
called the
parallel or not.
surveyor and said, hey, should I take 2 auto levels, put them 3 miles apart, and put them at 4 feet or 5 feet or whatever off the ground and look at each auto level, and that'll tell me what? The surveyor is
That
going to
verticals
say,
aren't parallel. That gravity doesn't have a single vector. I mean, the
that's
surveyor
not
would
what the
agree.
surveyor is going to say, dude. They're going to say, no, you don't fucking use them that way.
So no, that's Jesus Christ. They're gonna say that they don't do that, obviously, because they don't wonder the shape of the Earth or the verticals. They know it already. They know that verticals aren't parallel, so of course they don't do it. That's like me saying that I can put a ruler next to a ruler and say that those agree, so the ruler is correct. But no one who's doing measurement would do that. That would be fucking stupid because they know that the ruler is already accurate.
You guys tell me that you can differential level for fucking 10 miles, no problem, figure out the difference in elevation.
Yeah, because
I don't know. I don't know if
curvature
you
and elevation are
realize.
2 different things. You understand that, right?
Huh?
You do understand that.
What?
We've
Curvature
constantly
and elevation are 2 different
Okay,
things.
you guys are talking over each other. I can't hear you.
Quickly, that you said that you do understand that curvature and elevation are 2 totally different things.
Oh, but if you're basing your elevation change over 10 miles based on a horizontal plane of reference and it's like 2 feet elevation change, what about the fucking 660 feet, 66 feet of fucking curvature? You would
That's why
see it
no
based
one does
off
it.
the horizontal.
Back to what I said.
I don't know. You guys told me earlier
Hold
that
on,
planar
Scalpel.
surveying can
I
go
haven't
10
told you
miles.
anything.
Yeah, so Scalpel, back to what I
Yes,
said
they
earlier.
did.
Back to what I said earlier is that when a planar surveyor says elevation, they're talking in reference to their established horizontal plane. When a geodetic surveyor says elevation, they're talking about their elevation on the geoid.
So you create a horizontal plane of reference for 10 miles. What's the
No.
curvature in 10 miles?
No, they create several horizontal planes of reference over 10 miles. They never create a single one over 10 miles.
Yes, they do.
That is, ask a surveyor and ask if they create a singular horizontal plane of reference over 10 miles.
So if
I'd
they
love
can
to
do
hear
it
the
over a
answer to
mile-
that question.
Sure. If they can do it over a mile, what's the limitation? When does the horizontal plane of reference stop becoming a horizontal plane of reference? Go ahead, tell me, so when I talk to the surveyor, I'll just throw the number at him and see what he says.
Do they do a perfect horizontal plane of reference over 1 mile?
Yes, not a problem.
Or do they do an approximate horizontal plane of reference
No,
over
it's
1
a
mile?
fucking more accurate than GPS.
Okay, so it's not approximate then. They have 0 degrees of error.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Millimeter accuracy.
You asked when a horizontal stops being horizontal. When people uses his theodolite in making his observations where his horizontal plane is pointing
He
at.
doesn't even start with the horizontal, Don. Come on, man.
He doesn't?
Oh my God, you guys are just fucking trolling and gaslighting the whole time.
When Bev took his observation with his theodolite in Blackpool, and the crosshairs were pointing to a roof of a house that was, I don't know, maybe a kilometer, 2 kilometers, something away. When did that stop being horizontal? Because the elevation of the house is totally different. The roof of the house.
Well,
the
I don't know
elevation-
what that observation was, and I can't imagine Bev worrying about the roof of a house, but I don't know. If that's what Bev was doing, listen, if Bev was looking... No, let me say this. If Bev was trying to figure out elevation based on the roof of a house over a 2 mile site through an auto level, I would have to say that he was using it wrong.
Why? Because when does the horizontal stop being horizontal? You just asked it. When does it
I was
stop?
talking about the horizontal plane of reference.
That you established with the theodolite.
Okay, so when you're doing a horizontal plane of reference based on your foresight backsight, you have cold planar points the entire way. There's really as long as you're using cold planar points,
It's
how is there
honest
a limit?
nonsense. I'm out.
Okay, but what B-ball posted the Bev picture?
Oh, I don't know.
Can you see that?
Let me look. Hold on. I gotta get off here soon. It's getting late.
It's the same picture, Scalpel. It's the same picture.
I don't know if I've ever seen it, so I'll take a look.
Oh, okay.
The horizontal, the plane of the horizontal is pointing above.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Yeah, you look at it, and I'll respond to Mailman. So that horizontal, right, is horizontal from where B-ball is standing, right, all the way across, right, to where those buildings are. Is it?
Okay.
Oh no, I'm asking you, Mailman. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, there's refraction, but yeah, roughly.
Well then, how the hell could it be horizontal?
I don't think that was Bev's point, is
Yeah,
it? Isn't he looking at the measuring rod?
It could be,
No,
but
I'm talking about the above. I'm talking about the above picture with the buildings.
Well, of course it's
yeah.
not horizontal because the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so
hold
on a second.
I'm messing with you.
This
Just
one with
ignore
the
me.
buildings.
Ignore me. I'm just kidding.
This one with just the buildings in it. That's a picture that Bev took.
No, that's B-ball's picture.
I'm not sure why they're bringing Bev into this in buildings and crosshairs, and I don't understand why he did that.
I think because you don't accept that B-ball established the horizontal in his pictures for X reason.
Well, hold on a second. I said, wait a second. I didn't know B-ball did it, and I said if Bev did that, and that was the point he was trying to make, that he was wrong. So here's a couple of things to start with that kind of they don't piss me off really, because I honestly don't give a fuck what anybody on here thinks. But for starters, you guys try to troll me by calling me a Bevite and shit. You come up with some example that I didn't know wasn't Bev, but it was instead B-ball. And I said, if that's exactly what Bev was trying to do, then he's fucking straight out blew it. He's wrong. And it turns out it was fucking B-ball. And then if I say B-ball's fucked up, then all of a sudden I'm trolling. Like, you guys are so fucked up. It's not even funny, man.
You said
Like,
that-
seriously, you're not very honest.
You said that B-ball didn't establish horizontal. That was your claim. You
No,
did
I
say that
said,
because
no,
on the
initially
recording.
you guys told me Bev did it. And I said, if Bev did that, then he was wrong. And I maintain that. If B-ball did it, he's fucking wrong too.
No, but
So what's the problem?
The problem is that you said earlier, asked, was it B-ball or Gummy Bear, that when does horizontal stop being horizontal? And in B-ball's picture, you see the horizontal extended to the wall of the buildings over there.
No. Based on a horizontal plane of reference. So let me,
Yes.
I know that's what I said, but please let me correct myself, get a little bit more accurate, because apparently I was too loose with my words. I'm talking about a horizontal plane of reference when using coplanar points doing front sight, back sight. There. When does that stop becoming a horizontal plane of reference?
Never. Between those points, it's always horizontal, because at the center point, obviously. But when you use the theodolite, like in B-ball's picture, when does that stop being horizontal? Or is it horizontal all the way to the wall of the buildings and the distance?
I don't think it is. There's fucking... Listen, one of the surveyors I talked to told me about, just on a fucking simple bridge, he does work for the government, and the government, for whatever reason, wants them to use a laser to survey the bridge rather than their regular equipment. And he's explained to me about the problems they've had because of the bending of light and the laser and whatnot, because based on the humidity off the water on the bridge, how it can get so fucking whacked up on the bridge using the laser for the leveling and like the surveying and shit, that they've even thought at times that their instruments are moving around, but it's just the moisture and whatnot from the air from being directly above the water. So if that's the case just across the bridge, I can't even fucking imagine how bad B-ball's fucking picture's probably fucked
How
up
long?
in
How
whatever
long?
ways I can't even begin to explain.
Sure. How long is the bridge? Roughly.
Probably like, fuck, not even half a mile. Probably like, I'd say, I know the bridge. I don't like the guy didn't tell me, but I'm just guessing because I know the bridge he's talking about. But I would say like probably 200 to 300 meters at best.
Okay. Okay. So it's impossible to use a theodolite for 200 meters because you can't even use a laser for that distance.
No, I didn't see, like, fuck, man. Do you hear anything that I say?
No, hold on. I hear what you say. Hold on.
Like, no
I
wonder
hear
I gotta
what you say.
fucking repeat myself all fucking
No,
night.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You said that they can't even use a laser for 200 meters because it's going all the way wrong, right?
Yeah, there's times when the moisture's really bad in the air. They do this fucking bridge often, apparently, like it's a yearly thing or whatever. And there's times, yeah, where it's the humidity in the fucking air fucks up the equipment with the laser. And so I said, yeah, based on however far B-ball is looking over fucking water, I'm sure it fucks up the view.
Okay, so if B-ball did this for many days and he always got the same result, would it then be the humidity fucking it up? If
Did he do it for many days and get the same result?
He does seem to have many pictures. I'm not sure on how many days, but there seems to be a lot of content that he has.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. All as I know is what surveyors tell me, and I trust them way more than anybody I talk to on here when it comes to this particular topic.
Sure, but if I took B-ball's observations and went to of the surveyor and asked why does it do this, he would say that refraction and earth curve.
I'll tell you what, let's pretend for a second that there's a fucking, instead of water, there's a fucking parking lot from wherever B-ball's standing to that building that he's looking at. Okay?
Yep.
And if you did front sight, back sight the whole way to the building, what's it going to fucking tell you when you get there? And regardless of what it tells you, do you believe that you maintain the horizontal plane of reference on the way there?
No, because every time you establish a
There you
horizontal,
go.
every time you establish a horizontal, you establish a horizontal. So if
That's
you do
where,
that,
that's where a surveyor would disagree with you, dude.
no, they would not.
Okay.
Because if I ask
you say
a
so.
surveyor, if I ask a surveyor that if I do the backside foresight around the Earth and I end up where I started from, would that be a horizontal plane? They would say no, obviously not, because the Earth isn't horizontal.
When's it stop being a horizontal plane of reference? I asked that question earlier. They have no problem with a mile. Is it 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, 10
No,
miles?
every time you make a horizontal, you make a new horizontal based on
That's
that.
not true though, because you have cold planar points every time you fucking move. That's what
how do you know that
you don't seem to understand.
No, how do you know that they're coplanar?
Because half of your previous measurement is still in your next measurement.
Okay, and how much error margin do you have, and how much curvature would fuck it up?
I don't know. You tell me how much fucking curvature and error measurement is in 50 meters.
It's your method.
No, you
tell
tell
me.
me.
No,
No,
the error margin.
it's not my method. It's not my method.
Okay, well, you brought it
It's
up.
the professional surveyor's method, and they told me over a mile they can maintain the horizontal plane of reference within millimeters.
Within how far?
I want to say 3 millimeters, but I said 6 earlier just to be on the safe side. And then someone wanted to double it to 12, and I said, sure, whatever, I don't care.
And how long was the distance? 1 mile?
Pardon me?
How long was the distance?
Yeah, 1 mile.
1 mile and 3 millimeters. So you do it in 50-meter sections, right?
That's correct. That's 12 different movements.
Okay, so then...
Or 14, I can't remember.
Sure, so if you divide that 3 millimeter into those sections, how much error do you have in one 50-meter section?
Not fucking very much.
Yeah, it's impossible, I would say.
If that's what you think, then the fucking surveyors are wrong, but they tell me they can be more precise than a GPS system.
Sure. In elevation and level, not horizontal.
Well,
just
you're
elevation.
figuring out your elevation based on the accuracy of your horizontal plane of reference. If your horizontal plane of reference is all fucked up, then your elevation is going to be all fucked up because that's your reference point.
Yeah, but you maintain level and you're 3 millimeters off in 1 mile. There's no problem. You can go do that all around the earth.
Whatever
No
you
problem.
think, dude. All I'm saying is, if you fucking wherever B-ball's standing, however many miles it is, if you take that same scenario on land with the same fucking what you think's curvature, when you get to those fucking buildings, the buildings aren't going to be underneath your fucking feet. And there's going to be no sign. It's all based on a horizontal plane of reference. So I don't know where the curvature goes. I guess it just fucking disappears.
No, I'm wondering why is it pointing? Yeah, 2 different days, 1 year apart, the same result is what he posted. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know if they're a day apart. I don't know if he did it with the same camera, the same focus, the same fucking distance, the same height on the beach, the same. I don't fucking know, dude. They're just
He has
pictures.
the
I don't
auto-
really put a lot of weight in pictures.
It's made out of auto level. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
a
still just a picture. I
yeah.
don't know what the scenario is. I don't
Sure,
care
but
either. And even
all you
if
have
that's the
is
case, listen, my whole point is, even if it's like that 365 days a year, if you do front sight, back sight all the way there, and you don't like what's the distance? What's the supposed distance there? What is it?
14.4 miles.
Okay, so 14.4 miles, that's over 6,000 feet, right? Of curvature, or 600 feet, 666 feet in 10 miles. So it's another 4 miles at that. It significantly increases to some ungodly number, right? Would you agree?
I don't know. I mean, I
So
can
if
check the
you
number.
so if you do front sight, back sight all the way there, which obviously you can't because it's on water, but if it was on land, you're still going to get the same effect on land. I'm sure we can both agree. You do front sight, back sight for that 14 miles and maintain the horizontal plane of reference, then you got to be able to fucking measure that fucking 600 feet.
You say 10 miles?
You don't maintain horizontal, you maintain on level. And that's why you can use it to find elevation.
Yeah, but that's where a fucking surveyor is going to disagree with you.
No, they won't. They won't. Bring
actually
one
they will.
surveyor. No, hold on. Brings one surveyor here that says that if I do front side, back side around the Earth, I would maintain a horizontal plane using Euclidean geometry.
We're not going around the Earth.
No,
Okay,
but if
so
I did, because that's the
so once
implication.
again, over a mile, do you think it maintains the horizontal? You're saying now, no, it does not maintain the
No, it's
horizontal
just
plane of
level.
reference?
No, it maintains level.
That's where you're wrong, because you, like I said, you have coplanar points the entire way, which proves. Okay, let me ask you this, John. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Is it possible for one line? Wait, is it? Yeah, is it? How do I say this again to make sure I say it right?
Here is that you're trying to
No.
use Bev's old test to try and explain what you're talking about.
No. It has nothing to do with Bev, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? See,
You're talking about his test.
I'm a Bevite, right? That's why
test.
I said I'm a Bevite.
Now
That's why when I thought it
when
was
you're-
Bev's picture, I said
when
he's
you're
full of shit. If
explaining
that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's right. You're right. Sorry.
No, when you're
May as
explaining
well
it, you're
just stop.
talking about his test.
No,
You're
I'm
basically
not.
explaining his test.
No, I'm not. His test has to do with water levels. I never even brought up water levels all night. I think maybe
you're
I
talking
did
about
once.
a shared straight line over a long distance.
Yeah, it is. That's
I
what
would argue that
fucking.
it isn't.
It's fucking coplanar points. That's what front sight, back sight does. Because you're only moving half the distance of what you measured, so you maintain on the same fucking plane of reference.
So let me ask you a question really quick.
Oh my god! Yeah,
So if I
gotta
think
get off
back
there
to
real
when
quick.
he did
So
his
hurry up.
test, right?
What?
Remember when he was talking about his test and he wanted to go from point A to point B, and then from point B to point C.
I don't know what you're
And he
talking about.
created
With what? Point A to point B to point C. With what? What are you talking about?
That's what you're talking about. The shared straight line, coplanar
With what
points.
though? With what? A water level?
No, but with the auto level.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
basically,
He wouldn't
the
go
same
from
thing.
point A to
Basically, the same
point
thing
B
you're
to
talking about.
point C.
How far is
It's
point
the
A?
same thing.
Wait. How far is point A and point B and point C?
I don't know. It depends. Point A
Okay,
to
well,
point
I
B.
don't think Bev
That
would
was
say.
his.
I'm pretty sure
What?
Bev wouldn't say to use an auto level for like if there's a mile in between these points to just do it in a single
I think he
fucking
said.
shot.
I think he said a specific number of meters. I'm not sure exactly what.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what he was trying to do was he was
Listen,
trying
dude.
to Go ahead.
Dude, you don't even have a fucking clue whatever you're trying to fucking pin me with. You can't explain it, so I don't know how you can think I'm talking about it.
No, I
But what I
wasn't
am
trying to
talking
pin you on
about,
anything.
hold
I'm
on.
just trying to
What I
explain
am
it.
talking about is the way that surveyors survey. That's what I'm talking about. So if you got a problem with that, like it has nothing to do with Bev.
I know, but
Okay, but
you're
then I
trying to
don't know what you're
explain how surveyors survey, but you deny an entire section of surveying. So I don't understand.
No, I'm not denying anything. What are you talking about? What did I deny? You think surveyors use an auto level to look across the water at a building and somehow or another
No, but that's
figure out elevation?
no, but
Is that what you're
that's
saying?
a method. No, but that's a method that I devised to see things that are below eye level. Do you have another method?
I don't know, dude. That's not what surveyors do with the equipment, so I don't know what to tell you. Like,
I really don't care what surveyors do. That's what I did.
okay, congratulations, good job. Like, fuck, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
So how would you find out whether or not things are dropping below eye level that are higher? Would you use a different method?
How would I figure out things that are look at them? I don't know. Did you really need a fucking auto level to say what you're saying right now? Like, was it necessary to go out and buy an auto level to say what you're
Yeah,
saying
I
right
wanted
now?
to. I was looking to see whether or not there was drop.
Why would you think that you would see that over 15 mile with an auto
But
level?
that's exactly what I saw, man.
So is it your? But hold on, is it your?
That's exactly
Is
what
it
I'm
your?
saying.
It's your claim that you're seeing curvature over 15 miles over the water. Is that
I
your
mean,
claim?
that's to me, in my eyes, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So you would also believe that a boat goes over the horizon, which is like so fucking 2010 argument in this arena.
Oh yeah, because I still see that too.
Okay.
It's a shame that you spend so much money on a tool that you used incorrectly, people.
It is.
Oh, I used it in a way that I could see exactly what I was trying to get. So that's
You
the way
haven't
I
seen
used it. I mean,
you haven't seen anything, and what you're trying to use it for is incorrect, people.
yeah, but if I'm not measuring for
Yeah, you are.
elevation.
You are.
But
You
he
are
said he
trying to
doesn't
use
care.
you're trying to use it for a particular reason, and you're using the tool right
Okay. But had I done this,
right?
had I done this right, and I didn't see any drop, and I showed you guys would be like, aha, see, there's no drop at all.
Not at all.
I don't
Really?
think so.
Exactly.
Really? You are gonna make that claim, right? I
I
tell you what.
think
Go back to wherever you bought it, right, and tell them this is what I saw over 15 miles. They'd probably laugh at you, people.
I actually did. I actually did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And what they
I
do,
did.
laugh at you?
No, he was like, yeah, that's definitely, I see what you're trying to show here. That's exactly what they said.
You are so full of it, people. Really.
So what do
Really.
you think is going on? I mean, so
You
Banso, what
are
do you think is
so
going
full
on
of it.
what do you think is going on in my images though?
What do I think is
What's going
going
on?
on? I think that you
Yeah.
have used the tool incorrectly, and
Yeah,
you
but
know
why
it.
is it?
And what you
Yeah, but
think
why?
is showing, is just a thought of yours, right?
Yeah, but
Because you've
why
got
is it
no,
showing?
you've got
Why does
no
it look exactly?
idea. You have got no
Why does it look
refraction,
exactly as if?
the
Yeah, but
bending
what?
of light, right? The
Okay, but
bending of
what type
light,
of refraction
right
though?
there,
But what type of refraction?
right
You
there.
know what's
Right?
telling, B-Ball, is that you continually say you don't care how the tool is supposed to be used.
Because I used it in a way that I wanted to use it.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's
I know
fucking
how to.
very
It
telling
doesn't take much.
that you don't care about how the tool
It
was
doesn't
designed to
take
be.
much to set it up, right?
Yeah.
I know how to set it up. I know the
B-ball,
basics of how to set it up.
stop arguing stupidity, B-ball.
It's not.
Please.
And how is it?
It is. Because you've used the tool incorrectly. That's what you've done, B-ball. All right. So
That's
you are
the
arguing.
That's
You're
like
arguing from
saying
a position of stupidity.
that's like
right
saying,
now.
oh, you used a hammer as a doorstop. I mean, I could do
Oh
that,
my
couldn't I?
god, here we fucking go. Yes, of course it could be
You know
ball.
what?
Okay, then. Okay.
Because a hammer is a fucking
I actually
precision
have.
tool.
Because a camera
isn't designed to show you if the Earth is flat or curved, so we can't use observations.
Either
Except
is
with
a
our
fucking
eye.
auto
But
lab.
our eye,
I mean,
or an eye. Yeah, an eye
There you
isn't
go.
designed to do that.
Boom.
So you can't.
All right.
So there's no
Neither
way to distinguish if the Earth is flat or a globe or any shape. Also,
Who is trying to say anything that you've suggested, right? We're not saying anything like that here at all, right? The tool has been used incorrectly. Man up, own it, and get on with it.
Yeah.
But how was it?
it is
B-ball,
You know why?
that way.
B-ball,
Because
take some
because
comfort in this
hold
B-ball.
on. Can I just say something, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Because the way the picture looks, right? And because it's showing what it's showing, this is why you guys are making this claim that I'm using it incorrectly.
Can I answer that now? B-ball, when they told me they were trolling or lying to me or kidding, however you want to fucking say it, they told me that it was Bev that took that picture and was trying to make the point you're saying. I said that fucking Bev was misusing it and wrong as well. So take comfort in that. You're just fucking wrong. No big deal.
Move on. Find something else to establish your argument instead of some stupid way
Because-
that you use the tool and incorrectly.
Well, if you're talking about misusing the tool, I read what the theodolite is for, and it's only for measuring angles. So you can't establish shit with it because it's designed to measure angles, not establish a horizontal. So you're wrong then.
That's a theodolite then. Good. Yeah, that's theodolite.
Let's see what auto level is done.
Yeah. We've been talking about an auto level all this time, but I'm glad you looked up what a theodolite does.
For 4 hours, we've been talking about auto levels, and you want to bring up theodolite, smart man. For what reason?
That's what
reason?
that's what just boggles my mind. It's like, did they even fucking listen to the shit? Like, do you just have a script that you must say something regardless of what the other person says? You just know the next thing you're gonna say is this. It doesn't matter what comes before it. You just know you need to say this next.
A quick question. So let's take the auto level out of it, right? Now I'm still looking at buildings that are obstructed by water.
Okay.
With no crosshairs. So
Okay.
now what's the question? What's the argument?
What's your argument? You think it's Earth curve?
What else would it be?
Oh, there's lots of shit.
Some type of refraction. And if
That
it's
could
some
be
type of
part of it.
refraction, can you tell me what type of refraction would cause that?
That's not the only thing that could cause it. You must be familiar with the ocean. You must live close to it or something.
Yeah. Live near the ocean.
You do? Yeah, I used
Mhm.
to work on the ocean actually. I used to lobster fish there for a couple of years. You don't know anything about tides or sea swelling and
Yeah,
shit like that.
well, the tides here don't get no more than 2 feet high, so can't be the tides.
Oh.
Is that all people in Hawaii? Only 2 feet.
Yeah,
Is that where
only
he's
2
at?
feet.
Hawaii?
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's common knowledge, isn't it, people?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Didn't mean to.
There's only 2 feet tides in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about 2 feet.
I would actually thought there was more, being Hawaii.
Mm-mm. Between 1 and 2 feet every other day.
Okay.
Huh.
Interesting. I think we get higher tides here where I am.
I used to live where the biggest tides in the world are at one point. Around there, anyway.
Where's that?
Eastern Canada.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm still looking at buildings that are pretty well obstructed by the water. I mean, if it's some sort of refraction, you know, I mean, no one really wants to really can tell me what type of refraction will cause this, and what conditions have to be present in order for this refraction to happen.
Well,
I don't think it's just refraction, personally.
there's probably 500 different reasons.
I don't know, B-Ball, were you listening to when I was talking about the surveyors not being able to fucking survey a bridge just from the moisture and shit, how it fucked up their lasers?
Well, yeah, and again, that's probably because of a specific type of refraction and whatever conditions were on that
Okay,
day.
what's the name of the refraction that fucks up the fucking surveyor's lasers then?
Towering, stooping, looming, sinking.
Okay, so why can't that type of refraction be causing the problems that
Which
you're
one?
having with your observation?
Which type? Which type?
I don't fucking know. Which type is the one
any
that's
of those,
fucking up the... Which
because
type is
any of those
fucking up
types,
the surveyors?
well, because any of those types there's specific conditions that go along with those types of refraction.
So which type is it that's fucking up the surveyors then?
It would probably be looming. That's the most common.
Well, maybe there's some looming going on then.
No, looming would make it look hot. I would probably be able to see more of the building if it was looming.
The problem is, B-ball is if you maintain the horizontal plane of reference from point A to point B to there, you're not gonna fucking measure the type of curvature that you think. It's just gonna be elevation change.
Well, again, I'm going to go back to what I was saying earlier. So I know the building is not at a lower elevation, right? I know that. I know the building's not lower than me. So if the order level has created a horizontal plane, for some reason the top of that building has come into contact.
Once again, the other
with that
guy was
horizontal
trying to
plane.
tell you that's not the way you use it. It's not creating the horizontal plane of reference. It's supposed to create by using it the way you use it.
So if that
But you don't
building
care,
was,
right?
hold on. So if that building was 1 mile away from me, and the top of that building was still hitting the top of the crosshairs,
What's your
would
point?
it be elevation change? Because we know the building is 15 stories, right?
You wouldn't know till you got there what elevation change is, if any. Maybe there is none.
It's not an elevation change because I'm on the coastline.
Okay, if you say so, then what's the problem?
And I know my elevation above the water because I measured it.
Well, if it's not elevation change, then obviously it's something
It has to be something else. It has to be something else, right?
It's optical.
And if you're going to claim refraction, then it has to be some sort of refraction.
I said it's optical.
Everything that you see with theodolite or odd level is optical. And nothing, it's all optical.
Obviously,
everything's optical.
Obviously, you're looking at something optical. You've got no direct measurements of anything, so of course it's going to be optical. What else is it
Well,
going to
I know how tall the building is, and I know my elevation above the water. I measured those. So what else would I have to measure?
Well, you're looking at buildings 15 miles away, B-ball. It's the optical.
What about
what optically is going on?
People, you've heard the arguments 522
Yeah, but those
million
are
times.
I've heard the arguments. I've heard them, yeah, but they're all either incorrect or you're just making claims about what everyone thinks is going on.
So, B-ball, do things get smaller as they get in the distance as well?
Yes, they do.
Isn't there a name? Isn't there a name for that? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's called perspective. But I think that building would probably still be above the horizon, and it would be a lot farther away before it got too small for it to see.
Is that what you think? As much as I fucking hate to use Nathan Oakley as an example. I think he makes a pretty good point when he talks about putting like 1 or 2 bricks on the ground and then getting away from them. You're going to lose sight of them, right?
No.
No.
What?
Not over a flat surface. No.
You're not?
Oh wow! Really?
Really? You're not gonna lose sight of them over a flat
No,
surface?
not half of them. Not half of them.
Really?
You lose sight on all of them because of angular size. Why do we see half of them?
And if you're talking specifically about the thing that he did, we know that floor wasn't even.
There's people that have done it in fucking, you know, there's, I don't know who it is, but there's a guy he's in a warehouse or whatnot, and they got an overhead door. He's done quite a few videos actually, and
I
they'll
know the one
put
you're talking
lights,
about.
they'll put lights and shit on the floor, and then open up the door and let cold air come into the shop, and it fucking shit. Lots of different shit happens, man.
Yeah, but that's not obstruction from the bottom up.
It completely hides stuff and everything. It's
There's
actually pretty
Yeah, but
crazy.
that's not obstruction from the bottom.
but
That's
there's also
Yeah, it
there's
is
also
from
a
the
video.
bottom actually.
No, but there's also a video from Wolfie, on a cruise ship where he has like a 200 or 300 meters long hallway, and a cap of the camera lens didn't disappear bottom up in 300
Yeah,
meters.
maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. So one
So
day we should see the bottom of people's buildings, but we never see them.
if you say so.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I've gone out there.
Yeah, it's
I don't know how many.
it's a Wolfie video where he's on a cruise ship. I can try to find it for you if you want.
Honestly, I don't fucking put any weight in anybody's pictures, not fucking flat earthers and not globe earthers. I give a fuck who took the picture. It does not impress me. I don't. The black swan, I could care less about it.
It's a silly argument.
Yeah.
Arguing over pictures.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I don't care about the black swan. You'll never hear me make that argument. I don't care about any of that shit. They're just fucking pictures, and why some of the shit does what it does.
Well, you do
I don't
understand why we look at it and we say, yeah, this is evidence of curvature, right? I mean, even if you don't
Oh yeah,
believe
I
it,
understand. Yeah, I understand why you want to do that for sure. Yeah, of course I do. It's very
And
clever.
you do understand, and you do understand too, B-ball, what our response to it is.
yeah, I've heard the claims, yeah.
Okay then, cool. Boom.
I must say, guys, throwing away observations, that's the stupidest thing that you can do. Just
Oh, you
because
can have your own opinion, man.
you're all a gathering of technical guys. I object
Yeah.
severely.
Yeah, you can have your own opinion. I just think,
And then call it shit after another shit. Shit
yeah,
yourself,
that's-
man.
yeah, you can have your own opinion. That's cool.
That's fair enough.
No one's excited.
Come in and you fly the flag then with B-ball Lightwater. If you want.
You're saying, Ben?
I post the video. It's about 4 minutes 30 seconds.
I said
Where 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You argue it with B-ball then Lightwater. The photo that he's referring to.
Maybe later. I'm eating, but I wanted to jump in to show that observations are now. Of course, you have to discern the information, the view height and distance and things like that, and what I am very much disturbed about is the fact that the whole globe vision is derived from orthographic side view geometry.
Yep.
And when you look at a straight line from the viewer, you get an horizon at eye height, but you never get that in the orthographic side view.
What?
So how must the side view dictate what they then call reality?
That's not true, though. The problem is that it's not true.
Following what he's
That is true. That is
What is
the
it
most
not?
true
The horizon,
statement
the
that I
horizon
can
is
give.
never at eye level in any place.
Just listen to him.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not sure
horizon
we-
doesn't follow
we
you
don't-
up to eye level every place you go. I don't know how that ever even got started.
Yeah.
So B-ball. All right.
Yeah.
You want to talk? You want to talk photos? Fine, let's talk photos. I just posted one there. Right. 8, 9, 10, 11. Right. All those windmills. We can see the bottom of those windmills all the way along. All the information is there. Right, on the photo itself. Right. Right. That just counteracts the.
What's the observation here? 3 feet. Yeah, that's probably looming. What are the conditions?
Yeah, listen, I don't even fucking know why you guys bother arguing about pictures, because one person will do like, you'll b-ball, you'll show your shit, and then you'll get a picture like this, and then you'll say, oh no, it can't be, it can't be the atmosphere that's fucking up my picture. Yeah, exactly. But he's saying your picture. Yeah.
Yeah, but what are the conditions though? Like that's a big
right.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just proved my point.
Yeah,
there.
and it's a point taken on, as far as I'm concerned.
No, but what are the conditions? That's the big thing. I can tell you the conditions on mine.
Can ya?
Yeah, I can.
What are the conditions?
The water temperature is about 72 degrees, and the air temperature is about
Where?
78.
Where's the water temperature 70 degrees?
70 degrees, exactly.
In Hawaii. In Hawaii.
Yeah, but where?
Where?
Because
Yeah.
because you got
Off the
15
coast
miles.
off the coast of
How did you?
Honolulu.
Let's put it this way. How did you decide that the water temperature is 70 degrees?
Because I looked at it. I looked it up that day.
It's a constant 70 degrees from your feet all the way to the building.
Yeah,
Yes.
so b-ball, like, I figured a guy, either you're like being dishonest or you don't know, or
No,
I
I'm
don't
not.
know
No,
what. But
look, I have
no. Hear me out.
I have a playlist. I have an entire playlist of observations where I went 8 days. Okay.
Yeah.
And on that playlist, I show the water temperature.
Where's the water temperature 70 degrees at b-ball? Where?
72, about 72 degrees.
Huh?
In the
Where is
video,
it?
I show all of that. What do you mean where? In the water, in Honolulu.
You have
Off the
15
coast of
miles
Honolulu.
between you and the building of water.
Wait,
right?
wait.
So where
Do you
in that
think,
water
hold on.
is it 70
Do you
degrees?
wait?
It
Do you
varies.
think that there's some sort of wild temperature change between
I
me
do
and those
actually think
buildings?
there's a temperature change. Matter of fact, I bet
No,
money
there's
that
not.
there's a temperature change.
No, there's
Oh yeah.
not.
So let me ask you this: is there a depth change from point A to point B?
Of course there is.
Okay, then there's a temperature change.
There's not a wild temperature change.
Then there's
You
a
think it's more
temperature
than 10
change.
degrees? You think it's more than 10 degrees?
I didn't say it was. I didn't give any degrees. I said there's a temperature change.
The only thing that matters.
I'll give you maybe 1 degree difference. I'll give you that.
1 degree, what, Celsius?
1 degree difference.
Why does the
Do you
depth
think that's
change?
going to make any kind of difference?
Why does the
we're only
depth
talking about the
change,
surface.
Mailman? Is that what you asked?
What?
Or not Mailman, but who asked
Oh,
that?
come on, mailman. Stop asking ridiculous questions. Really, come on.
I'll tell you what, Mailman. Go get 2 swimming pools this summer. Fill one halfway to the top and fill the other one all the way to the top, and see which one stays
We're not
colder
talking about
in the daytime.
pool. We're talking about the ocean. It takes a
Exactly,
hell of a
you're
lot
right.
more.
We're not
I
talking
get
about a
no.
pool.
I get a swimming pool that has one end is deep and one end is shallow, and I measure the surface temperature on both ends, and it will be the same.
Really?
No.
It's going to be the same. Okay, then
Yeah, 100 meters deep, one is 75
do
meters
your
deep.
observation.
It's too small.
Do your observation and do your thing, and then get back to us with your claim.
No, I mean, it's your claim that it
I
does
can tell you right now that there's going to be a difference. I used to scuba dive and
By how much?
fish on the
How
ocean,
much?
man.
How much
Yeah,
difference?
how much the surface?
Oh,
Just
fuck,
the
I
surface.
don't know. I
because
never did it in Hawaii, and I never did it where you're at.
How do you know that
I
there is
tell
a
you right
temperature
now,
change
there's a
then?
difference.
I don't know, but I know.
No, I said you
Amazing.
said how much, and I said I don't know, but I do know there'll be a temperature change. What's wrong with saying that?
And it's not consistent
It's like
from one spot to another, and I've actually done that myself.
So
Yeah,
today's
how does that
water
affect what
temperature in
currents,
Waikiki is
fucking
77 degrees.
currents, air temperature, water temperature, the currents of the water, the currents of the air, the fucking depth of the water. If you're closer to shore, farther away, there's lots of different things that affect the fucking
Okay,
temperature.
so today's
then we
water
can-
temperature in Waikiki is 77 degrees.
No, it's not. He's
Yeah.
saying that it's not.
Where?
You're saying that's
Yeah.
not.
There's a 10
You
degree
said that
difference
it's not.
in 5 miles.
No, we're asking where is it 70 degrees? That's what we've been asking the whole time. Where?
I just told you in Honolulu, Waikiki.
Right off the beach?
Whereabouts?
Right off the beach?
No, they want to know the exact
All of the
centimeter.
water. All of the
All
water.
of the water. All
Yeah,
of the
that's
water.
what we asked.
Yeah.
The exact
It
centimeter.
doesn't say
Right?
that. It doesn't say that.
So you can.
Yeah,
There's a
they want to
website
know the
where you can
exact
click on.
location of the thermometer.
Well,
Just admit it,
there's
B-ball. You're full of
hold on,
shit. You
hold
never
on.
took
There's a
proper
website
scientific
where you can click
information.
on
That's
different
Pictures
foods.
don't prove
That's
fucking.
Hold on.
against the rule. That's
Hold on,
against
hold
the
on.
rules.
Hold on.
What?
There's a website where you can
What's
click on
against the
different
rules?
foods and
Someone is
tell you
full
the
of shit.
temperature.
Oh, is it? Sorry,
It is, yes.
I apologize. I take it back. Will you guys forgive me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, B-ball. I didn't mean to call you full of shit.
It's okay. I get it all the time.
I missed it.
You get it
I
all
get
the
it all.
time. I wonder why that is.
I mean, flat earthers get it too. But, like, so you're saying that the temperature changes so much that it's a drastic change in what you see.
I
So
didn't say
far
that. I
your
said that
horizon.
there's
We didn't
temperature
say put
changes.
words in our mouth.
Like,
We
yeah,
didn't
that's
say
all
this,
he
mailman.
does. Misrepresent everything we said.
Sure.
Isn't that what you guys
Okay,
are
then
claiming
it
now?
doesn't change much what we see. So what are the other variables that would change it so that our horizontal is pointing towards the not higher?
You tell
We
me,
just
man.
scrapped out temperature. We just throw away temperature as a cause.
No,
You
we
said it.
don't. We don't throw it away at all.
Okay, so it can drastically change what we see.
No, it changes.
Yeah,
Don't,
it can.
don't
It
put
can fuck up what
words
you
in
see.
our
Yes.
mouth.
No,
Right?
I'll
Stop
say
playing
Now
the word
Godcraft
game.
is agreeing. No,
Right? Stop
now a
playing your
Godcraft
word
is
agree.
agreeing.
Listen,
No, there's no
humidity,
word games.
humidity, and temperature change can fuck up what you're seeing. I've
Yeah,
given
but it would have
direct
to be a
examples from.
drastic
Hold
difference.
on. I've given direct examples from talking to surveyors how it fucks
That's
up
talk.
their
Yeah,
equipment when
word.
using lasers.
Yeah, but
Sure,
it would
that's
have to
just
be a
word.
drastic difference. A
It's a
drastic difference in
combination
temperature.
of everything.
Yeah,
Well, we're talking about
drastic
over the
difference
span
in
of a
temperature.
bridge. So how do you think your fucking 13-mile observation is going to be? How much fucking drastic differences are there?
There's
Come
not a
on,
that's the
man.
point. There's not a drastic difference. That's
Well,
the
how is
point.
there drastic differences over a bridge that's 300 meters?
That's
Come
because
on.
wherever that was taken at, there's a drastic difference in temperature
Yeah.
over that hot
What are, but
surface.
is there any
Whatever you're
measurements
looking
from the bridge? Do you have any measurements of the bridge? Any?
I
Water
personally don't.
temperature?
I'm just
Okay.
relaying experience that a fucking surveyor told me about.
Yeah, but if
He
I
wasn't as
but again,
pedantic.
if I go to
He wasn't as
but if I
pedantic about it as the fucking people I talk to on Discord. He just
sure, and if I
realizes that shit like that happens.
but if I go to talk to a surveyor, they would say that differential leveling is just maintaining level, not horizontal. So you're being pedantic with the words horizontal and level. So
No, they'll tell you that it creates a horizontal plane of reference.
no, they wouldn't, because by definition
No,
it's
they would.
auto level, and it just
Ask them.
maintains level. Yeah,
Ask them if an
I've read
auto
about
level
them.
creates a horizontal plane of reference. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I go to signing
Yeah.
buildings.co.uk.
When you fucking get the balls to talk to a surveyor, then you can talk to me. Until then, just fuck off with it already, man. Like, fuck me.
Fuck me, what a bitch. So if I can't talk to a surveyor, I just god, fuck me.
There's surveyors in the army that I talk to. There's
Yeah, are you a
geospatial engineers that I
If
talk
you don't
to.
have an auto level, you can't talk to people.
Right.
Fuck me.
Oh, because B-ball has an auto level and doesn't give a fuck what the manufacturer says how to
Yeah,
use
because
it.
you
All of
can
a sudden he's
ask a
someone's
question
special.
from a surveyor. You're so much higher that I can't talk to you. Fuck me, get down off the
No, I didn't say that. At least I fucking consult the
say it. You
professionals,
said
not
that
the
when
guy that buys the tool and
you
says, I
said
don't care how it's
you
used.
said that when you
I
have
didn't
balls
say
to
that.
talk to a
When did
surveyor,
I
you
say
can
that?
talk to me. That is what you said. So stop
Yeah, I
lying,
just said
Godcraft.
it because you're fucking being a dick,
Yeah,
man.
so you
To be
said it. So
honest.
earlier when you said that you didn't
Yeah,
say
I
it, you
did
lied.
say it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
No,
you
I
lied
didn't say I
I do
didn't
care
say it.
how the tool is used.
You did say it.
I just
I
didn't
said
use it in
it
that way.
because you were being a dick. You
Stop
still are
lying.
being a dick.
I do care how it was used. I just didn't use it in that way. I use it in my own way.
and you
No,
didn't care, and you didn't
Yeah,
care
you
how
said
it's
you don't
supposed to be
care.
used.
Yeah, that's
Because
what you
I was
said. You
trying.
didn't care.
I was
That's what you
looking for
said,
something specific. That's why.
right? And you
I
were
wasn't
looking
trying
for
to build.
something
I
with
wasn't.
a
I
tool,
wasn't trying to
right?
build something.
That's not supposed to do that, right?
I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to build
You
something.
weren't using it. You weren't using the tool in any way, shape, or form the way the manufacturer designed it, and you
Yeah, I
didn't
use it in
care.
my own way.
You don't care. You don't care how it's
I
supposed
do
to be
B-ball,
care. I just
used,
didn't use it in that
B-ball,
way.
you straight up said you don't care how it's used.
right?
Yeah,
Just
because I
for
use it in my own way.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
own way. So you can just make up your own mind exactly what it should and should not be used for, and what it should or should not establish for you because you think it does.
So if I had used this right, and I'm at 11 feet,
No.
and I had seen where I saw the crosshairs hitting at 11 feet, 15 miles away, would that be different?
If you had used it
Would
properly,
that
B-ball,
work
maybe we would listen to
work
what you had to say about
in
your
your
observation.
favor? Wouldn't that work in your favor though?
No, if you had have used it exactly like what Scalpel said, right? This might be a totally different conversation. Totally different.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
wouldn't
we'd have
that have
something to
worked in
talk
your
about.
favor?
We'd have something to talk
Wouldn't
about,
that have worked
B-ball, if
in
we
your
used
favor?
it
We're
properly.
not talking about ifs, buts, or maybes because you didn't do it at all. So go and use it the way the manufacturer designed it to use it. Take all your pictures, take all your observations, and then come back.
Why
Oh,
does
yeah.
it? Well, I don't know why this for some reason this triggers you guys so much.
No,
And it's showing what it because
Why
it's
is
showing what
why
it's
is
not
showing.
using the
showing
tool
anything at all,
designed to
people,
be
and you
used
know
to
it.
use so much?
All you're trying to do is get a rise out of people. That's what you're
No,
trying to
I'm
do,
not.
day in, day out. That's what you're trying to do. You know
Come
you've
on,
used it
Andy.
incorrect. You know you've used it incorrectly, people. Right?
No, I
And we're
didn't.
you know you've used it incorrectly. It's been pointed out that you've used it
Now he's
incorrectly.
denying that he used
Right?
it.
And the manufacturers would tell you you've used it incorrectly. So go use it correctly, right? Get some proper measurements with it, and then come back, right? Then you may have
So what would be a proper measure?
then you might have a better argument, right?
What would be
Until
a
then, you don't have
proper measurement?
until then you don't have an argument at all, really, with
What
what you're
would be
showing.
Yeah,
what
to
would
be
be a
honest,
proper
B-ball, if you used it properly, we could probably talk about your observation then, right?
what would be using it properly? What would be using it properly?
You know,
Oh my
B-ball,
God.
you know, B-ball, because you have read the manual, so you know how to use it. So you don't have to ask us how to use it.
Why
You
would I?
already
Why do I
know.
have to use it?
Yeah, you're the one
Why
that
would I?
has
Why
a
do,
fucking
but
auto
why do I
level,
have
dude.
to use it? Why do I have to use it the way they say? How come I can't use it in my own
You
way?
don't. You don't have to use it the way they say. You can use it wrong for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's right.
I think
Okay, so
really what you
I'm
should
gonna
do,
ask the
B-ball,
question again.
what you
So
should do
had I
is, B-ball, listen, what you
had I
should do
wait, hold on.
is
Can I
look
ask my
through it
question really quick?
the opposite way and then tell us how it works for you.
So had I gone out right, and I would let's say I went to the same location, right? I got my elevation of the water above the water, which was 11 feet, and I shot my auto level across the water, and the crosshairs were hitting exactly at 11 feet on the other side of the ocean. Do you think that would have helped your case or not?
I'd say big fucking deal. You used it wrong, personally.
I think you guys would have jumped all over that and said, "Aha, see."
You can
I think
think
you
that
guys
all
would have
you
jumped
want,
all
but
over that.
just like I said
that's what-
earlier,
Because
I don't
then,
have to fucking use the black swan or anything. I've already said there's lots of fucking pictures that people use, and I say, yeah, don't use them. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I would just go with the measurements of the surface that show that it's a sphere, because that's what it has to be with those distance measurements.
I feel like I've been pretty consistent. Even when you guys told me it was Bev that did it, I still said it was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you just use the
yeah,
other
but
level to
you
maintain level, the equal
do you
elevation
okay?
over a sphere.
Do you think that level is horizontal?
Of course.
Do you agree with level being horizontal?
Of course.
Even though in surveying the level is not horizontal?
If you
That
think
means
so.
sea level isn't horizontal. That's by definition it isn't.
That
It's
means
just
sea
a
level
vertical
isn't horizontal.
Yeah, it's a vertical datum. It follows a geoid by
You say
definition.
so.
No, it's just definition. I mean, if you say that it's something different, you're using it wrong. So
I said if you say so. Well, I don't know why you keep arguing with me.
So do you
Like,
disagree with Bev
I
when
couldn't
Bev says
be any
level
more
is
horizontal.
it's not an if I say so thing. It's by definition. So
Okay, if you say so, if you say
Do
that's
you
what the
disagree with?
definition is, if you say
Okay.
so,
Sure. Well then, I
All
don't.
right.
you get
Do
it now. If you say
Okay.
so,
Yeah, and if you say that a auto level establishes a horizontal plane, then if you say so, if you say so.
I don't say
Yeah.
so. The surveyors
You say
so.
so. No, you said so.
Surveyor.
Well, I heard a
The
surveyor say that mean sea level isn't horizontal, so it's not if I say so.
Well, I guess we should get the surveyors together and get them
Sure.
debating.
Yeah, main surveyor and your surveyor. Let's see what
The main
they say.
surveyor is not even a real surveyor. He doesn't even know how to set up his equipment properly.
Oh, okay, sure. There we go. Okay, your surveyor isn't a real surveyor because we haven't even seen his credentials yet. We've seen main
Well, see-
surveyors.
Yeah, that's good. Because that's not fucking hard to do.
And Bev claims he's not a surveyor.
Huh?
Bev claims he's not a surveyor.
Okay.
No,
I
but
give a
no,
fuck what
Gapple
Bev
isn't
is
talking
or
about
isn't
Bev.
when it comes to surveying. Like, I really don't
Yeah,
care. Like, I don't
there's
know.
some
Why do you got to bring up Bev
imaginary
all the time?
surveyor that he's talking about.
Because this
I
is
don't
where
care.
you get all your information from.
No, it's not actually.
So we can take Larry GPS then. Do you agree with him, or is he also a shield
I don't
lizard?
fucking know who Larry GPS is.
Or the,
Okay, well
or the
he's a
main
surveyor that says that mean sea level isn't horizontal. So
Okay, if you say so.
no, okay, well then
My
if you
name,
say
my
so to
name on
everything
here,
that your
my name on
surveyor
here,
says.
my name on here was the Canadian surveyor for a year. Big
So
deal.
if you say so,
No, that's what I said. Yeah.
So okay, so everything that your surveyor says and anything you say is if you say so. So
Well, I
where
had
do
the
we go from
Canadian
here?
surveyor title for a year, so I don't know what to tell you.
Sure, and your
Are
surveyor
you
says that he's a surveyor with a laser on a bridge. If you say so, if you say so, if you say so. So where do we go from here? It's
You
all
don't
here.
you can't troll me, Mo, man. I don't care what you say, dude.
No, but if you say so, then sure. But where do we go from here? Where everything put
Wherever
to
you
is
want to go. If you can stop trolling, then stop trolling. If you don't want to, then don't, and just keep saying if you say so.
yeah, but
It's up to you, man. I
troll.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah, sure. You troll. I'd say that the I don't have to use these observations or theodolites or order levels. I can just take the measured distances over the Earth and just establish the shape from that, just knowing the
Okay,
circumference.
sure, if you think so.
Oh no, then you
What
change it
measured
if you think
distance?
so.
Well, what measured distances are you talking about? What
If you
what
think so.
distances did you measure that you're talking about?
I mean, the Earth is pretty much measured. There's ships going between the continents all the time, every day, 24/7. Same with airplanes, and then cars and trains and everything.
Okay,
on
so
the
ships therefore globe.
No, ships
No,
therefore
Oh,
distance
cars
between
therefore
points.
globe.
the distances
No,
that they travel?
distances. Yeah.
Distances therefore globe.
Yes.
The distances, and then
Say
when you
that.
plot
Yeah.
those distances
You know
on
what? I
a
was thinking about this the other day, actually. I think you guys might be on to something because from my place, my house, to my friend's house, it's like 3.4 kilometers, and I'm pretty sure the Earth has to be a globe because of that distance. Like I'm like
that's
probably
exactly no, hold on. That's exactly what I
No,
said. That's not
honestly, I'm
poisoning
like
the well. That's not dishonesty. That's exactly what I said. You're right
no,
on
yeah,
point. I
like
said
I'm
that there's a
95%
guy in
sure it's
Canada
gotta be a
who has the
globe because of
distance
that
to his
distance.
friend's house, so therefore the Earth is a globe. Well
No, I'm
done. You
telling you,
got
I was
that's
thinking about this
exactly,
the
and
other
you're
day.
not
I
trolling
didn't say
at all.
anything about
This is
you.
not
No,
even
no, no.
trolling.
I
This
said
is just
I was thinking about this the other day.
accurate.
I was
Sure,
thinking
yeah, you were.
because of that
Yeah.
distance, it's got to
Yeah.
be a globe for sure.
Okay.
That's what I figured,
What
but I
logic?
wasn't
You said
sure,
that.
so I was on the
So
fence.
I
Let me
hope
give
this
you an
isn't a lie. So how did you figure out that the Earth is a globe based on that distance? What's the
Well,
logic?
it's a distance. Distance,
Okay, so
therefore a globe.
your logic is distance, therefore globe. That's your 3.4
Yeah,
kilometers, therefore
fucking
globe.
right,
That's your
man.
logic.
Yeah,
Okay. So you're dumb and illogical.
maybe I could be
Let me
dumb.
give you an example, right? So the distance between Argentina to Australia,
Okay.
what distance would
What
that
about-
be on a flat Earth?
No,
Okay.
he's not flat Earth.
You
I'm not
listen.
a flat
You're
Earth.
talking to the wrong fucking guy about this because
There we go.
it's just a distance. It is what it is.
Yeah, but that distance matches the globe model. It doesn't match
Well,
the
it's
flat Earth
the
model.
distance.
No,
The distance
that
from Beebal's
distance.
auto level to the buildings. It's what it is. It's just
That
14.4
distance
miles. It's
is
just distance.
exactly what it's supposed to be for those two locations.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you can plot that on the surface.
not on the flat Earth
It
model.
doesn't have to be. That's the distance. It could be on a
Well,
fucking
yeah, but
unicorn, man.
no, but that no, It can't be.
No, it
Yeah.
cannot be.
Yeah.
It can't be on a plane. That's impossible.
It's just the
It's
fucking
geometry.
distance.
You
If
know
you think
geometry.
so,
If you think so, if you say so, if you think so. So it's pointless every time when you
no, it's
there's
just the
point where we're
distance,
getting
man.
somewhere.
It's
You're just saying if you think so, if you
no.
say
Here's the
so,
problem. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just a distance. It's not like
if you think so.
No. Hold on a second. It's not like he said, you know, the Earth is a globe, so therefore the distance has to be this, and then you go check it out. Oh, look, the distance is that, therefore it has to be a globe. No,
Yeah, 'cause
it's
it
the
matches the globe
distance.
model.
Yeah, if I let's say I take a
Fucking
basketball.
distance, dude. It's not matching the
let's
globe model. They fucking
Okay,
that's the distance.
let's use three distances from three different places and match them up.
You
And then
can
we'll
use
use
100 fucking distances. I
we'll
don't
use
care,
a
man.
flat Earth model. We'll use a
Yeah, he
flat Earth
doesn't
model.
care.
I don't have a flat
He
Earth
just said he
model.
doesn't care. He doesn't care.
You're
Well,
missing
then
the
we have
point.
to use then we
You're
have to use
missing
a
the
model
point.
that works then, right? We have to use a
There's
model that works.
no,
right?
it's no that you don't have to use a model. That's what the distance
we do.
is.
That's what
It's
matches
like
the globe
it's
model.
like I said,
Yeah,
the
that's every
distance from
time
my house.
trying to get somewhere. It's just if you think so, if you
Mhm.
say so, that's what it is.
No,
If
listen,
it
the
is, it is.
distance from my place to my friend's house is 3.4 kilometers. I don't
Yeah,
need a
and if
model
you
to
live from
I don't need a model to know that's what the distance is. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
that's great. We're not
sure,
we're
and
not talking
if
about
I
short
live
distances like that.
and if I live from Helsinki and I fly to New York and then to South Africa and then back to Helsinki, I have three straight lines, triangle, with an internal angles more than 180 degrees. It just is what it is. And the Earth isn't flat.
No, you
It's just
cannot
flat.
have a triangle with three straight
If
lines
you
and have
say so.
angles that equal more than 180 degrees.
If you think so.
Yeah,
If you
see,
think
now
It's
we know you're a
impossible.
Bevite.
That's
Now
an
we
no,
know you're
impossibility.
a Bevite.
if you think so.
Now we
No,
know
If you
you're a
think
no.
so.
Bevite.
So you're telling me you have three straight lines in a triangle form and the angles equal more than 180 degrees on
Yes,
three
on a
straight
curved
lines.
surface. Yes,
Yeah,
on a
three
curved
straight
surface.
lines on a surface and yeah, three angles.
No, on a surface. Three straight lines on a surface. Is that what
On
you
a
just
curved
said?
Shortest distance between point A and point B on a surface. Yes. Shortest distance.
That's not the shortest distance.
What? So
What's
you're
the
saying that a
shortest
shortest distance isn't the shortest distance?
That's not the way shortest distance works, and that's not the way straight lines work.
What? So what is the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface?
The shortest distance is a straight line between 2 points.
No, but on a surface.
That's not a real question. That's not the definition.
So
That's
there
not the
is no shortest.
definition of a.
So hold on. There is no shortest distance between 2 points on a surface. That's your claim now.
Well, you can have a shorter traveling route. That's what you want to call it. But if you're talking about a straight line between 2 points, the straight line between 2 points goes beyond the surface shape.
Sure. So if I drive over a hill to a place, can I find a shortest distance over that hill? Is it possible?
Traveling distance? I already said traveling distance is different than a point-to-point straight line.
Sure. Okay. Well, then I have three traveling distances that don't deviate between 3 points, and
they're not.
The angle.
You can have three traveling distances, but they're not straight lines.
Well, they are straight lines because the shortest distance between those 2 points.
No, they're not straight lines.
On the surface.
They've all adopted this same argument that because a line is on a curved surface, now it's not a straight line.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think it is a straight line?
Well, hold on. Let's say there's a basketball, and you have that black
let's
line.
go to the perfect. Let's go to the basketball example.
Yeah.
I love this.
Sure.
Go ahead.
There's the black line that goes around the basketball. You know that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I take 2 points on that line, is there a shortest distance on the surface between those 2 points?
There's a traveling distance, but that's not a straight line.
Okay.
Where is it? I can prove that that's
deviate?
not a straight line.
Sure. How does it deviate from the surface?
It doesn't, but I can prove it's not a straight line.
So it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
You're not. You don't even want to ask how I can prove it, do you?
Well, I know how you can sort of prove it, but
how
is it?
How
Is it a shortest?
How can I sort of prove it?
Because if you assume that you can go inside the sphere, then sure, yeah, it can be slow.
That's not
short.
that. For starters, that would be the straight line, but that wasn't my point actually. I
Sure.
can prove
Go.
that's not a straight line between point to point.
Sure. How?
Okay. You want to play the game? All right.
Well,
So
I
you
guess
take
we
2
can.
points on your basketball, right?
Yep.
Then you take a piece of haywire. You know what haywire is by chance? Some people
I'm
call it
not sure, but
mechanics
wires,
wire.
like metallic
Some people-
wire.
Yeah, just a piece of steel wire, right?
I'll lift it off the ball and it's gonna be not curved. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so you connect those 2 points with your so-called straight line using this wire, right? You would call it a straight line because it's on the surface of the ball. Well, you take that wire off the ball.
I would say that it's the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface.
Oh, so no, it's no longer a straight line then.
Well, depends on how you define if it's the shortest distance between 2
Wait a
points on a
second.
surface.
Wait a second. Is this a straight line or not?
Well, I mean, sort of, but it's
Is it
difficult.
yes or no?
because- Well, it's not a yes or no question.
Sure it is. Because you're full of shit and it's not a straight line. And the reason why
do
you're
you not
fucking
believe in
backpedaling.
do you not believe in spherical geometry? Is there not a such thing?
No, he doesn't. He can't. He
No,
can't
what
get
I
shortest.
do believe is in the definition, the plain definition of a triangle, which is 3 straight lines. And that's initially what you guys tried to tell me. Hold on.
Spherical geometry.
You guys told me that there was 3 straight lines on the surface of a ball, and I'm explaining to you right now.
Is there no
how
such
there's
thing as
not.
spherical geometry?
We're going back to you guys telling me there's 3 straight lines on a ball to create a triangle.
All right, when you're done, I'm going to ask the question again. Is there no
You can
such
ask
thing
it
as
all you
spherical
want.
geometry?
This is
Is there
about the
such thing as
bullshit.
spherical geometry?
This is about the bullshit you were trying to feed earlier.
Okay. Well,
Is there a
hold
such
on.
thing as spherical geometry?
You can fucking
or
ask
no?
it all night. You can ask it
let's
all
talk
night.
about-
You know what a
let's talk about
triangle
the-
is?
Let's
And a
talk about
straight
the
line.
basketball.
Yes, I know what a triangle
Let's talk
is.
about the
Is there no
basketball.
such thing as spherical triangle?
Fuck do I know, but I know one thing. A
Yes,
triangle
yes.
is made.
Yes, there is.
Listen, a triangle is made by 3 straight lines and has 180
Triangle.
degrees.
It doesn't.
Period.
It's not called tri-line. It's called triangle.
And the definition of it is 3 straight lines equaling angles of 180
Great.
degrees.
But there's still a such thing as spherical triangle. So good try. So you can deny that part of geometry
No,
all
there
you
isn't.
want.
Not based on the
You
definition
can
of a
deny that
triangle.
part of geometry all you want. I'm sorry, but
there is
you
a
can't.
spherical triangle though.
Well, if it is, it's not made out of 3 straight lines like you guys were claiming initially.
Yeah, it's on the surface of a sphere, like I said.
Well, that's not straight lines then.
It's shortest distances on the
triangle.
surface.
Yes,
Shortest
you're
distance
moving the
on the surface.
goalpost. You started out by saying 3 straight lines.
No, I said 3
triangle.
Yeah.
lines between 2 points that are shortest
You
on the surface.
started out by saying they were straight lines because we had
They
this
are
whole
straight
debate.
lines.
I said,
What-
"You want
okay,
me to
so
prove
what's
they're
a-
not straight lines?"
What's a
And you said,
what's
"Yeah,
a
go ahead."
geodesic?
Now all of a sudden, the conversation is completely changed.
So what
and
is
you
a
guys want to
what is a
fucking
geodesic?
deviate.
What is a geodesic?
What is this fucking test time?
A
Huh?
geodesic. Tell me what is a
Is this
geodesic?
test time?
You
Is this
should know what
test
this
time?
is. No,
What is
I'm
a
just asking
triangle?
you. Do you know
Can't
what
ask
that is?
him questions about
is a
things that are not
triangle?
Euclidean. He just shuts down.
No, I'm
and
not
saying,
shutting
if you
down.
say so, if you think
You
so.
guys think that lines on a ball are straight. You're
What's
fucking
a, what's a
crazy.
geodesic? What is a geodesic?
What's a triangle?
Geodesic.
What's a straight line?
You can't answer the question. What is a geodesic?
You can't answer what a triangle and a straight line is. That's how all this started.
Well,
You
people
guys
have
were
asked.
telling,
the shortest
you guys
point-
were
the
pissing
shortest-
down my back, telling me
The
it's
shortest
raining.
distance between 2 points on a surface. That's what a straight line is.
No, it's not. I've already proved that's not the case.
Shortest distance between 2 points on a surface.
No, you haven't. You haven't.
That's not the
proven us.
definition
No, you
of a
haven't
straight
proven us
line.
wrong.
The straight
key word
line
is
is
on
the shortest
a surface.
distance between.
It could be curved or straight.
No, that's not the definition. The definition is the shortest distance
the
between
surface,
2
The
points.
surface can be curved. The surface can be curved or straight.
Nope.
So the shortest distance on a surface is a straight line between 2 points.
No.
Well, you're just in denial.
The shortest distance? You can say
because
the shortest
you've been
distance
hanging out with
traveled on a
dude. You've
surface.
been hanging out with Bev for way too long,
Dude,
man.
you have
I
no
think
fucking
he's
idea where I spend my
so
time.
you said
Yeah, you've
that
been hanging out with him. You adopted all of his arguments. So yeah.
Dude, I give a fuck what Bev says. That's
Yeah,
what you don't
right. Well, that's
understand.
why you're using all of his arguments, right?
No, I'm not. I know what
Yeah,
the
you are.
definition of a fucking triangle.
Yeah,
And I know
they
the
make the same exact argument, man. Come on.
You know
We've
what?
heard it
It
before.
was in fucking grade 6 fucking math class, and I learned about fucking straight lines. You want to hear the example my teacher gave me? It has zero to do with Bev, and I guarantee you never heard this example before. You want to try me on it?
So, in third grade, were
Oh,
you saying
okay.
that there's no such thing as
That's what I
spherical
thought.
geometry?
I'll,
Were you
I'll,
saying
I'll
that
try
in
you.
third grade?
I'll try you on it, gods. What did your third grade teacher tell you? Ask you.
Well,
tell you.
asked me. They told me you're on one corner of a room, and there's a spider up in the opposite corner away from you. What is the shortest distance to that spider? And a lot of people say up the wall and over the ceiling and to the spider, but it's not. The shortest distance to that spider is through space on a diagonal distance from where you're standing over to the spider.
Okay, and then what did they tell you in 11th grade?
Same shit, dude. They don't change the definitions just because I got to 11th grade. It's building blocks. You build on what you already know.
So they never
So
taught
you didn't learn
about
about spherical geometry?
yeah, they never told you about surfaces that aren't flat. They never told you about how you can measure things on those surfaces.
Dude, triangles
Okay.
have straight lines.
That's
They
not
have
an answer.
angles.
That's clearly not an answer.
They have
It's just
angles that
and
equal 180 degrees. You
that's
guys
if you
started
say
off this shit by trying
You
to
don't
say
think-
that the Earth.
I mean, they told
has
us in
fucking-
school that there are different surfaces, those that are not flat also.
There's a thing called
Congratulations, you think-
non-Euclidean geometry. Do you deny non-Euclidean geometry?
Do you deny triangles?
No, I don't, because there's spherical and regular triangles.
So you know what a regular triangle is. There's only one
Yes, I
type of
do.
triangle. It's called a
No, there's
regular
not.
triangle.
That's your denial kicking in once again. That's
No,
your
it's
denial
not my
kicking in
denial.
once again. Yeah, it is.
A triangle consists of straight lines and
Yeah,
angles
there's a
that
such
are
thing as
180
spherical
degrees.
triangles too.
But would you say that there is a
Google.
thing called a spherical triangle, that you can actually do maths on a spherical triangle? Would you agree to that?
I don't believe there's traditionally a definition for a spherical triangle. No.
Okay,
It's
let's
funny.
Even though that there is one, you say that there isn't, because there's just all the everything you need for a spherical triangle exists. So I don't.
Yeah, sure.
Spherical triangle.
I can
See,
post it to you.
I love how you guys only listen to
trigonometry.
part of what I say. It's awesome.
Spherical trigonometry.
I can put
Spherical
one
trigonometry
keyword
is the
in there and you
branch-
guys will
Hold
trip
on.
all over it.
Oh, hold
Spherical
on. Hold on.
trigonometry is the branch of spherical geometry that deals with relationships between trigonometric functions and the side and angle of the spherical polygon defined by a number intersect great circles on a sphere.
Good
All
So
job.
do you deny that part of geometry?
Good job.
But it's math.
Do you do?
You deny
So
maths
do you?
now.
Maths. I deny maths now. Wow.
Yes, you do. If you say
Seems
that there
like it.
are no spherical triangles in maths, then sure, you are denying maths.
Is that what I said? That there's no spherical triangles in maths. Cool.
So
I'm
you
glad
agree there are. So you
Now
agree
you
that there.
now you agree.
Now you changed it. That there are spherical triangles in maths.
What?
And we can
What am I
say
agreeing on now?
that in maths there are spherical triangles, and the definitions
I've already
for those.
given you my answer earlier. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. What
So
did you say? Because you
he's
said
still
you've
in
given us
denial.
two answers.
Well, you should have listened when I said it.
But you said two different answers on two different times, so I'm wondering what is your
Okay, what are
actual
my two different answers that I said?
First, you said that you don't think that there is such a thing. And then you said that I'm not denying maths when I said that you deny spherical triangles exist in maths. You said, no, they don't.
Okay, so you misquoted me on both occasions, actually.
I didn't quote you. I was
You said
using.
triangles
I didn't.
can't have more than 180 degrees.
I said traditionally. I put this keyword in there, traditionally, on one of my quotes that you're misquoting me on. And my second thing, I said, I'm not fucking denying math.
Okay.
You said
so you don't
triangles
deny
can't.
Well, you can't deny
Triangles-
math because it just doesn't add up.
That's right.
Morning.
So you accept that. So you accept that we can do maths on spherical trigonometry using spheres and triangles, spherical triangles on spheres. Yes. It's a question. Yes or no?
Be careful what you say. Bev might be listening.
What makes you think I fucking care what anybody thinks, dude?
Why do you
Well,
keep
if you
on
don't,
bringing up
that's
Bev?
fine.
Yeah,
Bev
like
ain't
what?
here.
Because
Why do you?
I
Why do
know
you
it,
keep
it's
bringing him up?
it's
because this
really
is Bev's
weird, right?
argument.
Because
That's why.
supposedly I'm like in love with Bev, but it's these
If
fucking
you want
guys
to have a
can't
if you
keep
want to
his
have an
name out of
argument
his
with
mouth.
Bev, all right, go over to Bev's and have an argument with him. But seeing as he's not here, he's not relevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm only
Like, why
saying that
don't you
because
go
this
talk
is
to
all.
Bev?
This
Like,
is his argument. That's why.
I think
I
it's a
feel
bit
like you're missing
unfair to hold people to a standard that someone else has set unless they actually agree with that standard.
I won't bring it
Thanks,
up.
That's the
Eggshells.
problem.
Yeah,
I
I
won't bring it up.
appreciate that. And that's something that, you know, I always, when people start down that road, I become even more difficult to deal with, really. Because it
I
is
would be.
bullshit. Yeah.
I put the cunts in
And,
contrarianism.
and Eggshells, I know that you know that I can be very reasonable to talk to, so.
I'm not Eggshells, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say
I thought it was. Oh, fuck,
Well,
never mind then.
I'd speak a little bit more like this if I was going to be Eggshells, and I can't
Oh,
really do
sorry,
his voice
man.
because
I
he's got
didn't
like a
mean to mix
posh
you up.
Aussie accent.
I didn't mean to
Are you
mix up.
Stingray?
Sorry.
Are you Stingray too? Are you Stingray?
Scalpel. Would you say that we can use spherical triangles in maths? And
You can
so
do
forth?
whatever the fuck you want, dude.
Oh, there we go. He just can't answer the
What?
question, honestly.
No, I said you can do what you want. I don't believe that triangles have any more than 180 degrees. That's,
We can show you
man,
that they
it's
do.
pretty simple.
Then
That's
you are denying
traditional.
math. Then you are
The
It's
denying
the
math.
traditional triangles, though.
Yeah,
Because when you said it first time, you said traditional triangles. And I mean,
I'm glad
guessing when
someone was listening.
Yeah, so I'm guessing when you say traditional, you mean if we're doing something on a flat planar surface. So
Well,
you would agree.
Like, where
go
does
on.
the first? Yeah, when I say traditional, also like I could probably mostly mean that, you know, the first idea of a triangle, the first definition of a triangle, that would be the traditional understanding of what a triangle is, right?
I think generally for me, a triangle is something that has three sides. That would be the basis of it.
Well, it's not. It doesn't stop there. It's three angles that equal 180 degrees.
But there is a prerequisite to that that says on a flat surface it will have that. So they
Sure, if
they
that's what you
describe.
want to
They
say.
describe.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they. No, I mean,
that's
I'm going
where you
back
get
to
straight lines, though.
Yeah, but
You can't get
again,
three straight lines on a surface of a sphere.
would you agree that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface?
Yeah, we tried. Yeah,
No, I don't agree with that definition.
We tried that already.
I would say that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Hey, Truss, how
Yo.
many people are outside of this realm? If you ask them what a triangle was, how many definitions do you reckon they'd give you?
Depending on who you ask, quite a few.
Quite a few, depending on who you ask. Oh, well, I'd actually put you as probably in the minority of people would actually even bring in spherical triangles. So I think you're being a little bit probably disingenuous with your
Well, that's
answer.
because a lot of them probably wouldn't
If-
know spherical geometry.
Listen, if we all
There
took
would
to the
be a lot of
streets
different
right now in our prospective places that we are and started asking people what they thought a triangle was, I think everybody, if they're going to be honest, would admit that the chances of someone trying to describe a spherical, in quotation marks, triangle are pretty fucking slim.
Yeah, probably because they don't have much knowledge in
I
mathematics.
would actually agree with that because
I'd agree with that too.
Yeah, because most people, you know, it's the same way as if you ask somebody about sort of an IP address. Most people say, oh, that's a number given to my computer. If you then started to go deeper into what that IP address actually was, you'd start losing more and more people as you start to get into the depths and understanding of what an IP address is. And that's something really fucking simple.
Right. So are you telling, by saying that, are you suggesting that a triangle is way more complicated and deep than the original definition of it? Is that
Well,
your
no,
kind
because
of...
I think when if you're going back to sort of, you know, people like Euclid and always the other guy beginning with P, Pythagoras, you know, they were very definitive on what they were working with. So they would not sort of immediately look, if you drew a triangle on a sphere, that would probably fascinate the living crap out of them. They wouldn't say that's not a triangle. They would go, okay,
really?
because we're dealing with because again, even Euclid recognized the fact that
But do
you
you
had to
think
deal
that
with.
they didn't have the foresight to think about that? Like, you really think that's the case?
I think the fact that Euclid in his works actually discussed some of the issues that he had with being accurate in three-dimensional shapes. He recognized the problem. That's why you have what's called a developable and non-developable shape. So a sphere is a non-developable shape because it cannot be just flattened out without distortion onto a flat plane. Because a line, so let's go back to the original definition. The oldest definition we have for a line is a one-dimensional. It has length, it has no breadth, and it's on a surface.
Mm-hmm.
So the shortest distance is always on a surface because it's a line.
No.
The
Yes.
problem
It's the shortest distance between 2 points. It's not the shortest
on a
distance between
surface.
2 points on a surface.
No,
Yeah,
but
because
Not
you
traditionally.
even if you leave out the on a surface, if you say a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, you still get in spherical geometry a straight line being a curved line once you establish it.
No, it would be not a
So
tangent, but whatchamacallit, what's it called?
geodesic, is that what you're trying to
Called
say?
a chord.
No.
It's called a chord. Even
Yeah,
even
chord.
in
Yeah,
even on Earth.
No,
that's what it
so
would be.
no,
It's a
Even
chord.
on
because the
That's
thing
the
is,
shortest
even on
distance.
because the
even
thing
on
You know, a
Earth
is,
with the
sphere is just a circle, right? You guys do understand that, right?
no, but what you're not understanding is that when you're
Yeah.
in the coordinate frame of like spherical trigonometry, there is no such thing as the inside of the sphere. It is a
There is actually.
two-dimensional. No,
It's called a
no,
chord.
it is a not within spherical geometry.
Oh my
When
god.
you're in spherical
Anyway, I'm
geometry,
gonna go on mute.
you
So I
are
gotta
in a two-dimensional plane, and the
yeah.
shortest the
It's
shortest
false.
straight line.
What's a two-dimensional? Go ahead. My bad.
I'm just saying
I'm
that
going next.
while you're in that coordinate system, the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line in that coordinate system. But once you transform that coordinate system into a three-dimensional, for example, Cartesian one, now you get it to become a curved line.
Yeah,
You said we're in
and
a
I've been
2D
trying to
plane when
explain
we're
that to
doing.
people
No,
for
You
years.
said we're
Sorry,
in a
Jeremy.
2D plane when we're doing.
Go ahead.
I can't.
Sorry,
Listen
Jeremy.
to
Jeremy,
you
before
guys.
you go,
No,
Okay.
Jeremy
before you
was
go,
going to
Jeremy.
say
No, I
something
can't
right
listen to you
after.
guys.
Come on, guys.
No,
He
I just
already
wanted to
said
say.
that. He already prefaced that he was going to say something right after me.
Yeah, I know. Jeremy, I'm taking
Nah, I'm
off.
good.
I just wanted to say I'm taking off, man. So take over. That's what I want to say. I gotta go.
No, I'm not taking over. Too many people want to get in this shit. Go ahead, guys.
All right.
Got to be about the stuff.
But it's like at the end of the day, it's if you want to define a triangle as using straight lines, that still includes straight lines within a different frame, within a different geometry, like spherical geometry, where if you transfer that back, it is no longer a straight line, but it is a curved line, even though it is a straight line in that geometry. Like,
I mean, it's the same way coming out as I understand it. My knowledge on this shit isn't particularly fantastic, but when we're dealing with things like chords, for instance, we're dealing with a section. So we've taken that circle and we've made that sphere, and we've taken a section of that sphere to make it two-dimensional, to allow us to use, standard, non-spherical geometry on that sphere to then look at that particular section to make calculations.
Well,
Now
the thing.
now we're putting triangles into reference frames like Coriolis.
No,
So
Well, no,
bizarre.
it's almost a similar thing. It's just not reference frames; it's coordinate systems.
That's so bizarre.
When you play battleships, yeah, you're only using a two-dimensional grid system, yeah?
Yeah.
Battleship. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Yeah. So you agree that in the game battleships, we're using a coordinate system that is only operating in two dimensions, i.e., a plane or a surface. We could describe it as that. Now, you can then play World of Warships, which is kind of operating in three dimensions because you've got elevation as well as distance.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
arguing spherical triangles, right? At all. I know what you guys mean by spherical triangle, all right? But a spherical triangle is not a triangle. It's a spherical triangle.
But can you give me a definition of triangle that doesn't include a spherical triangle without specifying the coordinate system? Because so what I'm saying is, if you want it to work that way, then you'd have to say a triangle only exists within a Euclidean coordinate system, which is not how anyone defines triangles.
Right.
If you define a triangle, so if you define a triangle as
when you
yeah,
make
go ahead.
these when you make these broad sweeping statements, that's not how anyone defines them.
Yeah.
I think you better be more definitive in what you say, because I would probably say that a lot of people would say that it's an object that has three straight lines that are joined at 3 points, something along those
And
lines.
what I would say,
maybe, right?
yeah, and what I would say is, using that definition, you still get spherical triangles adhering to that definition.
Well, okay, here we go. And the triangle definition is a plane figure with three straight sides and three angles. Okay.
And that still applies to a spherical triangle.
Well, I don't know.
Because within the spherical coordinate system, they are straight sides. It is only once you develop them into the Euclidean one that they become curved. But within their own coordinate system, they are straight lines, and therefore they are within the definition.
Like I said before, Dummy, if you went and asked, if you took a survey of 1,000 people, 1,000 random people in the street, and you asked them what a triangle was, I would say 999 of them would probably give you exactly the same answer, right? And spherical triangle wouldn't even come into their thought process.
But even if it doesn't, their definition still adheres to a spherical triangle.
All right. I'm not arguing the definition, right? I know there is such things as spherical triangles, right? So I'm not going to argue the definition with you, right?
Yeah.
At all.
But all I'm saying is, my whole point is that people will say stuff like a triangle is defined to be with straight lines, and therefore a spherical triangle isn't a triangle.
Well,
But the answer,
they're two different things, because a triangle, right, is one very specific word, right? Triangle, right? A spherical triangle, right, is two specific words. So they are two entirely different things.
but if I say, if we're talking within a spherical geometry, then you don't use the word spherical. You just say triangle, and it is straight lines. It is only, the only reason we add in spherical to that one is because our main point of talking point is Euclidean. When we say stuff, we usually talk about it in the Euclidean sense. That doesn't mean that the spherical geometry doesn't exist. It just means that that's what we usually talk within. If we're talking within, yeah, but if I'm talking within spherical geometry, you can't say triangle for the normal one that you usually say. You'd have to call that a Euclidean triangle, and now that one uses two words.
Well, I've never learnt it as a Euclidean triangle or any other triangle. I've only ever
Because,
learnt a
yeah,
triangle, right?
but that's because most people are only concerned with Euclidean space.
But my point still remains, right? A triangle, right, has a very different definition to a spherical triangle.
And
Right?
that's
Now,
wrong.
no, well, it's not, because I
When
just
you
gave,
say
I
that,
just, okay,
yeah, but,
okay, hold on. Let's just see, right? Because I typed in the definition of triangle, right? Now I'm going to type in the definition of spherical triangle, and let's see if they have two different meanings. All right, let's just put it to the test. You may be right. You may be right. Okay. Now, a spherical triangle, Gummy, says a triangle formed by three arcs of a great circle on a sphere. So they are two entirely different definitions right there. And that took me all of 5 seconds to Google both of those. So they do have two different meanings.
But like I said, the only reason they do is because when we talk about it in the colloquial sense, we are talking Euclidean. If you're talking about it within the mathematical sense, Euclidean and non-Euclidean are just as valid in both. They're both just as valid, and therefore the definitions within math doesn't put one over the other. It is only in the colloquial sense we do. That's why within math, one is not more correct than the other. But when we talk, we do add that value because we usually talk Euclidean.
Well,
So that value, yeah, but that value is added outside math.
Yeah, but I'm sure in math too, the way you define a triangle and a spherical triangle are going to have two different equations attached to them as well. Two
No.
very different. Well, of course they do, because you've got to take into consideration the arc of those lines. So you have to put that into your mathematical equation right there. So if you're talking about within mathematics, Gummy, right? If I'm looking at the mathematics of a triangle compared to a spherical triangle, right there in the mathematics alone, I'm going to see the two different triangles.
Okay, so think about it this way. Let's say I'm now in spherical geometry, and I say I'm going to define a triangle. Now I draw out a straight-lined triangle, and then I want to draw a Euclidean triangle. Now I have to define that in a very weird arcing manner. Then I transfer all of this into Euclidean, and even though I defined the first one with straight lines and the second one with arcing manner, now I've switched the coordinate system, and now the first one all of a sudden that I defined with straight lines is curving, and the other one is straight. The only reason you are valuing one over the other is because you usually talk about Euclidean geometry, but within math, neither is valued over the other. It is only outside math that you yourself put that value to it. That is all my point is.
Can you tell within math, right, whether a triangle has three straight in all directions on all on all coordinate systems, right? A straight line connected at three points. So 3 straight lines, and you know what I mean when I'm saying straight. And can you tell within mathematics whether or not that will be arcs?
Well,
Can
there
you
is
tell?
no
Can you
such way as saying a straight in all coordinate systems.
can you
That's
tell the
just not a
difference?
concept.
Can you tell the difference within mathematics, Scummy? The difference between what I think is a triangle and what and what is a spherical triangle? Can you tell the difference in mathematics when you look at the mathematics of it?
Yes.
Only if you have only if you have a predefined coordinate system that you're working within. And that's once again where I'm saying that you're putting more value to the Euclidean one, when within mathematics, neither is more valuable than the other. They are equally correct.
Gummy, why are you splitting? You can either tell, right, between a triangle and a spherical triangle in mathematics, or you can't tell the difference at all.
So if you're
cake and eat
working,
it too.
so think about if you're working within spherical geometry, then the thing that you called spherical before is now a straight lined triangle, and the thing that you called a straight line triangle before is now a spherical triangle. They've switched identifiers because you're talking within a different coordinate system. So there is no one in all coordinate systems.
Of course. Do you know within that mathematics whether or not you are working on a sphere or whether or not you're working on a piece of paper? Can you tell
Yes,
by the
you
mathematics?
yes, you just need to know the angles of each point of the triangle. And then mathematics will tell you if that adds up to more than 180. If it adds up to 180, then all lines on the triangle are straight. If they are more than 180, then the lines on the triangle are curved. Yeah.
Exactly. So you can tell.
Yeah.
I know. I knew you could, infidel. I knew you
That's
could tell the
already wrong,
difference.
though.
Really, you can't tell the difference between a triangle that adds up to 180 degrees or one that adds up to more or less than 180 degrees. You can't tell that within your mathematics.
Not just based on the defined triangle within.
My God.
That's why I didn't want to. That's why I decided not to engage. It's the level of it's so disingenuous. I can't.
Because you guys can't look beyond the Euclidean. You guys are so stuck in the Euclidean sense.
No. You actually think that we aren't denying spherical triangles, right?
You're denying the fact that within Euclidean, a straight triangle, what you call a straight triangle, is a straight triangle, but within spherical, that straight triangle that you called straight before is now curving. So it's not a straight triangle, it's a curving triangle. It's all dependent on the coordinate system, and you guys are valuing one over the other for not no reason, but for a reason outside mathematics.
You can either tell the difference between a spherical triangle in mathematics, or you can't.
And that's why I've said is you can if you have a predefined coordinate system. But it is at that point where you guys are making the choice that one is superior to the other, where within mathematics both are equally correct.
Hold on. I'm going to have to stick up for Van here because he's not actually got to the coordinate system point as yet, right?
But you're implying it.
No. What he's saying is if he gives me 3 angles, right, and I use mathematics to add them up, can I tell which coordinate system that triangle is on? That's the question. And the answer is yes.
I can tell you that if I give you, I can tell you 3 coordinates. So I will be telling you the three coordinates, and I am telling you these are the 3 corners of a triangle. And draw straight lines between these coordinates, you have built a triangle. From that information alone, you do not know if it's a spherical triangle or what you would classify as a normal triangle. It only differs, hold on, I'm almost done. It only differs once you specify the coordinate system.
No, see, what he's not talking about the coordinate system. He's just talking about the angles, right? If you give me the 3 angles, right? This is before you draw any lines to form the triangle shape, right? If you give me the 3 angles and I use mathematics to add that angles up, can I tell whether this triangle before I draw it is going to be a Euclidean triangle or a spherical triangle? And the answer is yes.
The answer
Because
is
I
no.
No, the answer is yes, because I know that if the angles add up to more than 180 degrees, then it's a spherical triangle. I don't need to draw the lines to know this.
So
I just need to know the size of the angles. That's all.
So when you say the size of the angles, what you're actually implying is the angles within Euclidean geometry. Because the thing is, the spherical triangle, as you say, oh, it has more than 180 degrees. Well, within the spherical coordinate system, it doesn't. It has exactly 180 degrees within the spherical coordinate system. It's only when you transform it into Euclidean that you get over the over 180. Within its own coordinate system, they are identical. They are 180 degree straight lined triangles.
You're
It is the
telling me
coordinate
spherical
system.
triangles.
Sorry, can I just add something really
You're
quickly
telling
as
me
a third
spherical
party listener?
triangles.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're telling me spherical triangles. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
No, sorry, this is just really quick because it's just someone from a third party listening in. One of you is trying to define triangles using angles, and obviously a triangle would actually need an angle and a distance for you to be able to make it. And the other is just talking about 3 coordinates, which has got nothing to do with angles. Angles are derived from the product from one coordinate to 2 others. So you're actually both arguing very different things. But I have to say I agree with Gummy Bear. Hello, Bansaw.
You agree with Gummy Bear? He just said a spherical triangle adds up to 180 degrees.
Within spherical geometry.
Yeah, within spherical geometry,
It is
adds up to
only when you
180 degrees. I know,
transform
I
it.
heard you.
Yeah, it's only when you transform it into Euclidean that you get over 180. The same way, just quickly,
now,
the same way that if you have 180 degrees in Euclidean and transform it into spherical, it will now have
Don't you mean
less.
non-Euclidean, Gummy Bear? Don't you mean non-Euclidean?
I might have misspoken, but yeah.
The only way, Gummy, that those angles are going to add up to 180 degrees on a sphere is if you were cutting a chord through the sphere. That's the only way it's going to happen. Now, when you start drawing your straight lines on top of the sphere, right, you ain't going to get 180 degrees, right? It is a spherical triangle. It ain't a triangle, right? And one isn't. It's not about one being superior than the other. Right? You think, well, you've got a superiority complex about triangles all of a sudden. They are 2 completely different things.
I mean, I would honestly stop engaging it. It's clear he's just being dishonest at this point.
I know, apparently.
It's just dishonesty.
The problem is, once again, the entire statement you just made there was from a Euclidean sense. You didn't. You were only thinking of in a Euclidean sense. That's my whole point.
No, I'm thinking of the difference between a triangle and a spherical triangle. They are two completely different things. They're completely different. They are not the same, Gummy. And stop arguing that they are the same, because they are not the same. You're making yourself look silly.
The reason
I
why
think the only
I
people
am
that
arguing. Go ahead.
I think the only people that think they're not the same are you guys.
No.
The reason
you think they're the same because you're trying to defend your global model. That's why.
We know they're different because they got different fucking names. Saying they're the same is just dumb. That's you're either lying or you're dumb.
And I've explained why they have different names colloquially, because we prefer Euclidean colloquially. Within math, there is no such preferred thing.
I even gave you the two definitions when I Googled them.
And that's their definitions within Euclidean space. This is what you're not getting. I agree that colloquially they are different because colloquially we always talk from Euclidean space, but mathematically they are equally correct.
Gummy, is a spherical triangle a triangle that is formed by 3 arcs of great circles on a sphere? Is that what a spherical triangle is?
Within Euclidean geometry, yes.
Is that what a spherical
That's
triangle is?
spherical geometry. That's not Euclidean. That is spherical geometry.
No, it's not.
That's not Euclidean. It's not Euclidean.
That's where you're wrong.
Great circles on a sphere are Euclidean geometry.
This is where the problem is. You don't know the definitions mathematically, you know them colloquially, and you're not wrong colloquially, because that's how we use the words colloquially, but within math, it is not true. I can't tell you any differently unless you want to go and like read up on a math course and actually like learn this from the ground up. But I'm telling you, it's just not true mathematically.
So mathematically, great circles on a sphere are Euclidean geometry.
Yes, because a sphere doesn't exist within the coordinate system of spherical geometry. The sphere develops once you transform it into Euclidean.
So a sphere doesn't exist in spherical geometry.
Within spherical geometry, you are concerned.
Hold on. Why did you call it spherical geometry if spheres don't exist in that geometry?
Because they exist in the sense that if you transform it from that coordinate system into Euclidean, you do get a sphere. All spherical geometry is concerned with is the surface of that sphere within its own coordinate system, essentially. Within its own coordinate system, it doesn't regard itself as a sphere. Because spheres are a three-dimensional object that doesn't exist within spherical geometry. It exists within Euclidean geometry.
Newsflash: the surface of the sphere is 3D too. You can't. I heard you say earlier we put it on a 2D plane, but you can't do that on it. Yeah, I know. I heard you say earlier you put it on a 2D
That's a
plane,
misconception. You're wrong.
We know you can't.
Surfaces are 2D.
Oh my god.
Who told you that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to overtalk and be disingenuous at the same time? That's fine.
Where are you getting this information from?
Which one of us? Him that thinks a surface is 3D, or me that says surfaces are 2-dimensional?
I'm asking you that says that spheres aren't part of spherical geometry. Where are you getting that information from?
Math.
Just mathematics.
It's a logical implication of the mathematics involved in spherical trigonometry.
Right.
Geometry. I cannot explain this to you in other words because you do not know the same amount of math. And that's not like a dig, it's just that's my limitation.
Well, real quick.
If
you want to go with spherical geometry, when you're traversing that surface, you're traversing it as though it were planar, right in spherical geometry. That surface is just 2 coordinates, is all. That's all you address the entire surface of a sphere with. So from spherical geometry's perspective, you're addressing it as though it's like a planar surface. That's what he means.
Now, he said that spheres don't exist in spherical geometry.
Right, and I
And no
explained
one's
that.
telling him this. It's only the math that's telling him this. And he has logically figured this out.
Right, and I
Okay.
just explained that.
He
with the
explained
previous
it.
statement.
And another thing I did say is a sphere is a three-dimensional object. Spherical geometry is only concerned with 2 dimensions. Therefore, how could a sphere exist within 2 dimensions if it's a 3-dimensional object? It is a logical conclusion. I'm not saying something that's outlandish. Logically, it follows.
I see, right. I was sitting here listening. I was like, I don't get it. I don't get why you can't have a sphere in spherical geometry. But exactly as you were saying that, that was what was coming up on the wiki page. Refers only to the 2-dimensional surface, and other terms like ball or solid sphere are used for the surface together with its 3-dimensional interior. Long studied for its practical applications to navigation and astronomy.
I have the limitation that I learned this from, so to speak, in quotation marks, the world of mathematics. I have this defined from mathematical terms. And that's why it can be hard for me to explain it to you colloquially when I think of it as purely mathematically. But I am trying my best to tell you the true statements that come from the mathematical logic. And I challenge anyone to call me out if I misspeak or say something that's wrong, but I believe that the last things I've said are correct. And it seems like writing is finding those exact statements on, for example, Wikipedia or whatever he's looking.
Yeah, I haven't been listening long enough to know if it's something getting lost in translation, but what you're saying does match up very neatly with Wiki. If you haven't read the Wiki, then somehow you've both come across the same wording.
Yeah, I haven't been reading the Wiki right now. I've been trying to speak from my own knowledge, but
it makes sense to me. If there's a thing called spherical geometry, it's involving spheres, so just the surface. It's not the solid.
Okay, so here's an interesting other part of it. The sphere has for the most part been studied as part of a 3-dimensional Euclidean geometry, also often called solid geometry. The surface thought of as placed inside an ambient 3D space. It can be analysed by intrinsic methods that only involve the surface itself and do not refer to or even assume the existence of any surrounding space outside or inside the sphere. So right, it's just there is no volume of the sphere, even though sphere and spherical geometry would have a volume. It's sort of
yeah.
As if it
it's essentially as if you have an XY plane. You just have the numbers on the XY axis, on the YX and Y axis axes, and essentially you plot and they look like straight lines and all of these things, and you'd have just points and straight lines and all of this. But when you actually want to transform these 2 points with a straight line between them from this coordinate system of spherical geometry to Euclidean, that's when all of a sudden a curve appears because of how we've defined the geometry we were working in, the 2 axes we were working in. So while we're working in that space, there is no distinguishment between a straight line and an arc. The arc only appears once we transform it into Euclidean. That's what I've been trying to say, is that when you define a triangle as using straight lines, that is also true within spherical geometry. The arc appears when you transform from one geometry to another. And so that's what I'm trying to say, that no definition anyone has given of a triangle, so when they say straight line, actually excludes what we call spherical triangles. It does include them. And of course, the big reason we do put that little word spherical in front is because we usually colloquially talk from Euclidean.
You put spherical in front of it because it's 2 different things. A triangle is not a spherical triangle. I know you said they were the same thing earlier, but they're not.
Within their coordinate systems?
No, even within their coordinate systems, they're not the same thing. A regular triangle has 180 degrees. A spherical triangle has more than 180 degrees, even in spherical geometry. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you even saying these things?
Yeah, because I mean,
I thought a curved
from what I can
triangle
find,
would have.
yeah, because from what I can find, even the smallest of spherical triangles will add up to more than 180 degrees. It's ever so slight, but even on the smallest one, it's more than 180.
So as soon as a triangle has 183 degrees, it's no longer a triangle.
No, it's a spherical triangle. It's a spherical triangle. That's why they're different. That's one of the reasons why they're different, because it has a spherical one has more than 180 degrees.
So
they're not the same.
But why are you arguing that it's not a triangle?
I'm arguing they're not the same. Your boy Gummy Bear said they were saying the
not
same.
the
You
same
were
are
backing
they?
him up when he was saying it too.
But how are they
not the same?
When you say they're not the same, like just because one has more than 180 degrees, like
reasons why they're not the same, yeah.
But can we use them?
I think they're the same.
Pretty much. Just one is curved and one's not.
Well, this one says that the sum of the angles of a triangle on a sphere is 180 degrees, followed by, in brackets, 1 plus 4f, where f is the fraction of the sphere's surface that is enclosed by the triangle. For any positive value of f, this exceeds 180 degrees. So this is saying that a spherical triangle does have more than 180 degrees.
Within Euclidean, yeah.
Is that what it means? I don't know. Since a spherical...
Okay,
what do you mean within Euclidean?
Okay,
what does that even mean?
There exists no such triangle.
I'm gonna finish up this thing I'm doing, and then I'm gonna give you some sources and shit.
They're just making shit up.
Get it. So I'm gonna get you some
I don't know
sources so
why.
that you can get it from something other than just my mouth.
Yeah, you see, that's what I was asking for earlier. Where are you getting this information from?
Shut up.
Because as far as I was aware, spherical triangles and normal triangles were two different things.
They are. They're just making shit up. I don't know why.
I mean, I get the part where if you take a small part of the sphere's surface, locally it's flat, and you can just use, Euclidean geometry for that section of the sphere. Because if you're close enough and the sphere is big enough, then there's no need to use spherical geometry. Euclidean geometry works just fine.
Yep, I agree with that.
Like humans on the Earth. The Earth is so big and we're so tiny that if I'm going to do something in my garden, then I use Euclidean geometry to do it. There's no need for spherical geometry.
Whether you need it doesn't have that much bearing on whether it's true, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, whether or not you would have told them.
What you're saying is true. When we work on really small scales, we treat the world as if it's not spherical. It's just a flat plane. That is true, yeah.
Yeah. A spherical triangle is a spherical triangle. There is no... It's only spherical in Euclidean.
But that's what I'm saying is, for example, a great circle within Euclidean is of course a curve, but a great circle within spherical geometry is a straight line. And so even though from one way of viewing it, Euclidean, it's a great circle, it's a curve, it's an arc. If you look at it from spherical geometry, it's just a straight line. So clearly, which geometry we're looking at it from does determine whether it's something like an arc or whether we're thinking of it as a straight line. That's what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that a spherical triangle is always a straight line or vice versa or anything like that. I'm saying that within spherical geometry, it is just as accurate to call it a straight-lined triangle.
That bit I understand, but the other bit you're saying that it won't. The internal angles will still be the same as they are.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm gonna explain that further in a second. I'm just trying to finish this thing on a game I'm doing.
Yeah, see that's where you're losing me, because like the other lad said, I agree with you up to the point where you say that the angles on a spherical triangle add up to 180 degrees.
Yeah, because to me, if you go from the North Pole to the equator to 6 hours around the equator to back to the North Pole, you've made 3 right-angled turns. That's apparently a triangle,
that is
rectangle.
Yes, that is completely true. But the
make him lose his game.
You are actually. I'm about to die here. I did die, and we're out of revives. Oh, and no, he died, so it's fine. Okay.
What game are you playing?
I'm playing Lost Ark. It's an MMO.
Alright, okay.
I was fighting a boss, but we got him, so I'm gonna pick the reward up, and then I'm gonna put full focus into the conversation. Okay.
Just added a new radiator in my PC. So I have 3, 6, 9. I have 12 fans in my PC.
B-Ball, did you say you got 12 fans on your PC?
I do. 12.
Come on, guys. You letting the conversation go down. Tell us more about spherical triangles. Go on. I was laughing a lot. Come on, tell us about spherical triangles. Come on.
Well, what do you want to know about?
They exist.
Well, tell me more, man, about spherical triangles. I never heard about that one before. Come on.
Yeah,
I mean, not hearing about them doesn't mean they
made-
don't exist or are useful.
Yeah, we just made them up.
Oh, well, it exists in your mind. That's not geometry. It doesn't exist,
okay.
spherical triangle.
Well, yeah, I mean, it didn't exist that long ago. I mean, when did NASA send out the thing to say start talking about spherical?
I think it was 2011, 12 maybe.
Yeah, I think I got that email too.
Once they put it all in the on the.
You guys are funny.
Changed everybody's memories.
Well, I mean, spherical triangles have definitely been described for over a century, so.
I mean, it was that. It was
early. It's clearly that.
It was
an oxymoron, man.
No, it was dirty commies that invented the triangles.
A sphere is a 3D object. A triangle is a 2D object. It's moronic to say that.
But what
Hello?
Okay, you can think that, and that's your opinion.
Is that the surface of the square is 2D?
My opinion? Wow.
Is 2D.
Have you guys studied geometry?
No, just what NASA told us to say.
I think you're denying an entire section of geometry.
Whatever not to say. All right. Got you.
All right, if you have a sphere
lost that
and you cut along
technology.
that sphere in 3 planes, just like the 3 planar the planes of 3 dimensions, right? Just like in Euclidean geometry. What you end up
You
with
guys confuse
is
2D
8
and 3D,
sections of
man.
that sphere, and along those lines, there are 90-degree angles everywhere along those curved lines. Those are spherical triangles.
Yeah.
You don't know the difference between 2D and 3D.
Yes, we do.
A
Thanks for
triangle
your
is
opinion
2D.
again. If you
A
want to just
triangle
use
is 2D.
opinions in
A
order to
sphere is
refute what's
3D.
being said, you're
You
free
don't
to
know the
use
difference
opinions.
between that. You're confused, man.
I'm afraid that polygonal rasterization involves coordinate systems in 3D defined by triangles made into either strips or list for the GPU buffer, so they don't just exist in 2D.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the time Bev cut a triangle out of a football and he stood there holding it and told me 3D triangles don't exist while holding one in front of the camera. That's fucking hilarious.
If 3D triangles weren't a thing, well, here's an interesting thing. If 3D triangles weren't a thing, you wouldn't be able to do lighting transforms in 3D for rasterization to shade it properly. If a 2D coordinate system on a surface wasn't a thing, you wouldn't be able to blit what you call fragment segments of the shading, which would include texturing. So games wouldn't exist. So there you go.
It's moronic to assert that, man. Length,
and that's your
width,
opinion.
and height. It's 3D, man. It doesn't require a shape, does it?
Say that again, sorry.
The length, the width, and height is 3D. Any map will tell you that.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a 3-coordinate system, my friend. Any map will tell you that. All the maps are flat.
And that means what?
That means that's where you're going to use your geometry, your circles and your triangles.
Right, and all the maps are projected from a sphere. So let's keep going.
Maps are flat, therefore what? The Earth is flat?
Have you ever seen the plans to a house? Second question is, do you live in something 2D?
Yeah, houses are flat.
I've got this question that just struck me. I've been thinking about the tides thing for a while, where people say water seeks and finds its level, therefore it's flat. And I've said, what about the tides? But I actually think a better question that finishes with what about the tides is, if we always measure water to be flat, obviously it's wrong, right? The tides cannot be flat. Tides say you cannot have flat water.
It's true.
So if you've always measured
what it means, you cannot have curved water.
Is you're not very good at
you cannot have curved water. Yeah.
That's your opinion.
The better thing to
water.
Even on something flat, the movement between high tide and low tide is going to be a curve, right? Sometimes up, sometimes down. So if people say, well, I've never measured curvature, what they're saying is I'm not good at
really.
Well, the more interesting point. The more interesting point about the oceans and that is if water's always flat and level and it's at rest and the Earth is flat and non-rotating, why doesn't the ocean rest? Why doesn't it come to a stop and rest and go flat? What makes the oceans keep moving? Why does the tides go up and down if we're not moving?
You missed the class, did you?
Problem, isn't it?
Dynamic system. Dynamic system. Have you studied the seasons? Winter, summer. Have you studied?
Hold on. Right. Pretend I'm an idiot and I don't know what dynamic system means. Explain it to me. Please explain what a dynamic system means. What you mean by dynamic system.
It means,
please explain that.
Work with cycles.
Okay, that's not explaining it.
Not really, is it?
That's not explaining. You don't know the cycles?
No, it doesn't explain it. It doesn't tell us why the water's moving.
Yeah.
Why the water is moving?
Well,
that's a different question. That's a different question. Well, why would water curve? We know that the states of matter, liquids and gases, they need containers. Why in your paradigm it doesn't?
This is not getting to the part where you explain why the water is moving.
You explain us that we learn in school the 3 states of matter. Yeah, no, solids, let's forget about it. But liquids and gases, they do require container.
Now we're on a different topic.
You believe in the model that water doesn't require container.
Why the water is moving.
Water doesn't need container on your model, does it?
I was just going to say real quick within within a swimming pool or a bathtub, the pool is stationary, but you can have a dynamic interaction of the water. You can make a wave in the water. You can have all kinds of little ripples and waves. You could call those tides if you want, if you wanted to try to kind of think of it zoomed in, but the environment that it is in is still stationary.
Okay,
how long would it last?
Eventually, it would stop moving.
Right, now that you mentioned
lasts as long as
would
the
be
sun,
you pushing
is
on the
moving.
water.
Yeah, the sun is moving. There's all kinds of activity. There's wind. There's all the oceans themselves.
Weather systems, high pressure, low pressure, moving all the time.
And does that affect something? Just really quickly, does that affect something like the North Atlantic current that transfers trillions of tons of or millions of cubic miles of water annually and is responsible for heating my country, certainly?
Oh God, we are gonna die!
Come
on, man. How could if there is currents and stuff moving significantly, but the surface is staying flat, that is therefore saying it is dissimilar to tides, because tides are clearly saying the surface is not staying flat. It is higher and lower at about 6-hour intervals.
Right, in different parts of the same body of water as well.
Yeah, so if what you're saying is bathtub would show an effect I'm looking for, and that is still surface, then this is obviously not the effect we're looking for.
And the tides, their greatest component follows the periodicity of the moon and not any other celestial body.
Gives you curvature? What does tides give you curvature? You need a curvature. You need uncontained water. That's what you need.
George likes to talk about anything but about what we're discussing right now.
Before you say the oceans,
how about something else?
And George, before you say all the oceans are different, all the oceans are connected to as one giant body of water. Yeah.
Okay.
So don't try that one either.
Yep. And like I was mentioning, the periodicity of the tide matches the moon's periodicity as it appears to us in the sky, which is different than any other. It's not following any other celestial body with such great magnitude. It's just the moon. Why?
So the moon is the causation for the tides, you say?
It's the greatest effect and the greatest period. The periodicity of the moon as it appears to us matches the periodicity of the tides.
How many tides? How many tides do you have in a day? How many tides do you have in a day in the same location?
2 high tides per 24-hour period.
How many?
Average.
How many times do you have the moon?
Once.
So you see the relationship, don't you?
It's too high. It's too high and too low.
Right. The periodicity, as I was mentioning.
Yeah. So
the moon only thanks for blotting me out again. That's fine. The periodicity that I was mentioning does match the periodicity of the appearance of the moon, because as the moon goes around 24 hours, 50 minutes from our perspective, the tides, 2 of them show up in exactly that same amount of period. So the moon is what is closest tied to the tides. That's funny to say. What else? What's going on? Why is it?
Yeah, they're part of a cycle.
I don't know. You tell us.
The sky clock and the Earth are connected in various ways, I would say for sure. So the 50-minute difference of the moon every day does correlate with the 50-minute change in the times of the tides. But other than that, that's the only cyclical correlation that is had with the moon. So this idea that like the gravity is connected to it does not correlate, because the tides are not necessarily higher or lower in the actual position of the moon. They're just connected in a 50-minute cycle.
Just saying that the periods match is exactly what I was saying. That still didn't give me a cause.
Well, they're correlated.
I know, I said as much. The response to that is, why?
Gravity offers a good possibility. What would be a competing one? It's not attracted to the moon somehow, or is it still attracted to the moon but not by gravity?
I think the moon and the sun are electrostatic and electromagnetic, and they have effects on the entire ethereal system while they're in their cycles. So they definitely have effects on the water and the air, heat, cold, temperature, pressure. It's all interconnected with these luminary bodies.
And is this electromagnetism something that's a different kind of electromagnetism that we cannot detect?
This is just descriptions of the dynamic system I was talking about.
Right. It just says there is a period, these match, but it doesn't tell anybody why.
Yeah, we're still waiting. Like, it would still require the mechanism. Something electrostatic could work, but yeah, it's something that's
Yeah,
electrostatic.
if we could detect the change in charges, right? Because at least I know if there's moving charges somewhere, there's also a moving magnetic field. That would be hell for compasses, magnetic compasses.
Yeah, what makes your heart beat?
God.
I mean, we can go down that topic if we want to.
Well, I mean, I couldn't.
Pulses, isn't it meant to be? Can't you pass electrical current through a dead heart and it pumps?
Right, but let's say or I was just thinking what do you guys think about the idea that the Earth is like breathing, it's some kind of reaction like that?
What?
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I think in some ways it is a way to look at it. Like if we all sprang from the same form of life, then we are basically all just a living planet, just different expressions of a single form of life, which is DNA.
Okay, we can ignore that topic. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're mentioning with the tides, like the idea of breathing, like you're talking about the tides. If there is something, like if let's say you have a massive swimming pool or a bathtub, let's say the oceans are like that, like they're just a massive contained body of water. If you then had some kind of way, almost like jets in a hot tub or something, where you could, push water and pull water in different areas, like either like in deep within the ocean. I know there's like these things called blue holes, which are these massive underground tunnels under the ocean. And like Jacques Cousteau used to put like when the tide was going out, the tide was going into the blue hole, and he would put some colored dye in there, and then try to figure out where the dye would come out. When the tide sucks it in, and he would often find that it would come out, hundreds of miles out in the middle of the ocean. So like that blue hole connected all the way through. So if there's something like that, like underground tunneling systems deep within the ocean, and if the water's being pushed and pulled, then essentially it's sort of like turning on the faucet in some areas and then turning on the drain in other areas, which would give, or which could be part of how the tide system is working.
That's pretty good.
That's just horseshit.
But gravity's totally legit.
No, but how can so they were in a water hole somewhere, put some dye in it, and it came out hundreds of miles away. How do they know that it came up hundreds of miles away? How did the dye just get in there hundreds of miles away just with one tide?
All right, so what these are is it would be a blue hole in a particular area, and it goes deep, 100, 150 foot down, meaning you get to the bottom of the ocean and there's a massive hole in the floor of the ocean. And then there's like another 100 foot from the seafloor deep into the blue hole. And you can scuba dive in these things and so on. Now, if you scuba dive when the tide is sucking you in, you could get sucked in and be killed. So you have to only go when the tide's coming out so you don't get sucked in. But yeah, Jacques Cousteau spent his lifetime doing this all around the world, where he would put colored dyes, or in and around the blue hole when the tide is, sucking it in. So the tide sucks in the dye, and then, is that what you're asking about? Just in terms of that?
Yeah. Was it hundreds of miles away, the other hole, and they would dye in one hole, and then just found out that the same dye came out hundreds of miles away?
Yes. Yeah. What's that?
It sounds fascinating that they can be at two holes that are hundreds of miles apart.
Right, like the holes are connected, and when the tides were sucking it in, the water was going down through the tunnel, through that blue hole, and then coming out.
Hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, well, I think there were different distances depending on what the area was.
Sure, I don't know how someone can check one tide at 2 points that are hundreds of miles apart, and how do they figure out?
He would put the dye in, and then they would get in a helicopter or a boat and start searching, everywhere to try to find the dye, where it came out.
Can you just post a video, because it sounds fascinating? But there's these water holes that are hundreds of miles long.
You take that up with Jacques Cousteau.
But it's not Jacques Cousteau's claim, so.
Oh, fair enough. Whose is it then?
I mean, there's the documentary. It would be interesting to watch the documentary of his life. The Deep Blue.
Well, he was just fascinated with, all kinds of parts of the ocean and how the systems worked and tide effects and different creatures that arrive at these blue holes. He found that there were like certain algae and certain plant materials that were growing in and around the blue holes that specific, sea creatures, fish, and would come to that region to consume those particular algae that were coming kind of through the blue holes. It's like some kind of like a mycelial network throughout the. So he did a lot in terms of mapping that.
Found a website that backs up completely that story. Famous diver Jacques, an inland blue hole, which was later detected emerging from an oceanic blue hole, proving that the holes were connected through a series of underwater caves.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy to find. What he did with it. It's pretty well-known information that he did throughout his life.
So this is a hundreds of miles long one hole. Interesting. So not even the dye have to move so fast in order for it to move from high tide to low tide. It doesn't tell you the distance.
I also think it's interesting with the tides, like all of the legends, Mercator and so many other explorers and their maps of these at the North Pole, these sort of like 4 islands and 4 rivers. So if there is some kind of like a massive draining system, I mean, that would be like the center of the toroidal field. So there'd be who knows what kind of pushing and pulling in that area. And if that was occurring, especially if it is like a quadrupole kind of magnetic system, then you have those 4 rivers. And then whether it's like a massive drain in the middle, whether water comes in and out, is all pretty interesting. But that would be, in my mind, potentially connected to the tides as well. The way that if you have 4 rivers that are going like north, south, east, west, then the amount of water that would be coming in and out of those regions would then kind of act as like a siphon, like a push and pull within the kind of 4 quadrants of the earth. And then as the moon would be, perhaps connected with that as well. So you would get the cyclical nature of that.
The problem with that is that there's no flow of water towards those parts of the ocean. Just like in the Bering Strait, there's no north-south changing flow.
Well, when I've looked at like the tide layouts of the Earth, it almost looks like wind currents or something. Like it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but it's not flowing. Tides are not flowing water.
Tides are a change in the elevation of the water, which means that more water has to come in, either has to be pulled into the area or it has to be pushed out.
No, it's pulled up by the moon. There is no amount of water change. It's just the density change. Because if it was the case, then there would be a wave going around the Earth in 24 hours. And obviously there isn't.
When anything that's being pulled, if water is being pulled, then it's also being pushed. I mean, that gets into like how we want to define sort of like physics and all of that. But in my mind, I'm just saying that it would be both.
The mechanism doesn't matter, but it's not that there's more water there. The amount is the same. It's just the density changes because it's higher.
I don't know what you mean. Oh, stretching.
It's like stretching.
Okay, I definitely, in my viewpoint, absolutely do not think that that's what's happening. There's definitely more water coming into the region. It's not stretching of changing density in my understanding at all.
Then there has to be a wave that is traveling, carrying water. So at
why would you assume that? Why would there have to be one wave? There could be all kinds of different push and pull actions within the deep layers.
Tidal wave.
No.
That's 2 tides in 24 hours, right? High tide, low tide, high tide, low tide.
There's 4, yeah.
Yeah, so the high tide would be a wave, correct?
A wave? Well, I guess you would sort of think about it as that, I guess. Yeah, like a math. Okay. I guess so. I wouldn't really define it quite.
Then there would have to be a wave that is traveling around the Earth all the time, or 2 waves actually, carrying the water around.
But yeah, there's not much movement laterally, is there? There is a bit.
Yeah. Just vertical.
I mean, I think that Geo's point is still valid, which like you've got to...
Sure, at the beach, yeah, the water is receding. But in the middle of the ocean, there is just vertical change.
It's got to be moving a bit laterally, but I just think it is lots of bits of... Could you get the same effect? Lots of bits of water move a little bit? They're moving from both ways.
It's like if I take water and I heat it up, the density changes, the surface rises, but it doesn't. There's no more water there. So at the moon it would be the same, just pulling it higher. What? That's that's a good ad hoc there in the meme.
Well, there also seems to be these nodal points. I mean, it doesn't seem just as simple as like waves, and it doesn't seem just as simple as like just the moon. I mean, on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth type concept, you could still have the moon that could be pulling or pushing the water. So you could still have that. But it doesn't seem like it's that simple, because there's also these nodal points that seem to be these kind of which, you know, magnetic systems have nodal points as well, but you know, where there's no change in the tides at all, you know, they stay exactly at the same all the time. They never change. So it's like there's certain nodal points where the tide never changes, and then there's other areas where it changes dramatically. So yeah, it seems like there's multiple things going on. It's definitely not just as simple as like the moon pulling it from, you know, the idea of gravity or something.
But it sounds like what you're saying is that it could be a different effect that is similar to or the same as the moon pulling it. But pulling you posted. It still is the moon pulling it, but it's pulling it from a different mechanism.
Yeah,
that's what
it's pulling it from an electrostatic field mechanism.
But then,
in my viewpoint.
How can we then have 2 high tides in 24 hours?
Well, because I think there's something else going on with it too. Like I think, sort of like if I just thought of an idea, like if you had a pool table and you had pool balls on the pool table, and let's say the pool balls were magnetic or something, and then you have a magnet above it. So like as you're kind of moving the magnet above it, you're going to get the balls are going to attract to that. But then if you also had like nodal points within that, and then also if you had, you know, things that were pulling and sucking, like maybe magnets like under the table or off on the sides or something, then you have multiple things going on. So like if you have like electromagnetic, electrostatic charges in the ocean that are pushing and pulling the water from deep underground sort of holes and caverns and things. So you have that whole system, you know, and you have the sun and the moon's effects. There would be multiple, and then you have the nodal points, and then everything is cycling around those nodal points.
You're talking like this is actual fact. Like if you talk about the pool table and the balls being magnetic, and you have a magnet, that's something that you know you have in that example. But in this, you don't know if the sun and the moon are superconductors. have no idea. And also, if there's two high tides and 2 low tides, so one is the moon is in this would be affecting one, but the other it would have a completely opposite effect. So would that then actually validate this, or is it that you said that there's also some other variables? How do you know that the moon is one variable?
Well, there is the 50-minute cyclical connection to the moon. The moon 24 hours, 50 minutes, and the tides change by 50 minutes every day. So there's definitely that cyclical correlation.
Sure.
And also when there's full moons or new moons, the tide levels change in correlation with that as well.
But do they correlate with the sun? Because in the meme there is also that the sun is a superconductor. So they would have to also correlate with the sun, and they don't.
Definitely. The sun is definitely involved. Even in the heliocentric model, they say it is as well. They just say
hold on.
They say the gravity is much less from the sun, but they also, even in the heliocentric model, claim the sun is involved in the tides.
But hold on, you said that there's the 24 hours and 15 minutes with the moon, but there's nothing with the sun.
You mean there's not a similar cyclical correlation?
Yeah.
Well, I think there definitely is, because the sun is the 24-hour cycle, and there's 2 highs and 2 lows in every 24.
Is there?
Yeah.
Now, how can you have 2 highs and 2 lows in 24 hours and in 24 hours and 15 minutes?
No, you have 2 highs and 2 lows every 24, but the times change. So like if you have a high tide at 6 p.m. on one day, the next day it'll be 6:50. It'll be high tide. And then the next day it'll be 7:40. It keeps going. It keeps.
So then you don't have 24. Then you don't have 2 in 24 hours, because there will be a day where you have 3 and a day where you have just 1.
It's still in a 24-hour cycle. Whether you,
because it's 24 hours and 15 minutes.
Well, they're all moving by 50. So there's always 4 in a 24-hour period. Now that doesn't mean the starting it at whatever your clock shows 12 p.m. on your watch. Yes, in that way they change, because they will continue to change, but it's still 4 every 24 hours.
Hold on, there can't be 4 in 24 hours if the cycle is 24 hours and 50 minutes. It's impossible.
Okay. Well, you're definitely not understanding what I'm saying. So do you want to keep trying at this, or what do you want to do?
No, well, we can drop it.
There's definitely 4. There's definitely. I mean, you can Google it if you need to. There's definitely 4 tides in every 24-hour period, and yes, they change by 50 minutes a day. So I don't know where the conflict is that you're having, but I mean, you seem to be kind of like condescending to me as if I'm wrong, but I don't know how many ways you want me to explain.
Well, what he's getting to is there's an overlap of an hour somehow, right? Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
just like when you say, if you're saying that the moon correlates with the tides and the sun correlates with the tides, then the moon has to correlate with the sun, and it doesn't.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
I don't know if I can explain it more simply.
If you were to start a stopwatch every day when there's the first high tide, you click it.
Yeah.
There's going to be a 24-hour period in which there's going to be, from that moment you click it, there's going to be 4 tides in that 24-hour period. If you then wait till the next time, you're right, there is a 50-minute delay. There's no doubt it keeps going 50 minutes delayed. But if you start the next day at the first high tide and you click it, it's going to be another 24-hour period that there's going to be 4. There will be a 50-minute delay, but it's still correlated with the 24-hour sun cycle, and then the moon cycle, they delay by the 50 minutes. So they're definitely still correlated with those 2 bodies.
You could almost say, how about this? Oh, go on.
Oh, yeah. No, go on.
No, I was mistaken. I was thinking something and it was wrong. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just that if there's like the period from high tide 1 to the next high tide 1, isn't that 24 hours and X amount of minutes, right? Like from the day's first high tide to the next day's first high tide, how long is the time difference? Is it 24 hours or is it 24 hours and X amount of minutes? Check it out.
Time is just a construct, bro.
Just wondering, like, if if the cycle of the tide is 24 hours and X amount of minutes, then it's that and not 24 hours. So you don't get the 4 in 24 hours. This keeps changing.
Well, you know, they even have a moon calendar.
He's rounding down. Just round down, and it's all good.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, then it doesn't cycle. Yeah, I mean, that's my case, or my point. It doesn't cycle with sun and the moon. It just cycles with the moon.
Tide doesn't go with the moon.
So the fact that there's
Moon's
two
just
high,
like
there's two highs and two, like when you live by the ocean and you're hanging out, you wake up every day and there's two high tides and there's two low tides within every 24-hour cycle. How are you thinking that that's not a 24-hour cyclical process?
But then it doesn't cycle with the moon with the 24 hours and X amount of minutes.
It cycles with
It's
both.
either or.
There's
It can't cycle with both.
There's a 50-minute. Well, what are you defining as a cycle? It's from the start of the first high tide to the next start of the next high tide is a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
There is the 50-minute difference. There's the 50-minute
on.
difference, but they're both cyclically connected.
No, how can you have a 50-minute difference in a 24-hour period? How can you say that 24-hour period isn't 24-hour period? You are saying that now. If it's from the start of the first tide to the start of the next day's first tide, if it's 24 hours, then there can never be a 50-minute discrepancy. It has to be 24 hours. Otherwise, you'd have 50 minutes with no tide action happening, and that's not the case.
Well, it's just an overlay. But what's the question though?
That if, because Geo posted the meme where it says that the tides work by movement of electromagnetic superconductors that are the sun and the moon. But that isn't the case because it only correlates with the moon. It doesn't correlate with the sun. When you see the sun, you can have a high tide or a low tide. It doesn't matter. It doesn't correlate.
Can I just ask a question? It's a really dumb one, and I'm a glober, obviously. But I actually thought the 4 tides were the peaks and troughs of the moon cycle and the solar sun cycle because there is gravitational force towards the sun. Is that wrong?
That's what I thought too, that there is the main tidal movement is the moon, but then there is a secondary effect that is from the sun, and a king tide is where those match up.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's why it's strange that Mailman's denying that, but I guess
No, I'm not. No, hold on. Shut up. I'm not denying that. I never said that. I'm saying that when you have the sun above your head in an ocean, it can be high tide or a low tide. That is my point.
Same with the moon. Same with the moon. You can have a high tide or low tides. The moon does not directly correlate with. It's not like every time the moon's above you, it's high tide, because obviously there's 2 highs and 2 lows in every day, and the moon only goes around once. So it's not just simple. It's not as simple that it's just pulling anything in terms of.
It is that simple. If you have the moon above you, you have high tide. Every time.
Yeah.
So there is a correlation.
Yeah, I think that is accurate. It's just that you also have it exactly 180 degrees the other side, if that is what Geo is saying. But anytime the moon.
No. Geo's meme says that the sun is the negative and the moon is the positive. But if you have the sun above your head, you don't always have low tide. You can have high tide with the sun above your head. So there is no correlation with the sun.
Well, what is positive and negative? Are we using standard?
That's irrelevant.
We're using.
That's kind of relevant to this, but yeah.
It is interesting that they used to use they still use the moon as the actual calendar. It's only for they said for business purposes that we use the solar calendar. But a lot of religions use the moon.
Yeah, the moon would be weird to use it as like a day-to-day calendar.
You can't predict, right? You can't predict the date that it's gonna be the new moon. There's always, you have to observe it or something.
I think we can predict it though.
Well, yeah, if you do 28-day months, 13 28-day months fit perfectly into one solar year.
Right, but it doesn't make sense because it doesn't actually. That's what's so interesting. That's what makes it like that clock, is that it's just off enough where It's like a golden ratio. It's beautiful, really. You know, because like we want it to be just 365, you know what I mean, days. We want it to, you know what I mean, like, but it's like nature is like no.
Well, yeah, there is like the precession of the equinoxes and the slight variations. Yeah, you're just saying it doesn't fit in like exactly perfect. Well, I think that's so you could tell like what millennia you're in. Those minor differences, because if it was absolutely the same, you wouldn't be able to know like what millennia you're in.
It makes it that sky clock in the sense that like we were talking about last time I was over, like the idea that you would like the Hoover Dam is built so that certain structures are directly under stars. So if you ever lost track of shit, the ancients would be able to circle the clock back of the stars and be like, okay, this was built then because this lines up with this and this lines up with that, and that therefore that only happened at this time. It's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It allows like humans born in one time to be able to basically kind of like see the time clock, like the sky clock cycles within much larger time scales. Like instead of just 5 or 10 years or 20 years or maybe even 100, but even thousands. Like the precession of the equinox is 26,000 year cycle, and yeah, it's fascinating how that is all kind of allows. It's like the minor differences seem to be built into it to allow for more detailed correlations and connections rather than if it was just like a perfect gear system.
Yeah, it's like the only thing you kind of get into like Graham Hancock territory. Any of you guys familiar with Graham Hancock?
Yeah, I like his work.
Yeah, and like John Anthony West.
Oh, like, yeah, I love them guys.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, they get into how like everything is probably older than they say. I mean, think about it like this: how do we know that there's this cycle of 28,000 years? You know what I mean? Like 28,000 years, guys. You know what I mean? Like I just think like you either had to go through the cycle once to figure it out.
Well, the equinox. Well, I guess only the fact that the equinox lines up in a different part of the sky.
How about this? Or there's other star systems, and the idea is that it is an infinite plane, and we just haven't seen all the star systems yet, and we're moving through it, or it's moving over us, or I don't know. Like imagine, like if there was, like I always thought, like it interesting that the idea, like if you had another pond, let's say, like Antarctica goes into another pond area, would they have a separate set of stars? And would that not all just be cyclical spinning around each pond, if you will? Or would they have the same set of stars? Kind of gets into that quanta world of like dimensions of like existence. You know what I mean? Like, if there was a pond over there on the extraterrestrial level, over there, then would they have their own sun? It's interesting. And then you start thinking about, I was watching, dude, I love that guy. You guys watch that guy Veritasium or something on YouTube? Did some controversial video about electricity, and then he just did a video the other day trying to clarify it. Really cool.
Veritasium.
Yeah. He's cool.
He does some good stuff.
Uh-huh. And I was watching the video on synchronization, and how like clocks will synchronize, like just cool shit, and it just made me think like
spontaneous synchronization thing where you have the things on a moving surface and they all synchronize. Yeah, that shit's dope.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Like how it all neutralizes itself. But it made me think of like tides and shit like that.
Did you see the bridge with the people on the bridge?
Yeah,
how they were
actually,
doing it?
something I didn't know. I didn't know that soldiers, they do not march in step over bridges because of that reason.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
that's so cool. I didn't know.
I wonder how long it took them to figure that out. Imagine the first guy doing that. You're marching in step step over a bridge and all your troops, the bridge
No,
fucking
dude,
collapses and you
that's what
lose all your
happened.
troops?
That's what happened. There was an event where they took out a bridge in like 1800s, and that's when they figured out, like, hey, no lockstep over a fucking bridge.
Yeah.
It's still happening. We had a bridge in South Australia that succumbed to harmonics from wind. So the engineers didn't even consider the effect that wind could have on it and how that harmonic resonance could bring it down, which is pretty interesting.
No, that happened to
To a
bridges
ship where they
in
wanted
America
to test
too.
how capable it'd be of handling a roll, and so they got the sailors to stand on the deck and run from one side to the other at a certain count, and they sank it and killed them.
No shit.
That doesn't surprise me.
I don't know who it is. Or
That's what happens when you trust the experts, Eggshells. I'm sure they claim to be experts.
is that what happens when you trust experts? But to me, that's the opposite.
Yeah.
That's when you trust some
No.
fucking idiot politician who wants to test a stupid way of the boat's going to sink.
Oh, but he would have employed the experts, mate.
Yeah, look at
That's the
Grisham.
problem.
Look at Grisham, the NASA guy who fucking put the lemon on the thing. You know that story, Eggs?
Say again?
Fauci.
Which story?
About the story about the astronaut, something Grisham, I think. And he put like a lemon on the thing. Like he was like, "This is no fucking way it's gonna work." And then fucking
He hang it, didn't he?
sure enough, like he blew up in the fucking thing.
Just think about that for a second.
Hold on, though. Eggs, do you know about that?
No. Tell me. I'm missing. He puts a lemon on it. Say again.
Yeah, one of the astronauts part of the program.
Explain it, Rakia.
Well, just think about how bad that has to be for an astronaut that's been training all his life, who's been a part of this program for years and years. To get his message out, has to hang a lemon on the piece of equipment they're supposedly going to the moon in to make a statement, right? Like, think about how bad it had to be.
Well, yeah, just explain the situation to Eggs, like, neutrally, though.
Yeah, I think it was, someone said Grisham.
Yeah, I think so.
Gus Grisham. But it, you know, if you really read into it, it wasn't just him. It was the group that was just fed up with everything.
Right, no, but just explain the details of what happened for Eggshells. He's never heard of it before.
Yeah, I've just been Googling it. So some guy thinks that the command module is a piece of shit, so he puts a lemon on a code.
Some guy. It wasn't like the broom guy cleaning up around it. It was the astronaut, Gus Grisham.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Some guy.
Sorry, raised your eyes.
Not
some guy who was
some guy.
Better respect his name. Respect his name, Eggs, over here, dog.
I would say his name, but I'd never heard him. So some guy.
You know, maybe it was pretty bad because 5 days later he burned up in that exact same piece of equipment. So maybe he was right. That some guy that passed away 5 days later.
I upset you so much. If we could move past it, it would be great. I'll never ever again call Grissom some guy.
Yeah, I don't even know why he was. You know, he was an astronaut, right?
Nor do I, Rick. Nor do I. We are both in the dark.
No, I understand. I just see the tactics that are being used.
Anyway,
I point them out.
It is an interesting story, so.
Interesting. How to you?
Oh, it's a funny prank, and it's
also
funny. Somebody saying.
Funny prank.
Do you tell me? Hang on. You tell me how I should feel about it, Rick, and I'll just agree at the end.
It's not a funny prank. This is an astronaut trying to tell.
Yep,
yeah, you don't want to talk.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just still don't know how to feel.
Anybody else want to have a talk about this? I mean, a man, they died. You know that, right?
I was having a lovely conversation with Issa, weren't we?
Were you interrupting them and acting like this to them?
No, you interrupted the conversation, Issa. Rakia, Issa a number of times tried to get you to wind down and just explain the story. If you're complaining about being interrupted, you need to.
And as I was trying to explain the story, you interrupted and said, "I'm reading about it now on the internet."
Some guy, it was Grissom, and it's not funny. I've got it. I'm sorry, Rakia. I won't do it ever again.
What a dick.
Good on you.
Yeah, good for you, man. Congratulations. So now you know that the astronaut and his group that was working to go to the moon in this piece of equipment obviously knew that it wasn't going to get them there safely. And then that same group died in that same piece of equipment like 5 days later.
Oh wow.
Pretty serious, right?
No, that bit's funny.
Yeah,
That's
not
funny.
Pretty serious, right?
Well,
sure, yeah.
Well, my point earlier, if you might have missed it, you know, I've worked on projects, you probably have too. How serious, right? This is one of the main astronauts. How serious must it have been for him to even want to hang a lemon on something he's involved in?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of thing you'd do lightly. I think
Yeah.
be...
So it must have been in shambles. You agree? I mean, for that
sure.
process
It seems,
to take place.
I would imagine he's got an idea of what lays ahead of him and thinks that it's not up to the task. Thinks it might kill him.
Could have something to do with crepes, but I doubt it.
Make sure you pack some for me. I've already got my lemon. It's a funny way to send the message, though, I think.
Not really. Not in America, it isn't. Lemon means you got a lemon. Like it's no good.
So like you bought a shitty secondhand car that somebody had put sawdust in the gearbox.
No, you bought a brand new car that breaks every other week. That's a lemon.
Well, to me, a lemon is just any kind of car that's shitty. I don't think it precludes, at least to me, it's never precluded a secondhand car.
All cars are lemons. Planned obsolescence. Hello.
my Hilux is pretty nice. Got my aunt and uncle's Hilux from the 80s, was pretty good. She put it on carsales.com and got a call in half an hour because like I'm driving down to Sydney.
I mean, the thing that's intense about that story is that not only did he hang a lemon on it, obviously indicating that it was a shitty piece of equipment and obviously was not an effective, high quality piece of equipment that was going to get them to the moon. So he, hung the lemon on there and then ended up, there was like pretty much like a freak fire, like explosion type thing that, at least as the story goes, obviously hard to verify it, but he died. He was like trapped within it. So pretty intense. Almost seems like a ritual or something. That's pretty dark.
There's
don't speak out.
Right. There's other stories that go with it, how they couldn't communicate from building to building, whether it's true or not. But even so, they were aggravated about not being able to communicate building to building because they're wondering how they're going to communicate as their lives are on the line with the people they're trying to communicate as they're going to the moon. So they got aggravated about that. It obviously wasn't a one-time event like, oh, hell, the phones aren't working today. It obviously was a breakdown over and over repetitive. So, that's kind of how humans get, they just get aggravated with the engineers and people who are trying to tell them that it's going to be okay. The communications will be all right when you can't communicate to the next building next door. And I think that was the overall feeling of the project. I think that's why they hung a lemon. Gus might have hung the lemon physically, but I think the group was trying to, get a point across, like, to the public. Look, I think that's kind of what I would do. So when I put myself in their shoes, if no one's listening, there's no one really I can go to, maybe hanging, a representation that all of America would know what he's talking about by hanging a lemon.
Hey, yo, Eggs. Yeah, and what do you think of the idea that, like, have you ever seen the video of like when the astronauts are at the press conference when they've gotten back and they look like miserable as hell? Have you ever seen that? Oh no, yo, Rocky, talk about that one.
It's just fatigue.
Yeah, I've heard several explanations. They were, you come back from the moon, you're depressed. I mean, you've heard all the stories, but when you just look at it from afar, you don't really try not and put your bias into it. Before they went to the moon, although they were aggravated with the project, they were in a happy state. Like they were involved in the most technological achievement of mankind. I mean, they were going to go to the moon, be the first ones to walk, blah, blah, blah. So they're happy. When they get back and they have to talk to the press for the first time, it does. I mean, you can't deny it. It really looks like they don't want to be there, which to me is very strange because they've given interviews before. Like, it's not like they were scared of the press or shy or whatever. These are test pilots and people who've been in the limelight all their life. They strive you know, to be number one. You know, I'm the guy. I'm Gus Grisham, right? I'm this, I'm that. That's how you have to kind of be like that to get to their level. And when they give that press conference, man, it's telling to me. I mean, what it tells, I don't know, but it's definitely a different story than when they, you know, were just working on the project. You look at those videos.
Like, you've said a few things lately, Rick, here that interest me, because between this conversation and space is a super fluid, makes me think you do think that space is some sort of realm that people or things can go into or come out of. Is that close to your view?
No, I don't think man can ascend into the heavens at all, ever.
Okay.
I think we can go up
So
so
how
high
can,
and then we can't survive after that.
okay, so how that confuses me on two fronts. One, when you were talking about how scientists think space is a superfluid, I was going to say I presume at least a reasonable chunk of that is based off measurements and readings returned from craft. So if those craft aren't going up to space, the information they're popping out is meaningless. And similar kind of issue with this one, which is how can